Child Wu Yue said in a deep voice, your body method takes 7 steps. After 7 steps, your vitality will definitely stop. You can only avoid my 7 moves at most. Child Wu Yue can be called the first genius of Jiu Xinjiang. His eyesight is naturally very important, and he can see through Ning Xiaochuan's steps of rainbow shifting. Therefore, when Ning Xiaochuan moved for the 7th time, his skin turned red. Calculate the whereabouts of Ning Xiaochuan and slap it. After the 7th step, Ning Xiaochuan's vitality really stopped for a moment, and his body was like a leaf, slowly falling towards the ground. Child Wu Yue's mouth showed a smile, and the red palm print hit Ning Xiaochuan's chest. Ning Xiaochuan was not flustered. He held purple smoke in one hand and flashed lightning in the other hand. Wu Yue slapped him hard. Bang! 2 palms hit each other. Both of them fly backward at the same time. Flying backwards 10 feet away, Ning Xiaochuan stepped on the ground, forcibly twisted his body, took off, held the purple smoke, turned into a colorful streamer, and rushed into the dense streets. After several rises and falls, he disappeared into Jiu Tiancheng. Child Wu Yue also stepped back more than 10 feet before he stood firm. His arm was extremely painful. The blow just now seemed to hit the Iron Mountain. Such a strong force, when did the young generation of Jiu Xinjiang produce such a powerful figure? Although Ning Xiaochuan wears a mask, the temperament of the old and young people is always different. Child Wu Yue can naturally see that the man in green shirt is also a talent of the younger generation. Child, do you want to transfer the power of the demon Liao Hall, blockade the whole city, and capture them back? A soldier knelt in front of Child Wu Yue on one knee. Child Wu Yue glanced in the direction of the leader of the martial arts in black, with a smile on his mouth, and said, don't bother so much. As long as Zi Lianshan is in my hands, I'm not afraid that she won't come back and be my cauldron. Take the old guy back to Nangong Mansion for me and put him in a dungeon. In addition, send someone to beat the Purple Clan, and I don't believe that Child Chuan Hui has nothing to do with the Purple Clan. Child Wu Yue angrily boarded the Golden Dragon elephant car. The dragon elephant pulled the car and disappeared at the end of the street with the rest of the tribute. After the people in the demon Liao Hall left, the monks on the whole street burst into flames, talking about what had just happened. The tribute girl who paid tribute to Lord Liao was not robbed. That Child Chuan was too brave. Who calls others a bold capital, even Child Wu Yue can't do anything about him, and can only watch him take away the pride of the Purple family. Such martial arts cultivation is beyond the reach of even the overlord of the older generation. Beside the street, Yan Shuai and Yan Mingzhu on the pavilion immediately caught up with Ning Xiaochuan when he fled with purple smoke. Ning Xiaochuan ran all the way with purple smoke, and did not escape from Jiu Tiancheng. Moreover, he hid in an abandoned manor in the city. The power of Demon Liao Hall in Jiu Tiancheng is too great. If they leave the city at this moment, they will find their whereabouts more easily. This manor has been abandoned for decades, covered with weeds, houses collapsed in many places, covered with cobwebs, and the ground is full of debris. Jia. Ning Xiaochuan pushed open a shabby wooden door, walked into the house, loosened the purple smoke to his waist, and said, it should be safe for the time being. Zihanyan bowed slightly to Ning Xiaochuan and said, thank you for your help, but if you offend Nangong Wu Yue, he will definitely not give up. You'd better leave Jiu Tiancheng as soon as possible and run as far as you can. You don't have to thank me. I saved you because you helped me before. Ning Xiaochuan took off the golden mask on his face, revealing a handsome young face, and smiled faintly at the purple smoke. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan's face, Zihanyan was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He was originally very upset, but somehow he had a little more joy. She slightly lowered her head, pursed her lips, and said, it was Master Ning. In fact, you have already paid off the favor I once helped you. There is no need to offend Nangong Wuyue for the sake of the little girl. Ning Xiaochuan said, it doesn't matter. For me, it's a piece of work. Is Miss Z going to leave Jiuyue Tiancheng now, or return to the Purple Clan? Zi Hanyan's eyes were slightly dimmed and said, Nangong Wuyue wants me to be his cauldron, bear the fire of the 9 yang he cultivates, and help him impact the heaven and earth. It's impossible to let me go easily. He must have arranged a lot of people to monitor the every move of the Purple family now. Once I return to the Purple family, I still can't escape the bad luck of becoming his cauldron. However, if I leave Jiuyue Tiancheng, I don't know where to go. She raised her head slightly, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with beautiful big eyes, and her lips moved, revealing her pitiful tenderness. In that case, stay here for a few days for the time being. It's not too late to make plans until the wind of Jiuyue Tiancheng calms down. Ning Xiaochuan Wu sat cross-legged on the ground full of weeds and began to meditate and practice. Although he only fought with child Wu Yue, Ning Xiaochuan felt that he had a deep understanding of invincible sword meaning. Even in the face of opponents who are higher than themselves, they can remain calm and confident that they are invincible. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized all his 7 minds and tried his best to consume the understanding just now. He wanted to turn these understandings into his own sword. At night, Zihanyan lit a bonfire in the house, sat beside the fire with his knees in his arms, staring at Ning Xiaochuan not far away, and many unprecedented thoughts appeared in his heart. Even the Purple Clan sheltered her, even her own fate, but Ning Xiaochuan was able to rescue her from the hands of the demon Liao Hall. From that moment on, the man carved a mark in her heart, which made her heart difficult to calm down. She thought in her heart that if she could always follow him, even if she was just a maid, she would be quite happy. Zihanyan! Zihanyan! You are the proud daughter of the Zizu. How many young talents pursue you, and you don't pay attention to it? You are so arrogant, how can you be conquered by him so easily? Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan's eyes opened and stared at her, just opposite her 4 eyes. Zihanyan was scared, and her heart trembled. She pretended to be calm and said, Master Ning's cultivation is over? Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, the realm has reached a bottleneck, which is difficult to break through. Your cultivation has also reached the 8th level of the Earth Respect realm? Zihanyan gently nodded, his eyes were a little dim, and said, what if you reach the 8th level of the land honor? What if you are the granddaughter of the Purple King? Under the deterrence of the demon Liao Hall, you are still unable to control your destiny. Others want you to be a cauldron, and you don't even have the power to resist. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, you don't have to be so pessimistic. At your age, you can cultivate to the 8th level of the Earth Respect realm, and you will have a full opportunity to impact the heaven and man realm in the future. Zihanyan stared at Ning Xiaochuan, hesitated for a moment, and asked in a low voice, do you have a woman you like? Huh? Ning Xiaochuan rowed. Nothing, I'll just ask. Purple Smoke slightly lowered his head, stared at the bonfire on the ground, and said, Ning Xiaochuan, how did you say the love between men and women was born? Ning Xiaochuan smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, men are firewood, women are fire, and it burns at a little. If I had some of you, would you burn it? Zihanyan said shyly, and jade fingers kept rubbing and pulling the corners of his clothes, feeling extremely nervous in his heart. It has been implied so obviously that he won't or doesn't understand it. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly stunned and said, this problem. I didn't think about it. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan has no experience in dealing with women, and he never thought that a proud woman like Zihanyan would secretly have feelings for him. To be honest, this feeling still makes Ning Xiaochuan have a faint sense of superiority. If he is unhappy, it is strange. However, Ning Xiaochuan really never thought about what could happen with Zihanyan. After all, he came to Jiuyue Xinjiang only for experience and will leave soon. It is a question mark whether he can see her in the future. It can be said that for Ning Xiaochuan, she is only one of thousands of passers-by in her life. Haha. I really didn't expect that the arrogant girl of the purple family would also be with a man in the deserted courtyard. In the night, a woman's laughter rang out. Outside, light footsteps sounded. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank slightly, his sleeves waved, and the wooden door was opened. In the courtyard, covered with weeds, not far away, he saw a dressed in a moon-white robe, with long hair reaching to the waist and eye waves evocative. Mrs. Luan. Ning Xiaochuan and Zihanyan recognized the almost at the same time. Dada. In the dark, another sick-looking man came in, stared at Ning Xiaochuan and Zihanyan coldly, and laughed quack in his mouth. It was Mrs. Luan's husband, Situ Lian, the son of the king of Situ clan. I thought it was the man from the demon Liao Hall who came. It was your Situ clan. I was curious. How did you Situ clan know that I came to Jiu Tiancheng? And how did you know that I saved Zihanyan? Ning Xiaochuan still sat beside the fire, without even moving his legs. Mrs. Luan's figure is very plump. Although her face is not as beautiful as Zihanyan, she can also be regarded as one in 1,000 beauties. With a somewhat provocative look in her eyes, she said, Ning Xiaochuan, instead of making a little girl film like Zihanyan, let your sister teach you what is real. With a twist of Mrs. Luan's plain hand, the moon-white robe took off from her body, revealing a graceful and plump jiao. Body, only the chest wrapped in lavender. Clothes, revealing sexy collarbones, slender, walked towards the room. Ning Xiaochuan's hand out of thin air, more than a bloody magic sword, with a wave of sword gas, he chopped in the direction of the door. Wow! Mrs. Luan was aware of the danger in advance, and immediately retreated in a flutter the moment before Ning Xiaochuan's sword. Even so, a shallow bloodstain was still cut under her collarbone, her chest. The strap of the dress was cut off, slipped from the body, and fell below the calf. Mrs. Luan was not ashamed at all, nor did she pick up her clothes on the ground. She stood naked in the cold night and said with a smile, ha ha. Master Ning was so concerned about my family's body. I had known that I would take off my clothes in person, so as to avoid Master Ning's hands. Situ Lian stood aside, not at all disgusted with Mrs. Luan's behavior, as if he had already seen it. Come on. How did you find here? Who told you that I was hiding here? Ning Xiaochuan put the magic sword in front of him and sent out his mind, trying to find out how many people outside came to deal with him. He didn't believe that Situ clan would only send 2 people to deal with him. Sure enough, outside the abandoned manor, there were many smells of martial arts strong men, some of which were particularly strong, which were more terrible than Situ Lian and Mrs. Luan. Situ Lian coughed twice and said, Situ clan is powerful in Jiu Tiancheng. It's not difficult to find you. Situ Jing's traitor has been captured by us. You are his accomplice, and naturally you will also be punished. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. Has Situ Jing really been captured by them? Zihanyan whispered, it should be true, and Wei Zizu also received some news. Not long ago, Situ Jing secretly returned to Jiu Tiancheng to take away the last Situ king, who was ill in bed, but he was ambushed by the Situ clan. I heard that the Situ clan lost dozens of strong people in a row in that war, and finally alerted the Situ clan's ancestors before he was captured and imprisoned in the Situ clan's prison. This is difficult. Originally, one of the purposes of Ning Xiaochuan's coming to Jiu Tiancheng was to heal Situ Jing's grandfather. Now Situ Jing is imprisoned by the Situ clan, and his grandfather's whereabouts are unknown. Now he has offended the demon Liao Hall, which is really embattled on all sides. Mrs. Luan said with a smile, Zijia girl, you are still in the mood to care about the life and death of others. Don't you know that your father has fallen into the hands of Nangong Wuyue and will be executed by Lingqi in 2 days? Nangong Wuyue has spoken. If you go back to be his cauldron, he will spare your father. Purple Hanyan's face suddenly changed, his fingers pinched tightly, and his heart was extremely hurt. We'll think of something about your father, slowly. Now, let's leave here first. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, held the magic sword in his hand, walked out of the broken room, stared at Situ Lian and Mrs. Luan with arrogant eyes, and said, "Let all the people of Situ clan come out to die. After drinking your blood, I will go to Situ clan to behead your king." What a big tone. Situ Lianin measured a smile, his thin body turned into a ghost, and pointed to Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Ning Xiaochuan only felt a gust of wind coming, and the ground was covered with cold frost. His body erupted a torrent of sword spirit, and a wave of sword intention rushed out of his body, condensed into a substantive sword, and stabbed at Situ Lian's fingers. Situ Lian's fingers were like an electric shuttle. They collided with the sword gas and broke the sword gas. There was evil in his eyes, and his fingers turned blue and hard as iron. Nails, 3 inches long, are as sharp as scissors. If he really hit me, I'm afraid my heart will be dug out by him. The sky is full of stars and moons. Ning Xiaochuan's heart rushed out of the brilliance of the stars, and the light spots condensed out one by one. In the center of the light spots, there was a bright crescent, which cut towards Situ Lian. Poof! Situ Lian was torn out of a half-foot-long mouth by the power of the divine power, and was knocked back by the power of the stars. Ning Xiaochuan, carrying the magic sword, is going to kill Situ Lian. Behind him, there was a fragrance. A soft woman's body entangled him, and his arms and feet were difficult to move, like being bound by hemp rope. Hee hee. I didn't say that I would come to teach young Master Ning how to play. Why doesn't young Master Ning believe it? Mrs. Luan's body was extremely flexible, just like a jade snake wrapped around Ning Xiaochuan's body. Her legs wrapped Ning Xiaochuan's neck, and her hands hugged Ning Xiaochuan's arms. From the position of Ning Xiaochuan's left cheek, a beautiful jade face appeared, and gently exhaled in Ning Xiaochuan's ear. Situ Lian and Mrs. Luan are both fighters of the second step ladder, but if they work together, their combat power is quite terrible, and they even killed a strong man of the third step ladder. Situ Lian took advantage of this opportunity, his mouth gave out a laugh, and attacked Ning Xiaochuan again. His arms were completely cyan and full of poison. Just a slight touch on Ning Xiaochuan's cape made a chi-chi sound and corroded into ashes. Mrs. Luan stuck to Ning Xiaochuan's body and swam away. She was also constantly shooting at Ning Xiaochuan, holding a xuanqi short sword in her hand, stabbing Ning Xiaochuan's heart, neck and spine. Every shot was extremely agile, but it was blocked by Ning Xiaochuan. Every time Ning Xiaochuan could catch her by the wrist, so that the dagger in her hand could not be stabbed down. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's body sent out a force of death. His fingers clasped Mrs. Luan's right wrist, and the strength of her bones broke out. Dragging Mrs. Luan's wrist, he threw her out, slammed her to the ground, and hit a human-shaped pit. Mrs. Luan uttered a scream in her mouth. She didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan's power was so powerful that she broke her magic power of locking her body close to her body. The magic power that Mrs. Luan cultivated is called body skill. Once she is close to the enemy, her body can completely fit with the enemy. No matter what means the enemy uses, she cannot be separated. However, Ning Xiaochuan broke her physical magic power. The force just now was too powerful for her to fight at all. Joking, Ning Xiaochuan has a physical body comparable to the martial arts in heaven and man, and his power is naturally strong. Situ Lian tore his paw at Ning Xiaochuan and grabbed 3 paw prints in the air. Ning Xiaochuan took Mrs. Luan's body and threw it at Situ Lian. Poop poop. Those 3 paw prints were all caught on Mrs. Luan's body, leaving 3 bloody cuts on Mrs. Luan's back. If Situ Lian even stopped, Mrs. Luan would certainly be torn apart by the paw prints. Madam. As soon as Situ Lian's face changed, he hurriedly picked up Mrs. Luan, stared at Ning Xiaochuan bitterly, and fled towards the night. Still want to go? Ning Xiaochuan drank coldly and immediately caught up. Suddenly, in the dark night, there was a sharp wind. Ning Xiaochuan's face slightly changed, immediately stopped, moved to the side of Zihanyan, played out the 333-pole array flag and inserted it on the ground. The array flag keeps moving, forming a large array, which closes the whole space. Boom! In the night, a large arrow rain flew out and hit the periphery of the array. This is not an ordinary arrow. Each arrow is 3 meters long, like a sharp spear. The tail of the arrow is sealed with a basalt. At the moment when the arrow was shot, the power of Xianqi was completely stimulated and introduced into the arrow, so that the whole arrow was wrapped by lightning. This kind of arrow is called Leiyun arrow in Jiu Xinjiang, and its power is comparable to the basalt chariot of Yulan Empire. A thundercloud arrow has the power to kill the warrior in the territory of Dizun. There are hundreds of thundercloud arrows just shot. Even those who reach the ladder of heaven must avoid its edge. Only the Lei clan can have so many Leiyun arrows. It seems that the strong ones of the Lei clan have also come. Zihanyan's face became more ugly, and she felt that she had implicated Ning Xiaochuan. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't save her, he wouldn't expose his identity. Dong! Dong! A huge golden lion with a unicorn head came out of the darkness. Its body was more than 10 meters high and crushed the stone slabs on the ground. A middle-aged man in gold armor stood on the back of the golden lion. He was burly, with a tiger back and a bare waist. He held a bronze war dagger in his hand, looked down, and said in a deep voice, "Ning Xiaochuan child, did Lei Ao die in your hands?" The voice of the golden man was like the sound of a bell, and the golden haze came out of his mouth, which was like a god of thunder. Yes. Kill. Ning Xiaochuan's faint way. Did Lei Yun die in your hands? The golden man roared again. Also killed. Ning Xiaochuan roared. Lei Yi, also died in your hands? Jin Jia Dahan Dao. Ning Xiaochuan smiled coldly and said, Lei Yi was not killed by me, but died in the hands of a woman of Yan nationality. Fart. Lei Yi clearly died in your hands. The golden man roared. Well, if you have to think so, I can't help it. Let's treat him as dead in my hands. Ning Xiaochuan roared. The golden armor man sneered, well, you killed 2 extremely strong men of our Lei clan, the first master of the younger generation. Today, you should go down and bury them. Your 9-grade Xuanqi hasn't been used yet. Do you think that a mirror ray can stop me? Ning Xiaochuan said, can you stop it? You can try it. Zihanyan was shocked by the breath emanating from the golden armor man, and said in a low voice, he is the top strong man of the Lei clan, Lei Outyen, with the realm of the 4th step of the ladder. He is born with divine power, and his physique is far beyond ordinary people, and he can fight with the people of the 5th step of the ladder. In the ranking of the strong men of the Lei clan, he is still above Lei Ao and Lei Yun. We can't compete with the strong men of this level, so let's run. Escape? Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head and said, you can't escape. Lei clan and Situ clan have completely surrounded here and blocked the space. If you can't fight, there is only a dead end, and there is no possibility of escape. Ning Xiaochuan has long investigated carefully. There are many strong people in the dark, and at least 3 breath are not weaker than Lei Outyen. In other words, there are at least 3 strong men like Lei Outyen who are hidden in the dark and will attack him at any time. Lao Jiao makes a poor adjustment. Which female character in God, Demon, and God do you like best? Only one. Leave a message in the book review area. Old 9 will check one by one. It's not easy to deal with a strong man like Lei Outyen. Ning Xiaochuan called out all the 5-headed and 9-level Xian beasts in the Xian Beasts Manual, including double-headed stone beasts, Tai Sui beasts, fish glue, white-headed nine-clawed beasts, and Kylan ghost bat beasts. The five-headed Xian beast, the weakest Kylan ghost bat beast, is also comparable to the strong one of the second step of the ladder. The two-headed stone beast has the strongest combat power, and is about to catch up with the martial one of the fourth step of the ladder. Ow! 5 mysterious beasts stood in 5 different positions in the array, prompting the 8 winds god array. Each flag became as thick as the mouth of a bull, and the flag made a fierce sound of hunting, flowing with lightning brilliance. After Lei Outyin rode a unicorn golden lion into the array, he immediately noticed something bad. The surrounding space suddenly changed, and dark water poured out on the ground. Above the sky, 333 huge flame meteorites appeared. Where did 5 such powerful 9-level Xian beasts emerge? The unicorn golden lion, with a scream, sank into the water and was corroded by the water. Lei Outyin soared up from the back of the Kylan golden lion, took out a gold whip of the 8th grade Xuanqi level, and chopped at one of the array flags to cut off the array flag. Boom! The golden whip just chopped down, and the 333 array flags all moved quickly, as if they were integrated, which made Lei Outyin backward. You should know that the 5 mysterious beasts who preside over the array are all the accomplishments of the Heaven Ladder realm. With the power of a set of 5 great array flags, even the strong ones in the 5th step of the Heaven Ladder realm may not be able to escape if they are trapped in the array. Ning Xiaochuan stood in an eye of the 8 winds god array, fully mobilized the Tianwu vitality in his body, and 6 kinds of strong sword intentions poured out of his body, all of which were gathered into the magic sword. Doomsday Sword Prison. His fingers pointed to Lei Outyin. Phew! The magic sword turned into a bloodlight and stabbed at Lei Outyin, who was trapped in the array. Lei Outyin naturally felt the danger, clenched his hands, and his chest was full of gold, forming a ball-like shield, and shouted, "King Kong will not break." These are the 5 magical powers condensed by Lei Outyin. With the cultivation of the 4th step ladder, any kind of magic power displayed has extremely terrifying power. If you hit it with one move, you can smash the mountains. Bang! The magic sword hit Lei Outyin's chest and was blocked by the golden shield. However, the power on the magic sword still shook Lei Outyin to the surface of the water, and his legs sank into the water. Haha! Ning Xiaochuan, how can you get this seat just because you want to? Lei Outyin laughed wildly. Bang! Suddenly, the golden shield on Lei Outyin's chest was broken, making a broken sound. Behind the golden brilliance, Ning Xiaochuan held the handle of the magic sword with both hands, constantly injecting Tianwu weather into the sword. In an instant, another 2 layers of golden light were broken, and the tip of the magic sword was less than half a foot away from Lei Outyin, which would tear Lei Outyin's body in half at any time. You know, the magic sword is a mysterious weapon of 9 grades, which can't be blocked by the magic power of the martial artist. Lei Outyin's face also changed, clenching his teeth, holding his hands on his chest, supporting the martial arts magic of King Kong does not break. At the same time, his legs gradually lost consciousness for some reason, which made his momentum decline continuously, and Ning Xiaochuan even forced him into the bottom. Lei Outyin, the water has begun to corrode your legs and will soon immerse in your body. Your death is not far away. Ning Xiaochuan stood opposite Lei Outyin, with sharp eyes, sword in both hands, and an invincible momentum. Ning Xiaochuan said this because he wanted to defeat Lei Outyin psychologically. As long as the will is broken, Lei Outyin is really not far from death. The water penetrated through the golden armor and dipped into Lei Outyin's legs, eroding his body. Lei Outyin naturally felt the horror of water, and the vitality of martial arts in his body was slightly vented. Taking this opportunity, Ning Xiaochuan slapped on the hilt of the magic sword, and a surge of sword intention broke out. Boom! The golden round shield on Lei Outyin's chest was broken, and the magic sword was overwhelming, bombarding the golden armor. The golden armor resisted the magic sword for a moment, but it still cracked into fragments and was stabbed into a depression by the magic sword. Life and death are in a moment. Liao Yin grabbed the body of the magic sword with both hands and roared in his mouth. A blood formation appeared in the palm of both hands at the same time, and a huge force broke out, throwing Ning Xiaochuan more than 10 meters away. Blood formation. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Liao Yin's hands, which turned blood red, and he could clearly see that the two arrays were running in his hands. He refined the two arrays into his palm, which could burn his own blood and play the power of the array. Liao Yin was completely enraged, his hair stood upside down, turned the blood array in his palm, and slapped Ning Xiaochuan with one palm. A blood-red palm cloud pressed towards Ning Xiaochuan. The warrior in the fourth step of the ladder of heaven struck angrily with the power of the blood array. Naturally, it was extremely terrifying, which was comparable to the full force of the warrior in the fifth step of the ladder of heaven. Ning Xiaochuan's sleeve waved, and 333 huge flame meteorites in the eight winds god array were mobilized by him, and kept running in the sky. It was almost like hundreds of stars were mobilized by him, all of them facing Liao Yin. Boom! Two terrible forces burst out in the array and hit the sky with fire rain. Phew! The unity of man and sword. Ning Xiaochuan and the magic sword were almost integrated, turning into a blood-red sword light, flying across the sky, breaking the blood-red palm print, and a sword stabbed into Liao Yin's chest. Poof! The power of the magic sword is simply invincible and overwhelming. Although Liao Yin had played more than 10 magic powers to resist, he was still pierced by the magic sword. Half of the magic sword inserted into the chest. Ah! Liao Yin's mouth roared, and his hands held the sword again, trying to pull the magic sword out of his body. Ning Xiaochuan's pupils turned blood red, and the blood in his body turned into the shape of a sword. An enchanted supreme force burst out of his blood, and suppressed Liao Yin. The magic sword began to suck the blood in the Liao celestial body, expanding the ruins world in the sword body. Bang! Bang! The eight winds god array flickered slightly, and two figures broke into the array. One of them killed Ning Xiaochuan, and the other flew in the direction of purple smoke. It was Sita Lian and Mrs. Luan. They seized the opportunity to give Ning Xiaochuan a fatal blow when the battle between Ning Xiaochuan and Liao Yin entered a moment of life and death. The man who killed Ning Xiaochuan was Sita Lian. His arms turned blue, his fingers became like ghost claws, and his face had a ferocious smile. One claw leaned towards Ning Xiaochuan's vest. Phew! Ning Xiaochuan suddenly turned around and waved his magic sword. Poof! Sita Lian's head flew out, leaving only a headless corpse behind Ning Xiaochuan. Then, it fell into the water and became a white bone. Ning Xiaochuan had long noticed Sita Lian and Mrs. Luan, and had been on guard against their sneak attacks. When Sita rushed behind Ning Xiaochuan, his death was doomed. In the distance, Mrs. Luan originally wanted to catch purple smoke and threaten Ning Xiaochuan with purple smoke, but she was stopped by fish glue that was killed into the array. In terms of combat effectiveness, Yu Jiao was even stronger than Mrs. Luan, forcing Mrs. Luan to retreat. Mrs. Luan was injured, so she was not the opponent of fish glue. She looked back and just saw that Situ Jing's head was chopped off by Ning Xiaochuan, which scared her out of her wits and wanted to escape from the eight winds god array. Now that they have entered the eight winds god array, there can be no chance to escape. Ning Xiaochuan's body moved sideways, blocking Mrs. Luan's way, his eyes were very cold, and the magic sword in his hand was still bleeding. After the sneak attack failed, Mrs. Luan knew that there could be no chance to escape today. With a pleading look, she said, Ning Xiaochuan, in fact, we don't have much hatred. If you kill me, I'm willing to be your servant. Mrs. Luan is indeed a rare beauty with a seductive charm. Few men can resist her temptation. If you can really accept such a charming woman. No, I'm afraid many martial overlords will spare her life. Unfortunately, Ning Xiaochuan is not interested in her. If she is enchanting and charming, she is far worse than Mrs. Ying Qi. Wow! The magic sword pierced Mrs. Luan's body. Her skin keeps getting dry, wrinkles appear on her face, her hair turns white, and she instantly becomes an ugly old woman. Finally, it completely turns into a mummy. Poop! Ning Xiaochuan took back the magic sword and looked at Liao Yin. Previously, Sita Lian secretly attacked Ning Xiaochuan from behind. He had to let Liao Yin go and kill Sita Lian first. However, at this time, Liao Yin slowed down, rushed to the edge of the 8 Winds God array, and collapsed more than a dozen array flags. Boom! Fish glue enters the array to deal with Mrs. Luan, making a gap in the 8 Winds God array. Liao Yin found the position of the gap, broke the array and escaped. Let the tiger go back to the mountain, and there will be endless trouble. Liao Yin has been stabbed by the magic sword, and his blood gas has been lost a lot. Ning Xiaochuan will not miss such a good opportunity to kill him. Where to escape? Ning Xiaochuan's back condensed a huge female demon shadow, and a vast evil spirit burst out of his body. He held the magic sword in his hands and chopped it down with a sword. A huge blood-red sword shadow condensed and cut to the top of Liao Yin's head hundreds of meters away. Poof! Liao Yin's body forcibly moved to the right, but he was still hit by the sword gas, and the red fog burst in his body, sending out a scream. His body fell from the air, and he didn't know whether it was life or death. The sword just now was really amazing, and the demon gas filled the whole space, which made the monks hidden in the dark cold. Did Liao Yin die in his hands? How did Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation grow to this extent? Yan Mingzhu stood on the top of a pavilion in the distance and stood on the cornice. Her face became a little pale and she couldn't believe her eyes. Ning Xiaochuan is so strong that she is far behind. What else can she do to revenge? The news that Ning Xiaochuan and Zihan Yan are hiding here is naturally that Yan Mingzhu secretly informed the Lei and Situ families. She wants to get rid of Ning Xiaochuan with the help of the power of the 2 ethnic groups. Yan Shui stared at the battlefield in the distance and said, "Pearl, Ning Xiaochuan is not something you can compete with. You'd better give up revenge. If you really offend him, I'm afraid it will bring great disaster to Yan clan. Isn't it a young warrior in the Heaven Ladder realm who can also threaten the Yan nationality?" Yan Mingzhu is very unwilling. If she doesn't kill Ning Xiaochuan, her martial arts cultivation will definitely not improve. Ning Xiaochuan has become her heart disease. Yan Shui said, "A genius like Ning Xiaochuan is very likely to step into the realm of heaven and man in the future. Once he steps into the realm of heaven and man, it will be the time of great disaster for Yan people." It took Yan Shui less than 40 years to step into the realm of the 5th step ladder. She is an immortal genius of the Yan family. Naturally, her eyesight is not comparable to that of Yan Mingzhu. From the first time I saw Ning Xiaochuan to now, there is less than a year between them. However, the growth rate of Ning Xiaochuan is amazing, which makes Yan Shui feel deeply shocked. Now, even if she did it herself, she was not sure that she could kill Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's strength made her feel afraid, so she warned Yan Mingzhu many times not to be the enemy of Ning Xiaochuan. Even if Yan Mingzhu really wanted to revenge Ning Xiaochuan, she also advised Yan Mingzhu not to take action in person, because she was afraid to lead Ning Xiaochuan's anger to Yan people. "Aunt, I'm not reconciled." Yan Mingzhu clenched her lips and stared at Ning Xiaochuan in the distance. Since childhood, she has been regarded as the apple of her eye and spoiled by everyone. However, she was humiliated in the hands of Ning Xiaochuan. Naturally, she wanted to make Ning Xiaochuan pay the price. Yan Shui said, "I can't help it if I'm not reconciled. If so many strong men come tonight, I can't take Ning Xiaochuan. If you continue to deal with him, you will only be a moth to the fire and kill yourself." Good. If Ning Xiaochuan can still escape from Xingtian tonight, I will go to Tiandi Mountain with my aunt and don't seek revenge from him anymore. Yan Mingzhu rode. Yan Shui nodded and said, it's best for you to think so. With your talent, you may not have no chance to become a disciple of Tiandi Mountain. When you improve your martial arts cultivation, you may not have no chance to kill Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the deserted manor with his magic sword in his hand, and looked down at all directions. How many strong people are there in Lei and Situ families? Let's fight. Or let the sword in my hand drink blood. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan's fighting spirit is very surging, and his blood is boiling, and he wants to break through the realm by fighting. Ning Xiaochuan, you are too arrogant. An old man with chicken skin and crane hair came out of the night with a purple wood crutch in his hand. With each step, green grass would grow under his footprints. Although he is in his twilight years, he is still full of energy and has no feeling of aging at all. What kind of people are you? Ning Xiaochuan asked. The old man shook his head and said, the old man's name is Fang. He is neither a Situ nor a Lei. He just heard that you have a Jiuping Xuanqi in your hand. He was greedy and wanted to take that Jiuping Xuanqi. Ning Xiaochuan said, so it is. Then you'd better suppress the greed in your heart so that you won't die later. Feng Muing smiled and said, I'm not sure I can take you down just by myself. I have to find someone to work together. Situ Nanlai, your sons have been killed. Can you swallow this evil spirit? Situ Nanlai also came? Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised. Situ Nanlai is now the king of Situ clan and also the father of Situ Lian. This is the overlord of Jiujiang. He rarely shows up at ordinary times. He is in charge of a top clan and can mobilize countless resources. Stamping his foot can make the whole Jiujiang tremble. Situ Nanlai sat on a gorgeous cart and walked out slowly from the avenue. Although just sitting in the car, it still exudes a strong breath, giving people the feeling that a scorching sun is wrapped in the car. Once he gets out of the car, he will burst into destructive force. Behind the cart, there were more than 100 strong martial arts men with bows and arrows on their backs. Every bow is like a keel. Every arrow is like a spear. It is the Lei family's Lei Yun arrow team. Obviously, Situ clan and Lei clan have united to pay Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was not afraid. I didn't expect to deal with an unknown person. Even the king of Situ clan came personally. In the cart, a thick voice came out, saying, Ning Xiaochuan, where did you take my brother? Situ Nanlai, don't rake it up. How can I take away the brother of the Situ family king? I think your brother may have died in your hands. Ning Xiaochuan sneered. Situ Nanlai's brother is naturally the last king of Situ clan, that is, the grandfather of Situ Jing. Situ Jing was captured by the Situ clan. However, his grandfather should have escaped in advance, otherwise Situ Nanlai would never come to Fu Ning Xiaochuan in person. In Situ Nanlai's view, Ning Xiaochuan is just a clown. The one who can really threaten his royal status is the brother who is missing. He suspected that the brother was taken away by Ning Xiaochuan. Situ Nanlai snorted coldly and said, I have a good relationship with my brother. How can an outsider know it? On the contrary, it's you who provoked the little mischief of Situ's situation. You want to control the Situ family. Such wolf ambition should be punished. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, it seems that people who can wield power in their hands are masters who confuse black and white. Even if Situ Jing controls the Situ clan, it is well deserved. There are younger generations of Situ clan who are better than him. Situ Nanlai said, what about excellence? Don't you also become the lackey of the king of Qinghe? If you let him control the Situ family, won't the whole Situ family become the vassal of the king of Qinghe? We human warriors, with blood in our hearts, can we be enslaved by a monster? Pa. Pa. Ning Xiaochuan applauded and said, "Well said. Since the Sita King is such a strong man, please go to deal with the magic Liao Hall first. And don't force the Sita King to really occupy the magic Liao Hall. As long as the Sita King dares to smash the door of the magic Liao Hall, I will immediately bind my hands and let you deal with it." When Ning Xiaochuan said the 3 words Demon Liao Hall, Situ Nanlai immediately became silent. Ha ha. Situ Nanlai is just looking for an excuse to deal with his nephew and grandson. Why bother to expose him? It's too embarrassing for him. In the dark sky, a slim white figure flew out, flashed by, and fell on the top of an abandoned house behind Ning Xiaochuan. Her figure is petite and exquisite, and her long black hair falls from the top of her head to the position of her tail. The 2 fluffy fox tails shake gently, so white that there is no stray hair. The cold night wind blew up her pink dress, revealing a pair of slender, round thighs, fat-free calves, and flawless jade feet. She didn't wear shoes, so bare feet, standing on the roof, it's like a goblin walking in the night sky. Princess Diyu. Ning Xiaochuan stared back slightly, and finally a pressure came into his heart. Whether Feng Muing, Situ Nanlai, or Ning Xiaochuan are not afraid of them. Even if they really can't fight, they are still sure to escape. However, Ning Xiaochuan has seen the power of Princess Diyu. If she wields 9 mysterious weapons, even if she fights with 3 or 4 strong people in the 5th step ladder realm at the same time, she may not lose. Princess Diyu's eyelashes are very slender, each of which is long and warped. A pair of enchanting big eyes kept flashing, laughing. Ning Xiaochuan, do you feel the pressure doubled when you see this princess coming? Ning Xiaochuan calmly said, anyone who meets a strong person like the Royal Highness Princess will be under double pressure. I'm very curious. Does the Royal Highness Princess want the Jiu Dang Jia on me, or do you want to see if there is any magic medicine on me? The more the better, the better. If you can master a suitable Jiu Dang Jia, you will be able to give full play to your combat power. Princess Diyu herself has a 9-grade mysterious weapon, so what she cares more should be the magic medicine. Because the miraculous medicine of channeling can help her impact the world of heaven and man. Princess Diyu smiled seductively and said, if I say, I am more interested in you? My mother said, you are a rare talent level, and I want to try if your talent level is so high. If you really have a rare talent level, I want to give you a little fox girl. Ning Xiaochuan, don't be confused by her. Zihanyan said nervously. Ning Xiaochuan retreated to Zihanyan's side and grabbed her hand. The natural vitality in her body turned into a colorful streamer and rushed towards the night. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan wanted to attack the realm with the help of battle, but even strong men such as Situ Nanlai and Princess Diyu came in person. If the battle goes on, even if the realm breaks through the realm of the 3rd step of the ladder, I'm afraid it's also a dead end. Ning Xiaochuan's body moved 7 times, and each time it was more than 10 feet away. After 7 times, it had flown hundreds of feet away. After he rushed out of the encirclement of the 3 masters, he immediately spread a pair of huge light wings on his back and flew to the horizon. Still want to escape? Feng Muwing's old face showed a trace of smile, and the purple wood stick in his hand pointed towards Ning Xiaochuan. Wow! At the top of the purple wood stick, buds grew and turned into dozens of green vines. In a short moment, the whole sky was covered by vines. Among them, the longest vine is more than 1,000 meters long, as thick as a bucket, and split into dozens of small vines with the mouth of a bowl, which are entangled by Ning Xiaochuan and others. Every vine and leaf was covered with a light purple light, which completely wrapped Ning Xiaochuan's body, and his wrist, neck, legs and waist were wrapped in dense vines. The sky is full of vines. From a distance, it was like a towering tree growing out of thin air, from the ground, emitting thousands of branches. The trunk is the purple stick in Feng Muwing's hand. Ning Xiaochuan just chose to break through in the direction of Feng Muing because he felt that Feng Muing was weaker than Situnanlai and Princess Diyu. However, he didn't expect that Feng Muing's cultivation was so deep that he could easily make vines as tough as steel. No wonder he dared to call Situnanli's name directly. Although this kind of person does not belong to any clan, his cultivation is more terrible. The martial body he cultivated should be the five-element divine body, which can control the wooden power, and has cultivated the wooden power to the extent of arousing terror. Falling steps produce flowers, raising hands to turn vines. Hey, boy, hand over the 9 mysterious weapons you master. I can give you a good time and let go of the little girl of the purple family. Is this condition enough to satisfy you? Feng Muing holds a wooden stick and takes root on the ground. The vitality of martial arts in his body is working, and the plants and trees around his body are growing madly. Then you have to wait until you really beat me. Ning Xiaochuan's mind is integrated with the magic sword, and the surface of the skin emits a layer of light blood light. In the middle of the eyebrow, there is a bright mark of the god. Wow! The magic sword flew out, with Ning Xiaochuan's body as the center, split hundreds of sword qi, and cut off the vine. Ning Xiaochuan, holding purple smoke, rose from the broken vines and hung in the sky. An ancient bronze lamp flew out and suspended above his head. The wick was lit, and the bright and hot flame bloomed, turning the clouds above the sky red into fire clouds. Chi. The vines made by Feng Muing were ignited by the fire and burned, spreading towards the purple wooden stick in his hand. 5 elements overcome each other. The power of fire just suppresses the power of wood, not to mention that the bronze ancient lamp is still a congenital 9-grade xuanqi, and the flame emitted is naturally unusual, which can be compared with ordinary fire. Feng Muing immediately put away his magic power and retreated back. When he extinguished the flames and looked into the void, there was no trace of Ning Xiaochuan long ago. He can't escape, chase me. After Situnanli's voice fell, the ancient car under the seat was pulled by 3 high-level mysterious beasts, took off from the ground, and chased in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan's escape. Princess Diyu and Feng Muing naturally caught up, and Ning Xiaochuan couldn't escape so easily. Ning Xiaochuan held the purple smoke, exerted his body method to the limit, shuttled through a street, and ran quickly outside Jiu Tiancheng. Princess Diyu, Feng Muing and Situnanlai are all chasing him. Jiu Tiancheng can't stay any longer. Only by escaping can he survive. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan was fast enough to catch up with him even in the realm of the 5th step ladder of the 3 masters. Ning Xiaochuan, I found you. Come with me. A round and short man jumped out of a large river in the distance. He was wearing a wide-patched Buddha suit, a diamond bracelet on his head, and a string of huge Buddha beads hung around his neck, each of which was as big as a fist. Zen Toad, why are you in Jiu Tiancheng? Ning Xiaochuan was delighted. Don't ask so much first. Master asked me to pick you up. Come with me. Zen Toad looked towards the rear of Ning Xiaochuan, and saw 3 powerful smoke clouds rushing towards him, and 3 rather terrifying forces were rushing in this direction. This is really not the time to talk about the past. The 3 masters will soon come over. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is still very puzzled. When did Monk Tanqian become so warm-hearted? Unexpectedly, at the risk of being chased and killed by the 3 masters, he personally sent his disciples to meet them. The monk's idea is really beyond ordinary people's comprehension. Zen Toad led the way in front, led Ning Xiaochuan into the slum on the edge of Jiu Tiancheng, passed through more than 10 narrow alleys, and finally came to the outside of a Buddhist temple built in a dilapidated alley. A Buddhist temple is actually a temple built of several boards, which is not much better than the earth temple on the ridge. Master, I'll bring Brother Ning back. Zen Toad said. Ning Xiaochuan followed him into the Buddhist temple. In addition to Monk Tanqian who was cooking medicine, There was also an old man who was seriously injured lying on the incense table. The old man seemed to be seriously injured, his body was seriously drained of water, his body was shriveled, his cheekbones protruded, and his eyes were deeply sunken, which was like a layer of skin covering his bones. If it were any other martial artist, he would have died long ago. However, the old man is still alive, all relying on deep martial arts cultivation and strong willpower, has been supporting until now. When Ning Xiaochuan came in, Monk Tanqian's face showed great joy. He hurriedly pulled Ning Xiaochuan into the inner hall and whispered, with a smile, "Benefactor Ning, you are here. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Ning Xiaochuan's heart was not as happy as Monk Tanqian, and he was a little anxious. "Monk, don't talk so much nonsense. There are 3 masters of the 5th step Tianti realm, who will find here soon. If there is nothing else, we'd better leave Jiuyue Tiancheng as soon as possible. Don't worry, the monk even if you have a big disaster, so let Zen Toad bring you here." Monk Tanqian took it out in his arms for a long time, felt out a red spar the size of a fist, put it in the palm of his hand, and said, "Look, what is this?" "Ground-grade basalt." Ning Xiaochuan's heart was also very excited, and he said, "Monk, where did you find this ground product basalt? It's really great. With this ground product basalt, they are the ones who should escape." With that, Ning Xiaochuan was going to get the ground product basalt in Monk Tanqian's hand. However, as soon as his hand was stretched out, Monk Tanqian put the piece of ground xianxue into his sleeve and said, 5 million xianxue. "I wipe. You rob." Ning Xiaochuan had an impulse to strangle Monk Tanqian. No wonder he would take the initiative to send a Zen Toad to pick him up. It turned out that he had been thinking about the basalt on him for a long time. It is said that this unprofitable monk who can't get up early is not so warm-hearted, and indeed did not come out of Ning Xiaochuan's expectation. A piece of ground-grade basalt is worth 1 million pieces of basalt. He actually asked the lion to kill Ning Xiaochuan's 5 million basalt stones. He really picked acquaintances to kill, especially when you are in the most danger. Monk Tanqian had a serious face and said, "Benefactor Ning, you know how much risk the monk took to get this ground-grade basalt, how much effort he took, how much wisdom he used, and almost saved his old life before he grabbed it from a strong man in the 5th step of the ladder." Ba. Monk Tanqian folded his hands and said with a sad look, "Benefactor Ning, in fact, with my friendship with you, I should have given you this ground product basalt. But you also saw that the temple is in disrepair for a long time, the Buddha statues are incomplete, and the incense is withered. Come on. 5 million basalt stones are enough for you to build 10,000 magnificent Buddhist temples." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Monk Tanqian persevered and said, "Benefactor Ning, I know you were buried in the mountain, killed the strong man of the Lei clan, and got a lot of xianxue. It's not difficult to pay 5 million xianxue. After all, killing is a bad thing. I asked you to take 5 million xianxue out to make incense money for Bodhisattva, which is also helping you eliminate causal karma, accumulate virtue and fortune, and you can still be a good person in the next life. Taoism cultivates this life and Buddhism cultivates the afterlife. It is recorded in Buddhist scriptures, kill people and set fire in this life, and be an ox and a horse in the afterlife, accumulate goodness and virtue in this life, and be a Bodhi in the afterlife. Okay. Be a good man in the afterlife." Ning Xiaochuan bit his teeth hard, took out a cloth bag of heaven and earth, filled it with 5 million basalt stones, and threw it to Monk Tanqian. If it weren't for being chased by the 3 masters, Ning Xiaochuan couldn't have spent 5 million xianxue to buy a ground-grade xianxue. After receiving the Qianquan cloth bag, Monk Tanqian checked the number of xianxue in it, and his face was about to burst into laughter. He felt out the dipened xianxue from his sleeve, handed it to Ning Xiaochuan, patted Ning Xiaochuan on the back of his hand, and said, "Benefactor Ning, you have saved incense money for Buddhism many times. You are really a loyal believer of Buddhism, and the Buddha will surely care for you. Ning Xiaochuan didn't bother to talk so much nonsense with monk Tanqian. He pinched the red ground shansher in his hand. It was like pinching a flame, which was very hot. Through the crystal, he could see the liquid xianjing flowing inside. Real ground shansher. Spending 5 million pieces of shansher to buy a piece of ground-grade shansher, although it is very painful, it can exchange for the fighting power of heaven and man level. Ning Xiaochuan's unhappiness soon dissipated. With a piece of ground shansher in hand, Ning Xiaochuan naturally had confidence in his heart. He didn't plan to escape again, so he waited here quietly for Situ Nanlai and Feng Muing. Walking out of the inner hall, monk Tanqian was in a very good mood, like a spring breeze, and said with a smile, "Apprentice, is the medicine ready?" Zen Toad said, "It should be almost ready." Ning Xiaochuan looked at the old man lying on the incense table and asked, curiously, "Who is this old man?" "He is the grandfather of Situ Jing, once the king of Situ clan." Monk Tanqian stood by the medicine stove, took out the miraculous medicine blood-eating and shaped grass, picked a piece of glittering grass leaf from it, and planned to put it into the medicine stove. In the burial mountain, monk Tanqian and Ning Xiaochuan received a miraculous psychic medicine, respectively. What monk Tanqian got was blood-devouring and shaped grass that could help the martial artist heal, and what Ning Xiaochuan got was evergreen spirit vine that could increase longevity. Ning Xiaochuan was shocked to see that monk Tanqian could actually take out a miraculous medicine to treat Situ Jing's grandfather. He said, "Monk, I didn't expect you to have some kindness in addition to being greedy for money." Ba. After all, benefactor Situ once lived and died with me. How can I bear to watch his grandfather die in bed? Alas! If you accumulate kindness and virtue, you have to be Zubodhi in the afterlife. Monk Tanqian showed a compassionate look, and a circle of golden Buddha light appeared on his head. Zen Toad whispered in Ning Xiaochuan's ear, "Don't believe the old bald donkey." The king of Situ family gave him all the 3 ground pebbles on his body, and the old bald donkey reluctantly agreed to use a leaf of miraculous medicine to help the king of Situ family heal. "I'm busy today, so I didn't update it at noon. The latest update time may be a little unstable. There are 2 chapters in the morning, and the one at noon is to be filled. 3 pieces of ground basalt. Lying trough." Ning Xiaochuan really has an impulse to beat monk Tanqian on the ground. The old bald donkey was too good at pretending. He said that he had experienced danger and exhausted his mind before grabbing the ground shansher from a strong man in the 5th step Tianti realm. After a long time, it turned out that the man was Situ Jing's grandfather. Monk Tanqian seemed to feel Ning Xiaochuan's bad eyes. He was going to put the leaves of the blood-devouring and shaped grass into the medicine stove, touched his chin, and took his hand back, saying, "Ning Xiaochuan, you are a heart-nourishing teacher, or would you quench the blood-devouring and shaped grass into a strange medicine spiritual liquid and take it to the king of Situ family?" Why? Ning Xiaochuan was very upset about monk Tanqian and wanted to take back the 5 million basalt stones. Monk Tanqian said slowly, "Boil the miraculous medicine into a medicinal juice, and most of the medicine in it will be lost. If you can harden it into a miraculous liquid, you can give full play to the power of the miraculous medicine, which is more helpful to the injury of the Situ king." Ning Xiaochuan had promised Situ Jing to help his grandfather heal. Naturally, there was no reason to refuse. Take the magic medicine from monk Tanqian's hand and hold it in the palm of his hand. Wow! The yin-yang open fire surged out of Ning Xiaochuan's body, burning that blade of grass into medicinal powder, forming a mass of medicinal mist. All the medicinal powders were carried to the heart-nourishing tripod by Tianwu Yuanqi. By using the means of a heart-nourishing master, they mobilized their anger, melted the basalt, added with heart-nourishing herbs, and quenched again. To quench and refine the miraculous medicine, you can only use Xianhua, and you must also match it with the ground shancher to quench and refine the miraculous medicine liquid. These are not difficult for Ning Xiaochuan. It was not long before he quenched the leaf of the blood-eating grass into 12 drops of blood-red miraculous medicine. Once again, Tianwu's vitality was turned, wrapped in 12 drops of blood-red miraculous medicine liquid, which was carried outside the body, flowed out of the fingers, and dropped into the mouth of the king of Situ family. The miraculous medicine liquid quickly integrated into the body of the Situ king, entered the blood, formed a blood-red glow, and wrapped the body of the Situ king. A smell of medicine emanated from the pores of the Situ king, and diffused into the air, forming wisps of smoke. The original dry body of the Situ king gradually swelled up and gave birth to vigorous vitality. Ning Xiaochuan pinched the wrist of the Situ king and mobilized his mind to enter the blood of the Situ king and flow through every corner of his body along the blood. After a while, Ning Xiaochuan withdrew his mind and said, "It's really poisonous. What poison can make the strong in the 5th step of heaven ladder fall?" Zihanyan stood beside Ning Xiaochuan, gently pursed his lips and stared at the Situ king lying on the incense table. This is the venom extracted from the bile of a monster. It only takes a drop to poison the strong man of the 5th step of the ladder of heaven. However, there should be less than a drop of poison in the king of Situ family, otherwise, it will not last until now. Ning Xiaochuan wrote. With the cultivation of the Situ family king, it is impossible not to notice that someone poisoned him. How did that person do it? Zihanyan's mind was ingenious, and he noticed the unreasonable place. It's very simple. Because the person who plotted against the king of Situ clan smeared the poison on the shadowless needle, took the unexpected hand, and injected the shadowless needle into the king of Situ clan, thus poisoning the king of Situ clan. Ning Xiaochuan's mind is many times stronger than ordinary people, and he has found the location of the shadowless needle in the king's body of Situ clan. He pressed his palm on the back and waist of the Situ king to mobilize the power of the magic sword. In the palm, a powerful suction force appeared, condensed into a golden vortex, and sucked out a half-inch long needle. The shadowless needle was suspended in the palm of Ning Xiaochuan's hand and was wrapped by the golden Tianwu vitality. "The needle is in the palm of your hand?" Zen Toad asked, curiously. Ning Xiaochuan nodded. Zen Toad opened his eyes and looked hard, but he still couldn't see anything. "Why can't I see anything?" Ning Xiaochuan laughed. "Don't say it's you. I'm afraid even the king of Situ family didn't know there was a poisonous needle in his body. The shadowless needle is very thin, many times thinner than his hair, and it's impossible to see it with the naked eye. Only when the mind power is strong enough to a certain extent, can he sense its existence. It's estimated that even the general mind power of heaven and man may not be able to sense the shadowless needle. Shadowless needle itself has no lethality. Even if it passes through human body, it will not cause damage to people. However, if it is smeared with highly toxic on the needle for sneak attack, I'm afraid that heaven and man will fall because of it. Although it's just a needle, its value is even more expensive than the 8th-grade Xianware. It's really a good thing." Ning Xiaochuan stored the shadowless needle and looked at the king of Situ family lying on the incense table again, saying, "The shadowless needle has been taken out, and the power of the miraculous medicine spirit liquid is enough to completely dissolve the toxicity in the king of Situ family. The king of Situ family has deep cultivation, and it should not be long before he wakes up." Outside the Buddhist temple, the wind and cloud suddenly changed. The shrill sound of the Xian beast came from the sky, which frightened the low martial arts in the slum. Knowing that there was a top strength approaching, they all hid. A gorgeous car was pulled by 3 high-level mysterious beasts, flew down from the sky, and stopped steadily outside the temple. Situ Nanlai sat in the car and didn't get out of the car. He said, "My brother was really kidnapped by you." Ning Xiaochuan, dare you deny it? Why should I deny it? Is it wrong for me to take the Situ family king here to heal? Ning Xiaochuan has ground shancher on his body, and his confidence is naturally sufficient. Even in the face of Situ Nanlai, he also appears to be light and unfriendly. Heal? Heal. What a good excuse. I hired several great cardiologists, but I couldn't cure my brother's injury. Can you cure my brother's injury with a yellow mouth? Situ Nanlai laughed. Situ Nanlai naturally knew that the king of Situ clan was poisoned by ice nightmare, and only the magic medicine of channeling could detoxify it. Moreover, even if Ning Xiaochuan really gave the king of Situ family a miraculous medicine, the king of Situ family could not recover. Because there was also a shadowless needle hidden in the body of the Situ king, which sealed the life acupoint of the Situ king. Situ Nanlai was absolutely sure, so he didn't believe that a young martial artist could cure the Situ family king at all. Hua hua. Lei Yun arrow team wearing iron armor surrounded the whole temple, put 3-meter-long arrows on the bow, and pulled the bow open, ready to shoot all the people in the temple at any time. Haha. Ning Xiaochuan, Lao Duo is very interested in your ancient bronze lamp. If you give it to me, Lao Duo will immediately turn around and leave. A purple vine grew from the ground and extended to a height of 100 meters. It turned into a long bridge interwoven with vines, and extended to the outside of the Buddhist temple. Feng Muwing stood on the vines, holding a purple stick, smiling and staring at Ning Xiaochuan below. Ning Xiaochuan's face remained unchanged and said, Feng Muwing, I advise you to suppress your greed, otherwise, I'm afraid you'll worry about your life today. It doesn't matter. It's worth fighting for an old life for a 9-grade mysterious weapon. Feng Muwing laughed. I've said all my advice. Since you can't listen, it's your own fault to die here. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Feng Muwing had already found out the reality of Ning Xiaochuan. Even if Ning Xiaochuan used 9 xuanqi, he was sure to kill Ning Xiaochuan. Therefore, in his view, Ning Xiaochuan's advice is simply nonsense and will not be taken to heart at all. Oh. Young Master Ning is so handsome that he is angry. This princess is a little crazy. Ning Xiaochuan, why don't you think about it and let this princess verify your integrity for you? If you are really a Tianjiao that can't be seen for thousands of years, this princess can not only help you survive life and death, but also give birth to a little fox girl. Princess Diyu crossed in the air, her long legs were soft and thin, and her long skirt was flying. Standing on the top of an old wall in the distance, she looked very charming. Her expression is like a smile, but it gives people a very serious feeling. However, she was not too close to Ning Xiaochuan, deliberately keeping a certain distance, and seemed to be on alert. Princess Diyu doesn't despise Ning Xiaochuan as much as Situ Nanlai and Feng Muwing. On the contrary, she regards Ning Xiaochuan as a great enemy and knows that Ning Xiaochuan has powerful means, some of which can compete with heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the courtyard, smiled faintly, and said, Princess Diyu, your talent is still very high, are you willing to be my Xian beast war pet? Princess Diyu's talent is really not comparable to that of ordinary fox women. If she can be accepted as the war pet of Xian beast, her combat effectiveness is still considerable. Situ Nanlai and Feng Muwing both know the origin of Princess Tanyue, and even they dare not offend Princess Tanyue. Ning Xiaochuan dares to claim that she will be the pet of Xian beast war. If such treacherous words spread to the great wilderness, I'm afraid there will be countless fierce beasts coming to Jiuyue Xinjiang to cut Ning Xiaochuan. Although Princess Diyu wanted to find out Ning Xiaochuan's talent level, she had a noble status since childhood and was respected by countless people. Ning Xiaochuan dared to say that she was accepted as the pet of Xian beast war, which naturally made her extremely angry. Then it depends on who can accept who. Princess Diyu sneered. Ning Xiaochuan looked around and said, now you still have a chance to escape. If anyone wants to escape, I'll definitely let him live. But once you start, if you still want to escape, I'm afraid there's no chance. Zen Toad also opened a loud voice and said, Situ Nanlai, you'd better run for your life quickly. When Brother Huining kills heavily, he will definitely bleed Jiuyue Tiancheng. He can't live with anyone or his own life. Situ Nanlai snorted coldly and laughed in his heart. It was ridiculous that someone persuaded him to run for his life. He swore in his heart that he would tear up Zen Toad's mouth later to see who should run for his life. Princess Diyu, run away. If Brother Ning really catches you, he will not only let you have a little fox girl, but at least have a litter. You can't get along with anyone, and don't go over with your own body. I'm afraid you can't bear it. Zen Toad said carelessly. Princess Diyu was also a little speechless. Her snow-white and slender jade fingers became extremely sharp and grew jade crystal claws, which were extremely sharp. Don't hold it in your heart. Since you don't want to run for your life, you should be brave and kill quickly. Zen Toad was very arrogant, without any scruples, and said by name, Situ Nanlai, you won't really be scared? Kill. Situ Nanlai spits a word out of his mouth and rushes out of the car, just like a white streamer, stopping dozens of meters above the ground. Seeing Situ Nanlai standing, Chan Toad immediately withdrew and hid behind Ning Xiaochuan. As soon as Situ Nanlai's arm was lifted, a huge handprint was pressed down, just like a giant's hand. Every finger was as thick as a column, and every piece of skin was as hard as iron. This is not the palm condensed by the vitality of martial arts, but the real flesh and blood palm, which is so powerful that it is suffocating. The martial magic power cultivated by Situ Nanlai, Giant's Hand, consumes a lot of giant's blood and countless mysterious drugs, and the magic power cultivated. It can be said that Situ Nanlai's combat effectiveness has been cultivated to be as strong as one hand of heaven and man. The power of heaven and man has gone beyond the scope of secular martial arts. Even with just one hand, it can easily kill the strong in the fifth step of the heaven ladder. Situ Nanlai played this martial arts magic, startling Princess Diyu and Feng Muing. He secretly said that he was worthy of being the new king of Situ family, and his combat power was really terrible. Even if I use the Jiuping Xuanqi, I'm afraid he can block the Jiuping Xuanqi with his palm. Princess Diyu had a little urgent need for Situ Nanlai, who was no weaker than her. The big handprint made by Situ Nanlai covered everyone in the temple and naturally wrapped his brother. He just wants to use this blow to completely get rid of the king of Situ clan. If the ancestors of the clan ask in the future, they can blame Ning Xiaochuan and others. When Situ Nanlai's palm was pressed down, Ning Xiaochuan had a 12-meter-high black skeleton beside him. The whole body of the black skeleton was wrapped in red flames. He raised his arms and blocked the big handprint of Situ Nanlai. What? Situ Nanlai naturally felt the terrible smell emanating from the black skeleton's body. His face changed violently and he immediately withdrew his palm. However, it was late. The black hole suddenly punched out and hit Situ Nanlai's palm, breaking the bones of Situ Nanlai's whole arm, bursting his skin and bleeding. Situ Nanlai spent countless resources to cultivate the Hand of Giants, which was thus abolished. Ah! How could this happen? Situ Nanlai was shocked out by that powerful force, and he couldn't resist it at all. He felt quite desperate, and his most powerful magic power was abolished. Just a blow. Ow! The black skeleton flew away, grabbed Situ Nanlai's arm and tore it suddenly. Poof! Situ Nanlai's arm was broken at the sound and completely destroyed. At the moment when the black skeleton rushed out, Princess Diyu knew that the matter was bad, and immediately launched the fastest body method to escape. She has seen the power of black skeletons in the burial mountain. Under heaven and man, there is no one to stop. Feng Muing reacted a little later than Princess Diyu, but she ran away immediately without any hesitation. He regretted that he had known that he should have followed Ning Xiaochuan's advice and not be greedy. Unfortunately, regret again? After the black skeleton tore Situ Nanlai's arm off, he killed Feng Muing, and instantly chased after Feng Muing and punched his vest. It's too fast. Feng Muing's heart jumped, immediately turned around, raised the purple stick, mobilized the vines all over the sky, condensed into hundreds of strong vines, and wanted to entangle the black skeleton. Bang bang! The purple vine was forcibly torn open by the black skeleton. The black bone fist, a punch in the past, hit Feng Muing to vomit blood, his chest sunken, and his body fell to the ground. After Feng Muing fell to the ground, his face was so pale that he clenched his teeth and inserted the purple wood stick into the ground. The vitality of martial arts in the body is injected into the purple wood staff. That purple wood stick is made of the wood core of a shanling wood, which contains strong wood-walking force. It was urged by the phoenix wood wang, and immediately turned into a towering tree, growing thousands of branches and leaves. Those branches and leaves intertwined to form a huge ball. Boom! The black skeleton just stepped down with one foot, and all the purple wood was shattered. It stepped on the ground hard, forming a big footprint 5 meters deep. Feng Muing had already escaped into the ground and wanted to escape, but he was shocked out by the black skeleton. His body was bloody and badly injured. Step 5. The strong man of the ladder of heaven didn't even have a chance to escape in front of heaven and man. That purple wood staff has long been broken into 3 sections. Spare my life. Feng Muing was really regretful, spitting blood and pleading to the black skeleton. The black skeleton had no feelings and punched out, smashing Feng Muing's head to shreds, splashing fresh blood on the wall, leaving a bloody wall. When the black skeleton went to hunt down Feng Muing, Situ Nanlai, who had broken his arm, escaped. However, he did not choose to escape, but prepared to fight to the death. The black skeleton is just a puppet, and the person who really controls it is Ning Xiaochuan. As long as Ning Xiaochuan is killed, the black skeleton naturally cannot exert its power. Situ Nanlai sealed the wound on his shoulder and ordered, Lei Yun arrow team, kill everyone in the temple. More than 100 martial arts masters who surrounded the Buddhist temple shot Lei Yun arrows at the same time, and most of them flew towards Ning Xiaochuan. Each thundercloud arrow is like a bolt of lightning, which has strong penetration and can penetrate the body of the strong in the ladder of heaven. Wow! At this time, the body of the Situ king, who was originally lying on the incense table, rushed out of a yellowish vitality. The earthy yellow vitality is like freezing the air. Those thunder arrows rushed into the yellow vitality, and their speed immediately slowed down, like falling into a quagmire. Finally, they stopped completely and fell to the ground. Everyone looked at the incense table. Xuanwu wore gas. Brother, your injury. Is it really cured? Situ Nanlai was trembling all over, staring at the Situ king lying on the incense table, clenching his teeth tightly, unwilling to believe this is the truth. Did Ning Xiaochuan really cure him? He doesn't believe it. He will never believe it. It is impossible for anyone to take out the shadowless needle in the whole Jiuyue territory. However, the Xuanwu War Qi is known as the martial magic power with the first defensive power. Besides Situ Bailing, who else can cultivate the Xuanwu War Qi to this extent? Situ Nanlai, do you also know fear? The medicinal gas on the surface of Situ family king's body was completely recovered from his body, sat up from the incense table, fell to the ground, and walked steadily towards Situ Nanlai. Situ Nanlai stepped back slightly, but immediately stabilized his pace and sneered, I didn't expect. A boy in his early 20s actually cured you. This is a contradiction within the clan, and Ning Xiaochuan is too lazy to intervene. Since the king of Situ family has recovered from his injury, how to deal with it is his business. Ning Xiaochuan, Zihanyan and Zen Toad all retreated. Outside the temple, the Lei Yun arrow team was fully prepared again, bent their bows and arrows, and wanted to shoot a wave of Lei Yun arrows again. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes turned cold into a colorful streamer and rushed out of the temple. He constantly changed his body shape and cut the magic sword out. His body method was like a ghost, and his sword chi was like a rain waterfall. Walking around the temple, when he returned to the temple again, the whole Leiyun arrow team had been destroyed, and more than 100 martial arts masters fell to the ground, with crimson blood flowing from their necks. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the Buddhist temple, his eyes looking at the four directions, and he said in a loud voice, "The strong man hidden in the dark, had better give me a little peace." This is the internal gratitude and resentment of the Situ clan. Let them solve it by themselves. If anyone dares to intervene, he will die. The black skeleton carried the body of Fang Muing back to the temple and dragged the bloody body into the Buddhist hall. There were many strong people hiding in the dark, but they were all stunned by Ning Xiaochuan's words. There's no way. Ning Xiaochuan does have this energy. Even strong as Fang Muing has been killed, and even the whole Leiyun arrow team has been killed in a few breaths. Who dares to act rashly? Ning Xiaochuan walked into the Buddha hall and was very interested in the body brought back by the black skeleton. That's great. Feng Muing is the realm of the fifth step of the ladder of heaven. He uses his blood to make the lamp oil of the bronze ancient lamp, and the power of the bronze ancient lamp will be strong again. Outside the Buddhist hall, the king of Situ clan's eyes were frozen, and the aura emitted completely shrouded Situ Nanlai, saying in a deep voice, "Situ Nanlai, with your cultivation, you can't sneak attack me." 3 years ago, who was behind me? Situ Nanlai said with a grim smile, "You are always so confident. Am I really not your opponent?" The king of Situ family said, 3 years ago, your giant hand has not been successfully cultivated, nor has it reached the realm of the fifth step of the ladder of heaven. Without someone behind you, can you have your current cultivation? Situ Nanlai said, "So what? At least I'm stronger than you now, and more qualified to be the king of Situ clan." Really? The king of Situ family said, "Then show your magic power as soon as possible and see how much you have improved in the past 3 years. Situ Biling, you just recovered from your injury. Have you really recovered to the peak? I think you are still very weak now. In your current state, you can't be my opponent." When Situ Nanlai said this, he had already shot. A red axe was taken out and the king's neck was cut off. Although he broke his arm, the blood gas in his body was still very strong. On the contrary, the king of Situ family has just recovered from his injury, and the blood gas in his body has not recovered, so he is in a weak period. Situ Nanlai thought that as long as he could kill the Situ family king, he still had a chance to turn over. However, the axe he cut out did not cut off the head of the Situ king, but was pinched by the Situ king with one hand. How can it be? I hit with all my strength, and you can't catch it with one hand. That's the power of heaven and man, and you have reached the realm of heaven and man. Situ Nanlai's brain was shocked, and he couldn't believe it was true. Beg. Beg. Beg for a monthly ticket. Situ Nanlai, holding a red scale axe of the 8th grade Xuanqi level, struck with all his strength, which was enough to cut mountains and rivers. Even the strong man who was also the 5th step of the ladder of heaven could only avoid its edge. However, the king of Situ family caught the axe with one hand and clamped the axe blade with 2 fingers, as if he didn't use much power. Every finger is like a pair of iron tongs. No matter how strong Situ Nanlai uses, he cannot shake the fingers of the Situ king. Bang! The king of Situ family took the red scale axe from Situ Nanlai's hand, took a step forward, and with one palm, he flew Situ Nanlai out, and walked step by step. I used to be the king of Situ clan. Most of the time, I was busy taking care of the trivial affairs of the clan and cultivating martial arts, without any flaws. On the contrary, in the past 3 years, I was sick in bed, experienced great setbacks, great degradation, great endurance and great enlightenment, and unexpectedly understood the last step of heaven and man. Sometimes, people may really need to experience life and death to realize the Tao. Situ Nanlai got up from the ground, knelt on the ground, and said in fear, "Brother, brother, I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Please let me go." The king of Situ family came to Situ Nanlai, and the aura of heaven and man completely suppressed Situ Nanlai, saying, "Say it. Who is the person behind you? After saying it, I will spare your life." Situ Nanlai struggled for a long time, looked at the cold eyes of the Situ family king, and finally made use of his mind to speak to the Situ family king. The difference is only one realm, but it is the difference between heaven and earth. There is no chance of turnover at all. Although Situ Nanlai was unwilling, he could only admit his fate. After hearing the voice of Situ Nanlai, the king of Situ clan turned gloomy, and his eyes were extremely cold. "It's him." Bang! The king of Situ family slapped Situ Nanlai in the heart, beat Situ Nanlai upside down, fell to the ground, and spit out a mouthful of blood. You ruined my martial arts heart palace. If you do something wrong, you will naturally be punished." The king of Situ clan thought of the old love and let Situ Nanlai live. However, he could not really let Situ Nanlai leave, so as to avoid endless trouble, so Situ Nanlai's cultivation was abolished. The king of Situ clan no longer looked at Situ Nanlai lying on the ground. He returned to the Buddhist hall with a smile on his face and said, "Everyone, thank you for saving your life. Situ Biling is very grateful. Ba. Benefactor Situ is worthy of being the head of a big family." Indeed, there is a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment. We are all friends, so we don't need to say much about our gratitude. If there is a place to taste black stones, we won't give me any more? Monk Tanxian stretched out a Buddha's hand, which seemed impolite at all. "This. The 3 ground xianxue, given to the master, are all the ground xianxue on me. If the master needs other ground xianxue, he can go back to Situ family with me," said the king of Situ clan. Daipen xianxue is the top xianxue. Even a big family like Situ clan has not much stored. If in the past, the king of Situ family could only mobilize 3 pieces of ground-grade basalt at most. Now, when the king of Situ family stepped into the realm of heaven and man, the number of ground-grade basalt that can be mobilized is naturally more. Ning Xiaochuan and Monk Tanxian are both happy. What are you waiting for? We will return to Situ clan now. Monk Tanxian rubbed his palm and couldn't wait. It's time to go back. The king of Situ clan's face became serious, and his body exuded a frightening momentum, like turning into the center of heaven and earth, and the mysterious qi in the surrounding space was running around him. He just inhaled, and then sucked all the xuanqi in this space into his body, transforming it into Tianwu vitality, so as to restore his own strength. Previously, he had just recovered from his injury and was indeed very weak. With the cultivation of heaven and man, even if it is very weak, it is not difficult to suppress a martial artist in the 5th step of heaven ladder. At this moment, his strength is rapidly restored, and his momentum is rising. The whole person seems to be integrated with heaven and earth. It gives people an illusion that he is like a towering mountain, with the sky on his head and the ground on his feet. If he plays a magic trick casually, it will be earth-shattering. This is the real power of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and could clearly feel the gap between himself and heaven and man. If you say, Ning Xiaochuan is a huge stone, which can crush people to pieces, then, the king of Situ family is a mountain. No matter how fierce the power of 10,000 gene boulders is, it can't hurt the mountain at all. The king of Situ clan is recovering and demonstrating the martial arts of heaven and man to Ning Xiaochuan and others. Heaven and man preach. A heavenly being was deliberately teaching them the way to understand the martial arts. Opportunities could not be met, and Ning Xiaochuan immediately mobilized all 7 minds to understand the martial arts spread by the heavenly being. Half an hour later, the momentum of the king of Situ family gradually recovered in his body, and his vitality had returned to its peak, and naturally stopped evolving martial arts. Although it was only half an hour, Ning Xiaochuan felt that he had gained a lot and was almost about to break through the bottleneck and reach the realm of the third step of the ladder. It's just that it's still a little short of a breakthrough opportunity. When the king of Situ family stepped into the realm of heaven and man, Ning Xiaochuan and others naturally became more reckless and swaggered towards Situ family. When he came to the gate of Situ clan, Zen Toad slapped out and blasted the 4 guards guarding the gate. He laughed and said, unexpectedly, he dared to block the Buddha's way. The Buddha is in a good mood today, so he won't eat you. Haha. With wild words, a 9-level Xian beast dared to go to the Situ clan, and really thought there was no one in the Situ clan? A middle-aged man in his 30s came out with a group of martial arts strongmen and surrounded the Zen Toad in the center. The middle-aged man recognized the Zen Toad and said coldly, "It's you, a 9-level mysterious beast. You came back with the traitor Situ Jing a few days ago. Situ Jing was captured, but you ran away. I didn't expect you to dare to come back. It's like throwing yourself into the net. Come on, take it down and have a good interrogation." All those martial artists killed the Zen Toad, and the magic power of martial arts fell overwhelmingly, swallowing the Zen Toad. Bang! Bang! Zen Toad laughed and punched out his fists, smashing all the fighters out and knocking them down. Haha. Boy, don't blame the Buddha for not reminding you. It's best not to stand on Situ Nanli's side. Be careful that your head is not protected. Zen Toad rolled his sleeve and grabbed the chest of a middle-aged martial artist in his 30s, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth and laughing. Don't be complacent too early. When the clan king comes back after cleaning up Ning Xiaochuan, you will die. The middle-aged man, whose cultivation reached the 9th level of the earth respect said. The Situ people didn't know that Situ Nanli had been abolished, and thought it was easy for Situ Nanli to clean up Ning Xiaochuan. Inside the mansion, more martial arts masters came out, including many older martial arts masters, each of whom was strong and arrogant, holding Xuanqi, staring at Zen Toad like a great enemy. They all know that Zen Toad's cultivation is powerful and can't be underestimated. A few days ago, they killed more than 10 strong men in Situ clan's territory, and finally broke through and escaped. An old man who guarded the golden staff came out of the gate of the Situ family, with a dark gold robe on his shoulders and silver hair on his temples, and said, "Situ Jing is so miscellaneous. Zhong Lianhe, the subordinate of the king of Qing, wants to deal with the Situ family, and has been taken down by the king of the family. You fierce beast dare to break into the Situ family, and really think the Situ family is where you can come and go if you want?" Zen Toad's eyes stared at the old man holding the gold stick. He said with a smile, "At last, there is an old guy with good cultivation. The 4th step of the ladder must still have a say in the Situ family. Listen to me, the Situ family king is about to return to the Situ family. Situ Nanli has been abolished by him. People who know the times had better open the door and kneel outside the door to meet him, so that the Situ family king will not have good fruit to eat after autumn. The vast majority of the monks in Situ clan are the cronies cultivated by Situ Nanli, and naturally stand on Situ Nanli's side." Nonsense. The cultivation of the clan king is profound. No one is his opponent under heaven and man. How can it? Before the old man with the gold stick finished speaking, he saw a bloody man dragged by Ning Xiaochuan to the gate of Situ family and threw him on the ground mercilessly. That bloody man is not the king of Situ clan, Situ Nanli. The warriors of Situ clan were frightened to see Situ Nanli lying on the ground like a dead dog. Among them, some young warriors shivered even more, and looked at Ning Xiaochuan and Zen Toad with a little more fear. It is worthy of being a subordinate of King Qingyu. It is so arrogant that it dares to brazenly abolish the king of Situ clan. Too arrogant. The old man holding the gold staff was also frightened. His old fingers trembled and said, You are so hateful. You dare to be detrimental to the king of Situ family. Even if you are the subordinates of King Chingy, you will die. Fourth, do you have a share in Situ Nanli's sneak attack on me? A shadow passed through the street and stood outside the gate of Situ clan. That shadow overlapped and condensed into the body of the Situ king. A pair of eyes were like two stars, emitting a powerful deterrent, which made the old man holding the gold stick tremble all over. Big brother. You're really cured. The old man holding the gold stick lowered his arrogant head and knelt on one knee, no longer proud as before. Under the powerful pressure of heaven and man, those martial artists of Situ clan put away their xuanqi one after another and knelt down on the ground. No one dared to produce a trace of resistance. Zen Toad rubbed his wrist and said, I told you so long ago, but I didn't listen. It's really a group of people who don't cry without seeing the coffin. There was a strong wave of vitality from the Situ family's residents. Ning Xiaochuan's mind was aware of the wave, raised his head, stared into the depths of the Situ family's mansion, and saw a huge white shadow rising from the sky, condensed into a human shadow. The momentum of that human shadow was strong, giving people a suffocating pressure, and said, Biling, it seems that you have broken through the realm of heaven and man, which is really a great joy for my Situ family. Since your injury has healed, then continue to take over the throne of the Situ family. Dare to call the name of the king of Situ clan directly. It seems that the ancestor of Situ clan came forward in person. Even the ancestors of Situ clan spoke in person. Who dares to disagree? The king of Situ family returned to Situ family again, and did not launch a bloody purge, but executed several people closest to Situ Nanli. It is obvious that the king of Situ family does not want to lose the vitality of Situ family, and plans to make things smaller. Situ Jing naturally released himself from the prison. He simply changed his clothes and immediately rushed to the lobby, laughing, Master, Brother Ning, Brother Chan Toad, thank you for treating Grandpa. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid my grandpa and I would have died in Situ Nanli's hands. Monk Tan Qian looked at the back of Situ Jing eagerly, looked for a long time, added his lips, and said, Ba. Situ benefactor, your grandfather promised to thank us with Xianshi. Do you know this? The big monk was rude, and even took the initiative to ask for Xianshi. He was as thick-skinned as the city wall. Situ Jing laughed loudly and immediately ordered people to carry the basalt in from the outside, which was full of 2 boxes. Situ Jing opened 2 large boxes, and the light of Xianshi came out. It was colorful and full of xuanqi. There are both top-grade basalt and middle-grade basalt. The light is very bright, like stars, which makes people unable to open their eyes. 8 million Xianshi. Grandpa said, this is the incense money for Buddhism. Situ Jing said. A young girl in white came in from the outside with an emerald tray and stopped beside Situ Jing. Situ Jing opened the lid of the emerald tray, and there were 8 ground basalt stones in it, each of which was of standard size, and the mysterious gas emitted was quite thick, as if to turn the air into a liquid. Brother Ning, I know that you need the ground product Xianshi. These 8 ground product Xianshi are presented to you. Thank you. Situ Jing slightly motioned to the young girl, and the young girl presented 8 pieces of ground product basalt to Ning Xiaochuan. After all, the local Xianshi is quite precious. Being able to take out 8 pieces has shown considerable sincerity. Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't be polite, so he accepted all 8 pieces of ground-grade basalt. Ba. Why is it deep pin Xian stone that was given to benefactor Ning, but ordinary Xian stone that was given to me? In fact, I did the most to cure the king of Situ clan. Monk Tan Qian was a little unwilling. He brazenly walked up to Situ Jing and wanted to bargain. Situ Jing said, Master, what you want is incense money, but you don't necessarily need deep pin Xian stone. You used a deep Xian stone to swindle 5 million pieces of Xian stone from Brother Ning. Are you going to continue swindling from Brother Ning? Bah. Naturally, I'm not that vulgar person. Just ordinary basalt. Disciple, take all the basalt away, as a teacher. Monk Tanqian also knew that even if he wanted to come to the place to taste xianshi, he could not sell it to Ning Xiaochuan at a high price, so he would no longer bargain with Situ Jing. Zen Toad put away the 2 boxes of xianshi, patted Situ Jing on the shoulder and said, "Brother Situ, your grandfather will definitely not continue to be the king of Situ clan when he reaches the realm of heaven and man. I'm afraid you will become the new king of Situ clan in a short time." After reaching the realm of heaven and man, martial artists almost won't pay attention to the interest struggle in the clan and began to devote themselves to cultivation. After Situ Jing's grandfather controlled the situation of Situ clan, 8 out of 10 and 9 would pass the position of clan king to Situ Jing. Situ Jing shook his head and said, "Grandpa mentioned this to me earlier, but I won't take over Situ clan. I plan to go to Tiandi Mountain and take the Tianmen exam. If I can cross Tianmen and become an inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain, I can go further in martial arts in the future." Tianmen exam? Ning Xiaochuan and Zen Toad showed surprise. Every 100 years, Tiandi Mountain will hold an exam at Tianmen, and recruit talented disciples in the whole North Xinjiang. If you can pass the exam, you can become an inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain, and it is just around the corner to reach the realm of heaven and man. The kings of the 9 families have received the admission order for Tianmen exam, and each family has only 2 places. Situ Jing added, "However, it's quite good to have 2 places. After all, Tiandi Mountain mainly recruits Taoist disciples, and only a small number of martial arts disciples. I guess the number of places in the 4th Avenue Temple must be more than that of our 9 families." Ning Xiaochuan also probably understood the meaning of Tianmen examination through the explanation of Situ Jing. It's Tiandi Mountain that recruits disciples. At that time, all the talented heroes of human civilization managed by Tiandi Mountain will rush there, and the young monks of 12 5-level civilizations, thousands of 4-level civilizations, and uncountable lower civilizations will gather together, which can be regarded as a real gathering. In addition to the human civilization under the management of Tiandi Mountain, North, many human monks of other civilizations in Xinjiang will also rush to take the exam. After all, the territory of Tiandi Mountain is only from the north. A corner of Xinjiang. North. There are also several big families established by the descendants of ancient gods in Xinjiang, and Tianzong, which was born with gods, can also compete with Tiandi Mountain. Of course, as long as you can make a splash on the Tianmen exam, you can become famous in the whole north. Xinjiang. There are not many admission orders issued by Tiandi Mountain, and every civilization has a number of restrictions. For example, Jiuyue Xinjiang belongs to the medium-sized 5-level civilization, and the total number of admission orders received is estimated to be less than 100. It is estimated that there are only 1 or 2 places for those 4 civilizations. The number of candidates for the examination order is mainly given to the high-level Wuping civilization under the seat of Tiandi Mountain, as well as the external disciples cultivated by Tiandi Mountain itself. The number of geniuses of that advanced 5-level civilization is definitely dozens of times more than that of the intermediate 5-level civilization like Jiuyue Xinjiang. It's not surprising that even if you get thousands of admission places. Of course, there are also many talented casual practitioners who want to worship Tiandi Mountain and will also take advantage of the opportunity of Tianmen examination to rush there. If they can show strong talents during the exam, they will still have the opportunity to be selected by the predecessors of Tiandi Mountain, who are called the inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain. When Ning Xiaochuan and others were discussing the Tianmen exam, Zi Hanyan was not happy at all, and sat in the corner without saying a word. "Brother Ning, with your talent, if you go to take the Tianmen exam, you will definitely be famous in the north. Xinjiang, even the 3 kings and 2 fairies of the younger generation of Tiandi Mountain, I'm afraid their aura will be suppressed by you. By the way, Brother Ning, what are your next plans? If you want to take the Tianmen exam, I can discuss with my grandfather and give you the extra quota of Situ clan. Situ Jingdao. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Purple Hanyan and said, Purple girl, are you still thinking about your father? Situ Jing and Zen Toad also stared at Zi Hanyan. Naturally, they all saw that the relationship between Ning Xiaochuan and Zi Hanyan was somewhat abnormal. They looked at each other and showed a smile on their faces. Situ Jing said, I've heard about you, Miss Zi. It's really difficult for your father to fall into the hands of Nangong Wuyue. Once you fight him, you will definitely offend the demon Liao Hall. We Situ family want to help you, but we are also powerless. Purple Hanyan pursed his lips, with deep helplessness in his eyes, and said, I understand. Even the Purple family dare not offend the demon Liao Hall. How dare I expect Situ family to help me? Don't meddle in this matter. I'll go to Nangong Wuyue myself. No. Listen to me. Situ Jing glanced at Ning Xiaochuan slightly and said with a smile, it's not a sheep into a tiger's mouth to go to Nangong Wuyue alone. Although the Situ clan can't fight with the magic Liao Hall, I Situ Jing can do everything for my friends. What's the fear of even breaking into Nangong Mansion? Zen Toad said, count me in. Brother Ning. Miss Zi is kind and righteous to you. Even we have expressed our position. Don't you say something? Obviously, both Zen Toad and Situ Jing were looking forward to Ning Xiaochuan's face, so they would go to Nangong Mansion without hesitation to save Zi Hanyan's father. At this moment, they say these words, in fact, they also want to match Ning Xiaochuan and Purple Hanyan, so that Purple Hanyan owes Ning Xiaochuan a favor, and it's not good to run away with other men in the future. At least that's what Zen Toad thought. Ning Xiaochuan went to Zi Hanyan's body, looked at her with confident and firm eyes, and said, don't worry. With us, let alone your father is imprisoned in Nangong Mansion, even if he is imprisoned in the demon Liao Hall, we can still save him. Thank you. Purple Smoke slightly lowered his head, his heart was extremely moved, and his eyes glittered with tears, almost leaving tears. Monk, we are all going to rush into Nangong Mansion. Are you going? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Monk Tanqian frowned and said reluctantly, what are you going to do? A group of young people who don't know the greatness of heaven and earth know where Nangong Mansion is? The master of Nangong Mansion, but Tianren, is also the deputy lord of the demon Liao Hall. If you want to die, I won't go. Ba. Goodness. Don't worry about the old bald donkey. Let's just go and kill all the chickens and dogs in Nangong Mansion. However, I seem to remember that the old bald donkey's 8 million basalt stones are still on me. Zen Toad said to himself. Hearing this, Monk Tanqian's face changed slightly, and he could no longer keep calm. He spread his legs and chased up, my Shancher. Monk Tanqian finally caught up with him, frowning and chattering, it's not too late to start again. The demon Liao Hall can't afford to offend. If the Liao who is cultivating is also disturbed, I'm afraid the whole Jiu Xinjiang will not be peaceful. Ning Xiaochuan said, Monk. Buddhism doesn't say that saving one life is better than building a 7-level futu. Now we are going to save people, build a futu tower for ourselves, accumulate kindness and virtue, and remain a good person in the afterlife. Save people? Why do I think you are going to kill people? Ba. I intend to turn you into a Buddha, but you are implicated into a devil. When the Buddha knows, he will surely fall. Monk Tanqian said with a bitter face. The party rushed to Nangong Mansion, and soon reached the outside of Nangong Mansion. Nangong Mansion, the mansion of heaven and man. The natural building is extremely magnificent and magnificent. The mansion gate alone is as high as 9 feet, which is wide enough to allow 9 dragons and elephants to rank side by side at the same time. Bang bang! Zen Toad rushed up, and there was a burst of beating all the guards guarding Nangong Mansion on the ground. Who is it? This is Nangong Mansion. Ah. An old man who was the 7th heaviest in the territory of Dizun just came out, but before he could scold, he was slapped on the ground by the Zen Toad, and his spine was broken. Monk Tanqian kept sighing and chattering, Ba. Don't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Situ Jingdao, the servants and bodyguards of Nangong Mansion are not good things. Supported by the demon Liao Hall, they kill people, rob women and seize treasures in broad daylight. These things happen almost every day. Even the old people and children don't let go, and most of the victims only dare to swallow their anger. If they dare to resist, it will be even worse. All the men will be killed, and all the women will be sold to be slaves. I didn't like it before, but I also pretended to be invisible and didn't want to provoke them not. However, the 3 years of being bullied made me know that sometimes I should fight fearlessly. If you don't fight, he will intensify his efforts to bully you. Ning Xiaochuan didn't know much about what Nangong Mansion did, and didn't care whether Nangong Mansion was good or bad, just wanted to help Zihanyan save his father. If you can kill child Wu Yue and get rid of future troubles, it would be best. Boom! Zen Toad's fist became as big as a millstone. With one punch on the half-meter-thick gate, 2 steel gates flew out and crashed to the ground. Haha! It's just a broken door. Don't try to stop the Buddha. Zen Toad's killing heart soared, and he took the lead in rushing into Nangong Mansion. It has a body comparable to heaven and man, and has reached the realm of a high-level 9-level mysterious beast. Unless it is the strong man of the 5th step of the heaven ladder, no one can suppress it. Ning Xiaochuan, Situ Jing, Zihanyan and Tanqian monks also entered Nangong Mansion one after another. Nangong Mansion is located in the center of Jiuyue Tiancheng, where many families' residences are built. Those who are strong in martial arts are startled by the sound just now and look in the direction of Nangong Mansion. What's the situation? Who is so brave to tear down the gate of Nangong Mansion? Someone was so surprised that his eyes were about to fall out. At ordinary times, when people see people in Nangong Mansion, they try to avoid it, and they don't dare to provoke them at all. Even as powerful as the Purple Clan, facing the threat of Nangong Mansion, they also chose to compromise and send out the proud daughter of the Purple Clan, which shows the terrifying deterrent of Nangong Mansion. It seems that it is the genius of Situ Clan, and the proud daughter of the Purple Clan. There are 3 others I don't know. An elder of a big family was sitting on a distant tea house, looking at the direction of Nangong Mansion from a distance, and recognized Situ Jing and Zihanyan. It is said that those people are subordinates of King Qinghe, quite lawless. In the Burial Mountain, they once beat the 4 princes of the Holy Fish family into pig heads, and robbed all the 9 xuanqi of the 4 princes. A group of barbarians out of the wilderness. Only they dare to be enemies with Nangong Mansion, said a high-ranking mysterious beast. It's so bold that you don't want to go to Nangong Mansion? Someone dares to clean up Nangong Mansion. It's really a great wedding. The news that the gate of Nangong Mansion was demolished soon spread in Jiuyue Tiancheng. Many martial artists clapped their hands and rushed over without stopping to see what God-man actually did to Nangong Mansion. An old Taoist priest with a small scalper standing on his shoulder, squeezed in the middle of the chaotic street, rushed towards Nangong Mansion, and said, the old Taoist priest knew that Ning Xiaochuan would make a big mess when he came to Jiuyue Tiancheng. He thought it was enough for him to kill Fang Muing and Situ Nanlai. He didn't toss enough, but he killed Nangong Mansion again, which was to make Jiuyue Tiancheng hell. At the same time, the news also spread to the Purple and Lei families. The ancestor of the Purple Clan was also startled again, sitting on the Taisher chair, his eyes uncertain, and said, Yenner, have you also gone to the Nangong Mansion? The king of the purple clan stood in the middle of the lobby and sighed. Ning Xiaochuan saved her, so she shouldn't come back, she should leave Jiuyue. The ancestor of the Z clan shook his head and said, I think this is an opportunity to get rid of Nangong Mansion. We dare not fight against Nangong Mansion because of the drag of the family. If we are careless, thousands of descendants of the whole Z clan will be implicated. However, Ning Xiaochuan is not dragged down and can fight. Can they shake the foundation of Nangong Mansion with just a few young people? An elder of the Purple Clan said. The ancestor of the Z clan said, if you are not sure, the two old men of the Situ clan dare to let Situ Jing go to Nangong Mansion? You must not underestimate Ning Xiaochuan, who are all hidden roles. I have always suspected that there is an expert of Buddhism among them, who has some origins with the Buddhist monk 4,000 years ago, and even maybe the monk himself. Is it the missionary monk who came from the Western Buddhist Holy Land, Dari Blissful Palace? However, it is said that after the first war between him and the Supreme Master of Tiandi Mountain 4,000 years ago, he has been silent and looking for traces. If he hadn't returned to the Dari Blissful Palace, he must have been seated. After all, it has been 4,000 years, and time will kill all masters. The ancestor of the Purple Clan shook his head and said, but some time ago, in Tianzhi City in the north, the statue of Saint Buddha, described by the ancestor appeared, which startled the strong of the Lei clan. You know, the ancestor of the Purple Clan witnessed the first battle between the missionary Saint Monk and the Supreme Emperor of Tiandi Mountain. Therefore, the ancestor described the statue of Saint Buddha and recorded it on the ancestor trace file, which is exactly the same as the phantom of the statue I saw at that time. It should be the descendants of the preaching Saint Buddha, disciples, and grandchildren. People of the Z nationality naturally believe in the words of their ancestors, but if they did, they would never believe that people 4,000 years ago were still alive. After all, heaven and man only have hundreds of years of longevity. In any case, we purple people must be ready for everything. When necessary, we must help them to take Nangong Mansion. The ancestors of the Purple Clan also made up their minds to fight against Nangong Mansion and recover the lost face of the Purple Clan. Nangong Mansion. Ning Xiaochuan released all 5 Xian beasts, turned them into the body of Xian beasts, expanded into 5 hills, and launched a devastating attack on Nangong Mansion. Ow! The double-headed stone beast's body is huge, like a stone mountain, and its mouth spits out flames, destroying a large area of houses and palaces and trampling the earth to pieces. Kailan Ghost Bat Beast, Tai Sui Beast, White-Headed 9-Clawed Eagle, and Jin Jiao all show up in the form of Numenon, defeating those high-level Xian beasts cultivated in Nangong Mansion, and falling into their mouths one after another, turning them into blood food. Zen Toad, where are you going? Go to business with my teacher. Monk Tanqian held the Zen Toad and dragged it to the depths of Nangong Mansion. Master, where are you taking me? Zen Toad looked reluctant, and with a wave of his thick arm, he almost threw Monk Tanqian out. Ba. Killing and saving people will produce karma. You'd better stay away from it. Let Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing do this. The masters of Nangong Mansion are attracted by them. The defense of the treasure house must be very empty. Let's go and collect some incense money quickly. Monk Tanqian held the wrinkled Buddha robe in his hands, and his eyes kept turning, for fear that someone would find them. Zen Toad was very unhappy and said, Master, Brother Ning and Brother Situ had a lifelong friendship with us. They were fighting for life and death with the masters of Nangong Mansion outside, but we stole other people's money. They would certainly look down on us. Steal? Monk Tanqian's face suddenly changed, slapped him on the top of the head of Zen Toad, and shouted, How can a monk's business be called stealing? It's called fortune. Then go by yourself. I'm going to fight side by side with them and turn the world upside down. Zen Toad clenched his fist and turned around to leave. As soon as it turned around, a bag came down from its head. As soon as it was dark in front of its eyes, it felt like it was put into the bag. "Master, let me out." Monk Tan Qian tied up the struggling bag in his hand, and then, carrying it on his back, secretly walked towards the treasure house of Nangong Mansion. "Don't move. After entering the treasure house later, help me carry some incense money for the teacher." Ba. Fate has arrived, and the incense money can't be blocked. The masters of Nangong Mansion came out one after another. One of the elders who reached the second step of heaven ladder flew to the back of the double-headed stone beast, stabbed the 7-grade Xuanqi level spear in his hand, and shot a huge crack on the back of the double-headed stone beast. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank, standing on the ground, pointing to the void. "Wow!" A blood-red magic sword flew out, pierced the body of the old man who took the second step of the ladder of heaven, and fell from the back of the double-headed stone beast. The crack on the back of the double-headed stone beast healed quickly without any damage. "Nangong Wuyue, dare to fight with me?" Ning Xiaochuan took back his magic sword, and his body soared up, valiant and valiant, like an elegant relegated fairy, gently fell on the top of a vermilion hall, looking down at a huge white stone square. On that white stone square, there are 36 bronze pillars. In the center, there is an animal-shaped stone carving more than 80 meters high, which is in the form of a tusk. Nangong Wuyue was sitting in the middle of Baisher Square, looking very light. Even if Nangong Mansion was beaten to pieces, he was not moved at all, and he was still grinding his red sword on the jade. The name Ning Xiaochuan is engraved on the jade. The imprint of that name is getting thinner and thinner. "Ning Xiaochuan. You are here. You dare to rob my woman. Your courage is really great. Hey. However, if you dare to come to Nangong Mansion, I have to admire your courage more." Nangong Wuyue picked up the red sword in his hand and looked at it, looking rather dissatisfied. He said, "The sword is a good sword, but it seems to be far worse than the magic sword in your hand." The red war sword in his hand is a 9-grade Xuanqi, named Red Liao, with the meaning of respecting Liao. Behind Nangong Wuyue stood many martial artists, Taoists, and high-level Xuanshou, all of whom were the top powers cultivated by Nangong Mansion. They gathered on the square with a sneer on their faces. Zilianshan, Zihanyan's father, was tied to the bronze column with an iron chain. 2 Hercules with the 9th level of cultivation in the territory of Dazun, holding a heavy knife, stood on both sides of the bronze column, ready to behead Zilianshan. "Dad." Zihanyan also came to the square. He was extremely hurt and rushed in the direction of Zilian Mountain. "Wow." Nangong Wuyue walked out of a dark old Taoist behind him, holding a whisk in his hand and waving it towards the void, forming an invisible wind that blew the purple smoke back. The Taoist priest's name is Han Shenzi. His cultivation reached the 3rd step of heaven ladder, and he has a good position in Nangong Mansion. Zihanyan didn't realize the ladder of heaven. Naturally, he was far from his opponent. "Zihanyan, if you are my son's cauldron, your father will not suffer. It's not good for you to walk with Ning Xiaochuan." Nangong Wuyue stared at her with a playful smile, trying to force her to obedience. Ning Xiaochuan flew down from the top of the hall, stood beside Zihanyan, looked at Nangong Wuyue, and then cast his body method to rush towards Zilianshan. He plans to save people first, and then clean up Nangong Wuyue. Qua. It's naive to want to save people. Standing behind Nangong Wuyue, the 9 Taoist priests took a step forward at the same time, and their bodies rushed out of their thick vitality, turning into 9 pillars of light rising into the sky. At the same time, they made fingerprints and beat out the Tao. On the square, array lines appeared on the surface of 36 copper pillars, which quickly turned into an aggressive array. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan flew to Zilian Mountain, the environment in the whole square immediately changed. The sky was covered by black clouds. 36 blue flying dragons rushed out of the clouds and attacked Ning Xiaochuan with open teeth and claws. Zilianshan was tied to the back of one of the blue flying dragons and passed out. Ning Xiaochuan naturally knew that he had broken into the array set by Namgong Wuyue long ago, but he was fearless, and his body rushed out of a fierce and invincible momentum, reaching between 36 blue flying dragons. He fought against the dragon with his hand, caught the blue flying dragon that bound Zilianshan, saved Zilianshan, and carried it on his back. Bang! Bang! Ning Xiaochuan's sword cut in all directions, smashing all 36 blue flying dragons into pieces of bronze. In the square, 36 bronze columns broke at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan flew out of the array and handed Zilianshan to Zihanyan. The carefully arranged array was so easily broken. How could Ning Xiaochuan's physical strength be so powerful? The 9 Taoist priests opened their eyes at the same time. Everyone took out an ancient mirror and attacked Ning Xiaochuan. The 9 Taoist priests are all in the realm of the ladder of heaven. The lowest level of cultivation is the realm of the first step of the ladder of heaven, and the highest level of cultivation is the realm of the 4th step of the ladder of heaven. At the same time, the old masters of the 9 heaven staircases are probably stronger than the 5th heaven stairway. Hua hua dash. Under their feet, they stood in 9 directions of Ning Xiaochuan, stepping on the blue virtual cloud, and shone the ancient mirror in their hands at the same time towards Ning Xiaochuan. On the mirror, 9 bright beams of light are emitted. The light column shone on Ning Xiaochuan's body, and unexpectedly penetrated through Ning Xiaochuan's body. What mysterious weapon? Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a puzzled look. Suddenly, he felt that his 3 soul seals were being refined by the 9 pillars of light, like the 9 regiments of flames burning the soul seals. Want to refine my martial spirit? Ning Xiaochuan smiled, and an ancient bronze lamp flew out, blooming with a more brilliant brilliance than the 9 ancient mirrors, forming a huge fireball that wrapped the 9 old Taoists in the fireball. Ning Xiaochuan's finger points, and the magic sword flies out. Poof! An old Taoist in the 2nd step of the ladder of heaven was pierced by the magic sword, the ancient mirror in his hand was broken, and the blood in his body was sucked dry. Ning Xiaochuan killed another old Taoist who took the 1st step of the ladder of heaven, and lightning streamed between his fingers, turning into a huge lightning claw print. The Taoist priest in the 1st step of Tianti didn't fight with Ning Xiaochuan. He quickly retreated and flew out of behind him a Taoist priest in the 3rd step of Tianti. He played a trick, condensed the precious blue ice, and attacked Ning Xiaochuan. The other 2 Taoists in the 3rd step of heaven ladder realm also played the attack method. One of them, with a thick vine, was like a whip, constantly pumping at Ning Xiaochuan. Another person's Daofa turned into a flaming beast, gave birth to a pair of claws, and grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's back. Other Taoists who took the 1st step to the ladder of heaven stood outside, played mysterious weapons, and kept sneaking attacks on Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan quickly ran the blood in his body, waved the magic sword, and displayed the sword formula of sword prison of destroying the world. 7 sword meanings emanated from his body were integrated with the magic sword, and at the same time, he fought with 8 Taoists in the ladder of heaven. He didn't use the power of the Shanshur doll, and planned to use the hands of 8 Taoist monks in the ladder of heaven to stimulate the potential in his body and cultivate the sword prison of destruction to a great perfection. Sword Formula Mahayana is the time to reach the 3rd step of heaven ladder. Ning Xiaochuan stimulated the supreme power in his body, and every drop of blood turned into the shape of a sword. The sword meaning on his body became stronger and stronger, and the speed of his sword was faster and faster. In a short time, he had already performed 182 moves to destroy the world sword prison. All around the body is sword qi. The 8 Taoist priests felt more and more pressure, like being shrouded in a cage formed by sword qi. Their Taoist robes were constantly broken, and there was sword qi in all directions. Boom. The white-haired Taoist who reached the fourth step of the ladder of heaven took a step forward. His body was wrapped in white light, exerted the power of the Dharma body, condensed a Tai Chi mark between his hands, broke the sword Qi, and fought towards Ning Xiaochuan. At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan also tried his best to stab out with a sword. There was a loud noise in his body, and Tianwu's vitality became overwhelming, and his sword intention more than doubled. Kill the World Sword Prison Mahayana. The third step is the ladder of heaven. Boo. The magic sword broke the Tai Chi mark, and a sword pierced the heart of the white-haired Taoist priest who took the fourth step of the heaven ladder. The magic sword absorbed the blood of the Taoist priest madly. How? How is it possible? The white-haired Taoist looked at the magic sword in his heart unbelievably, and his body became more and more shriveled, and finally completely turned into a mummy. The remaining 7 Taoists were startled. Looking at the magic sword in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, their hearts grew afraid. Even Nangong Wuyue in the distance suddenly stood up, and his eyes narrowed into a gap. Has the realm broken through? Poof. Poof. Ning Xiaochuan's body changed direction 7 times in a row, leaving 7 shadows on the void. Finally, the 7 shadows overlapped and stood in front of Nangong Wuyue. Behind him, 7 old men fell to the ground at the same time, and a bloodline flowed from their neck. In an instant, the killing of 7 Daomen strongmen in the heaven ladder realm really shocked everyone present. Bang! Situ Jing, carrying a purple spear, smashed the 2 gates, rushed in, fell beside Ning Xiaochuan, stared at Nangong Wuyue, and said, "Nangong Wuyue, your death is coming." Pa. Nangong Wuyue patted his palm and said with a smile, "I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. You still have 2 skills, but it's a pity that this child has broken through to the realm of the 5th step of the ladder of heaven and cultivated martial arts, and it's up to you 2 to die." As soon as Nangong Wuyue's voice fell, his body disappeared from the original place, and a red war sword stabbed out. In an instant, it stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's heart. The speed is extremely fast. Even compared with Princess Tanyue and Yu Jingshu, Nangong Wuyue's cultivation will not be any weaker. Bang! A huge black skeleton flew out, stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan, and slapped Nangong Wuyue on the shoulder. Nangong Wuyue was shocked all over. She felt that 5 mountains were pressing on her shoulders, and her bones all made a noise. She leaned forward, fell to the ground, and fell a dog to eat shit. Nangong Wuyue's face hit the ground hard, printing a big pit on the ground, and the bridge of his nose broke at the sound. When he looked up again, his face was covered with blood, and his eyes were full of unbelievable expression. How? How can it? The black skeleton kicked Nangong Wuyue away, hit his body on the huge beast-shaped stone carving, and smashed the stone carving more than 80 meters high into pieces, turning it into pieces of gravel, and rolled up the dense stone powder. All the martial artists in Nangong Mansion were trembling with fear. The powerful child Wuyue was beaten to the ground by someone. It's so dreamy that it doesn't look like a real thing. Ning Xiaochuan picked up the 9-grade Xuanqi level red scale sword, flew out of his hand, and stabbed at Nangong Wuyue's body. Cutting grass naturally requires cutting roots. Enough. A burst of drink rang out in the depths of Nangong Mansion. The red scale sword that originally flew out unexpectedly flew back and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan immediately spread out his body method and moved horizontally 5 meters away to avoid the blow of the red scale sword. Boom! The red scale war sword hit the hall behind Ning Xiaochuan, smashing the 3-story jade hall, leaving a sword pit more than 10 meters deep on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan touched a blood mark on his neck, called the black skeleton back, stood in front of him, looked into the depths of Nangong Mansion, and said with a dignified look, "I'll meet the legendary deputy hall master of Demon Liao for a while to see what kind of person it is." Ning Xiaochuan pressed his palm on the arm of the black skeleton. In his heart, a mind flew out and entered the body of the black skeleton. A fist-sized shadow of Ning Xiaochuan appeared in the heart of the black skeleton, controlling the black skeleton with his mind. At the same time, 16 blood-red magic chi appeared in the palm of the black skeleton, condensed into a huge magic sword. The black skeleton bounced, rushed more than 100 meters high, and fell into the depths of Nangong Mansion. Ning Xiaochuan's mind flew out with the black skeleton to deal with Nangong Ming, while his body remained in place. Today is just 2 chapters. I'm really tired. Update in the morning. Situ Jing, carrying a purple spear, walked towards Nangong Wuyue and said, Nangong Wuyue, today is the day when your Nangong mansion was destroyed. Hey, hey. Cough. You are too naive. Even if Ning Xiaochuan has a puppet at the level of heaven and man, he will die if he meets my father. The real heaven and man is not a puppet. Nangong Wuyue was lying in the chaos, with blood on her face, but she was still smiling. Situ Jing said, your father wanted to control the Situ clan, but he united with Situ Nanlai to sneak attack my grandfather, causing my grandfather to be ill in bed for 3 years and almost died miserably. Over the past 3 years, how many resources of our Situ clan have been embezzled by your Nangong mansion? Do you think our Situ clan will not repay this revenge? My grandfather and the ancestors of the clan, plus Ning Xiaochuan, have enough strength to let your father fall. Nangong Wuyue's face changed slightly. If there were really 3 people of heaven and man level, his father was indeed in danger. My father is the deputy leader of the Magic Liao Hall. If you dare to be an enemy to him, that is, to be an enemy to the Magic Liao Hall, your Situ clan will surely die cleanly. Nangong Wuyue clenched her teeth and roared hard. Don't think I don't know. Liao has been practicing in seclusion all year round, let alone killing your father. Even if the whole Demon Liao Hall is destroyed, it may not be able to get out of the customs. Situ Jing didn't want to talk so much nonsense with Nangong Wuyue. The spear in his hand stabbed down, penetrating his heart, and nailed Nangong Wuyue to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan controlled the black skeleton with his mind, tracked it to the depths of Nangong Mansion, and felt the power of heaven and man. That breath came from a stone mountain standing in the center of Nangong Mansion. The rock mountain is surrounded by cliffs. On the south cliff, a stone gate is cut. Above the stone gate, there is a word, Sheng. Bang! The black skeleton fell in front of the stone gate and slapped it out. The position of the stone gate lit up gorgeous brilliance, condensed into a large array, and even resisted the palm prints of the black skeleton. Boom! The power of the palm print made the whole stone mountain shake. The black skeleton retreated dozens of feet and shot again. The magic sword in his hand rushed out of the sword more than 10 meters high and waved it out. Bang! The array on the stone gate was cut and the whole stone mountain collapsed. Among the rocks, a man wearing a flaming armor was exposed, sitting on a circular stone platform, surrounded by flames, blocking all sword chi outside the circular stone platform. The man sitting on the platform closed his eyes tightly, and Tianwu vitality rushed out of his body and flowed around his body. He was like sitting in a huge red ball. Situ King and Situ ancestors stood above Nangong Mansion, hiding in a thick cloud. They are really standing in the air, not with the help of martial arts magic. Only when we reach the realm of heaven and man, can we really fly to heaven and earth. As soon as we breathe in, our body will automatically lift up and fly like a fairy. It turned out that Nangong Ming was practicing in seclusion. No wonder his son was killed and he didn't show up. Situ's ancestor twisted the beard on his chin with a smile. The king of Situ family said, he should be the second level that wants to impact the realm of heaven and man, the middle realm of heaven. It's not so easy. In Jiuyue Xinjiang, only 2 or 3 people have reached that level, and Nangong Ming is still a lot worse. Situ's ancestors said. The king of Situ family said, after reaching the realm of heaven and man, it is even more difficult to climb a heavy heaven. I can't imagine how powerful the characters on the 9 heavy heaven will be. Heaven and man have 9 heavens, one for 100 years. After reaching the realm of heaven and man, it is extremely difficult to improve each weight, but the return is great. Every time you climb the heavy sky, you will have an extra 100 years of life. If you don't reach the realm of heaven and man, being able to live for 200 years is already the limit. And reaching the 9th level of heaven and man, it can be called the 9th heaven venerable, but Xiaochuan is close to 1,000 years, and it can be called an immortal. Therefore, heaven and man have really surpassed the mundane, which is not comparable to ordinary martial arts, and is no different from the immortals in the eyes of ordinary people. Ning Xiaochuan sits on the round stone platform, surrounded by 12 ground-level basalt stones. In front of him, there was a green herb with only 3 leaves, but each leaf was as green as emerald, emitting a strong fragrance of medicine. Miraculous medicine, for channeling, quilling KO. When the stone mountain was split by the magic sword, every pore on Ning Xiaochuan's body opened, quickly absorbed the power of ground xianxue and miraculous medicine, turned into wisps of essence, and flowed into his body. 12 pieces of ground xianxue and miraculous medicine disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally completely turned into powder. He must be hitting the realm? Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Just hesitated for a moment, the black skeleton held the magic sword with both hands, displayed the sword formula of destroying the world sword soul, and stabbed a sword at Ning Xiaochuan sitting on the circular stone platform. The power of the magic sword was so terrible that it broke the protective cover outside the circular stone platform. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan's eyes suddenly opened, and a pair of eyes were like 2 black holes, as if to devour the human soul. He stretched out a palm, which condensed a shield in the shape of a ghost shell, and the magic sword was blocked. Go back. Ning Xiaochuan drank in a deep voice. His body method was as fast as lightning. With one palm, the black skeleton was blown away for tens of meters and fell to the ground mercilessly. The power of heaven and man is indeed not something a puppet can resist. Even if the puppet holds the 9 mysterious weapons, he will still lose to the real heaven and man. Cough. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan took a step forward, a sharp pain came from his abdomen, and a trace of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. It was not hurt by the magic sword, but the self-injury caused by the failure to impact the realm. Not long ago, he got a miraculous drug for channeling. He originally wanted to use the miraculous drug to hit the 2nd level of heaven and man. However, at the critical time of hitting the level, Ning Xiaochuan and others killed into Ning Xiaochuan mansion, which made his state of mind unable to calm down. However, he didn't want to give up the rare opportunity and still forcibly impacted the realm. Unfortunately, he was finally disturbed by Ning Xiaochuan, resulting in the failure of impacting the realm. Damn. I'm such a person. I had great hope of hitting the 2nd level and adding another 100 years of life, but I was destroyed by a hairy boy and wasted a miraculous psychic medicine in vain. Ning Xiaochuan's body burned with anger, and his mouth sent out a long roar, shaking most of the 9 Yutancheng. Those warriors in Ning Xiaochuan mansion were shocked to lie on the ground and felt suffocated by the power sent out by heaven and man. Those monks who had originally gathered outside Ning Xiaochuan mansion to watch the excitement were also shocked by the long roar just now. Their eardrums hurt and their brains were blank. Everyone looked at it face to face and felt the horror of that power. Ning Xiaochuan seems to be really angry. Nonsense. The gate of Ning Xiaochuan mansion was demolished, his son was killed, and the whole mansion was smoking. It was strange that Ning Xiaochuan was not angry. In other words, those subordinates of King Qinghe are really bold. They are worthy of being barbarians who came out of the wilderness. They don't pay attention to Ning Xiaochuan at all. If someone else really doesn't have the courage. Many people applaud Ning Xiaochuan mansion, which usually pretends to be a tiger, for its bad luck. The black skeleton stood up from the ground, regrouped, and attacked Ning Xiaochuan again. All of them use the simplest attack means, and fight hard with Ning Xiaochuan with brute force. The skeleton of the black skeleton is the skeleton of the black skeleton giant. The strength is concentrated in the skeleton. Each bone seems to be forged from meteorite iron, which is extremely hard. Even with the strength of Ning Xiaochuan, the skeleton of the black skeleton cannot be broken. Ning Xiaochuan was injured when he failed to hit the realm. The longer he fought with the black skeleton, the more serious his injury would become. He wanted to break the black skeleton as quickly as possible, but no matter burning it with fire or chopping it with xuanqi, he couldn't hurt the black skeleton. However, the black skeleton also has a fatal weakness. The ground product basalt in the chest was exhausted in successive wars, and the breath on the body continued to weaken, and finally completely lost its attack power. Do not move. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "It's just a puppet. When the basalt is exhausted, it's just a dead thing." Wow! The chest position of the black skeleton flew out a mental force, gathered the mysterious qi in the air, and condensed into Ning Xiaochuan's body, first the head, then the neck, chest, arms, legs, completely into human shape, which is almost no different from the real human body. This is the thought body condensed by Ning Xiaochuan using the power of mind and spirit. As long as we reach the ladder of heaven, we can only use the power of our mind to condense our thoughts. Other martial artists can only condense one thought body. Ning Xiaochuan has 7 minds, so he can condense 7 thought bodies. Ning Xiaochuan's mind took out a cyan ground basalt from the bone of the left ear of the black skeleton, and planned to put the black skeleton into the groove of the chest, so that the black skeleton could recover its combat power. Ning Xiaochuan naturally couldn't let Ning Xiaochuan succeed, and sneered, "Young generation, are you really the heir when you are an old man?" Ning Xiaochuan raised his arm, and a force of heaven burst out in his body, ready to kill Ning Xiaochuan. But just then, above the sky, 2 terrible fingerprints were pressed down, just like 2 5-finger mountains, hitting the head of Ning Xiaochuan at the same time. When those 2 forces burst out, Ning Xiaochuan's face changed wildly, and he immediately played the magic power to resist the 2 big hands. However, those 2 big fingerprints were made by 2 people at their peak, and his current injury can't resist them at all. Boom! Centered on Ning Xiaochuan's body, a 100-meter-long palm print pit appeared on the ground, which was more than 10 meters deep. Countless cracks broke out around the palm print, spread thousands of meters away, and almost tore up the whole Ning Xiaochuan mansion. And Ning Xiaochuan's body is lying in the center of the palm print pit, and I don't know whether it's life or death. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the sky and naturally knew that the man who had just shot must be 2 heavenly men of Situ clan. The Tianren of Situ clan, because they taboo Liao, is not convenient to appear in person. They can only help Ning Xiaochuan deal with Ning Xiaochuan in secret. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't care. Anyway, after killing Ning Xiaochuan, he plans to return to the Yulan Empire. He never thought of staying in Jiu Xinjiang. Even if Liao wanted to kill him, it was impossible to catch up with Yulan Empire for a Ning Xiaochuan. The second piece of ground-grade basalt, installed at the heart of the black skeleton, flows out a cyan black light. The black skeleton regained its fighting power again, and the cyan brilliance filled his body. Every bone was ringing, and his arms and legs became extremely powerful. Holding the magic sword, he walked into the palm print pit more than 10 meters deep to check whether Ning Xiaochuan was alive or dead. Boom! Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan turned over and slapped the black skeleton back. His mouth spit out a red tripod, only as big as rice, berry pocket. However, after Tianwu's vitality was injected into the small tripod, the tripod immediately swelled around it, up to 13 meters high, and the whole body turned red. The surface was cast with the marks of birds, gods, and beasts, and under it stood 3 sturdy tripod feet. Hit it! The black skeleton was knocked out by the three-legged red cloud tripod, rolled to the ground, and hit a human-shaped pit on the ground. Three-legged red cloud tripod belongs to Jiu Dang Jia. There are 3 ruins in it. Jiu Dang Jia was sacrificed by heaven and man. Its power is naturally quite terrifying, and it is simply invincible. Nan Gongming was bleeding all over. Although he was seriously injured by the palm prints of 2 heavenly people, he was still in a state of war. Holding a huge red cloud tripod, he kept bombarding the black skeleton, which made the black skeleton continue to retreat. The real heaven and man, whose power is terrible, cannot compete with them until they reach the heaven and man realm. Besides, Nan Gongming is not a martial artist who has just reached the realm of heaven and man. He has been practicing in the realm of heaven and man for nearly 60 years, and is about to break through the realm of middle heaven. Even if the black skeleton has the power to fight against heaven and man, it is difficult to compete with him. Situ Biling, Situ Yu, do you really think that a younger generation can deal with my Nan Gongming? Nan Gongming was very angry. He pinched the red cloud tripod with his hands, and the palm spit out the true fire of 9 yang, making the red cloud tripod burn more vigorously. The red cloud tripod was completely wrapped by the fire. In the fire, a door was opened, which emitted huge suction and turned into a swallowing vortex, which wanted to take in the black skeleton. Hua hua. The suction of the red cloud ding is quite strong. The ancient trees were pulled up from the ground, and the temples in Nangong Mansion flew up from the ground. The gravel on the ground, the water in the pool, and the vegetation in the garden were all collected into the red cloud ding. Once collected, even black iron will be refined into fly ash. The black skeleton squeezed the magic sword tightly with both hands, injecting all the vitality into the magic sword, making the magic sword emit a bloody red glow. On the sword body of the magic sword, a blood-red vortex was also formed, and a stronger sucking force than the red cloud tripod erupted. A blood-red vortex condensed out. 16 world-destroying qi are rotating around the sword body and spreading towards Nan Gongming and Qi Yunding. Nan Gongming's face changed slightly. Affected by the gas of destruction, he felt that the blood in his body seemed to rush out of his pores and be absorbed by the magic sword. What a terrible sword! Nan Gongming clenched his teeth tightly and pinched the red cloud tripod with one hand. Unexpectedly, he rushed forward and smashed the flame tripod at the black skeleton. Just then, above the sky, a white flying sword stabbed down and dragged its tail more than 10 meters long, hitting the head of Nan Gongming. It was also a heavenly man of the Sidhu family who shot out a flying sword of the 9th grade Xuanqi level to kill Nangong. If Nan Gongming continues to smash the red cloud tripod into the black skeleton, he will be stabbed through the head by the flying sword. There is no other way but to stop and use the red cloud tripod to resist the flying sword. Bang! The flying sword and the red cloud tripod collided, stirring out a large flame, sending out a huge sound of the Hong Zhong being knocked, shaking the earth for a while. Half of Nan Gongming's body was driven into the ground, and his mouth spat blood again. Without giving him a chance to breathe, a big hand print fell from the sky and hit his head again. As soon as he flew out of the ground, he was beaten back to the ground. The crown of his hair fell off, his long hair came down, his face was covered with blood, and he was very embarrassed. However, his body was still boiling with fighting spirit, and his eyes seemed to be able to spray flames. Poof! The black skeleton waved his magic sword and cut through Nan Gongming's waist, breaking his protective vitality and tearing out a foot-long blood hole. If Nan Gongming hadn't forcibly moved his body, the sword just now would have cut him off at the waist. If only facing a black skeleton, Nan Gongming is sure to suppress the black skeleton. However, after adding the 2 heavenly beings of his superior apprentice clan, he has no possibility of winning at all. Today, my Nan Gongming confessed to being planted. However, if I offend the demon Liao Hall, the death of your Situ clan is not far away. With a long roar, Nangong rushed up and turned into a pillar of fire, breaking through the blockade of the Black Skeleton and Situ family, and flew out of Jiu Tiancheng. Nangong Ming has been injured and doesn't want to continue fighting. He is ready to escape first. When the injury is well provided, come back and clean up everyone. If a heavenly being wants to break through and escape, even 3 heavenly beings can't stop him. No way, heaven and man have been able to fly to the sky and escape at will. There must be many means of escape. As long as there is a loophole, they can escape from the encirclement. The 2 heavenly men of Situ clan also shook their heads and sighed, letting Nangong Ming escape. There was really endless trouble. Just when Nangong Ming thought he could escape, a purple cloud rose up, cutting off his way to escape. A picture of the blue sky and the red sun unfolded, which was like an illusory world in the purple glow, sweeping towards Nangong Ming. Ancestor of the Purple Clan. As soon as Nangong Ming's face changed, he immediately urged Jianding to fight out towards the huge picture scroll. Bang! In the painting of blue sky and red sun, a red glow flew out, hitting Nangong Ming and the red cloud tripod back and falling into Nangong Mansion again. Bang! Nangong Ming just fell to the ground, smashing down a section of the wall and falling into the ruins. At this moment, the Black Skeleton immediately took the sword and cut it. Nangong Ming dodged the blade and avoided the fate of death, but he was still patted by the sword and flew out. Nangong Ming really had no choice but to fight with the Black Skeleton again. He was forced by the Black Skeleton to have a hard parry. Every time a Black Skeleton takes a sword, a mouthful of blood will spit out of his mouth. The blood of heaven and man is the place of essence and qi. Every time you spit out a mouthful of blood, the blood gas on your body will drop by 1 point. Those monks outside Nangong Mansion naturally saw the fight just now. Many people look up at the sky, but there are only clouds above the sky. How can there be a flying sword? Where is the purple glow? Just now, it must be the ancestors of Situ clan and Z clan who fought to suppress Nangong Ming and didn't allow him to escape. However, it was inconvenient for the ancestors of both clans to fight openly, so they killed Nangong Ming secretly. On the surface, it seems that only Ning Xiaochuan is fighting against Nangong Ming. In fact, the ancestors of both ethnic groups are secretly helping. Is today the day to kill heaven and man? In Jiu Xinjiang, heaven and man have not been killed for a long time. Nangong Ming also deserved to be unlucky. He offended people everywhere in the name of King Liao, and now he finally swallowed the evil fruit. There were so many people who offended that there was not even one person who came to rescue him. Those who got more help, while those who lost help little. I guess it's definitely not just the ancestors of Situ and Z families who secretly want to kill Nangong Ming. Maybe the ancestors of other big families are also ready to fight at any time. As long as Nangong Ming wants to escape, someone will fight him back. This is the wall falling down and everyone pushing. The ancestors of those big families and Taoist temples will never miss this opportunity, and it is impossible for Nangong Ming to escape. Nangong Ming's injury became more and more serious, and he played a trick to repel the Black Skeleton. Without any hesitation, he fled to the ground, intending to escape from the ground. In Jiu Tiancheng, a white-haired Taoist standing on the street showed a smile at the corners of his mouth, and the soles of his feet were fiercely stepped on the ground. A circular aperture rushed into the ground, condensed into a seal, and attacked Nangong Ming. Nangong Ming just escaped thousands of meters under the ground, and was beaten out of the ground by that huge road seal. He fell into Nangong Mansion again, and directly rolled down to the feet of the Black Skeleton. Just now, it was a heavenly man from Daomen who guarded the eastern position of Jiu Tiancheng and beat Nangong Ming back. After using this method, the white-haired Taoist immediately hid his tracks and disappeared without a trace. They don't want to fight with their own hands. After all, killing Nangong Ming is a big deal, and they may provoke Liao out. Once Liao thoroughly investigates this matter, the forces of those who take action will be devastated. However, Ning Xiaochuan is different. He's just a lonely man. After killing Nangong Ming, he can't leave Jiujiang. Liao can't find him even if he is investigated in the future. It can be said that the emergence of Ning Xiaochuan provided an opportunity to kill Nangong Ming for the major ethnic groups in Xinjiang. Without Ning Xiaochuan, no one dared to kill Nangong Ming, and they could only continue to endure being bullied by Nangong Ming. Wow! The black skeleton waved his sword and cut off half of Nangong Ming's head, and a large piece of his skull fell off. Nangong Ming's mouth made a muffled sound, his hands on the ground, and his body shot out, avoiding the second sword of the black skeleton. He stood up with disheveled hair and shouted, "You are so hateful. Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for dying with you." Nangong Ming cut his wrist open, and the blood of heaven and man flowed from it, dripping on the ground, soaking into the soil, turning the earth into blood red. A piece of blood light emanated from his body, and a mantra came out of his mouth. Those spells got into his blood and dipped into the ground, as if to wake up something? No. He wants to wake up Liao, by means of blood sacrifice. The king of Situ family immediately sent a message to Ning Xiaochuan, saying, "Run away. Liao is about to wake up." Those heavenly beings who had attacked Nangong Ming earlier also immediately hid their bodies and dared not expose them. Some of them even escaped from Jiujiang and dared not stay in Jiujiang. Rather than escape immediately, Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the black skeleton and continued to kill Nangong. This is the best chance to kill Nangong Ming. Even if you want to escape, you must get rid of him first. Poof. Magic sword, wave it and cut it out. A piece of blood spilled out. Nangong Ming's head flew out of his neck, but his face was still laughing wildly, because he had awakened Liao. All those who attacked him today should be buried with him. Ning Xiaochuan's real body rushed over, took a rope from Nangong Ming's body, and took out a scroll of martial arts scriptures from a heaven and earth cloth bag. 9 Yang True Fire Classic. This is a complete volume of martial arts classic. Nangong Ming and Nangong Wuyue are both practicing this volume of martial arts sutra. Put away the martial classics, and take away the Jiupin Xuanqi 3-foot red cloud tripod. These two things are the most important treasures of Nangong Ming. Of course, there is another thing on Nangong Ming's body that is extremely precious, that is, his real blood of heaven and man. Freeze it for me. Ning Xiaochuan sent out a chill, frozen Nangong Ming's body and put it into the Qianquan cloth bag. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a roar that shook people's souls sounded in Jiujiang. Even those heavenly people who hid their tracks were frightened by the beast roar. Ning Xiaochuan could clearly feel the cold sweat on his body, raised his head and looked up at the sky. I saw that the whole sky was covered with lead-black clouds, and the clouds kept turning. 2 huge animal eyes could be vaguely seen emerging from the clouds, which was like a demon king waking up. An invisible force emanated, completely locking Ning Xiaochuan, so that Ning Xiaochuan's body could not move. The back door of Nangong Mansion. Jia. Monk Tan Qian was carrying a big cloth bag. The bag was very bulging and his face was anxious. He opened the back door, waved back and said, "Hurry." Liao woke up. "If you don't go, you can't go away." Zen Toad rushed out of the door with several bulging bags on his back. Each bag contains hundreds of Qianquan cloth bags, and each Qianquan cloth bag is full of treasures. There's no way. There are so many treasures in the treasure house of Nangong Mansion that several Qianquan cloth bags can't be filled at all. The Qianquan cloth bag can't be put into other Qianquan cloth bags, only a big bag can be used to put these Qianquan cloth bags filled with treasures. Monk Tanqian and Zen Toad cleaned up the treasure house of Nangong Mansion and packed most of the valuable things inside. If Nangong Ming hadn't woken Liao up before he died, they must have planned to thoroughly wipe out the treasure house of Nangong Mansion. Just as Monk Tanqian and Zen Toad slipped out of the back door, they saw a young girl in green coming face to face, with light steps, graceful figure, and a charming fragrance on her body, stopping in front of them. A delicate jade hand of the King Qingyu gently touched his chin, widened his round eyes, stared at the two bald heads in front of him, and said, "What did you steal? Your Majesty, why did you kill Jiu Tianqing?" Zen Toad's face showed a happy look, and he said with some complacency, "We ransacked the treasure house of Nangong Mansion, and everything in it was woo. All." Monk Tanqian held the mouth of the Zen Toad and said to King Qinghe, "Ba. The cloth bags of the poor monk and disciples are filled with grain from Nangong Mansion, including purple potatoes, sorghum and a lot of soybeans. It's really not easy to make a fortune now. With these bags of grain, it's enough to eat for several years." Monk Tanqian immediately pulled the Zen Toad away and ran faster than the dog. Last time, King Qinghe snatched his scriptures alive, which made Monk Tanqian heartache for many days. At this moment, they were full of treasures, so naturally they immediately ran away. It would be tragic if they were looted by the King of Qing. The King of Green Rice stared at the two bald heads who ran away and said to himself, "It's just a few bags of grain. You need to be so nervous?" The Green King shook his head gently, ignored Monk Tanqian and Zen Toad, walked away from the slender, and walked into Nangong Mansion. Nangong Mansion has been completely covered by black clouds, which emits a powerful demon smell, and the animal roar from time to time makes the friars in Jiu Tianqing panic. Many people began to flee outside Jiu Tianqing. Once Liao is angry, it is not impossible to swallow the entire friars of Jiu Tianqing. I didn't expect that Nangong Ming would wake Liao up in the way of blood sacrifice. He wanted to burn jade and stones with everyone. Ning Xiaochuan has not escaped from Nangong Mansion now. He must have been swallowed by Liao. I can't imagine what kind of disaster will happen next. Zihanyan didn't leave. He waited outside the gate of Nangong Mansion. Beiqi bit his lips tightly and was very anxious. He tried to rush into Nangong Mansion several times, but was stopped by Situjing. "Come out. Why haven't you escaped yet? Wait. If Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation can't escape from it, we'll die if we go in." Situjing tightly held the spear in his hand and kept outside the Nangong Mansion without leaving. Liao's power is really terrible. The smell just sent out makes it difficult for Ning Xiaochuan to move, let alone escape. It's so terrible that even heaven and man can't escape in front of it. Ning Xiaochuan finally saw Liao's body, which was exactly the same as the stone beast that had previously stood in the square. However, the breath was extremely overwhelming, and it was like the Lord of Warcraft rushing out of the demon world. It turned into a human shape, and turned out to be an old man, dressed in a dazzling black robe, and his whole body was wrapped in demons. At a glance, I can only see the shadow of a thin man. Just when Ning Xiaochuan thought he was dead, King Qing came in from the outside. Instead of having a conflict with Liao, he came together and communicated with each other. They seemed to know each other. When communicating, they also stare at Ning Xiaochuan from time to time. The King of Qingyu actually knew Liao? Ning Xiaochuan widened his eyes and was extremely curious. He turned the Tianwu Yuan qi in his body to the extreme and mobilized his mind to listen to their conversation. However, there was a force of demon yuan, which was affecting Ning Xiaochuan's mind and hearing, and only heard a few intermittent words in a vague way. Phoenix. The Kingdom of Truth. Descendants of the Wind Clan. The Battlefield of Gods. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan confused, he didn't know what they were talking about at all. He can only guess in his heart, the king of Qing dynasty must have seen that phoenix feather, and she may have seen the origin of the phoenix. However, how did the king of Qing dynasty know Liao? It seems that Liao still respects her. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, and more felt that the identity of King Qingyu was not simple. Otherwise, how could the holy fish king and the three-tailed song fox king be scared away by her? She must have a different purpose, to stay at Zhangtian Barren Ridge. After a long time, Liao nodded to the king of Qingyu, stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, and then turned into wisps of black smoke and retreated to the ground again. The evil spirit, shrouded in Nangong Mansion, also quickly disappeared. Above the sky, black clouds spread, revealing blue sky and white clouds. A scorching sun hung in the sky, sending out genial sunshine. The pressure over Jiuyue Tiancheng also disappeared, and everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Ning Xiaochuan found that he had recovered his ability to act, and he still felt a strong shock in his heart. His cultivation in the third step of Tianti realm was quite remarkable in the eyes of those looking for martial arts. However, in the presence of Liao, there was no strength to resist at all. What level of power is that? Ning Xiaochuan raised a strong desire to cultivate martial arts, hoping that through his own efforts, he can become a Liao-level existence in the future, which makes a civilized monk tremble. Ning Xiaochuan, now it's time to follow the king back to cut the barren mountains? Qing Wang walked towards Ning Xiaochuan. He was very slim, with snow-white skin and graceful appearance. He was half a head shorter than Ning Xiaochuan, and looked like a girl of 14 or 15 years old. If she walks on the street, there must be many strange uncles with evil intentions who want to cheat her to see the little goldfish. However, she is not an ignorant girl, but very intelligent. Once she gets angry, it will be miserable, and it will certainly make those who have evil intentions cry very rhythmically. Indeed, the appearance of a girl, the queen's heart. Where's Liao? Ning Xiaochuan asked. It continues to practice in isolation. Don't worry about it. I have told it that you are my person, and it will definitely not deal with you. Qing Wang patted Ning Xiaochuan on the shoulder and said in an old-fashioned way, don't worry. Mix with me, and no one dares to bully you. Ning Xiaochuan's heart feels very greasy. He actually wants a woman to protect himself. He always feels that he is suspected of eating soft rice. However, it is undeniable that the king did save him. No. We must practice hard. It's really embarrassing if even the king of Qing dynasty can't surpass him. In Ning Xiaochuan's view, the king of Qing is indeed a girl who has not grown up. Ning Xiaochuan pursed his lips and said, what is the relationship between you and Liao? What relationship? Qing Wang gently rubbed his nose and said, to be exact, it is also my person. Don't worry. Be my servant, I must cover you. What are you waiting for? Go. You won't want to escape? Of course not. Let's go. Ning Xiaochuan sighed. He thought to himself that feng shui took turns. He endured at first. When he became strong in the future, he also accepted her as a maid for a few days. If you don't want to turn over and be the master's servant, you're not a good servant. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan never admitted that he was the servant of King Qinghe. There are 3 reasons why he planned to go to chop the Sky Barren Ridge with King Qinghe. First, he also wanted to go to chop the Sky Barren Ridge to see Xiao Hong and Xiao Linger, and confirm that they are doing well in chop the Sky Barren Ridge. Second, he had planned to return to the Yulan Empire. It's almost 2 years since I came out. It's time to go back. Third, it is also the most important reason. The cultivation of King Qingyu is indeed far better than him now. It is almost impossible to escape from her hands. In Nangong Mansion, after the fierce demon spirit dissipated, Situ Jing and Zihanyan rushed into the gate immediately. As soon as I entered Nangong Mansion, I saw Ning Xiaochuan and King Qingyu coming out of it. After seeing the king of Qing, Situ Jing was so surprised that his chin fell to the ground and immediately retreated to one side. Naturally, he knew the identity of the king of Qinghe, a master in the wilderness, and even the ancestors of Situ family dared not provoke her. She actually came to Nangong Mansion? Zihanyan didn't know the identity of the king of Qing. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan walking with a very beautiful girl, she naturally felt quite touched and had some hostility to the girl in green. "Young Master Ning, are you all right?" Zihanyan walked in front of Ning Xiaochuan and said affectionately. "Nothing." Ning Xiaochuan laughed. "Where's Liao?" Zihanyan asked with concern. "Yes, it's time to practice in seclusion again. For the existence of Liao's level, Nangong Ming's life and death won't make it too concerned." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Purple Smoke slightly glanced at the girl in blue not far away, and whispered, then. "What about her? Who is she?" "Her?" Ning Xiaochuan seemed to have guessed through Zihanyan's heart and said, "Her identity is very special. You'd better not know it." "Hello. Ning Xiaochuan, I have always wanted to ask you, where is your wife?" The king of Qing dynasty seemed heartless and asked this question in front of Purple Smoke. Xiao Linger called Ning Xiaochuan father and Yu Ningxing mother. The king of Qing naturally thought that Yu Ningxing was Ning Xiaochuan's wife. Yu Ningxing originally left with Ning Xiaochuan, but now Ning Xiaochuan is alone. The king of Qing is naturally curious. Of course, she didn't care about the feeling of Zihanyan at all. After hearing this, Zihanyan's face brushed, turned pale, and her voice trembled. So you've got a family? Sorry, I took the liberty before." After saying this, Zihanyan immediately turned and left. At the moment of turning, his eyes were still a little red. Ning Xiaochuan didn't mean to hurt people, but he made a heart-cutting knife. Situ Jing naturally knew that Ning Xiaochuan didn't get married, so he walked forward and said, "Brother Ning seems to be leaving Jiuyue territory? It should be time to leave." Ning Xiaochuan looked at the back of Zihanyan leaving, nodded, and said, "What are your plans next?" Situ Jing Dao. Ning Xiaochuan glanced slightly at King Qingyu, and said, "If there is a chance, we should go to Tiandi Mountain. We must have a chance to see each other in the future." Situ Jing's face also showed a happy look, but immediately his face became serious again, and said, "People with clear eyes can see that Miss C is affectionate to you." On her side. "Do you want me to explain it for you, or do you want me not to explain it?" Obviously, Situ Jing was also asking whether Ning Xiaochuan had any feelings for Purple Smoke. If Ning Xiaochuan has feelings for her, Situ Jing will naturally help Ning Xiaochuan to explain. At least Zihanyan won't think Ning Xiaochuan is a liar who plays with women's feelings. If Ning Xiaochuan has no feelings for her, so long pain is better than short pain, and now the outcome is the best. Situ Jing won't explain any more. It's also a good thing for her to misunderstand it all the time. Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment, hesitated in his heart, and finally said, "Everything goes with fate." With these words, Ning Xiaochuan left with King Qingyu. Follow fate? Follow fate? What do you mean? Situ Jing got a little distressed, stared at Ning Xiaochuan's leaving figure, and said to himself, "Does he want me to explain, or doesn't he want me to explain?" Ning Xiaochuan and King Qingyu were both very fast. They soon walked out of the 9U heavenly city, spread out their body methods, and galloped towards the wilderness. No matter how fast Ning Xiaochuan is, the king of Qinghe can always catch up. In the end, Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to compete with her in speed. He didn't want to waste his energy. He called out the double-headed stone beast and sat on the back of the stone beast, ready to start practicing and attack the realm of the third step of the ladder. King Qingyu also fell on the back of the double-headed stone beast, walked towards Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "Why is it that you are not compared suddenly? Your speed is still very fast, and you can already compare with some people in heaven. Why don't we compare endurance again?" "No." Ning Xiaochuan is very straightforward. Qing Wang squatted down, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with a smile, and said, "What's the matter? Did I say something wrong before? I shouldn't say that you have a wife. In fact, I did it on purpose." "Why?" Ning Xiaochuan looked at the king of green rice inexplicably. "King Qing has said, it's not right for you to have a wife and provoke other girls. I'm your master. If you do something wrong, I'll naturally take care of it. Ning Xiaochuan, I must carefully tell you, don't be too playful to be a man, just have a woman around." Ning Xiaochuan couldn't laugh or cry. He always felt that he was being preached by a little girl and said, "Do you see any other women around me?" The Green King turned his big eyes, looked around and said, "Aren't you the mother of little Linger? Where is she?" "She's gone." Ning Xiaochuan's expression was also a little disappointed, and the picture of Yu Ningxing sitting on the head of the blood-red camel gradually dissipated at the end of the space emerged in his mind. Cultivation. If you have strong cultivation, you won't watch her leave, but you can't catch up with the blood-red camel. Ning Xiaochuan's body gave birth to a powerful power, and his heart of martial arts became more and more firm. The king of Qing dynasty seemed to see the melancholy in Ning Xiaochuan's heart, stared at him for a long time, and gave a sigh in his mouth. He patted Ning Xiaochuan on the shoulder and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you should be strong. It's not a woman. Wrap it around me, and you must find a better-looking beauty for you. Tell me, what kind of women do you like? I'll send orders and let them be in the whole north. Jiang will help you find a better woman than her." Ning Xiaochuan is really going crazy. The king of youth is simply too competent. Too competent. Not only help subordinates correct their lifestyle problems, but also care about their emotional life thoughtfully, and even see that their emotions are negative, but also actively help subordinates find another half. This king is simply the conscience of the industry. No. No. I can solve this by myself. Ning Xiaochuan said repeatedly. The Green King nodded seriously and said, "There's another thing I've always wanted to ask you. The phoenix feather on Xiaohong said that you gave it to it. Where did you get it?" Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved and said, "That's a phoenix for me. She said that if you encounter trouble in the future, you can rely on the phoenix feather to find her, and she can help me solve all difficulties." Ning Xiaochuan deliberately said so, but also wanted to frighten the king of Qing. If there is really a phoenix behind Ning Xiaochuan, the king of Qinghe will have to weigh more if he has a hidden evil intention towards him. Ning Xiaochuan said this, while also secretly observing the expression of King Qingyu. The young king stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, with a somewhat strange look, and said, "No wonder you don't want me to help you find a spouse. It turns out that you have enough choices. Look down on you." Ning Xiaochuan didn't know that phoenix feather has special significance for phoenix. If it weren't for a very important person, Phoenix would never send out the phoenix feather. If Ning Xiaochuan knew the meaning, he probably wouldn't talk nonsense. After all, the mysterious woman left the phoenix feather in the nest at the beginning, which was not necessarily for him. Besides, that phoenix feather may not be the feather on the mysterious woman, or she may have got it from elsewhere. Qing Wang naturally misunderstood that Ning Xiaochuan had a relationship with a phoenix. Otherwise, why did the phoenix give him the most precious phoenix feather? As your master, I have to remind you that the phoenix that gave you the phoenix plume is very important. If you have cause and effect with her, you won't know whether it's a blessing or a curse in the future. What do you mean? Ning Xiaochuan's heart shook. It seems that King Qing has really seen the origin of the mysterious woman. Ning Xiaochuan is also curious about the identity of the mysterious woman. After all, the mysterious woman once taught him to practice martial arts, which can be regarded as half of his master. After thinking for a moment, the king of Qing dynasty said cautiously, "The origin of that phoenix is probably related to a higher civilization. Anyway, that civilization is quite terrible, which is not what you can imagine now." "Then why did she appear in you?" "In Beijing?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. King Qingyu said, "It is estimated that it has something to do with the Emperor of Heaven. It may also have something to do with the secret of the apotheosis era." Ning Xiaochuan stared at the king of Qing, always feeling that she had nothing to say. Perhaps she felt that Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation was not qualified to know those secrets. "What does it mean? How can it be related to the era of apotheosis?" Ning Xiaochuan continued to ask. King Qinghe hesitated for a moment, looked at Ning Xiaochuan, and finally said, "A long time ago, someone was in the north. Xinjiang found an ancient cave left over from the era of gods, which attracted strong men of many races to explore at that time, but the last one did not escape from the ancient cave. That ancient cave was called God's Cave by later monks, and even now, many people are still looking for that cave. The last time that a hole for gods appeared, it should have been 10,000 years ago. It created a peerless hero and became the only existence that practiced to the realm of gods after the era of gods." "Emperor of Heaven?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Yes, it's the Emperor of Heaven." King Qinghe said, "It is said that the reason why the Emperor of Heaven can cultivate into a god is because he has been inherited by the ancient gods in the God-sealing cave. Therefore, according to the analysis of our ancestors, the legendary God-sealing cave is likely to be within the geographical scope of the Cutting Sky Barren Ridge. Because it is from there that the Emperor of Heaven walked out and finally became the supreme true God. If you really saw that phoenix, I'm sure that she must be an ancient spirit coming out of the Fengshan cave. Just don't know why she can survive. Anyway, the magic of Fengshan cave is not understandable." The king frowned again and said, "However, I have been looking for it for many years, but I haven't found any ancient case at all. It's really strange. It's so strange. Am I looking for the wrong place? Ask for a monthly ticket. After watching it, please help cash your monthly ticket. Every monthly ticket is the driving force of Lao Jiu's writing. Ancient caves left over from the era of apotheosis." Ning Xiaochuan's heart had a great shock. Was the cave sealed by Niao Lanqin at the entrance, the ancient cave of gods, as King Qingshi said? The Emperor of Heaven once received the inheritance of becoming a god in the cave, and became the only creature to become a god after the era of deification. Inheritance. The Heavenly Emperor cultivates the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth and the Sutra of heaven and earth, and the Dharma formula of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth is recorded on the white bone beads. Is it possible that the white bone beads and Xian beast Jian were brought out of the cave by the Emperor of Heaven? If the judgment of King Qingyu is correct, then the mysterious woman, Phoenix, also walks out of the Fengshan cave, and then goes to the Yulan Empire and the Tiandi Academy. Ning Xiaochuan's heart guessed that perhaps 10,000 years ago, the Emperor of Heaven took something from the immortal cave, so the mysterious woman went to the Emperor of Heaven Academy to look for it. What did the Emperor of Heaven take with him? Is it the secret of becoming God? After all, after the era of gods, no one can cultivate into a god. The Emperor of Heaven is the only one to achieve the existence of a true god. What must he get from the God's cave? The mysterious woman went to the Tiandi Academy to look for it. Did she find the secret of the Tiandi becoming a god? Why did the mysterious woman leave from the Tiandi Academy? Where has she gone now? If the ancient cave sealed by Niao Lanqin is the legendary immortal cave, there are too many doubts. First of all, Cui Tao found the skeleton of the black bone giant from it. Second, Queen Wanyin must have come out of the ancient cave. This can explain why Niao Lanqin knew the location of that ancient cave. Because she lost the Queen of 10,000 Tones. Queen Wanyin is not a member of the Jade Orchid Empire, but a higher human race, Jade Crystal Beauty. She will appear in the Jade Orchid Empire, and she must be a creature coming out of the ancient cave. Phoenix. Blackbone Giants. Yujing Beauty Clan. They all came out of that ancient cave. The Phoenix and the Queen of 10,000 Sounds of the Jade Crystal Beauty family came out alive. Are they really ancient creatures? How did you live to the present? All the key points point to the immortal cave. Ning Xiaochuan had a lot of questions in his mind. He always felt that the ancient cave he had been to was the legendary Fengshan cave. However, there was a ghost in the cave, at least with the fighting power of the level of heaven and man. If it was not the warrior of the realm of heaven and man, it was simply a dead end. With Ning Xiaochuan's current realm, even with the addition of Xiancher puppets, it is estimated that he is not the opponent of the ghost of heaven. Maybe. You can rely on the power of the King of Qing. Qing Wang's fingers touched his chin, and he was still thinking about where the Fengshan cave was. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk slightly and said tentatively, "King, will that ancient cave of gods be in the north of the beheading barren ridge?" King Qingyu's heart moved, and his eyes gave birth to a cold light, saying, "Cutting the sky barren ridge is a boundary, and no creature can cross this boundary, otherwise it will be a dead end. This is the law of the Great Famine Order issued by the King of Brahma Demon, and no one can violate it." Ning Xiaochuan resisted the cold from the King Qingyu and showed no fear, saying, "Why did the King of Brahma Demon issue the Great Famine Order and prohibit all creatures from going to the north of the beheading wasteland?" The eyes of King Qingyu blinked twice, and his eyelashes flashed, saying, "This is the agreement signed by the Brahma Demon King and Tiandi Mountain. There is a human civilization in the north of Zhantian Barren Ridge, which is the hometown of Tiandi. Tiandi Mountain wants to protect the hometown of Tiandi, so it doesn't want other creatures to disturb the peace of that human civilization." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Are you even afraid of the Brahma Demon King?" "Of course not. If I say my identity, I will definitely scare it to death. It's just. In the cultivation world, my own cultivation is the capital of speaking. Sometimes my identity can't be used at all, and others won't buy it at all." The king of the Qing dynasty was somewhat unwilling. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and agreed with the king of Qing. For example, an emperor who dominates the world, lost alone in the deserted desert, hungry and thirsty, weak as a beggar. At this time even an ordinary person passing by him has more say than him. If you want him to give birth, he will give birth. If he wants to die, he must die. In this case, even if your identity is great, what is the use? Even if I kill you, no one knows. Therefore, a noble identity can't intimidate others at any time. The key is your own strength. As long as your strength is strong, even if you go to a place where no one knows you, you can still get everyone's respect. King Qing said, "It's just that my cultivation is not as good as that of the Brahma Demon King now, and I don't want to be enemies with it. When the realm of Liao breaks through, it's time for me to show it." The king of Qingyu exudes a sense of pride. Although she is now only one of the 36 animal kings under the Brahma Demon throne, it seems that she has other identities, which are more noble than the Brahma Demon King. Perhaps even the Brahma Demon King did not know that she had other identities. Ning Xiaochuan whispered, "Although the Brahma Demon King issued the Great Famine Order, but if the God's Cave is really in the north of Zhantian Barren Ridge, even if the king looks for it in the south of Zhantian Barren Ridge for a long time, he can't find it. It's a secret place related to becoming a god, which is absolutely worth the risk. Why don't we quietly climb over Zhantian Barren Ridge to find the God's Cave? Zhantian Barren Ridge is so big, and it's the king's territory, and who knows that we have secretly been to the north of Zhantian Barren Ridge. You think I haven't been there?" Realizing that he had slipped his tongue, the king of Qinghe immediately said, "The north of the chopping wasteland is also a vast territory. Relying on personal strength, I don't know when to find a cave. Even if I really go, it's useless. Ning Xiaochuan laughed. It's not natural to rely on personal strength, but the king didn't say that there is a human civilization in the north of Zhantian Barren Ridge. As long as we can control that human civilization, we only need to issue an order, and there are not a lot of people to help us find it. The king of Qinghe was a little moved and said, but if someone in Tiandi Mountain finds out, won't it cause big trouble? Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, if the king comes forward in person, it is naturally easy to expose his identity. However, I am a human identity. I can help the king do things that the king is inconvenient to do. With my current cultivation, it is not too difficult to control a low civilization in a short time. The king of Green frowned and said, although your cultivation is good, Yulan Empire is not a low civilization. There may be the existence of heaven and man. It is not easy for you to control Yulan Empire. She even knew about Yulan Empire. Qua, she must have secretly been to the south of Zhantian Barren Ridge, but she didn't find that ancient cave. Ning Xiaochuan was already suspicious that the king of Qing had secretly been to the south of the beheading wasteland, but she actually leaked her own words. Although she is very intelligent, it is a pity that she is not careful enough. In terms of strategy and mind, she is far inferior to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, if there is a heaven and man in Yulan Empire, there is not a king. As long as the king makes a move, he will not beat the so-called heaven and man all over the ground to find teeth. I don't know whether the theory of heaven and man of Yulan Empire is over now. If Yulan Emperor or Jianqing becomes the final winner, he will surely deal with the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion. Ning Xiaochuan happened to cause the king of Qing to the Jade Lan Empire, and with the help of the king of Qing, he got rid of them. This is also a part of Ning Xiaochuan's plan. It seems to make sense, so do it. Why don't we go back to the Heaven Wasteland and go directly to the Yulan Empire? My king has long wanted to go to the hometown of the Emperor of Heaven. Ning Xiaochuan, work hard for my king, and my king will never treat you badly. But Qing Wang pressed Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder with cold eyes and said, if you dare to betray me, don't blame me for turning my face and not recognizing others. I ate you. It's absolutely impossible. Ning Xiaochuan vowed. No way. I'm too sleepy. I have to sleep and borrow your thigh. When I arrive at Yulan Empire, wake me up again. With a little sleepiness in his beautiful eyes, the king of Qingyu actually leaned his face against Ning Xiaochuan's thighs and slept lazily. A pair of slender snow-white jade arms also hugged Ning Xiaochuan's thighs, like holding a pillow. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Ning Xiaochuan softly called her twice, but the king of Qing did not respond. I fell asleep so soon. Even if I want to sleep, I should sleep in a different place. Ning Xiaochuan poked out his finger and put it in front of the Qiong nose of the king of Qing. No breath at all. Also completely unable to feel the signs of life on her body, it was like a cold beautiful female corpse. However, as long as you observe carefully, you will find that there is a faint air flow around her body, which is very thin. If you don't look carefully, you can't find that air flow at all. Is she actually practicing when she is sleeping? Ning Xiaochuan didn't touch the body of the king of Qing, and didn't want to disturb her practice. He is also ready to start practicing. Double-headed stone beast, go directly to Yulan Empire. Ning Xiaochuan gave an order to the double-headed stone beast. It seems that only after cleaning up the Jade Orchid Emperor and the Sword Saint, can he go to the beheading wasteland to see Xiao Linger and Xiao Hong. Ning Xiaochuan took out a scroll of martial scriptures from the Qiankuan cloth bag. This volume of martial arts sutra comes from Nangong Ming and is called Jiuyang True Fire Sutra. This is a complete volume of martial arts sutra, which is invaluable. In the whole Yulan Empire, there is only a complete volume of martial arts sutra, which is in the hands of the royal family. It is worthy of being a complete martial arts sutra. Indeed, it is not comparable to the remnant sutra of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion, which is enough to support the martial arts to cultivate to the third level high heaven of heaven and man. The remnant sutra of the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion can only support the martial arts to cultivate to the fourth step heaven ladder. Unfortunately, I can't cultivate myself. Ning Xiaochuan has just tried. 9 Yang True Fire Sutra can't fit with the Wu Soul Heaven seal at all. Instead, you can take the 9 Yang True Fire Sutra back to Jiao He's house and give it to Grandpa. In this way, the descendants of Jiao He's house also have the opportunity to practice to the realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan put away the 9 Yang True Fire Sutra. Update in the morning. Ning Xiaochuan took out the Jiuping Xuanqi and the red scale sword again. This is Nangong Wuyue's saber. Being able to reach the level of 9 mysterious weapons is naturally not ordinary. The materials used for forging soldiers are very rare and precious. Moreover, inside the sword body, there is a vast ruins world with a radius of hundreds of miles. Ning Xiaochuan took off his robe on his upper body, revealing his wheat-colored skin and strong chest. He operated the Tianwu vitality in his body, making the blood flow in his body quickly, and stimulating the magic power of 10,000 swords melt rain that was refined into his ribs. Ning Xiaochuan's 10 magical powers have long been integrated with bones, and each bone contains the power of magical powers. Holding the handle of the red scale sword with both hands, he stabbed it slowly towards the chest, and the tip of the sword stabbed into the skin, emitting drops of blood. Chi. The red scale sword slowly entered Ning Xiaochuan's chest, and the sword qi escaped from the wound, emitting a stinging white light. Ning Xiaochuan refined the red scale sword with the power of divine power. He wanted to refine it into his body and become the 5th concrete magic sword. It's not easy to refine a 9-grade mysterious weapon. It's like fighting a peerless master. Jiuping Xuanqi is not compared with Bapin Xuanqi. It breeds the ruins world, has a strong spirit, and will have a strong repulsion to martial artists. If Ning Xiaochuan can't suppress the soul of Jiuping Xuanqi, it is likely to be backfired by Jiuping Xuanqi, causing unrecoverable trauma to the martial body. It took 3 days for Ning Xiaochuan to completely refine the red scale sword into his body. 10,000 swords melt into rain. 5 battle swords flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's chest. Among them, the light of the red scale sword is the brightest and the breath is the most surging. It flies in the center of the 5 battle swords to form a sword array. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized 5 battle swords and chopped down towards the earth under the double-headed stone beast. A towering mountain was chopped by 5 sword qi, and immediately broke apart, and a huge canyon was split in the center of the mountain. In the canyon, there are still surging sword waves. Within 3 days, the sword in the canyon will not completely disappear. How powerful! After refining this 9-grade Xuanqi level red scale sword, the power of the concrete magic has increased several times, which is much more powerful than the power of this single round star ball that I urged with all my strength. It is also Jiuping Xuanqi. However, if you refine Jiuping Xuanqi into a divine power and turn it into a concrete divine power, the power will be more powerful. After I refined the red scale sword, it seems that I also absorbed the soul and essence of the red scale sword, and my cultivation has also improved a lot, which has completely stabilized the realm of the 3rd step of the ladder. Ning Xiaochuan was very happy. If he shows this move, he will have the power to compete with the warrior in the 5th step of heaven ladder. With Ning Xiaochuan's current state, he can completely refine the 9 swords into his body. He has only refined 5 swords now. If he can find 4 good swords and gather the 9 swords, how powerful will he be when he displays the magic power of 9 swords flying together? Ning Xiaochuan killed many experts of the Lei clan, and also killed Nangong Ming and Nangong Wuyue. Naturally, he also got their heaven and earth bag. These Chankuan cloth bags contain many treasures, among which, naturally, there are high-grade war swords. Ning Xiaochuan found 2 Xuanqi battle swords, one of which was at the level of 8 Xuanqi and the other was at the level of 7 Xuanqi. Xuanqi can reach 7 grades, and its quality is already good. It can be used to refine a concrete magic sword. It was quite easy for Ning Xiaochuan to refine the 7th and 8th grade war swords. Soon, 2 war swords were refined into his body. Every time you add a sword to your body, you will enhance your physical strength to a certain extent. Ning Xiaochuan's physical strength is even stronger than some weak people in heaven. 7 figurative magic swords. If I continue to cultivate like this, maybe when I reach the 5th step of the ladder of heaven, I can have the power to fight with heaven and man. Who says that the monks under heaven and man are definitely not the opponents of heaven and man? I just don't believe it. Acting against the sky is the real peerless Tianjiao. Ning Xiaochuan is full of confidence in himself. If you can defeat heaven and man in the realm below heaven and man, it is like that mortals defeat heaven and God. It is definitely a myth and a legend. Ning Xiaochuan felt that he would be able to do it. However, he is now the 3rd step of the ladder of heaven, and there is still a big gap between heaven and man. There are 4 moves to kill the world sword formula. Ning Xiaochuan has successfully practiced the first 3 moves and reached the realm of the 3rd step of the ladder. Now, there is only 1 sword trick left. As long as he successfully cultivates the 4-move sword formula, he can reach the realm of the 4th step of the ladder. Ning Xiaochuan immersed his mind into his heart, turned into a small body shadow, walked into the blood hole, and stood under the magic sword. The magic sword, like a huge bloody sword mountain, stood in front of him. There was no need for Ning Xiaochuan's call at all, and the shadow of Sui Hanyu was projected onto the magic sword. His expression was still cold, and there was no human touch on his body. This may be the future of the evangelist. See through life and death, see through all things in the world, and seek the Tao wholeheartedly. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Sui Hanyu said, "Now I can tell you the 4th sword trick of destroying the world." There is no sword. No sword? Ning Xiaochuan wondered. That's right. First there's a sword, then there's no sword. If you can fully understand this move and take it by surprise, you may even kill heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was shocked and said, "The sword formula Mahayana can kill heaven and man?" Sui Hanyu nodded and said, "That's right. This is the power of the way to destroy the world. We can ignore the cycle of natural justice and fight against the sky. How strong the sky is, we will be stronger than the sky. Even the young gods can have the power to fight with heaven and man only when they cultivate to the realm of the 5th step of the ladder of heaven. It has already been called a rebellion. However, Ning Xiaochuan is only the 3rd step of the ladder of heaven. He only needs to practice the 4th sword trick no sword to destroy the world successfully, and then he has the power to kill heaven and man. In other words, the heirs of the way of destroying the world are stronger than the young gods. Don't be happy too early. The difficulty of this sword trick is 10 times more difficult than that of the first 3 moves. Few people can understand it thoroughly. I'll only demonstrate this sword trick once. If you can't understand it, it means that you are not qualified to be the successor of the world-destroying Tao, and I won't appear again in the future. See it clearly." Ning Xiaochuan widened his eyes and stared at the shadow of the cold rain on the magic sword. But just then, the magic sword disappeared. Disappeared. After a flash, the magic sword appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan again. The demonstration of sword formula is over. Sui Hanyu said, "How much did you realize? If you are an ordinary person, you can't understand anything naturally." Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, "There is no sword in my heart." Sui Hanyu was slightly surprised, nodded approvingly, and said, "Continue." Ning Xiaochuan said, "There is no sword in your heart, not only in your own heart, but also in the enemy's heart. If the enemy can't see your sword, he will naturally die. This is a sword formula for practicing heart-sword integration and sword speed. How fast the mind is, how fast the sword is. If the sword in the heart is so fast that you can't even feel it, then the sword must have pierced the enemy's heart. No wonder you can kill heaven and man. If you can really cultivate to the point of heart and sword integration, then the speed of sword production is really unimaginable. Ning Xiaochuan is now in the realm of the unity of man and sword. If he wants to cultivate the unity of heart and sword, he has high requirements for the warrior's mind and state of mind. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan has the magic heart of Qiqiao and is sure to succeed in cultivation faster than others. Sui Hanyu said, "Your savvy is far beyond my expectation. It seems that Mishijian is looking for you to be the successor of the fourth generation of Mishidao, and there is no wrong person. Next, try to cultivate. If you can practice this sword trick successfully, you will initially have the capital to be based in the monk world." Wait. Master, have you ever heard of Fengshan Cave? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Fengshan Cave. Sui Hanyu said, "It said that in the era of gods, there was a war of gods, and that battlefield was sealed in the gods' cave. Of course, it's just a legend, because no one has ever escaped from the gods' cave. There is also a legend that the gods' battlefield is the land under your feet. The earth under my feet is the battlefield that was once sacred? What does it mean? North. Xinjiang? Tianshu continent? Or? Ning Xiaochuan said. These are just legends. There are many kinds of legends, but few are true. Besides, you don't need to know now. Try to cultivate. Try to enter the realm of heaven and man as soon as possible." After Sui Hanyu said this, his figure disappeared from the magic sword again. "It's too far away from me in the era of apotheosis. Why do you want to do so much? It's better to cultivate into no sword to destroy the world first." Although Ning Xiaochuan understood the essence of destroying the world without a sword, it was extremely difficult to really practice, and his requirements for mood were too high. Sitting on the back of the double-headed stone beast, Ning Xiaochuan is crossing the wilderness and rushing back to the Jade Haze Empire. There are so many dangers in the wilderness that it is impossible to completely calm down and practice sword formula. If you want to succeed in cultivating no sword to destroy the world, you must close the death pass and be not disturbed. Ning Xiaochuan didn't immediately practice the sword formula. He planned to return to the Jade Haze Empire and shut down for a period of time. He would not succeed in practicing annihilation without sword and would never leave the pass. He took Nangongming's body out of the Chankuan cloth bag. This is the body of heaven and man, sealed in the cold ice. How much stronger is the blood of heaven and man than that of ordinary warriors? Ning Xiaochuan's heart was very curious, and a flame burned in the palm of his hand, slowly melting the ice that wrapped the body. The blood of heaven and man contains the essence of heaven and man. The essence contained in every drop of blood is comparable to a mysterious pill. The blood of heaven and man is definitely the top treasure medicine for martial artists, before reaching the heaven ladder realm. A drop of blood from heaven and man can make the martial artist who has just begun to cultivate martial arts body and reach the divine body state in a very short time. The martial artist in the refined realm can directly improve a realm by refining a drop of heavenly and human blood. If the warrior of Dazun territory has enough heavenly and human blood, he can quickly rush from the first weight of Dazun territory to the ninth weight of Dazun territory. Every drop of blood is a part of the body of heaven and man. How can ordinary warriors get the blood of heaven and man so easily? Even if it's a close relative of heaven and man, it's quite good to get a few drops of heaven and man's blood essence. Of course, the blood of heaven and man has little effect on the martial arts of heaven ladder. Martial artists in the 5-step ladder realm mainly rely on themselves to understand, and the role of external forces has been minimal. Of course, the miraculous medicine that can help people understand the Tao is another matter. Ning Xiaochuan took out half of the blood of heaven and man and used it to make lamp oil for bronze ancient lamps. How powerful is the ancient bronze lamp when the blood of heaven and man is used as lamp oil? It's impossible to judge if you don't do it yourself. Ning Xiaochuan quenched the other half of the blood of heaven and man into the spirit of blood, a total of 860 drops. Ning Xiaochuan, the blood spirits of these heavenly beings, plans to bring back to Yulan Empire and give them to Ning Shiner and UCC. He always brings them some gifts when he goes out for 2 years. It will certainly be of great help to them. Yulan Empire, Imperial City. The war in the Imperial City lasted for 2 years, and it was not long ago that the war ended. The once glorious ancient city has now turned into ruins, and there are vehicles cleaning bones and bodies everywhere. The high-rise palaces used to be crippled by the war, once a drunken piano. Lu Wadong, now also become depressed, once proud of the world, the prince's mansions are now covered with white damask, immersed in sadness and joy. The war in the imperial city is over. The rebels retreated, Emperor Yulan returned, took the dignity of heaven and man, sat in the emperor's palace, deterred the world's curfews, and the monks, families, and clans in all major state capitals all surrendered. However, during the 2 years of war, all the royal and marquis mansions were severely injured, and most of the martial arts masters fell, seriously injured. White damask is hung in every prince's residence to arrange funerals. Among them, the royal residence with the largest scale of handling funerals is naturally the Grand Jinpeng Mansion. King Dajinpeng fell. For the whole court, it was an earth-shaking event. The whole country mourned. Even Emperor Yulan went to mourn in person, and all King's Ho naturally went with him. Yulan Emperor is now heaven and man, detached from the mundane. Who else dares to challenge him in the imperial court? When Emperor Yulan wanted to do something, all King's Ho naturally followed immediately, hugging in front and behind, and bending down to greet him. The palace of King Dajinpeng is full of white damask, royal Sissi, royal Jindu, Princess Shimu, and so on. The sons and concubines of the palace are all dressed in filial piety clothes, kneeling in the mourning hall, to keep the spirit for King Dajinpeng. Although Yusasai knew that her father was unlucky when she entered the temple of the heavenly emperor to discuss Taoism, of course, when the body was sent back, she was still very sad and blamed herself. She knelt in the mourning hall every day and wept. In just a few days, she has lost a lap. The Holy Master arrived. A loud voice sounded. Emperor Yulan took the princes into the palace of King Dajinpeng. Wearing a golden dragon robe, he walked into the mourning hall alone. All the princes stayed outside, solemn, and no one dared to show a smile. The Prince of Jindu glanced at Emperor Yulan, with Leng Rui's killing intention in his eyes. He squeezed his fist tightly, and each finger made a cluck sound. Princess Shimu pressed his hand and shook his head. Jindu Shitsi was very unwilling, but he had no way but to bear that breath. Yulan Emperor went up to Changxiang, stared at the coffin of King Dajinpeng, and sighed, "Brother, you can go with peace of mind. I will revenge for you, clean up the Demon Gate, Jiang'a Marquis Mansion and major gates, and return a bright future to Yulan Empire. It is also considered to fulfill your last wish. I will take good care of your family and won't let them be bullied." After the incense ceremony, the people of King Dajinpeng's mansion sent Emperor Yulan out of the mourning hall. Yulan's body was majestic, just like a human dragon. A pair of awe-filled eyes glanced at Cece and said, "Cece, I haven't seen you for 2 years. You've grown so big. Tell Uncle Huang, have you got married?" Royal Sissy only felt a huge force on her body, just like a mountain on her shoulder, and she didn't even have the strength to breathe. Finally, he was pressed to kneel on the ground by that force, and said with some trembling, "Return. Report to Uncle Huang, no. No. Sissy. Don't salute in front of Uncle Huang before you get up. Yulan the Great looked a little angry, obviously blaming Sissy. Princess Shimu naturally understood what was going on, and immediately knelt in front of Emperor Yulan and said, Sissy is a sincere respect for the Holy Lord. Besides, the Holy Lord is the Lord of the Empire, and there is no heaven and man. Anyone who sees the Holy Lord should kneel down. Standing not far away, the Prince of Jindu pinched his 5 fingers into flesh and blood. Blood was dripping between each finger, and he wanted to fight with Emperor Yulan. However, reason told him that if he did that, it would be like a moth to the fire. 1 finger of heaven and man can press him to death. Sister-in-law Huang, Sissy, get up quickly. Emperor Yulan personally reached out and helped Princess Shimu up. At the moment when his hand touched Princess Shimu shivered all over, which was like being struck by lightning, and almost fell into Emperor Yulan's arms. Yusasai naturally saw some clues, and immediately protected Princess Shimu, stabilized her body, and said, Mom, are you okay? No, nothing. Princess Shimu said. Emperor Yulan naturally loosened his hand and said, Sissy. When your father was dying, I promised him to take good care of you. I plan to arrange a marriage for you, will you? Yusasai said, but my father has just passed away. It is because your father has just passed away that you need a happy event to let you quickly get out of your sadness. Let's settle it. Yulan Emperor rode. Can Yusasai disobey? Of course not. Then. It's all up to Uncle Huang. Royal Sissy's eyes were a little red and said in a low voice. In her mind, Ning Xiaochuan's shadow appeared. Xiaochuan, where are you now? Hey! Yulan Emperor has reached the realm of heaven and man and become an extraordinary existence. Even if Ning Xiaochuan comes back, what's the use? Emperor Yulan gave Princess Shimu a deep look and said, about Sissy's marriage, why don't you go to the palace tonight to discuss it with me? Princess Shimu's heart tightened, clenched her lips and teeth tightly, and said, tonight, there are still many things to deal with in the palace, in a few days. That's good. When the emperor's funeral is held, we must have a grand scene. I must attend it in person. With these words, Emperor Yulan boarded the chariot, and then walked away. Many princes also left one after another. After the people left, the Prince of Jindu walked to the side of Princess Shimu, stared at the direction of Emperor Yulan's departure, and his eyes were full of anger and murder, saying, Mom, the old dog of Yuzaya just treated you. Princess Shimu, the mother of Yusasai and Jindu Shitsi, is also the favorite concubine of King Dajanpeng. She has the cultivation of land dignity and looks very young, and her beauty is better than many young girls. Princess Shimu's face was also dignified. Yulan Emperor fought with your father all his life, and he can be said to be the biggest enemy. Now, he finally reached the realm of heaven and man, and became the last person to laugh. Naturally, he will not be willing to rest, because your father died. We will all become victims, and he will make your father feel uneasy when he comes to the bottom of the 9 springs. Only in this way can he really enjoy the pleasure of revenge. Yusasai said, Mom, you must not go to the emperor's palace. Emperor Yulan is not kind. He must. Hey! Do we have the right to choose? That day will come sooner or later, and now we can only postpone it for a few days. Princess Shimu's heart was also extremely bitter, and she said helplessly, it doesn't matter to her mother. After all, what she should have experienced has already been experienced. I'm afraid that Emperor Yulan will attack you. He has now reached the realm of heaven and man, and has supreme power in the Yulan Empire. Now, he dares to do what he didn't dare to do before. Royal Sissy tightly pursed her lips, tears whirling, and felt extremely sad. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. Sometimes, life is so helpless. In the south of Yulan Empire, the Marquis of Jianghe was also immersed in anxiety and fear. Emperor Yulan has ordered that the Jianghe Marquis house be condemned. If the Jianghe Marquis doesn't return to the imperial city within half a month, all the clansmen and collateral branches of the Jianghe Marquis house will be beheaded by the whole family. Grandpa, you can't go back to the imperial city. After you go back, Emperor Yulan will definitely take your life. Ning Xiaochuan is dressed in white clothes, her skin is whiter than her clothes, her face is delicate, her eyebrows are like willow leaves, her red lips are crystal clear, her figure is slim, and her beauty is extremely amazing. It's not too much to be called the first beauty of Yulan Empire now. Her martial arts cultivation has also reached the territory of Dizun. The age of breaking through the territory of Dizun is younger than Ning Xiaochuan, and she has become the youngest female martial artist in the Yulan Empire. The old marquis stood in the center of the lobby with his hands on his back, looked into the distance, and gently shook his head. No one expected that the theory of heaven and man would end so soon. Emperor Yulan's cultivation has reached the realm of heaven and man. If he wants to deal with the Marquis of Jianghe, he only needs to issue a decree, and the troops of all kings and marquis will naturally come to encircle and suppress us. At that time, the Marquis of Jianghe may be exterminated. I have no choice whether to go to the imperial city or not. Ning Xiaochuan said, Grandpa, Xiaochuan will go to the imperial city with you. Even if you die, our Ning family will never shrink back. Hey! The old marquis uttered a sigh and shook his head helplessly. Outside the lobby, there was a rapid sound of footsteps. Ning Xiaochuan came in from the outside, with a happy face, and walked in front of the old marquis with big steps. Father, there is good news. What good news? The marquis asked. Ning Xiaochuan handed a letter to the marquis and said, This is a letter sent from a shop of Ning family. You'd better have a look. The marquis opened the envelope, looked at it for a while, smiled on his face, and said, Okay. Great. Leave for the imperial city immediately, and I will go to the imperial city to apologize. Grandpa, whose letter is it? Ning Xiaochuan said curiously. The old marquis laughed and said, Your brother is back. He said in the letter that he already knew the situation of Yulan Empire, but now it is not convenient to go back to Jianghe Marquis Mansion, and he has gone to the imperial city first. Moreover, he also said that he has a way to deal with Yulan Emperor, so we don't have to worry, and leave everything to him. Brother is really back. Ning Xiaochuan took the letter from the hand of the old marquis, looked at the handwriting on the letter paper, and determined that it was his brother's handwriting. She was also extremely excited, and her mood was difficult to calm down. She said, Brother is finally back, Grandpa, Xiaochuan will go to the imperial city with you. Of course. The old marquis said. Ning Xiaochuan had some doubts and said, After all, Emperor Yulan has become a heavenly being. Although Ogawa's talent is very high, he is still too young. How can he deal with heavenly beings? Emperor Yulan is really strong, but Ogawa never takes risks easily. Since he says he has the way to deal with Emperor Yulan, he is sure to be able to deal with Emperor Yulan. The marquis is quite confident in Ning Xiaochuan. Before long, a cart pulled by 3 dragons and elephants sped away from the south of the Yulan Empire along the official road towards the imperial city. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan and King Qingyu have entered the imperial city. King Qing has said, Ning Xiaochuan, it's inconvenient to expose my identity. In the open, it's up to you to solve it. Take down the Yulan Empire as soon as possible, and then send all the people of the Yulan Empire to start looking for the ancient Hole of the Gods. Our main purpose is to find the ancient Hole of the Gods, and don't get involved in other things. Ning Xiaochuan naturally nodded and said yes, and then said, What if he meets a strong person in heaven and man? Tell him that all creatures in the world are one family. If he is willing to obey, spare his life. If he doesn't cooperate, the king will let him know how to write the word cry. The king of Qing dynasty rolled his sleeves, revealing a small section of snow-white jade arms, shook 5 slender fingers in front of Ning Xiaochuan, and then squeezed them into a pink fist. "Your Majesty, mighty!" Ning Xiaochuan rode. The two of them continued to move forward. Before long, Ning Xiaochuan's steps stopped and looked at a mansion next to the street, with a somewhat complex look in his eyes. The mansion is very magnificent, with 2 huge stone lions standing in front of the door. On the plaque, there are 4 powerful characters Jian Ge Fu. However, there was a seal on the door, and the door was full of fallen leaves, as if no one had cleaned it for a long time. The king of Qingyu looked down Ning Xiaochuan's eyes and said curiously, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." Ning Xiaochuan withdrew his eyes and said, "King, can you drink?" "Drinking? What is drinking?" Qing Wang was stunned for a moment, widened his round eyes, and stared curiously at Ning Xiaochuan. In human civilization, anyone who is a king is the most able to drink. "King, can't you even drink?" Ning Xiaochuan stared at the king of Qing with a somewhat bored eyes. "Yes. Of course. Just now your pronunciation is not correct, and I didn't hear it clearly. Where is the wine? Don't take King Ben to drink 2 lakes. The way of the king of green." Ning Xiaochuan coughed twice and whispered, "Your Majesty, wine is not water, there is no saying of a lake. Wine can be a cup, a bowl, or a jar, or a jar. Don't you know what I'm doing with so much nonsense? I'm not going to buy wine yet. I must show you who is the best drinker and who is worthy to be king today." Qing Wang followed Ning Xiaochuan in a hurry, and insisted that Ning Xiaochuan take her to drink, proving to Ning Xiaochuan that she was the king who could drink the most. Ning Xiaochuan naturally had to take her to the largest distillery in the imperial city, ordering a table of dishes and more than a dozen different kinds of wine. The king of Qing dynasty stood beside a wine jar taller than her, frowned 2 slender eyebrows, and said in some displeasure, "This is the largest wine jar?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "It's the biggest. It's enough for 30 people to drink for 10 days and 10 nights. Hey! You human beings are so weak. If I don't speak, I'll die. Once I speak, a big river won't be enough to drink." The way of the king of green. The owner of the distillery stood not far away, holding back a belly of laughter. The little girl was really able to boast. From entering the store to now, she has been blowing non-stop. For a while, she can swallow the mountain, for a while, she can drink a lake, and now she can drink up a river. Of course, he didn't dare to laugh, because the money Ning Xiaochuan gave him was enough to buy the whole distillery. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Your Majesty, wine is not water. You can't drink it indiscriminately. You drink too much." Before Ning Xiaochuan finished speaking, the king of Qinghe stretched out a pair of jade arms, picked up the huge wine jar, put the wine in the jar, and began to pour it into his mouth. Her lips are not big, but very small. However, she drinks at an amazing speed, which stunned the winery owners not far away, and the whole person seemed petrified. And people who drink like this? After a while, the inclination of the wine jar became larger, and the jar was half empty. The owner of the wine shop has been scared silly. The girl in blue is so slim. How can she drink so much? Where are they all installed? This is not ordinary wine. It is made of Xianyao. Even Wu Zun can't drink so much. Child, that wine is hearty. Will something happen to her if she drinks so much? The owner of the distillery naturally knows Ning Xiaochuan's identity, because the owner of the distillery is the senior level of Spirit Mountain Matter, responsible for collecting intelligence in the imperial city. Don't worry about her. Ning Xiaochuan used his mind to convey the sound, and said, "Go and arrange it quickly." "Okay. Subordinates, I'll arrange it now." The owner of the distillery stared at the girl in blue deeply and withdrew. Bang! King Qingyu put the wine jar in his hand on the ground and drank it dry. He still looked very energetic. He said in a high spirit, I said, this jar is too small. It's not enough to drink. Ning Xiaochuan, why don't you come to the jar? No, I can't drink. Ning Xiaochuan sat at the table, holding vegetables with chopsticks and said, Your Majesty, why don't you come and eat some vegetables? The Green King walked over, and just took 2 steps, his body shook slightly, he felt his head a little dizzy, and even his face was covered with 2 red clouds. However, her profound cultivation soon adjusted her discomfort. She went to the table, looked at the dishes on the table, frowned and said, Why are you so cruel, eating other creatures? I'm cruel? Ning Xiaochuan said, Okay. I'm cruel, do you want to eat? I'm a vegetarian and don't eat meat. Eat it yourself. I'm still drinking, and I feel that the wine tastes good. The Green King's eyes lit up. Qing Wang once said that she was a vegetarian, but Ning Xiaochuan didn't believe it. After all, she is a mysterious beast. Can Xian beast be vegetarian? Now, Ning Xiaochuan finally believes. Since the Jade Orchid Emperor reached the realm of heaven and man, he has been the supreme master in the Jade Orchid Empire. Anyone who dares to listen to him is doomed. There's no way. Who calls others heaven and man? No one in the world is invincible today. Outside, a group of drinkers were eating and talking. One of them said, Yes. The martial arts world is this reason. Whoever has a big fist is right. Have you heard that the Emperor Yulan's brother was killed by the Emperor Yulan himself? His brother's bones are not cold, but he is already thinking of his sister-in-law. What else? It's absolutely true. And in the morning hall of his royal brother, in full view of the public, he even wanted his royal sister-in-law to go to the palace to serve him. The sound of conversation outside naturally attracted the attention of the king. Ning Xiaochuan secretly observed the expression of the king of Qing, and sure enough, he saw something wrong with her, and his eyes showed a little chill. Bang! There was a sound of tapping the table outside. It's so insane. Kill your brother and want to have sex again. Humiliate your sister-in-law, Emperor Yulan, is in vain. Such a person's conduct is too problematic. Animals are not as good as animals. Who says it's not? But what can we do? Who dares to make enemies with heaven? In the Yulan Empire, Yulan Emperor is the son of heaven. Those who dare to make enemies with him have not been born. Boom! King Qingyu directly overturned the table, spilled the dishes all over Ning Xiaochuan, and all the plates and dishes rolled on the ground and fell into ceramic fragments. What's the right one? Isn't he just a man in heaven? He's really lawless. He really thinks he's invincible in the world and no one can deal with him? The king of the Qing dynasty got his way in silence. The drinker at the table outside was silent for a moment. After a while, one of the drinkers said, Little girl, you are too young and ignorant. What kind of person is Emperor Yulan? No one is his enemy in today's world. Yes, Emperor Yulan is a man of heaven, who is standing in the sky. We only dare to complain. How dare we really compete with heaven and man? Little girl, don't be impulsive. Emperor Yulan likes a beautiful girl like you. If you go to him, it's like a sheep into a tiger's mouth. Qing Wang was so angry that his teeth itched and he grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's arm. He almost wanted to screw Ning Xiaochuan's arm off his body. Naturally, all this was deliberately arranged by Ning Xiaochuan, who wanted to take advantage of the hand of King Qingyu to remove Emperor Yulan. Last time, Ning Xiaochuan said a few more words with Sihanyan. King Qinghe accused him of having a problem with his character and told him that since he had a wife, he would not provoke other girls. This shows that the king of youth attaches great importance to the conduct of men and hates those men who casually hook up with other women. Ning Xiaochuan naturally applied the right medicine to the case and molded the Jade Orchid Emperor. He was the kind of person that the king of Qing dynasty disliked most. It's almost the end of the month. Ask for a monthly ticket. Late at night, there were almost no people walking in the streets in the imperial city. 2 years of war indeed made the imperial city depressed a lot. Dada. On the open street, a handsome man in blue, holding a two-headed stone beast more than 2 meters high, walked slowly towards the direction of King Dajinpeng's mansion. On the back of the double-headed stone beast lies a drunken girl in blue. Her mouth squeaked, like talking in a dream, but no one could understand what she was saying. The man holding the double-headed stone beast is naturally Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan is quite depressed at the moment. Originally, he took the king of Qing to drink and wanted to make her drunk. Taking advantage of the strength of the wine, he took her to the emperor's palace to kill Yulan, the great emperor. However, Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that the king of Qing had drunk himself like a puddle of mud. Now if he took her to kill Emperor Yulan, it would be no different from sending her to death. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan plans to go to King Dajinpeng's mansion first, at least to care about Yusasai first, so that they will not be forced to a dead end and do extreme things. Otherwise, Ning Xiaochuan will regret it all his life. Man is not as good as God. Ning Xiaochuan sighed long. The king of Qingyu was also so good at drinking that she drank up more than 10 jars of wine. Emperor Yulan, let you live another day. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Not long after, Ning Xiaochuan had come to the back door of King Dajinpeng's mansion. White silk hung on the door. In the past, even the back door of King Dajinpeng's mansion was guarded by at least dozens of sergeants. However, it is much colder now than before, and only 4 sergeants are left on both sides of the gate. This is also a normal thing. Everyone knows that King Dajinpeng and Emperor Yulan are incompatible. Now, King Dajinpeng has fallen, and Emperor Yulan has become heaven and man. As long as you are smart, you know how to choose. It is quite normal for those generals and servants to leave King Dajinpeng's mansion in order not to be implicated. Stop. Who's coming? Do you know this is King Dajinpeng's mansion? After seeing Ning Xiaochuan, one of the sergeants became vigilant and drew out his sword to guard Ning Xiaochuan. King Dajinpeng, after all, is a palace that has been inherited for 800 years. Naturally, he has also cultivated many loyal family ministers. Obviously, the sergeant in front of us is one of them. Ning Xiaochuan changed his appearance, and these sergeants didn't recognize him. Ning Xiaochuan said with a smile, I have something important to ask to see Princess Cece. Please go in and pass it on. The sergeant looked at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, and then looked at the green-shirted girl drunk unconscious on the back of the double-headed stone beast. He always felt that this man was not a good man. Sorry, the night is getting dark. Your Highness must have rested. Please come back tomorrow. The sergeant said humbly. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, in the palace, the light of the morning hall is still on. I think the princess must still be watching the spirit for the prince now. You just need to report that Ding Xiaosan, my old friend 2 years ago, was saved by the princess. Now he is rich and wants to repay the princess for saving his life. He specially brought some local specialties from the south and wants to give them to the princess. The sergeant glanced at Ning Xiaochuan again, and his heart was a little complicated. After the news of the fall of King Dajinpeng spread all over the imperial city, all he saw were people who fell into the well, but he didn't expect that there was another person who thanked him mainly came to the door. Ning Xiaochuan said, as long as you report to Princess Cece truthfully, if she still disappears, I'll leave immediately. Then wait outside. The sergeant put away the broadback saber, and then walked into the palace of King Dajinpeng. Not long after, there was a hurried sound of footsteps in the palace. Where is he? A woman's voice came out, looking very eager. Your Highness, he is outside. Ucc, dressed in white filial piety clothes and wrapped in a slender and delicate body, came out of the wide door. When she looked at the man in blue holding the double-headed stone beast, the whole person froze, and even her breathing stopped. Tears continued to escape from her eyes, containing many emotions, including grievance, joy, bitterness, and expectation. Although Ning Xiaochuan slightly changed her appearance, she still recognized it at a glance. When Yusasai stared at Ning Xiaochuan also looked at her. The moonlight tonight is very bright. The moonlight shines the stone slabs on the ground bright white. It is said that the most beautiful time of a woman is when she wears wedding clothes and filial piety clothes. White filial piety makes the woman the most pitiful, petite and beautiful, and makes the man want to pour her into his arms, comfort her, and let her never suffer any injustice again. After a long time, Ning Xiaochuan said, Sissy, you've lost weight. Yes. Yusasai nodded, and her tears could not be stopped at all. She couldn't say anything except a word N. Ning Xiaochuan said, Why? Don't you invite me in? Yusasai burst the bank with tears, without any scruples, and whether she would be seen by the eyeliner arranged by Emperor Yulan in the palace, she rushed up resolutely, hugged Ning Xiaochuan's waist, put her face on his chest, and cried in a low voice. Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath, and his face changed and returned to its original appearance. Stretch out a palm, gently touch Yusasai's cheek, wipe the tears from her eyes, and say, okay. Don't cry. Now that I'm back, I won't let you suffer any more injustice. Aha. Yusasai tightly pursed her lips and nodded vigorously. After Yusasai and Ning Xiaochuan entered King Dajinping's mansion, the 4 sergeants guarding the back door began to talk in a low voice. It turned out he was Ning Xiaochuan. I heard that he went to the wilderness to experience. Now he returns to the Jade Haze Empire. I don't know how high his cultivation is. One of the sergeants breathed out a deep breath and was extremely shocked in his heart. Ning Xiaochuan's name is a household name in Yulan Empire, and the sergeant of King Dajinping's mansion naturally knows him. Ning Xiaochuan was already a top power when he left the Yulan Empire. He must have come to the princess and the princess to discuss the way to deal with Yulan Emperor. In today's world, only he can deal with Yulan Emperor. Shut up. It's best not to divulge Ning Xiaochuan's arrival at King Dajinping's mansion, otherwise, you won't survive. The sergeant who went to spread the news earlier said coldly. The other 3 sergeants immediately shut up. Knowing that it was important, no one dared to talk nonsense. I'm going to inform my mother and brother now? Yusasai's eyes were red and swollen, so she brought Ning Xiaochuan into the palace. Not for the time being. I came to King Dajinping mansion just to see you in advance and see if you are okay now. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Not at all. Royal Sissy didn't wear any oath on her head. Her long black hair naturally hung on both sides of her cheeks, and her eyes were extremely sad. Sorry. Ning Xiaochuan rode. It's none of your business. Yusasai gently shook her head. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were firm and said, I promise you, within 3 days, Emperor Yulan will die without a burial place. Really? Yusasai couldn't believe it. After all, Emperor Yulan was heaven and man. When did I cheat you? Ning Xiaochuan took the king of Qingyu down from the back of the double-headed stone beast and said, let's settle her first. She. Who is she? Yusasai said with some vigilance. Ning Xiaochuan said, it's up to her to kill Emperor Yulan. Although Yusasai didn't understand what Ning Xiaochuan meant, she believed him without reservation. Yusasai took Ning Xiaochuan to her boudoir, opened the door and walked in. Royal Sissy's bed is very wide, made of red sandalwood and covered with a white incense blanket, which is extremely soft. Ning Xiaochuan put the king of Qingyu on his bed, shook his head and sighed, saying, "She is a master in the wilderness. If she is willing to fight, it is not difficult to kill Emperor Yulan." Royal Sissy looked very nervous and whispered, "She must be very excellent?" Indeed, the cultivation talent is extremely high. Although sometimes it's a little overbearing, its nature is not bad. Ning Xiaochuan nodded. Yusasai said, "Do you like her?" "Yes. It's really not annoying." "Eh? Sissy, what do you mean?" Ning Xiaochuan suddenly turned around, but found that Yusisi's expression was very wrong. Yusasai said, "After all, you have been away for 2 years. You must have met a better woman outside. Her martial arts cultivation is high, her nature is not bad, she is beautiful and younger than me. It is normal for you to like her." Cough. "Where do you see that she is younger than you?" Ning Xiaochuan stared at the young king lying in bed, who was so drunk that he didn't wake up. He really looked like a 15-year-old girl, and his heart couldn't help laughing and crying. Yusasai even ate the vinegar of King Qingxi, which was not too sour. Ning Xiaochuan hugged Yusasai in his arms, gently stroked her face, and whispered, "Sisi, don't think too much, I really have nothing with her, and there is absolutely no possibility of anything." She believed what Ning Xiaochuan said. Yusisi's eyes were a little tender. After a long time, she said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you've been away for 2 years. In the past 2 years, a lot of things have happened. These things scared me very much, and I thought very clearly. I decided to be your woman." "Yes." Ning Xiaochuan stared at the copper lamp on the table. In the face of the woman's love, he agreed for the first time without hesitation. "I mean, now," Royal Sissy said. "Huh?" Ning Xiaochuan's eyes widened slightly, stared at Yusisi's serious eyes, and finally nodded and said, "Okay. Now." Yusasai's mouth showed a charming radiance and kissed Ning Xiaochuan's lips. Ning Xiaochuan also began to cater to her, crossing her tongue into her lips and finding that smooth sweet tongue. Both of them breathed quickly. Ning Xiaochuan's palm kept fumbling over Yusisi's delicate body, took off her white filial piety clothes, and revealed a close-fitting lavender thin shirt. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan kicked the king of Qingyu out of the bed, and then threw Yusasai down on the bed, taking off the layers of clothes on her body, revealing a snow-white, graceful and charming body. Ow! Ow! Old 9 represents royal watermelon for monthly ticket. This night is long and short. When the morning came, Ning Xiaochuan came down from the bed without disturbing the sleeping royal sissy. He put on his clothes and wrapped his belt around it. Only then did he find that the king of Qingxi was still lying on the ground, with disheveled hair, face down and back up, sleeping in a unique way. Ning Xiaochuan was shocked. Last night, he was also a little uncontrollable, so he put aside all his worries and stayed with her all night. However, if King Qingyu wakes up halfway and sees himself lying on the ground, while Ning Xiaochuan is tossing clouds and rain with another woman, it will certainly be bad. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the bed. Yusasai's petite body is like a snow-white female cat lying in the quilt, with delicate skin, 2 full jade peaks towering in front of her chest, her long black hair looks very messy, and her glittering and ready lips slightly hook a beautiful arc, like a good dream. Her slender is exposed from the quilt, without any fat. Her exquisite and graceful body is half covered, which looks extremely attractive and makes people aftertaste the beauty of last night. Ning Xiaochuan showed a smile on his face and wanted to love her again, but he knew it was time to leave. It would be a bad thing to let the King of Youth wake up at this time. Ning Xiaochuan left a letter and put it on the table, so he picked up the King Qingyu from the ground and quietly left the King Dajinpeng mansion without disturbing anyone in the mansion. Hey! Obviously, I came to mourn King Dajinpeng, but I slept with Princess Sisi. What's the reason? Ning Xiaochuan once again lamented that human beings are not as good as heaven, and human emotions cannot be suppressed by reason. Ning Xiaochuan took the king of Qing to the Marquis of Jianghe, came to the courtyard where he and Ning Xiaochuan once lived, and put the king of Qing on the bed he once slept on. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Ning Xiaochuan shook the arm of King Qingyu and called in her ear, but she didn't wake up at all. The king of Green can sleep too. Ning Xiaochuan had no choice but to wait for her to wake up naturally. After the Marquis of Jianghe was sealed up, it became very desolate, and there was no servant or maid at all. Ning Xiaochuan walked in the Marquis mansion in the Jianghe, and the ground was full of fallen leaves. His heart was still thinking about the way to kill Yulan Emperor. Suddenly, a cool wind blew. Ning Xiaochuan was excited all over, and he felt an unusual breath appear behind him, emitting a terrifying pressure, which made his heart jump suddenly. Someone is standing behind him. It must be heaven and man. Otherwise, Ning Xiaochuan would have found him long ago. There are only two heavenly beings in the Yulan Empire, one is the Yulan Emperor, and the other is the King of Qing dynasty. At this moment, the person standing behind Ning Xiaochuan can't be the King of Qing dynasty. Is it Yulan Emperor? Without any hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan immediately spread out his body method, turned into a colorful streamer, and moved out horizontally. Wow! A big black handprint stretched out from the void, grabbed it from the position where Ning Xiaochuan had just stood, and almost tore Ning Xiaochuan to pieces. The man behind him gave a light sigh, and then shot again. Ning Xiaochuan called out the magic sword, twisted his body, turned into a blood-red streamer, and stabbed back. Pa! The man stretched out two fingers, trying to clamp the magic sword. However, the sharpness of the magic sword was far more than the other party's expectation. The blade pierced between the two fingers and directly stabbed the other party's heart. The other party had to shoot again, hit a palm print and slapped on the sword of the magic sword, which shook the magic sword and Ning Xiaochuan more than 10 meters away. Ning Xiaochuan stood firm, his eyes with a look of surprise, staring at the old man not far away. How could it be you? The old man looks quite old, but he has a momentum of not being angry and self-threatening. He just needs a look to stare at it, and he can frighten all the martial artists in Dizun territory to kneel on the ground. Because he is no other than the devil. The demon emperor was not dead, and reached the realm of heaven and man. 4 people went to heaven and man to discuss the truth. Since Emperor Yulan was alive, the other 3 people naturally had died. Why is the demon emperor still alive? The demon emperor looked at his fingers, and the blood flowed from his fingertips, with a bitter smile on his face, and said, "The younger generation is terrible. I thought that after reaching the realm of heaven and man, only Yu Jiaoyi had the power to hurt me in the Jade Orchid Emperor Palace, but I didn't expect it to be hurt in the hands of a younger generation. At any time, we can't underestimate the enemy. Once we underestimate the enemy, heaven and man will fall." Dada! The Dark King came out from behind the Demon Emperor, with a half-gold mask on his face, and said with a smile, "Lord Demon, you just don't want to hurt him. With your cultivation of heaven and man, how can Ogawa hurt you?" The Demon Emperor shook his head and said, "Do you think I'm careless? Even if the martial artist in Tianrenjing really despises the carelessness of the enemy, it's not that ordinary people can hurt. Ning Xiaochuan, what level of cultivation have you reached?" Seeing that the Dark King was also on the side, Ning Xiaochuan's vigilance in his heart was a little less. He put away the magic sword and said, "The 3rd step is the ladder of heaven." The Dark King's eyes showed a surprised look. How old is he? Has he reached such a high level? I don't think your combat power is weaker than that of the warrior in the 5th step of heaven ladder. The devil's eyes had a complex look, and he didn't know whether it was gratifying or bitter. Ning Xiaochuan said honestly, "If I didn't use the magic sword of Jiuping Xuanqi level, you didn't underestimate the enemy's carelessness, and I couldn't hurt you." Xiaochuan, Lord Devil, is your grandfather after all. Even if you don't want to call him grandpa, won't you even use a you? Dark Sky King Wei. You and you are naturally different. The word you represents a kind of respect. To be honest, Ning Xiaochuan really has no feelings for the demon emperor. Ning Xiaochuan said, Grandpa? From childhood to childhood, he has come to the Marquis House of Jiangya to see me. When I was a child, I had fetal disease, and I couldn't practice martial arts. I was laughed at and bullied by others. Did he care? Did he send medicine for treatment? Others treat me as a relative, and I naturally treat him as a relative. If others don't treat me as a relative, even if I'm a relative, what's the difference between me and a stranger? Ning Xiaochuan said these words not only for himself, but also for the former Ning Xiaochuan. The King of Dark Sky said, Lord Devil had a problem in cultivating blood-eating demon skill at that time, and I can't blame him at all. Needless to say, there is nothing wrong with what he said. Don't admit it if you don't admit it. Anyway, I've long cut off my father-daughter relationship with his mother. Today, I'm not coming to marry him. Ning Xiaochuan, you should also come back this time to deal with Emperor Yulan. In fact, we can work together. Devil Wei. Ning Xiaochuan said, I'm curious that there is not only one person who can live in the theory of heaven and man. Why do you and Emperor Yulan come out alive and reach the realm of heaven and man? The demon emperor seemed to have expected that Ning Xiaochuan would ask this question and said, in fact, not only Emperor Yulan and I have reached the realm of heaven and man, but also the Sword Saint and King Dajianpeng have reached the realm of heaven and man. How could this happen? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The demon emperor said, because the spirit virtual venerable inherits the power of a divine soul left by the emperor of heaven and reaches the realm of heaven and man one step ahead of us. When she inherits the power of a divine soul left by the emperor of heaven, the power that escapes makes the four of us reach the realm of heaven and man. The emperor of heaven is the only one who has become a true god after the era of apotheosis. The power of God and soul left by him naturally contains incomparably terrifying power. Just the power that escaped, let the demon emperor and the jade orchid emperor break through to the realm of heaven and man. And what kind of realm will the spiritual virtual venerable who inherits the power of the divine soul reach? Where does the spiritual void venerable go? Ning Xiaochuan rode. After reaching the realm of heaven and man, the spirit virtual venerable took full control of the white cloud cave left by the emperor of heaven. Then, with the white cloud cave, he left the Jade Haze Empire and should go to Tiandi Mountain. Said the demon emperor. Ning Xiaochuan said, Baiyun Cave has been taken away. What about the imperial ruins? The imperial ruins have collapsed, and that small world has been completely destroyed. There will be no Heavenly Emperor Academy in the future. The demon emperor's faint way. No. Since all four of you have reached the realm of heaven and man, why did King Dajianpeng fall? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The magic emperor's mouth showed a curve and said, King Dajianpeng died in the hands of Emperor Yulan. Emperor Yulan's meanness is better than I thought. At the moment when the four of us broke through the realm of heaven and man, he hit all three of us seriously. I was lucky to escape with the Sword Saint, but King Dajianpeng died in the hands of Emperor Yulan. Is it really the Jade Orchid Emperor? Can he hurt your three masters at the same time? Ning Xiaochuan didn't completely believe what the demon emperor said. The demon emperor laughed and said, if I hadn't been seriously injured by his sneak attack, why would I hide in the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion to recuperate? Besides, Emperor Yulan has the congenital 9-grade Xuanqi Dragon Ball of the Son of Heaven. With his cultivation of heaven and man, he displays the congenital 9-grade Xuanqi, and the power that erupts is far beyond your imagination. Even if my injury has healed now, if you want to fight Emperor Yulan on your own, you will lose more than less. In the Jade Haze Empire, there is only one congenital 9-grade Xuanqi, the dragon ball of the Son of Heaven, which is in the hands of the Jade Haze Emperor. The power of the innate Jiu Dang Jia is not comparable to that of the acquired Jiu Dang Jia. Once it is displayed by heaven and man, it is simply infinitely powerful. Ning Xiaochuan said, "What about the swordsman?" Qua. He is afraid of the congenital 9-grade Xuanqi in the hands of Emperor Yulan, and has fled the Yulan Empire. The demon emperor, with a somewhat ironic smile, said, "It's a pity that I'm not willing to be forced to escape. It's so shameless. If I don't kill you Zaya, I'll never leave." Ning Xiaochuan said, "So, you want to join hands with me to deal with Emperor Yulan, because I have a magic sword of the 9th level in my hand." "Sort of. Will you?" "Devil way." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Sorry, I won't give the magic sword to anyone. It doesn't matter. I've recovered from my injury now." Even without the congenital 9 mysterious weapons, with the power of blood-eating demon skill, it may not be impossible to win. The demon emperor is also free and easy, and does not force Ning Xiaochuan. When he finished his last sentence, he had disappeared from the marquee of the sword pavilion and stood outside the gate of the magnificent imperial palace. Grandly recommend a historical book, The Three Kingdoms Dominate the World. Author, East Side. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the direction of the imperial palace, and could clearly see 2 pillars of light rising into the sky, accompanied by 2 surging forces, filling the entire imperial city. All the warriors in the imperial city can clearly perceive the 2 breath that frighten people. It's frightening. Wow. Above the sky, a huge door opened wide, and 2 pillars of light flew in. The Demon Emperor and the Jade Orchid Emperor went to fight in different space. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Dark King of Heaven also stared at the direction of the sky and said, "The battle between heaven and man is not something we can imagine. If the battle breaks out in the imperial city, I'm afraid the whole imperial city will become fragmented. Emperor Yulan has the congenital 9 mysterious weapons. Once prompted, it will be extremely powerful and terrifying, and the chance for Lord Magic to win is less than 30%. Then why should he fight?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Dark King stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Because your mother and your father were forced to die by Yulan the Great Emperor, the Lord of the Devil must go to war. Even if he knew it was death, he would never shrink back. Xiaochuan, blood is thicker than water. Are you so ruthless as the Lord of the Devil?" Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath, and he couldn't help admiring the Demon Emperor. The Sword Saint was not afraid of the Jade Orchid Emperor and escaped from the Jade Orchid Empire. However, the Demon Emperor did not leave. After recovering from his injury, he was an Iron Man, but his perseverance was between heaven and earth. The Dark King said, "Ningxing left the Jade Haze Empire with you. Is she all right now?" Back to Yulan Empire, Ning Xiaochuan had planned to tell the Dark King about Ningxing. At this moment, naturally, there was no concealment, and he told the Dark King everything he and Ningxing had experienced from beginning to end. The Dark King of Heaven was silent for a long time, sighed and said, "It may be a good opportunity for her, but I don't know whether our father and daughter will have a chance to meet in the future." "There must be." Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Dark King shook his head and smiled and said, "Her path is different from mine. 100 years later, I may be dying of old age, but she is still practicing martial arts. 1,000 years later, I may be rotten to the bone, but she is still young. Ogawa, everyone's talent is different, and the height they can reach is also different. My talent can be cultivated to the realm of heaven and man, which is already the limit. Maybe I will die of old age, before she comes back. However, unlike you, your talent is far better than me. You and she go the same way. You promise me that you will help me take care of her after I die. Can you?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Don't worry, Heavenly King. I will take care of Ningxing for you in the past and in the future. Maybe some things will be cherished only when they are lost. Ning Xiaochuan stared meaningfully at the direction of the sky and called out the magic sword. A magical gas burst out from within, and his eyes became extremely sharp. What are you doing? Dark Sky King Wei. I will also go to meet Emperor Yulan for a while. Boom. Ning Xiaochuan's back grew a pair of light wings, which turned into a column of light and rose into the sky. A sword cut out, pulled out a dozens of meters long sword mark, opened the door of different space, and flew in. Those warriors in the Imperial City were shocked again. The Demon Emperor and the Jade Orchid Emperor have just gone to different space to fight. How can there be a strong one to kill? Judging from the strength of the sword just now, is it the Sword Master who shot? It shouldn't be the Sword Saint, haven't you heard? Ning Xiaochuan's magical power Mahayana has come out of the wilderness, and he personally visited King Dajinpeng's mansion last night. Is there such a thing? I think it must be true. The sword Qi just now is clearly released from the ghost demon sword. It seems that Ning Xiaochuan is really back. The Demon Emperor and Ning Xiaochuan joined hands to deal with the Jade Orchid Emperor, which is clearly a revenge war that has lasted for more than 10 years. I really don't know who will win. Although the battle of the Demon Emperor, Yulan Emperor, and Ning Xiaochuan did not break out in the Imperial City, it still caused a huge shock, and the news soon spread throughout the Imperial City. In King Dajinpeng's mansion, Princess Shimu and the Prince of Jindu are naturally very happy, and they very much hope that Emperor Yulan will be killed. Princess, Princess. Still sleeping? Get up quickly. There is great news. A maid hurried to the door of Yusisai's room and kept knocking. Yusisi was lying on the bed, feeling all over sore and couldn't even straighten her waist, and said, "What's the matter? Makes you so happy? The little Marquis is back." Oh. I see. Yusisi secretly scolded Ning Xiaochuan in her heart. It's really bad. After doing bad things, she left silently. She was simply a bad guy, a bad guy. Princess, why are you not happy at all? That maid was puzzled. According to reason, the princess should be very happy. What's so happy? It's not that I haven't seen Ning Xiaochuan. Royal Sisi had some gruesome ways. The maid gently shook her head, thinking that the princess must have changed her mind, otherwise how could she be so indifferent? The little Marquis and the Demon Emperor have declared war on the Jade Orchid Emperor. They have entered the different space to fight. Now everyone is talking about the result of the battle. The maid also became interested. What? Yusisai was very nervous about the safety of Ning Ogawa. As soon as she was nervous, she wanted to get up from bed, but she forgot that last night was her first day. Night, Ning Xiaochuan's body is even stronger than heaven and man. How can she bear it? As a result, his legs softened and he fell directly to the ground. Bang! In Princess Cici's boudoir, a heavy object fell to the ground. In different spaces, the spatial structure is very unstable. The two strong men in heaven and man are fighting fiercely. Wearing a golden dragon robe and a crown, Yulan stood on the clouds of Shumi. With a wave of his arm, a huge golden dragon hundreds of meters long soared out, making a deafening dragon hell. On the top of the Demon Emperor's head, there was a blood-red blood-eating demon cloud suspended, and his hands painted in the void, condensed into a huge inanimate wheel, and sucked the golden dragon into the vortex. Duanmian. The Emperor intended to let you live, but you wanted to die. In that case, the Emperor will send you on the road. Emperor Yulan stretched out a palm and pushed forward. In the palm of his hand, a dazzling light escaped, and a golden bead flew out of the flesh and blood. A golden dragon, rotating on the surface of the bead, is like a living creature. Congenital 9, Xuanqi, son of heaven Dragon Ball. At the same time, the devil's palm also hit a blood-red bead, facing the Dragon Ball of the Son of Heaven. It is the treasure of the Demon Gate, a 9-grade mysterious weapon, and a blood-eating bead. Although the blood-eating bead is also a Jiu Dang Jia, it is the acquired Jiu Dang Jia, which is naturally weaker than the Emperor's dragon bead. Blood-eating demon skill. The devil's eyes turned blood red, his hair stood upside down and hid a pair of palms. The blood-red clouds on his head ran frantically, which were connected with the blood-eating beads, forming a huge phagocytic force. The demon emperor has cultivated the blood-devouring demon skill to a very high level, and can suck and devour each other's blood in the air. Emperor Yulan can clearly feel that the blood flow speed in his body is accelerating, and his body is expanding. Even if he operates the skill to suppress, his body is still like a balloon, constantly expanding. Blood flowed out of the pores and flew in the direction of the demon emperor. It seemed that the body of Emperor Yulan was about to burst. The Son of Heaven is angry. The Jade Orchid Emperor roared, spitting out a divine thunder-like sound in his mouth. Ow! On the dragon ball of the Son of Heaven, a huge golden dragon shadow flew out, slapped a claw on the bloodthirsty bead, turned the blood-eating bead drilly, and flew out backward. The demon emperor's body also seemed to be hit hard and suddenly stepped back. Bang! The dragon ball of the Son of Heaven hit the blood-devouring bead. The collision of the two Jiu Dang Jia, it is obvious that the emperor's dragon ball has the upper hand, beating the demon emperor back again, and a drop of blood flows out of the corner of his mouth. Yulan emperor's body gradually recovered, stepped on the void, and pushed towards the demon emperor. Duan Muhan, today the emperor will let you know that there is only one great emperor in Yulan Empire. Boom! The strange space was forcibly torn apart by a sword. Ning Xiaochuan flew in from outside. It is reasonable to say that the battle waves emanating from the strong in the realm of heaven and man are unparalleled, and no one can break in, but Ning Xiaochuan just broke in. Ning Xiaochuan held the single round star ball in one hand and the bronze ancient lamp in the other hand, which scattered the circles of battle fluctuations. The array in the single round star ball was led by Ning Xiaochuan, turned into a huge silver star, and rolled over to Yulan Emperor. Bang! With a wave of Emperor Yulan's arm, he flew the single round of star ball back, and snorted coldly, Ning Xiaochuan, you dare to do this in front of the Emperor. Today, the Emperor will destroy you, a big and a small pair of demons. A golden dragon-shaped vitality, from the palm of Yulan Emperor, turned into a huge golden dragon more than 100 meters long, opened a big mouth, and was about to swallow Ning Xiaochuan. A 12-meter-high black skeleton came out from behind Ning Xiaochuan, holding a magic sword and chopped in the air. Wow! The blood-red sword light cut the golden dragon in two. The black skeleton didn't stop, with a harsh roar in his mouth. Holding the magic sword, he killed Yulan, the great emperor. Emperor Yulan was quite surprised that Ning Xiaochuan could break his dragon qi. This boy's cultivation cannot be despised. Although he has not reached the realm of heaven and man, it is not easy for heaven and man to kill him. Wow! A harsh sword sounded. The black skeleton rushed to Yulan Emperor's body, jumped up, held the sword handle in both hands, and suddenly chopped the top of Yulan Emperor with a sword. Recommend the historical book of the Eastern Side, The Three Kingdoms Dominate the World. The power of the black skeleton itself, coupled with the power of the magic sword, is superimposed, showing a terrible power fluctuation. However, Emperor Yulan believed that he was heaven and man, with disdain in his eyes. He didn't pay attention to the black skeleton, just a puppet. His palm, wrapped in golden Tianwu vitality, turned into a 3-meter-long golden dragon claw, with sharp claws, facing the magic sword. Pooh! The magic sword, unexpectedly, broke the golden dragon claw and cut it off from the tiger's mouth of Emperor Yulan. At the moment when the magic sword fell, Emperor Yulan realized that it was bad and immediately retreated. However, he was still split by the sword gas and flew backwards for more than 10 feet before he stood firm. He raised his arm and looked. The tiger's mouth was cut open by the magic sword, and blood was still flowing. It's just a skeleton, which has broken the flesh of heaven and man. How can it be so powerful? Jade Orchid Emperor can't believe that he was injured by a puppet. If he hadn't realized the danger and retreated in time, he might have lost all his arms. After all, Emperor Yulan just reached the realm of heaven and man, and even the realm was not completely stable. Although they are the most important realm of heaven and man, Nangonming is more than twice as strong as Yulan Emperor. Because Nangonming has been practicing in the first level for decades, which is not comparable to the martial artist who has just reached the realm of heaven and man. Of course, if Yulan Emperor used the congenital 9 Xuanqi, he had the power to defeat Nangonming. The realm is not enough, and Xuanqi makes up for it. This is the advantage of a congenital 9-grade mysterious weapon. However, Yulan Emperor's congenital Jioping Xuanqi is fighting against the Demon Emperor. He can only fight with the black skeleton with bare hands. Naturally, he can only fight with the black skeleton. Yulan Emperor was distracted. He wanted to use the Dragon Ball of the Emperor to fight against the Demon Emperor, and also fought with the black skeleton with his flesh and blood. Demon Emperor, I'll lend you a mysterious weapon with 9 innate qualities. Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the bronze ancient lamp, threw it forward and suspended it above the head of the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was forced to retreat by the Dragon Ball of the Son of Heaven and was almost defeated. After getting the bronze ancient lamp, he immediately lit the blood of heaven and man in the ancient lamp. Wow! A ray of light shines out, illuminating the whole different space. The power of the bronze ancient lamp is stimulated by the cultivation of the Demon Emperor's heaven and earth, and the power is much stronger than that of the bronze ancient cave used by Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! Inside the wick, a flame light column flew out, unexpectedly beating all the dragon balls of the Son of Heaven out. The light of the ancient bronze lamp is like a bright sun. 49 golden crows with 3 feet are flying around the ancient lamp, forming 49 fire clouds, burning towards the Jade Orchid Emperor. The Emperor's Dragon Ball kept rotating. Faintly, a huge golden dragon could be seen flying in the fire cloud and attacking the bronze ancient cave. Yaziah, today is the day when you pay the price for what you did that year. The Demon Emperor held the bronze ancient lamp in one hand and the blood-eating bead in the other hand, and walked towards the Jade Haze Emperor. Every step was tens of feet away, with a torrent of imperial authority on his body. In order to prevent Emperor Yulan from escaping, Ning Xiaochuan took out the 333 pole array flag and set it in the void, blocking the whole alien space. Array, start running. Each array flag became as thick as the mouth of a bull, emitting lightning and thunder, and condensed into a huge lightning space. Above, huge flints appeared. Below, the water that corrodes the martial body gushes out. 8 winds god array. Ow! Ow! 5 ferocious Xian beasts flew out of the Xian beast Jian, each of which was a high-level 9-level Xian beast. Among them, the double-headed stone beast, the golden dragon, and the Taisui beast all had the combat power comparable to the warrior in the 4th step of the ladder of heaven. They sit in the 5 directions of the array, preside over the array, make the array run faster, and launch an attack on Emperor Yulan. Ning Xiaochuan sat outside the array and mobilized the power of the 7 orifices demon heart to launch an attack on Emperor Yulan. The power of the mind condensed into 6 shadows. A bright halo appeared in the back of everyone's shadow. Such a scene is like the gods of the 6 gods, flying out of Ning Xiaochuan's body. Among them, the shadows of the 5 Taoists rushed into the body of Emperor Yulan and directly fought with the mind of Emperor Yulan. Ning Xiaochuan has a total of 7 minds, one of which is hidden in the skeleton of the black skeleton, controlling the black skeleton. The other stayed in Ning Xiaochuan's body, to prevent someone from attacking his body. The other 5 thoughts rushed into the heart of Emperor Yulan. In the heart of Emperor Yulan, there is a human shadow condensed by his mind, just like an emperor standing in the center of heaven and earth. Mind is an unreal thing that cannot be seen with the naked eye. Only your own mind can you see others' mind. The two men's minds broke out in battle. The battle of the mind is no less dangerous than that of the outside world. Once the mind is defeated, the spirit and will of the warrior will collapse. If the warrior even breaks down his spirit and will, he will surely be defeated. Ning Xiaochuan's most powerful strength is not the physical strength, but the spiritual strength. The seven orifices demon heart, known as the most powerful heart of the mind, is naturally extraordinary. If Ning Xiaochuan could defeat Yulan Emperor's mind, he might be able to enslave Yulan Emperor and turn him into his own heart slave. Yulan Emperor suffered 4 attacks from the Demon Emperor, the Black Skeleton, the Mind and the Array. He became difficult and could only defend passively. Once upon a time, he was still in high spirits and thought that he had become the supreme master of the Yulan Empire. However, at the moment, he was completely suppressed. Even with the Emperor's Dragon Ball in hand, he could not resist the attack from all directions. No. Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved, and he felt that the ground basalt in the heart of the Black Skeleton was about to be exhausted. The Black Skeleton immediately retreated and prepared to replace the ground Xianshi. Emperor Yulan finally had time to breathe, and his eyes became extremely fierce. Damn. Let you see, what is a peerless soldier? There were 4 golden lights flying out of Emperor Yulan. Inside each light, there is a 9-grade xuanqi, a dragon seal, a dragon pen, a scroll of dragon pictures, and a dragon whip. These 4 Jiupin xuanqi are all acquired Jiupin xuanqi. The 5 9-grade xuanqi of the royal family unexpectedly fell into your hands. It seems that King Dajinpeng was really killed by you. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The 5 9-grade xianwares of the royal family are all the ancestors of the royal family. They were obtained from the dragon family and held in the hands of Emperor Yulan and the 4 royal mansions, respectively. King Dajinpeng's mansion has the Kowloon map. Emperor Yulan didn't deny it, and snorted coldly. The world knows that the royal family has 5 Jiupin xuanqi, but few people know that if you combine the 5 Jiupin xuanqi into one, it will turn into a supreme weapon. Duan Muhan and Ning Xiaochuan, in front of the supreme weapon, the emperor will also see how big waves you can turn. Under the urging of Emperor Yulan, 5 9-grade xianwares were quickly combined into one, turning into a golden luster. In the golden light, a huge golden bone dragon like a mountain flew out. Just the smell emanating from the bone dragon shook the demon emperor and Ning Xiaochuan out, and they couldn't resist it at all. Poof. Stabbed. Just 2 golden rays fell, and both the demon emperor and Ning Xiaochuan were seriously injured. However, Yulan Emperor was also uncomfortable. After all, with his cultivation, he was still reluctant to control the supreme weapon, which consumed a lot of Tianwu vitality in his body. Bang! The blood-devouring bead hit by the demon emperor was cracked by the golden keel and was almost broken. The demon emperor mobilized the power of the bronze ancient lamp, turned it into a magic light, and flew over the golden bone dragon. However, before he could stand firm, the golden bone dragon threw him out. Dragon tail, draw on the body. If it is not guarded by the bronze ancient lamp, the body of the demon emperor will be cut in 2. After the combination of the royal family's 5 9-grade xuanqi, it turned into a supreme weapon. Yulan Emperor, who has the supreme weapon, has the power to kill heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan took back all his mind and tried his best to defend. He didn't expect that Emperor Yulan had such a terrible trick. Once the supreme weapon comes out, who can be the enemy? Every supreme weapon is extremely rare and can be called a forbidden weapon. Once it is displayed, countless creatures will turn into ashes. This kind of taboo soldiers are more than 10 times rarer than 9-grade mysterious weapons. In the intermediate Wuping civilization like Jiuyue Xinjiang, there is no supreme weapon. It is estimated that only Tiandi Mountain has the supreme weapon. Maybe we can only use the power of Tiandi Blade. Ning Xiaochuan was about to mobilize the Tiandi blade. Suddenly, the whole strange space trembled violently, and a blue glow flew in, turning into a girl in a blue luo shirt, walking in the void and falling beside Ning Xiaochuan. After seeing King Qinghe, Ning Xiaochuan immediately put the Xian beast away for fear of being seen by King Qinghe, greeted him and said, "King, you are here. I am ready to get rid of Emperor Yulan according to your instructions, and I am about to succeed." However, I didn't expect that he actually had a supreme weapon. Alas! My subordinates failed to kill him, but they almost humiliated the king. The Jade Orchid Emperor and the Demon Emperor both stopped fighting and stared at the girl in blue who suddenly appeared. Supreme device? The king's eyes lit up. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "Yes, it's the supreme weapon." I told him that everything in the territory of the beheading wasteland belonged to the king, and asked him to present the supreme weapon to the king, but he didn't listen. He said that he was the only master of this land. So ignorant of rules? King Qingyu was very angry and felt that Emperor Yulan was very disobedient. He also said. What else did he say? Qing Wang's eyes were a little cold and became more and more angry. Recommend the eastern side of the three kingdoms dominate the world. Ning Xiaochuan whispered. He also said that he had found the god's cave. However, I asked him the location of the god's cave, but he refused to say it. He said that unless he was killed, the king would not want to know the location of the god's cave. Hearing the words Feng Shindong Fu, the king of Qing couldn't wait any longer. He walked towards Emperor Yulan and said in a deep voice, "Are you Emperor Yulan?" "That's right. This emperor is the master of Yulan Empire." "Who is your excellency? Do you still want to intervene in this emperor's affairs?" Yulan Emperor naturally didn't know the identity of the king of Qing dynasty, but he could feel the power fluctuations emanating from the king of Qing dynasty, and he absolutely had the cultivation of heaven and man. However, Emperor Yulan has the supreme weapon and is not afraid of anyone at all. He is confident that he can crush all his opponents. "Tell me where the cave is?" "The way of the King of Green." Emperor Yulan felt puzzled and said, "What cave? What kind of clothes to wear?" "What the king said is to help you reach the cave of heaven and man." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yulan Emperor suddenly realized that they were talking about the White Cloud Cave left by the Emperor of Heaven. However, the White Cloud Cave has been taken away by the Spirit Virtual Venerable, and the Jade Orchid Emperor naturally did not know where the Spirit Virtual Venerable went. Besides, why should I answer whatever they ask? I am the Great Emperor, the Master of Yulan Empire. Emperor Yulan also looked very angry and sneered, "Why should I tell you?" Ning Xiaochuan, you don't think you want to suppress the emperor just by looking for someone who is not 3 or 4. Believe it or not, you will die miserably today? Your Majesty, this man doesn't pay much attention to you. Anyway, you are the master of the earth. He actually says you are a man of no 3 and no 4. I can't stand it anymore. Let me kill this man and give you a bad breath. Ning Xiaochuan's expression was angry. Quit. It's so hateful. I haven't seen such a person who doesn't understand the rules for a long time. Let me see how powerful he is and how arrogant he is. King Qingyu was originally very unhappy with Emperor Yulan. He didn't expect that he should still be so ignorant of current affairs. It's time to teach him a lesson. The body of the King of Green rushed out a gorgeous cyan glow, lifted his arm, made a huge palm print, and slapped at the Jade Haze Emperor. The King of Green shoots, and soon the wind blows and the clouds move. The whole alien space is shaking, as if it would break at any time. The handprint she made was as big as a mountain, and even the supreme instrument made by Emperor Yulan could not be stopped. She could only watch the palm print press down, forming a pressure that made people unable to breathe. Jade Lan Emperor's face changed, spit out a mouthful of blood, sprayed on the top of the supreme instrument. Ow! A dragon sing sounded. The supreme weapon turned into a golden bone dragon, and attacked with open teeth and claws, trying to break the big handprint made by the king of Qing. It's just an inferior supreme weapon, which can also block the king's magic power. The king was wrapped in blue brilliance, turned into a blue bird, and spread his wings. His wings were 8,000 meters long, covering the whole sky, just like an ancient god bird. The blue god bird is wrapped in blue flames. Each feather is gorgeous and beautiful, and 2 white clouds are surrounded by its claws. It just tore down a claw, and then the supreme weapon collapsed, leaving 3 bloody claw marks on the chest of Emperor Yulan. The flesh and blood turned outward, the bones were broken, and the body was almost torn. It's so powerful that it can't even stop the supreme weapon. What's its origin? The demon emperor went to Ning Xiaochuan's side and returned the bronze ancient lamp to Ning Xiaochuan. The demon emperor knew that since that green bird shot, he was afraid that today next year would be the memorial day of the Jade Orchid Emperor, and the bronze ancient lamp would naturally not be used. Supreme utensils are divided into 5 grades: inferior supreme utensils, intermediate supreme utensils, superior supreme utensils, supreme king utensils, and supreme emperor utensils. What Emperor Yulan has in his hand is an inferior supreme weapon. The Tiandi blade controlled by Ning Xiaochuan and the Tiandi bell controlled by Lingshu Venerable are all the peerless treasure materials collected by the Tiandi and refined for more than 10 times before forging into the Supreme Emperor's wear. Become the most top supreme device. On top of the supreme imperial instrument is the legendary secondary artifact. That's the top war soldier in the world. The whole Tianshu continent is almost invisible. Even the Emperor of Heaven didn't forge any artifact in those days. Of course, Tiandi Blade and Tiandi Bell have great potential and have the opportunity to grow into secondary artifacts. Although what Emperor Yulan controlled was only an inferior supreme weapon, it had extremely terrible power through the cultivation of heaven and man. If Emperor Yulan really hit with all his strength, it would be enough to sink the whole imperial city to the ground, and tens of millions of creatures would perish. With the talent of Emperor Yulan and the control of the supreme weapon, he could have become a unique overlord. It's a pity that he met Ning Xiaochuan and the king of the Qing dynasty. His road of hegemony is doomed to be strangled. Poof. Emperor Yulan was beaten to vomit blood, and was in a mess, with wounds everywhere. The king turned into a human again, and with a slap, he flew the crown of the emperor on the head of Emperor Yulan, saying in a cold voice, "Do you want to say it or not?" Yulan the Great, disheveled, kept retreating, with a malevolent look in his eyes, turned the vitality of his body, and played a martial magic. A huge golden wheel flew out, spun in the air, and strangled the neck of King Qing. The golden wheel set off a huge whirlpool and flew out with sharp blades. Pa! The king of Qing dynasty ignored the magic power of Yulan, smashed the golden wheel, punched Yulan in the face, collapsed Yulan's nose, and sounded a sound of fracture. The bridge of the nose was broken. Yulan's nose kept bleeding, and he was fanned up by the king of green. He turned 720 degrees in the air, before falling down and lying on the ground. Not yet? The king of green is really angry, and this guy's mouth is too hard. It seems that he won't let go until he is killed. The king of the Qing dynasty clenched his fist and planned to continue fighting. Wait a minute, you. What do you want me to say? The Jade Orchid Emperor propped his hands on the ground, raised his head hard, clenched his teeth, and asked, with some compromise. Where is Fengshan Cave? The way of the king of green. Fengshan Cave? What Fengshan Cave? Emperor Yulan was very puzzled. He didn't know what Fengshan Cave was at all? Crazy woman. Why do you beat people up? Give it back to me? The king of Qing was so angry that he ground his teeth. It was so hateful. The character is really bad. Have you admitted it before, and now pretend not to know it? Emperor Yulan was very speechless. He was the lord of the empire, Wu Dao Tianren, and was beaten by a little woman. It was so humiliating. However, seeing that the king of Qing dynasty punched again, he kept a low profile and immediately said, "The emperor really doesn't know." This emperor. The king of Qing dynasty waved his fist out, sunk in Yulan's face, and turned his cheekbones into bone debris. How hateful. This girl is just called king, and he dares to be called emperor? The emperor really doesn't know. Emperor Yulan covered his cheek and stood up again. Dare I call myself emperor? The king of the Qing dynasty once again sucked out the jade orchid emperor. Yulan emperor even cried. Who on earth is she? Is there any royal way to rush up and hit people without saying a word? If you don't say the location of Fengshan Cave, my king will abolish you today. The king of Qingyu showed a mouthful of snow-white teeth, and a small tongue stuck out, adding to his lips. It was originally a lovely action, but in the eyes of Emperor Yulan, it was extremely cruel. Is she trying to eat people? Is this woman really crazy? Is it too unreasonable? Where do I know there is any Fengshan Cave? I really don't know what Fengshan Cave. I really don't know. The Jade Orchid Emperor has not had the dignity of the emperor at all, and all of them have been beaten into depression by the king of Qing. I don't know. Why did you say you knew before? I don't know. How dare you claim to be killed without saying it? King Qingyu felt that he had been fooled by Emperor Yulan. He was very angry, really angry, and took Emperor Yulan out again and again. Pa. Pa. Every time King Qingyu waved out, Emperor Yulan would be beaten upside down for more than 10 meters. But before he could fully stand firm, he was pulled out again. Even the demon emperor and Ning Xiaochuan, standing in the distance, felt a spasm, which was really cruel. Emperor Yulan was beaten completely unable to see the original, his head was swollen like a pig's head, and his mouth was still crying, constantly telling, I really don't know. I haven't heard of any Fengshan Cave. Ben Di fought with you. Kill me. Is this really Yulan Emperor? Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect that Emperor Yulan, who was high above, also had a time to beg for mercy. The demon emperor said, the girl in blue should have defeated the spirit of Emperor Yulan, so that the spirit and will of Emperor Yulan have collapsed. Otherwise, with the pride of Emperor Yulan, even if he put the knife on his neck, he could not say half a sentence of begging for mercy. If a person's spirit and will collapse, even if he has the cultivation of heaven and man, he is no different from a waste. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The demon emperor laughed and said, Yulan's fate is his own. By the way, what is the origin of that girl in blue? The cultivation is really unpredictable. She is a master in the wilderness. Ning Xiaochuan turned into a streamer and flew in the direction of King Qinghe, saying, King, did you ever force the location of Fengshan Cave from his mouth? I'm so angry. His mouth is too hard. I'm a little tired. Come on. The king of Qingyu put his hands on his hips, and his body was dripping with sweat. He kept rubbing his wrists. He was really tired and had to have a rest. I wish you all a happy Christmas Eve, and every day is safe and happy. Lao Jiu loves you. Ning Xiaochuan, you entrapped me. You must die hard, you have killed me miserably. I don't know what Fengshan Cave. You take advantage of me. Yulan the Great was lying on the ground with disheveled hair, breathing constantly, his body was injured, and his mouth kept flowing blood. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Emperor Yulan coldly and said, Emperor Yulan, I know that your mouth is very hard and you want to hide the secret to the end. However, I have some ways to let you tell the location of Fengshan Cave. Bah! Don't think I don't know. She's not human at all. She's the king of beasts in the wilderness. You dare to cross the chopping wasteland. Wait and see. Tiandi Mountain will send someone to deal with you, and you won't have a few days to live. Yulan Emperor's face was ferocious. King Qingyu's eyes were cold, motioned to Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "Kill him." Ning Xiaochuan is naturally willing to serve. Killing Emperor Yulan will never happen again. Leave people under the sword. A violent voice sounded. Boom. A pair of big hands stretched out from above, and each finger was wrapped by lightning, forcibly tearing the different space apart. The owner of those big hands is a big man whose whole body is wrapped by lightning. He is 3 feet tall, his arms are as thick as a bucket, his legs are like pillars, his eyes are as big as fists, and his ears are like fans. Above his cheeks, his beard was thick and his skin was dark. Above the top of the head, it looks a little bald, and there is only hair on both sides near the ears. This strange man is 4 or 5 times taller than ordinary people. Wearing a dazzling black robe, he is like an ancient troll, emitting an extremely terrifying atmosphere. Poof. Although the strange man shouted, "Leave people under the sword," Ning Xiaochuan didn't mean to stop at all. With a sword, he chopped off the head of Emperor Yulan and put it into the bag. Ning Xiaochuan winked at the demon emperor in the distance, and the demon emperor even knew what he meant. The next moment, the two immediately quietly ran away. As for that strange man who was suddenly killed, it was up to the King of Green to deal with him. All the attention of the King of Qing dynasty hit the strange man who was killed halfway. He touched his chin with his finger and said, "Are you from Tiandi Mountain?" "Tiandi Mountain, Yuchi Si. You should be the beast king under the Brahma demon throne?" The strong man's voice was like thunder, which made people's eardrums ache. The King of Qingyu frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, the people of Tiandi Mountain came to Yulan Empire and said, "You recognize the wrong person. This girl is just a little sparrow who just got the Tao. I haven't heard of any Brahma demon king at all. Ning Xiaochuan, why don't you go?" Ning Xiaochuan. Mode. I'm so angry that I escaped first. When the king turned around, there was no shadow of Ning Xiaochuan, who had long escaped from this strange space and disappeared without a trace. "King Qingyu, don't try to deceive me. You broke the agreement between the Brahma Demon King and Tiandi Mountain, broke through the beheading wasteland without authorization, and killed the monarch of human civilization. I want to capture you back to Tiandi Mountain and imprison you for 500 years. Wei Qi Hai spit out a mouthful of thunder and lightning, and the whole strange space is filled with electric fire, sending out a crackling thunder and lightning sound. Strange space seems to usher in the end of the world, with lightning and thunder, sparks flying. A big ball condensed by lightning rolled towards the King of Green, sending out a buzzing rolling body. The lightning ball continues to grow, containing destructive power. Are you bothered or not? I'm not the King of Youth. I'm really just a little sparrow who gets away. If you don't believe me, forget it." With a wave of his arm, the King of Qing dynasty exerted the supreme weapon snatched from Emperor Yulan. It was only a trace of power to play the supreme weapon. A golden light rushed out, punctured the lightning ball, bombarded Yuchi Si, knocked Yuchi Si upside down for hundreds of meters, broke his robe, and left a bloody wound on his chest. Damn. She has the supreme weapon. Wei Qi Hai's eyes shrunk and his hair burst into anger. His body swelled into a giant more than 60 meters high. When his hand was pinched towards the void, a huge black hammer fell into his hand, full of lightning intertwined on it, and a hammer hit the King of Green. Although Lei Gongchui in Wei Qi Si is not the supreme weapon, it is also a top-level soldier among the 9 Xian weapons. Boom! The huge hammer crashed down, shattering the entire alien space into cracks. Hey! Back! King Qingyu also didn't know when to fly behind Yuchi Si. With a wave of his arm, a palm print hit Yuchi Si's vest and broke Yuchi Si's giant Dharma body. King Qingyu didn't intend to fight with Wei Qi Hai. Just as he was about to escape, there were two strong smells that broke the different space and blocked the retreat of the King of Green. A white man in his 30s came from the void, with a sense of peace on his body, and a white long sword hanging around his waist. It seemed gentle, but with a strong pressure, he laughed and said, "King Qinghe, you leave the supreme weapon of my royal family, and we Tiandi Mountain will never stop you." If Ning Xiaochuan stayed here, he would recognize the identity of the man in white. It is the head of the school palace, Yu Xianqi. Walking beside Yu Xianqi is a Taoist in green in her 30s. She doesn't look old, but she gives people a cold feeling. Her eyes were always shrouded in cold fog, and she stepped on a blue cloud under her feet, just like a fairy stepping on the cloud. The three masters of Tiandi Mountain gathered together and sealed the three directions of King Qingshi. "I've made it very clear to you. This girl is really not a king of youth, but looks very similar to the king of youth. What are your eyes?" Qing Wang pursed his lips, looking very helpless. Yu Xianqi said, "Well, then you are not the king of Qing dynasty. When we recognize the wrong person. However, the supreme weapon in your hand is indeed the treasure of the royal family. Should it be returned to the old man?" "Really? But he has given it to me." The king pointed to the headless corpse lying on the ground. It was the corpse of Emperor Yulan, but the head was cut off. "Is it free or not?" "Naturally, there is no proof. Since the girl is so unreasonable, the old man can only take back the treasure of the family by himself." Yu Xianqi took a step forward, just one step, but it had stood 10 feet away from the King of Green. "Wow." Yu Xianqi took out the sword at his waist and pointed it at the King of Qinghe. He made such a move, but completely locked the retreat of the King of Qing. The sword in his hand is not a powerful mysterious weapon war soldier, but an ordinary iron sword, which is called mentor sword, which was presented to him by the mentor of Yu Xianqi, and he repaid his mentor with a sword. However, such an ordinary iron sword has caused great pressure on the King of Qing, which is more than the pressure previously put on her by Yu Qixi. "Since we are going to fight, I will come for a while. How powerful are the strong in Tiandi Mountain?" King Qinghe's eyes became extremely sharp, holding the supreme weapon in his hands, and constantly penetrated the demon yuan in his body into the supreme weapon, fully mobilizing the power of the supreme weapon. A terrible field force, centered on her body, broke out. Yu Qihai and Taoist Nanqingyi both knew that the power of the supreme weapon was terrible, so they all retreated to the distance, afraid of being affected by the war. "Girl, are you sure you want to fight? If you are suppressed by the old man, you will be imprisoned for 500 years. Yu Xianqi looks very relaxed and freehand. Even if King Qingyu holds supreme weapon, he doesn't seem to feel pressure. "Cut. Do you think you can defeat my girl's winning martial heart with 2 words? Today, you're dead. God can't save you." A blue flame appeared on the body of the Green King, wrapping his whole body. Green fire distorts the space. Yu Xianqi is naturally not easy. Instead, he treats the King of Qinghe very carefully and thinks she is a great enemy. When the King of Qinghe was ready to press down the supreme weapon, Yu Xianqi also retreated slightly, and did not intend to encounter the supreme weapon. However, at this time, the King of Qing dynasty put the supreme weapon into his sleeve, turned around and ran away, turning into a blue light of fire. "Today, I have no time to fight with you, and I will visit Tiandi Mountain in person someday." In an instant, she rushed out of the different space, and then disappeared without a trace. The 3 masters of Tiandi Mountain didn't react. Yu Xianqi was also a little stunned, and immediately showed a stunned expression on his face, laughing. After all, the King of Youth is only a girl who hasn't grown up, and his behavior style is really beyond our ability to guess. "Younger martial brother, do you want to catch up?" Yu Qihai. Yu Xianqi shook his head and said, "She is not an ordinary monster. It seems that she is deliberately hiding her strength. If we really fight, the three of us may not be her opponents. Besides, her advantage is speed, and we can't catch up. But she took away the supreme weapon of your family, and also violated the agreement between the Brahma Demon King and Tiandi Mountain. Did she let her escape like this? Qingyi Taoist Temple said. Yu Xianqi said, the supreme weapon of our family, I must ask her to get it back. However, the agreement signed by the Brahma Demon King and Tiandi Mountain is only a form. Signing a contract with the demon beast can only be bound in the open. Just like now, the king of Qinghe insists that we recognize the wrong person. What can we do? That girl is really hateful. If I catch her, I will keep her in prison for 500 years. Yuqi Haidao. Qingyi Dao Garode, it's urgent to complete the task assigned by the leader first. The goddess brought back the news that the temple of the Emperor of Heaven had been opened a few years ago. Many young talents of the Jade Orchid Emperor have received the benefits left by the gods, and many of them have reached the talent level of rare in 1,000 years. These talented heroes must be recruited to Tiandi Mountain. If they fall into the hands of those ancient aristocratic families, it will be a huge loss to our Tiandi Mountain. That's it. Yu Xianqi and Yuqi both nodded, which was the most important task for them to come to Yulan Empire. Recommend the eastern side of the three kingdoms dominate the world. Ning Xiaochuan and the Demon Emperor fled from the different space, and then returned to the Marquee House of the Sword Pavilion again. That big man, who was wrapped in thunder and lightning, has extremely terrible martial arts cultivation. I'm afraid his combat power is more than 10 times that of me. He must be a monk in Tiandi Mountain. Devil Way. Ning Xiaochuan's face also changed a little, and said, the people of Tiandi Mountain should have come to Yulan Empire. I have felt the breath of the master of the school palace in the imperial city, and he is back. How can so many friars from Tiandi Mountain come to the Jade Haze Empire? The Demon Emperor is very puzzling. Anyway, it's time for you to leave the imperial city. After all, the head of the school palace is the ancestor of the royal family. Since he returns, he must have the intention of cleaning up the chaos of the Yulan Empire. If you people in the demon sect leave the imperial city, you will be suppressed. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Demon Emperor and the Dark King nodded. Naturally, they could see the situation clearly and should leave the imperial city immediately. What about you? If you kill Emperor Yulan, I'm afraid the master of the academy will not let you go, said the Dark King. You go quickly. I have my own way. Ning Xiaochuan seemed very calm, and there was no trace of anxiety in him. When the Demon Emperor and the Dark King were about to leave, Ning Xiaochuan finally said, the Demon Emperor, it's not your fault that happened that year, and you don't have to blame yourself. The Demon Emperor's body stopped slightly, but he didn't look back, and a smile came out of the corners of his mouth. Then, he left in a big step and disappeared at the end of Huangqing Street with the Dark King. Ning Xiaochuan carried his hands on his back, stared at their leaving figure, and sighed in his mouth. Yu Wuyang is dead. Emperor Yulan is dead. The case of Duan Muning and Ning Qianyi's death in those years should also come to an end. Does the Demon Emperor have no father-daughter love for Duan Muning? Actually, there are. However, Ning Xiaochuan is not the original Ning Xiaochuan. He is just a jumper. Therefore, he has no family affection for the Demon Emperor, but only a respect. So, in the end, he didn't call the Demon Emperor Grandpa. The last sentence he said is very important, at least for the Demon Emperor. Because of Ning Xiaochuan's words, the knot in the Demon Emperor's heart for more than 10 years has been untied, and there will be no obstacles in the cultivation of martial arts in the future. Hey! A murder case more than 10 years ago has finally been explained. It is estimated that Xianer and Grandpa should also come to the imperial city. If they see the head of Emperor Yulan, they should be quite happy. Ning Xiaochuan didn't escape from the imperial city, and took the head of Emperor Yulan to King Dajinpeng's mansion. Entering King Dajinpeng's mansion, Ning Xiaochuan bowed down to King Dajinpeng's coffin and worshipped, "Lord, you had great kindness to Ning Xiaochuan in your lifetime. Today, Ning Xiaochuan specially came to give you an incense stick. By the way, I present a sacrifice." Princess Shimu, the Prince of Jindu, and many big figures in the court are also in the morning hall. Because of the arrival of Ning Xiaochuan, everyone's faces have a look of surprise. UCC, dressed in white filial piety clothes, stood among the crowd, with snow-white skin, bright eyes, and a look of some resentment staring at Ning Xiaochuan standing in the center. With some rosy glow on her face, she walked forward and said, "Little Marquis, if you have any sacrifice, give it to me. I'll present it to my father myself." Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Yusasai, took out a cloth bag that was still dripping blood, opened it, and revealed the head of Emperor Yulan. At the moment when UCC saw the head of Yulan Emperor, she was also startled, and even her breathing stopped. However, immediately, she cried sadly and happily. She clenched her lips, holding the head of Emperor Yulan in both hands, and put it on the plate in front of the coffin. Everyone in the morning hall, "This is the sacrifice brought by Qingning Ogawa." Everyone turned pale with fear. Except Princess Shimu and the son of Jindu, everyone knelt down on the ground and trembled all over. Emperor Yulan was killed. The head of a heavenly man was cut off and sent as a sacrifice to the coffin of King Dajinpeng. What a shocking thing this is. No one can keep calm. It's terrible. Ogawa, was my father really killed by Emperor Yulan? Royal Sissy pursed her lips, and tears fell like beads. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, offered incense, and said, "Heaven and man talk. The four masters have broken through to the realm of heaven and man, but at the last moment, the Lord was secretly attacked by Emperor Yulan, and finally failed to come out of the temple of heaven." Ning Xiaochuan said this not only to Yusasai and the people of King Dajinpeng's mansion, but also to Yu Xianqi, the lord of the academy. Because he has felt the breath of the master of the school palace, just outside the King Dajinpeng mansion. If Ning Xiaochuan really killed the emperor, the head of the academy would certainly kill him no matter how much he admired him. However, if Ning Xiaochuan is for revenge, what reason does the head of the academy have to kill him? For the next period of time, Ning Xiaochuan lived in King Dajinpeng's mansion, while understanding the sword formula of destroying the world, while waiting for Ning Shiner and the old marquis. Perhaps it was because the strongman of Tiandi Mountain came to the imperial city that the king of Qing didn't come to him. Naturally, he was also happy to see this situation. Recently, several major events have occurred in the Yulan Empire. The first major event is naturally the death of Emperor Yulan. This matter has been widely spread in the imperial city and even the whole Yulan Empire. Some people say that Ning Xiaochuan killed Emperor Yulan because he wanted to avenge his parents. Some people also said that Ning Xiaochuan killed the emperor because he wanted to avenge King Dajinpeng. The second important thing is that the head of the school palace of the previous generation returned to the imperial city to preside over the overall situation of the imperial court. Today, a new generation of Emperor Yulan will be selected from the descendants of the royal family. The Prince of Jindu of King Dajinpeng's mansion and Yuqing of Shenlong's mansion, including the original crown prince, are all popular candidates. The third important thing is that several great people of heaven and man level from Tiandi Mountain came to the imperial city to select excellent talents. Now, all the geniuses of the Jade Orchid Empire are coming to the imperial city and want to become the disciples of the legendary Tiandi Mountain. 3 major events set off huge waves in the imperial city, making the post-war depressed imperial city lively again. Ning Xiaochuan was completely unaware of all this. He was in the secret room of King Dajinpeng's mansion, and understood the fourth move of the sword formula of exterminating the world. There was no sword in exterminating the world. It was not until half a year later that Ning Xiaochuan fully understood this sword trick. The 4 moves of the sword formula have been greatly multiplied, including the sword wave, sword soul, sword prison, and no sword. Ning Xiaochuan felt that his understanding of martial arts had climbed to a higher level, and the Tianwu Yuan liquid in his body also had a little more magic gas, and his combat power had been at least doubled. Even in the face of the strong in heaven and man, he was sure that he could escape. The fourth move, Sword Ju Mahayana, can finally start to condense the martial Dharma body and impact the fourth step of heaven ladder. The martial law Dharma body is different from the martial soul Dharma body. Wu soul Dharma refers to the spirit of the martial artist. As long as it reaches the earth realm, it can condense the Wu soul Dharma. The Dharma body of Wu Dao is different. It refers to integrating Wu Dao into the flesh and blood body, so that the flesh body can be transformed into a Dharma body that can accommodate Wu Dao. One is martial spirit, the other is martial body. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the 18 sword meanings contained in the 4-move sword formula, and constantly integrated the sword meanings into the body and blood. Take a day to integrate the first sword of life into your body. It took another 2 days to integrate the second death sword into the body. Spend 3 days to integrate the third invincible sword into your body. Spend 5 days to integrate the fourth destruction sword into your body. The later it goes, the harder it will be to integrate, and the more time it will take. Ning Xiaochuan integrated the meaning of the 18 swords into his body, which took a total of 3 months. Finally, it condensed its own martial law Dharma, magic sword Dharma. Now, his body is like a magic sword, every hair is like a sword, and every drop of blood is about to turn into the shape of a sword. He took out a 3-level Xian ware and put it on the ground. He just scratched his finger on the surface of the 3rd-grade Xuanqi, and the 3rd-grade Xuanqi was broken in 2, as if it had been cut by a sword, and the incision was extremely neat. This is the 4th step heaven ladder realm, the power of the magic sword Dharma body. Ning Xiaochuan looked at his hand. It was still no different from ordinary people's hands, but the power contained in his hand was completely different from before. Since the cultivation of Wushu Dharma body is successful, it is only the last step away from the realm of heaven and man, the phase of Wushu Dharma. Only by cultivating martial arts can Ning Xiaochuan reach the 5th step of heaven ladder. To cultivate martial arts and Taoism, we need to completely integrate the 18 sword meanings in the body, showing the magic sword method. It has taken Ning Xiaochuan a lot of time to integrate the 18 sword meanings into his body. It will only take more time to completely integrate the 18 sword meanings. Ning Xiaochuan plans to leave the pass first, and then slowly cultivate martial arts. With his current cultivation, he is almost invincible in the realm of heaven and man. The world is so big that you can go anywhere. I don't know how long it has been closed. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, flicked the dust on his body, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Looking at the thickness of the dust on his body, I'm afraid it has been closed for half a year. When Ning Xiaochuan went out from the mansion of King Dajinpeng, all the sergeants guarding outside were neatly kneeling on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan blocked the dazzling sunshine with his hand and said, "Where is Princess Cece? I want to see her." In reply to the little marquis, the princess has followed the head of the school palace to Tiandi Mountain. Half a year ago, she left the imperial city. The senior general kneeling in the front said respectfully. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly stunned for a long time, and felt that he had not been closed for long. How can things change when you leave the customs? How long have I been closed? Ning Xiaochuan rode. 9 months. The senior general said. You all get up. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the soldiers kneeling on the ground and said, now the person in charge of King Dajinpeng's mansion should be the son of King Jindu? The son of God. Half a year ago, the Son of God had already ascended the throne, completed the sacrificial ceremony, and became the new emperor of Yulan Empire. Hey! It's really a day in the cave, thousands of years in the world. I'm afraid I'll inevitably experience vicissitudes in the future when I embark on the road of cultivation, witnessing life and death, and seeing all the prosperity and extinction. After Ning Xiaochuan closed this time, he had a deeper understanding of martial arts and felt that the road of martial arts would be longer and more difficult than he imagined. He plans to go back to the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion first to see the old Marquis and Exioner, and then make plans for the next step. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ning Xiaochuan returned to Jiang He's mansion and did not see Ning Xiaochuan. According to the Lord, Ning Xiaochuan was also taken to Tiandi Mountain and was likely to become a disciple of Tiandi Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan got a lot of news about Tiandi Mountain from the old Marquis. It turned out that after going to Tiandi Mountain, the spiritual virtual venerable was granted the goddess of Tiandi Mountain, and also brought valuable news to Tiandi Mountain. The divine palace of the Emperor of Heaven was once opened, and many talented heroes were born in the Jade Haze Empire. More than a dozen geniuses were born that were difficult to meet in 1,000 years, and other talented heroes also emerged endlessly. After learning this news, Tiandi Mountain naturally immediately sent experts to Yulan Empire to bring these talented heroes back to Tiandi Mountain. Among them, Yusasai and Ning Xiaochuan are included. Of course, that happened half a year ago. Ning Xiaochuan took out 10 sets of black gold kai and handed them to the old Marquis, saying, "These 10 sets of armor are all treasures. As long as a top-grade basalt is embedded in the armor, the warrior can give full play to the 7th heaviest combat power in the territory. Isn't it right that the Marquis of the Sword Pavilion can immediately add 10 7th most powerful people in the territory of the land? In the Jade Haze Empire, who else can compete with us?" Ning Xiaochuan was very excited, staring at 10 sets of black gold kai. It was like staring at 10 peerless beauties. He is a soldier, who commands the army of the Marquis of Jiangya. Naturally, he is most interested in weapons to increase the strength of the army. The 10 7th heaviest strongmen in the territory of Dizun are simply like 10 sea-fixing needles in the army, enough to sweep all opponents. Second uncle, we should take a long-term view. If we only dominate the Yulan Empire, it is impossible for the Jiangya Marquis house to become an ancient family that has been inherited for thousands of years in the future. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Do you mean to ask us to fight in other human civilizations?" Ning Xiaochuan shook and said, "It's better to create a more prosperous civilization than to fight against other civilizations. As long as there is strong strength, the Yulan Empire can continue to expand outward and grow into a medium-level and high-level 5-level civilization. It's possible. Of course, this needs generations of people to create, not just a few years." Ning Xiaochuan just casually mentioned that he didn't really want to create a civilization. Ning Xiaochuan took out the 9-yang True Fire Sutra and handed it to the Marquis. This is a complete volume of martial arts sutra. I believe the old Marquis will be able to understand its value. After reading the 9-yang True Fire Sutra, the old Marquis suddenly shocked his face and was very happy. He carefully put the martial sutra away and said, "Ogawa, what are your next plans?" Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, "I should go to Tiandi Mountain." The old Marquis nodded and said, "Your talent is very high. You really should go to a higher civilization. After you go to Tiandi Mountain, remember to take good care of your sister. When you come back again, maybe Grandpa is gone. It is a long way to cultivate martial arts. Yulan Empire and Tiandi Mountain are also millions of miles away, so it is not easy to come and go." When Ning Xiaochuan returns to Yulan Empire again, it is estimated that it will be decades or hundreds of years later. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Grandpa, you forget my identity? I'm a heart trainer. When I reach the legendary Shinong realm, you can't even die if you want to." Ning Xiaochuan's goal is to become the legendary Shinong. The elixir refined can kill people and live bones. By that time, his relatives and friends can live for at least hundreds of years. That is Ning Xiaochuan's greatest wish. Good. I hope you can achieve your goal as soon as possible and become the legendary Shenong. The old Marquis was also quite happy, because he could see the future from Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan lived in the Marquis mansion of Jiangya for a few days again, and then rushed to the wilderness again. However, before Ning Xiaochuan left the Yulan Empire, he was robbed by the king of Qinghe. Qing Wang was very angry. He rolled his sleeves high, revealing 2 sections of Bai Sen's wrists and slender fingers, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, this king is really angry." "King, what's the matter with you?" Standing on the edge of the shady road, Ning Xiaochuan could feel the anger of the king Qingyu, so he drew a long distance from her. If she is ready to kill herself, she also has time to fight back. The king of Qingyu put his hands on his hips and said, "Tell me, you are originally from the Yulan Empire?" "I was originally from the Jade Orchid Empire," Ning Xiaochuan said quietly. "Then why did you lie to me at the beginning?" said the king. Ning Xiaochuan said, "To live." "Then tell me again, you deceived me into the Jade Haze Empire, just want me to help you get rid of the Jade Haze Emperor?" "The way of the King of Green." Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, "I tricked you into Yulan Empire, just want you to help me get rid of Yulan Emperor." Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan. This king is sincere to you, but you deceive me so, your character is really bad. To tell you the truth, I hate others to cheat me most. Do you kill yourself or do you want to do it yourself? Qing Wang was really angry and felt that he had been played around by Ning Xiaochuan. If he didn't get angry, he really thought he was a sparrow. Ning Xiaochuan said, "In fact, it has nothing to do with my personality. The main reason is that the king is too simple, too straightforward, and too righteous, so." "I'm simple? You'd better not make me angry. I tell you, if this king is sinister and cunning, even I'm afraid of myself." "Don't be wordy, you should do it quickly. Otherwise, I will clean the door myself," the king urged. "In fact, I have another way to choose?" Ning Xiaochuan sighed. "There is no way. Either you kill yourself, or I kill you, just these 2 ways." The king of Qingli said with certainty. "I know the location of Fengshan Cave." Ning Xiaochuan rode. The king's eyes suddenly lit up, but he immediately became alert and said, "What means do you want to play?" "My black stone doll was forged from the bones of the black bone giant family, which were dug out of the god's cave." Ning Xiaochuan rode. King Qing has said, "To tell you the truth, I won't be fooled by you again. No matter how sweet you talk, you will die today." Ning Xiaochuan continued, "The skill I cultivate is the skill Heaven and Earth Xuanqi cultivated by the Emperor of Heaven, which has been practiced to the 10th level. True or false?" The king of Qinghe said with some doubts. "Of course it's true." Ning Xiaochuan said, "In fact, I've long wanted to tell the king the location of the god's cave. However, my family is in danger. If it weren't for the king's shot to kill the Jade Orchid Emperor, my grandfather and my sister, I'm afraid they would all die in the hands of the Jade Orchid Emperor. The king has a great favor for me, so I naturally want to report this favor, and it's natural to tell the king the location of the god's cave." Qing Wang nodded gently, very satisfied with Ning Xiaochuan's words, which sounded very comfortable, but she reacted and said, "Hey! Don't spit blood. Emperor Yulan was clearly killed by you. Don't rely on me. I never thought of killing him." "Yes. Yes. It's my slip of the tongue. Of course, if the king hadn't beaten him seriously, I couldn't have killed him." Ning Xiaochuan rode. King Qing has said, "Do you really know the location of Fengshan Cave?" "I can take you now." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Don't be in such a hurry. Go to drink with me first. It's really strange recently. As long as I go to one place, everyone says I'm a thief of wine and doesn't give me wine. Isn't it strange?" The Green King walked in front and touched his snow-white chin, looking very depressed. It's really strange. By the way, do you pay for drinking? Ning Xiaochuan asked. No. The way of the King of Green. Air. Ning Xiaochuan finally knew who the wine thief with unfathomable cultivation was, and finally understood why no one gave King Qing wine to drink. Everything hundreds of thousands of miles around the beheading wasteland is mine. Everything in the Yulan Empire is naturally mine. Why should I give money? The king of the Qing dynasty took it for granted. Ning Xiaochuan was speechless. In those days of Jiang He's residence, he heard of the name of the wine thief. The princes of the imperial court had fought against her, but she beat her into a pig's head and ran away in a mess. Ning Xiaochuan didn't take this matter too seriously, but he didn't expect to run into this wine thief. I knew I shouldn't have taken her to drink. Once alcohol addiction develops, it is not easy to quit. Ning Xiaochuan, the king will let you live temporarily. The way of the King of Green. Thank you. I'll kill you when I find Fengshan Cave. The king of Qing said again. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is a little melancholy. It seems that he can only go to Fengshan Cave to find another opportunity to escape. After Ning Xiaochuan went to drink wine with King Qingyu, he rushed to the wilderness and came to the outside of the sealed ancient cave again. The face of King Qingyu was still a little drunk. Without any scruples, he slapped out and broke the seal of the ancient cave. Boom! The seal was broken, and a series of abnormal noises were emitted inside. A black glow flew out of the ancient cave. In the light, with the roar of the enemy soul, it was like that tens of millions of ghosts were wrapped in the black brilliance, revealing sharp claws, bloodthirsty teeth, and ferocious bodies. The whole heaven and earth became dark, cold, it was like going to Shura hell. Being touched by the cold gas, the king of Qing dynasty was full of excitement. He woke up most of the time drunk and played a blue flame to form a huge flame ball, which burned the black brilliance to a chi-chi sound. Inside the black brilliance, there was a howling sound, retreating towards the hole. Sure enough, there is an ancient smell coming from the cave. Maybe it is the legendary immortal cave. The king of Qinghe was not afraid at all. Instead, he was very happy and took out the supreme weapon taken from Emperor Yulan. Your Majesty, since it's really an apotheosis cave, don't go in quickly. Maybe you can find miraculous drugs, find the treasures left by the gods, and find the secret of becoming a god. Ning Xiaochuan said. Ning Xiaochuan knew that inside the Fengshan cave, it must be extremely dangerous. As far as he knows, there is at least one powerful ghost in the cave. If the king of Qing is entangled by the ghost of heaven, he will naturally have a chance to get out. The last few days of this month. Continue to ask for monthly tickets. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't plan to break into the Fengshan cave. Even if he wants to break into it, at least he has to wait until he reaches the realm of heaven and man. Sophistry has occurred in the ancient cave left by the gods. If there is no strong strength, breaking into it is a dead end. King Qingyu was just about to enter the immortal cave. Suddenly, he stopped, as if thinking of something. He looked at Ning Xiaochuan standing behind him and said, "Go ahead." Ning Xiaochuan had planned to escape immediately after the king of Qing dynasty entered the immortal cave, but he didn't expect that the king of Qing dynasty had learned to be smart. Birds become smart, too? Qing Wang is naturally not stupid, but Ning Xiaochuan has too many minds. Every time he plays tricks, it is reasonable and justified. It is also normal to be cheated by him. However, since the king of Qing has begun to be vigilant against him, he can't easily get away even if he plays any means. Well, I'm willing to die for the king. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes showed a determined look, like a real warrior, summoned out the bronze ancient lamp, took the first step into the cave, leaving a majestic figure. King Qingyu thought Ning Xiaochuan would shirk all kinds of things. Seeing his expression so sincere and free and easy, He even nodded slightly and felt a little good for Ning Xiaochuan again. Ning Xiaochuan entered the dark and cold cave, and immediately felt a chill invade his body. He immediately turned the Tianwu vitality in his body to resist the invading force. Although Fengshan Cave is dangerous, it may not be worth the risk to find miraculous drugs and even ancient treasures in it. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Quack. In the dark, the sound of ghosts is very harsh, like the crying of children, which makes people feel creepy. Those ghosts are not entities, just some black light and shadow, which are easily pushed back by the light emitted by the bronze ancient lamp, and they dare not approach Ning Xiaochuan at all. They also don't know how to conceive. They are so numerous that they are like ghosts flying around. The King of Green also followed up, looking carefully at the carvings on the stone wall, with the brilliance of the ancient bronze lamp. Ning Xiaochuan also noticed that the engraved lines were very vague and very long, giving people a feeling of extraordinary vicissitudes. On one of the stone walls, there is a phoenix carved on it. Although it is only a vague mark, it gives people a great shock. It's like sucking people's souls into the stone walls and entering a vast world full of flames. An incomparably huge phoenix, flying on the vast battlefield, swallowed clouds, spit out flames, and fanned out dozens of stars with one wing, just like turning into dozens of fireballs and crashing into the vast universe. What kind of power is this? Flapping the stars is as easy as flapping the rocks. When Ning Xiaochuan's soul retreated from the stone wall, his clothes were soaked, and his heart was shocked inexplicably. Inside the phoenix pattern, it seems to contain a ruins world. It's just a pattern, but it contains the power of terror, which pulls his soul into it, and it's almost impossible to retreat forever. The design of the phoenix on the stone wall should be the ancestor of the phoenix you know. In the era of apotheosis, it had the fighting power of killing gods. It once burned a starry sky and killed hundreds of millions of creatures. The king of Qing dynasty was also looking at the design of that phoenix, and seemed to think of a legend. She can already be sure that this is Fengshan Cave. Ning Xiaochuan said, how can I feel that the phoenix pattern seems to hide a kind of martial truth, and maybe I can understand a volume of martial classics from it. Understanding martial classics? On the stone wall, every stone carving can create a volume of martial classics, but that's not something you can do. Even heaven and man can't create martial classics. At least it needs eternal realm to have the ability to understand and create martial classics. We can only understand some true solutions of martial arts on the stone carving. The way of the King of Green. Ning Xiaochuan asked curiously, what level of realm is the eternal realm? King Qingyu glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and said, above the earth Zun realm, there are 9 realms of heaven and man. They are divided into the initial realm of heaven, the middle realm of heaven, the upper realm of heaven, the earth realm of heaven, the heaven realm of heaven, the 10,000 realm of heaven, the divine realm of heaven, the boundless realm of heaven, and the outer heaven of heaven. If you climb the 9th heaven and reach the realm of the outer heaven, you can be called the 9th heaven Zun, and if you are above all heaven and man, you can live 1,000 years. Do you know what realm is above the 9 heavenly beings? Ning Xiaochuan said, forever? King Qinghe shook his head and said, the realm above the 9 realms of heaven and man is called the 9 realms of human beings. And above the 9 realms of human beings, it is the eternal realm. Once you reach the eternal realm, you can have 10,000 years of longevity, and you can be titled supreme. When you reach that realm, you can get it from heaven and earth. An idea can create a religion, and an idea can also destroy a religion. Only when you reach that realm, can you understand the martial arts sutra and create the martial arts sutra. Ning Xiaochuan felt his inferiority again, and even the realm of heaven and man had not been reached, not to mention the realm of human beings and the realm of eternity. That kind of character is estimated to have been called a fairy. Live 10,000 years. That's something you can't even think of. According to the rumor, there is a supreme master in Tiandi Mountain. However, it is only an ancient rumor thousands of years ago, because no one has really seen that Supreme Master. This rumor can make Tiandi Mountain powerful. In northern Xinjiang, almost no one dares to offend the disciples of Tiandi Mountain. The Way of the King of Green. Ning Xiaochuan summoned the magic sword and wanted to dig out the phoenix stone carvings on the stone wall. This pair of stone carvings is absolutely priceless. It is more valuable than a volume of martial arts sutra. Even if you don't know the Enlightenment, you can sell it at a sky-high price if you take it out for auction. However, as soon as the magic sword stabbed at the stone wall, a circle of light fog formed on the stone wall, which bounced the power of the magic sword out, shaking Ning Xiaochuan's arm numb. Don't waste your energy. This is the Cave of Gods. With the blessing of ancient gods, we can't dig away the stone carvings here. The Way of the King of Green. Just as Ning Xiaochuan and King Qingyu were talking, an unusually cold breath slowly approached. When it reached within 10 meters of Ning Xiaochuan and King Qingyu, a huge roar of heart-rending and lung-splitting was sent out in the cold breath, and a black ghost claw was stretched out, and it fell towards the top of their heads. Ghost claws, covered with fine black scales, 5 sharp nails, and ghost fires flow from each scale. Boom! The king of Qinghe reacted very quickly and threw out the supreme weapon in his hand at the first time. A piece of golden brilliance bloomed, forming a huge golden dragon, which beat a ghost claw to pieces. In the dark, a painful howl sounded. It's a ghost of heaven. There are ghosts of this level at the entrance of Fengshan Cave. I still underestimate the danger of Fengshan Cave. The Green King frowned slightly, and he could clearly feel the terrorist force from the depths of the cave, which was very palpitating. The fighting power of the Ghost of Heaven is absolutely no weaker than that of the Ghost King of the Giant Spirit. Even if the King of Qing holds the supreme weapon, he may not be able to win safely. A ghost howl sounded again. The Ghost of Heaven attacked again, forming a huge black virtual shadow, revealing a bloody mouth, and roared to attack the King of Qing. King Qingyu was offering the supreme weapon to fight with the heavenly ghost, but he saw Ning Xiaochuan turned into a colorful streamer, and unexpectedly flew under the heavenly ghost, rushing towards the depths of the god's cave. Ning Xiaochuan's eyesight was very accurate. He seized the opportunity and rushed from the position where the defense of the heavenly ghost was the weakest to reach the rear of the heavenly ghost. He stood behind the Ghost of Heaven, glanced at the King of Qing, then continued to rush forward and disappeared in the dark cave. How treacherous! Let the king help him block the ghosts, but he broke into the depths of the god's cave to look for treasures. King Qingyu stared at Ning Xiaochuan's back, and had an impulse to beat Ning Xiaochuan on the ground. Bang! The bodies of the heavenly ghosts are condensed from the ghost chi, which changes in thousands. At this moment, the bodies are condensed into a huge black dragon, fighting with the golden dragon condensed from the supreme vessel. The king of the Qing dynasty exerted the power of the supreme weapon to the extreme, blocking the ghosts of the sky, and wanted to take the opportunity to break into the Fengshan Cave. However, the Ghost of Heaven didn't give her a chance at all. A scaly tentacle stretched out, which was as thick as an arm and dozens of meters long, wrapped the body of the King of Green and dragged it towards the mouth of the Ghost of Heaven. I'm so angry. With a flash of gold in the hand of the King of Qing, a golden holy spear stabbed out and turned into a golden flame light, piercing the body of the ghost and nailing it to the ancient stone wall. Jia. The Ghost of Heaven struggled on the stone wall, making a sharp howl, and a pair of ghost eyes stared at the King of Qing with great resentment. I don't have time to deal with you. King Qinghe also stared at the Ghost of Heaven coldly, and then chased towards the depths of the immortal cave to catch up with Ning Xiaochuan. After the sky ghost sent out a series of angry howls, the huge body broke down into wisps of black ghost gas, condensed its body again above the head of the King of Qing, and attacked from top to bottom. Boom! Boom! King Qingyu was entangled again, and he could only continue to fight with the Ghost of Heaven. He had no time to chase Ning Xiaochuan at all. Ning Xiaochuan originally intended to withdraw from the immortal cave immediately while the king of Qing dynasty was fighting with the ghost of heaven, so as to avoid the king of Qing dynasty really killing him. However, after entering the immortal's cave, his heart produced a strange wave, and he felt that there was something calling him in the depths of the cave. The white bone beads in the center of his eyebrows were also beating, and it seemed that he also sensed something. It was for this reason that he decided to venture into the immortal's cave. White bone beads are brought out by the Emperor of Heaven from the god's cave, and the formula of heaven and earth Xuanqi is recorded on the white bone beads, so will the heaven and earth classic be recorded in the depths of the god's cave? Ning Xiaochuan's most desired thing now is the Heaven and Earth Sutra. If he can't find the Heaven and Earth Sutra, I'm afraid he will never reach the realm of heaven and man in his life. Since the way of the Emperor of Heaven is related to the God's Cave, maybe he can find the Heaven and Earth Sutra in the God's Cave. Ning Xiaochuan ran forward quickly, for fear that the king of Qingyu would catch up. Recommend the eastern side of the three kingdoms dominate the world. The ancient cave is dark and endless. On the stone wall, there are many ancient marks, including the flying phoenix, the giant holding the battle axe, and the true god with his feet on the clouds. Each pattern is full of mysterious colors, as if telling an ancient story. Each picture also contains ancient Taoism. If you concentrate on it, you will surely be able to comprehend some powerful magical powers and skills from it. Ning Xiaochuan is following the summoning force, trying to find the source of the summoning force. What on earth is calling itself? Suddenly, a faint fragrance came, like the fragrance of orchids, but there was a little more medicine. If you go further for tens of meters, the fragrance will be stronger. Is it the smell of miraculous drugs? Ning Xiaochuan's spirit was shocked, and he immediately rushed to the direction of the fragrance. Miraculous drugs, for channeling spirits, can be found but not sought. If you get a miraculous drug that can help the martial arts master the Tao, you can use the Tao method bred by the miraculous drug itself to fill the missing Tao method of the martial arts, so that the martial arts can impact the heaven and man. In other words, in addition to understanding the martial classics, taking psychic miraculous drugs may also help martial artists reach the realm of heaven and man. Before long, Ning Xiaochuan finally found the source of that medicinal fragrance. The fragrance came from a crystal coffin. The crystal coffin was inlaid on the stone wall, 10 feet above the ground. The coffin was quite transparent. Across the coffin wall, you could see a woman with black hair buried inside. The fragrance came from the coffin? Ning Xiaochuan was also slightly stunned. Did the miraculous medicine grow in the coffin? On the stone wall, in addition to those ancient patterns, there was a coffin, which was really weird. Unexpectedly, people were buried in the Fengshan cave. What was the origin of the black-haired woman in the coffin? Ning Xiaochuan can't manage so much. Take the magic medicine first. He spread a pair of light wings on his back, flew to the stone wall 10 feet high, and came to the side of the crystal coffin. The crystal coffin fits perfectly with the stone wall, and there is almost no gap. In the coffin, there is a biting chill, which condenses into a layer of white frost on the surface of Ning Xiaochuan's skin. Ning Xiaochuan found that the lid of the coffin was not closed, but it was slightly loose, with traces of removal. How could this happen? Did the female corpse in the coffin ever come out? Ning Xiaochuan pursed his lips, felt a trace of coolness on his back, and his heart was beating drums. If he moved the coffin, would it disturb the female corpse inside? Finally, Ning Xiaochuan took the crystal coffin off the stone wall and put it on the ground smoothly. The crystal coffin is cold and heavy. Ordinary people can't move it at all. On the lid of the coffin, there are dense ancient lines, which feel like the rune mark of the talisman. What is engraved on it? What does talisman mean? Ning Xiaochuan can't understand it at all, because it's a Taoist technique, and martial artists won't study it at all. That smell of medicine is stronger. Ning Xiaochuan no longer hesitated, pressed his palm on the coffin cover and pushed it sideways. However, the coffin cover weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, and under the thrust of Ning Xiaochuan, it didn't budge. Ning Xiaochuan tried his best to slowly move the lid of the coffin, and finally opened it completely. In the coffin, there was a terrible smell, especially the cold air, which frozen a thick layer of ice on Ning Xiaochuan's body surface. Pa. Ning Xiaochuan ran the Tianwu vitality in his body, shattered the cold ice, and looked into the coffin again. At a glance, he was startled. The female corpse lying in the coffin was exactly the same as Queen Wanning. This isn't the body of Queen Wanning taken away by Nialanqing? How can she lie in this crystal coffin? Ning Xiaochuan was shocked. The female corpse in the coffin seemed to have died for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years, but the skin was not rotten at all. It was still as white as jade, glittering and shining, and every hair was soft and shiny, like a top beauty sleeping. He was sure that the female corpse lying in the coffin was definitely not Nialanqing. While Ning Xiaochuan was still thinking about the reason, the coffin made a chi-chi sound, and the body of the female corpse slowly became transparent, and finally turned into wisps of white smoke, evaporating from the coffin. A female corpse exactly like the Queen of 10,000 Tones disappeared into a white mist in front of Ning Xiaochuan. At the bottom of the coffin, there was only a thin layer of cold water. The distant fragrance of medicine that Ning Xiaochuan smelled was not emanating from the miraculous drugs, but from the cold water. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the milky ice water at the bottom of the coffin and said, "Is this the legendary Jade Essence and Ice Soul?" Jade Essence Ice Soul is a treasure for refining Shandan, which is very rare. If it is precious, it is no worse than magic medicine. Jade Essence Ice Soul can not only be used to refine medicine. According to legend, Jade Essence Ice Soul can directly penetrate into human body and nourish human body and soul. Those supreme masters of martial arts, when dying, will look for Jade Essence Ice Soul everywhere, and want to use the power of Jade Essence Ice Soul to renew their lives. Ning Xiaochuan saw the Jade Essence and Soul in the coffin, and immediately understood a lot. The female corpse I saw just now should be just a virtual shadow, so it didn't take long to open the lid of the coffin, and the female corpse turned into wisps of smoke, as if the human world had evaporated. In fact, the female corpse has long been reborn with the help of the special environment of the Fengshan cave, and walked out of the Fengshan cave. That person should be the later Wanning fairy. Ning Xiaochuan's heart, so guess. So here comes the question. Who put her bones in the immortal cave? When did you put the coffin into the cave? It seems meaningless to think about this problem now. After all, Queen Wanning Xian has been taken away by Nialanqing, which is no different from being dead. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stared at the Jade Essence and Ice Soul at the bottom of the coffin. This is a good thing. Although it can soak the female corpse, other monks don't know. If they take it out and buy it, they will definitely sell it at a high price. Ning Xiaochuan took out the container, collected the Jade Essence and Ice Spirit in the coffin, and stored the Jade Essence and Ice Spirit in a box made of shanling wood to prevent the loss of essence. After the Jade Essence and Ice Soul dried up, four ancient words appeared at the bottom of the coffin. What strange words, I'm afraid it's a long time ago. Tiandi Blade, do you know the words above? Ning Xiaochuan wakes up the Tiandi Blade, which is refining the power of life in the Xuanzhou Jian, and asks it about the ancient text above. Since Ning Xiaochuan collected a large amount of water of life into Xuanzhou Jian, Tiandi Blade has been in a state of sleep, and quenched the blade with the help of water of life. After being awakened by Ning Xiaochuan, Tiandaran seemed very impatient. Ning Xiaochuan, you are too weak to even know words, and you have to ask. No, my darling, what is this place? Ning Xiaochuan, you won't break into any taboo places again? Tiandi Blade felt quite wrong. In the cave, there was a mysterious terrorist force, which made it feel afraid. This is definitely not a good place. Don't talk so much nonsense. Do you recognize the words at the bottom of the coffin? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Emperor of Heaven flew a light from his blade, forming a light and shadow tentacle, stroked the bottom of the coffin for a moment, and said, "This is the text of the Jiu Beauty family, which means Queen of 10,000 Sounds, alas. How can these 4 words be familiar?" Ning Xiaochuan's face was slightly stunned and said, "You mean, those 4 words mean Queen of 10,000 Sounds?" The Tiandi blade also reacted and said, "The Queen of 10,000 Tones is not a member of the Jiu Beauty clan who was robbed by your mistress." Where is this? How can there be the coffin of the strong person of the Jiu Beauty clan? Ning Xiaochuan touched his chin and said, "Before she died, her name was Wanning Fairy Queen. After she was born again, she gave herself the title of Wanning Fairy Queen. It seems that Wanning Fairy Queen was definitely a great person in the Jiu Beauty family, otherwise she wouldn't dare to think of herself as a fairy queen. Niao Lanxin lost her body and must have got her strong constitution. This crystal ice coffin doesn't seem to be an ordinary thing, and it once contained the corpse of Queen Wanning, and it may also have the power to suppress the corpse once contained. It's a good magic weapon to deal with Niao Lanxin in the future." Ning Xiaochuan instinctively felt that this crystal ice coffin must have the ability to suppress Niao Lanxin, and it might be used in the future. Ning Xiaochuan just planned to collect the crystal ice coffin. Suddenly, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him behind him, which made him feel very uneasy, and his neck was chilly. He didn't dare to move all over. He looked at the surface of the crystal ice coffin, on which his face was reflected. Behind him, there was a white human shadow, like the shadow of a white female ghost. The female ghost was less than a meter away from him, stretched out a pair of pale hands, and rushed at him. Ning Xiaochuan immediately catapulted up, summoned the magic sword, held the sword with both heads, and chopped the sword gas at the female ghost. Wow! The female ghost turned into wisps of white mist and disappeared from Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. In a flash, she appeared quietly behind Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan waved his sword again and split the ghost's shadow. What the hell is it? Is it the ghost of Queen Wanning? Ning Xiaochuan's forehead kept sweating, and he always felt that he had caused something unclean. Just now, the ghost's virtual shadow looks very similar to Queen Wanning. Ning Xiaochuan, where the hell did you come to? The female ghost's origin is not simple. It must be the ghost of the last life of Queen Wanning Xian. She feels the breath of Queen Wanning Xian on you and will follow you until she finds Queen Wanning Xian. Tiandi Blade Road. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes slightly tilted, looked back, and sure enough, he saw the female ghost who looked exactly like Queen Wanning. She stood behind Ning Xiaochuan, with white clothes floating, long hair like a waterfall, all white, emitting white phosphorescence, and slowly walked towards Ning Xiaochuan. The sound of her walking is like the wind. Ning Xiaochuan is not in a hurry to see what she wants to do. The female ghost walked behind Ning Xiaochuan and stretched out a pair of almost transparent white arms. Unexpectedly, she hugged Ning Xiaochuan and slowly stuck her face on Ning Xiaochuan's vest. A cold breath came from my back, making my scalp numb. Ning Xiaochuan was so stiff that he didn't dare to speak out. What's going on? What is she doing? Tiandi Blade was also stunned and chattered, It's estimated that she took you as her lover. As soon as the voice of Emperor Ren fell, the female ghost immediately gave birth to Cold Evil Spirit, grew 5 sharp claw nails, and tore them towards Ning Xiaochuan's heart, as if to dig out Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Ning Xiaochuan has been on guard against her. At the moment when her breath changed, he immediately waved his magic sword and stabbed behind her. Wow! A flash of blood. Her body vanished again. You killed me again. You killed me again. That female ghost condensed her body again, with long hair drooping and beautiful, but her eyes were full of disappointment, pain and sadness, which seemed particularly sad. Her mouth kept repeating that sentence, "You killed me again. Kill me again." Ning Xiaochuan stared at the female ghost coming step by step, frowned, and said, "Is there any way to get rid of her? It's really difficult to sleep and eat with a gloomy female ghost around." Is this the legendary spirit haunting? Before, Ning Xiaochuan didn't believe in ghosts at all. Now, he believes it. Unless you find Miao Lanqin, there is no way to get rid of her. You know, before she died, she was at least a peerless strong person who stepped into the supreme realm. The ghost of a strong person in the supreme realm can't be removed from your current realm. The Emperor Blade asked again, "What the hell is this place?" Fengshan Cave. Ning Xiaochuan Road. Fengshan Cave. The Emperor's blade made a noise and immediately said, "The Emperor of Heaven once got the Xian Beast's mirror and the white bone bead here. Ning Xiaochuan, since he came here, he may also find the cultivation method of the Heaven and Earth Sutra, and there is no need to go to the Emperor of Heaven Mountain to find it." I think so, too. Ning Xiaochuan put the crystal ice coffin into the Qianquan cloth bag, and looked at the beautiful female ghost, not far away. Seeing that she didn't rush up, he was relieved. If you knew you would be haunted by female ghosts, you shouldn't touch that coffin. Ning Xiaochuan headed for the depths of Fengshan's cave to look for the Heaven and Earth Sutra, but the female ghost still followed him and stared at him with gruesome eyes. When he stopped, the female ghost also stopped. He continued to walk, and so did the female ghost. "What the hell are you doing? Can you stop following me?" Ning Xiaochuan stared at the female ghost and said in a deep voice. The female ghost didn't say a word and stared at him with more resentful eyes. Her eyes are gloomy. If you are a timid person, I'm afraid you will be scared by her eyes and cry for your parents. Since she didn't take the initiative to attack, don't pay attention to her. Let's go to the depths of the cave quickly, and maybe we can find some supreme weapons. My darling. If we can swallow a few supreme weapons, maybe we can completely surpass the heavenly bell. Tiandi Blade Road. Ning Xiaochuan followed the summoning force he heard in his heart and walked forward. The summoning force became stronger and stronger. I don't know how long it took. Ning Xiaochuan finally found the source of the summoning force, which turned out to be a yellow clay statue standing on the wall. That clay statue is only 2 meters high, shaped like a fairy-like Taoist, wearing a Bagua Taoist robe, holding a dust brush, wearing a Taoist crown, like a statue of gods in the Taoist temple. The most attractive place for Ning Xiaochuan is the faint mark in the middle of the Taoist's eyebrows. The shape is very familiar, and it is actually the seal of heaven. Although it is only a clay statue, it gives people a feeling of incomparable holiness, like a true god standing in front of them, which makes people's hearts can't help but produce a heart of worship. When the female ghost saw the clay statue standing on the stone wall, she was frightened and kept retreating until she retreated more than 10 feet away. There are many words carved on the clay statue. Is this the Heaven and Earth Sutra? Ning Xiaochuan gently stroked the clay image and carefully identified the words on the surface of the clay image. These words are very fragmented and cannot be coherent at all. They don't look like a volume of martial classics. However, these words have completely attracted Ning Xiaochuan's mind, and he can't look away at all. There must be a mystery. Since the clay statue summoned him here, there must be a reason. The summoning force cannot appear in his heart for no reason. Ning Xiaochuan immediately sat down and began to understand the words on the mud image. Ning Xiaochuan's mind was completely released and he stared at the words on the clay statue. After a long time, those small words, like glowing moths, flew out of the clay statue and suspended in front of Ning Xiaochuan. A total of 37,865 characters are arranged in a disordered manner, forming a sea of words. If you want to combine these words into a volume of martial classics, there are hundreds of millions of arrangements, and only one arrangement order is the correct way. If you want to find the right arrangement, you must understand it by yourself. Suddenly, those words burst into light and turned into huge stars. All the stars gather together and rotate according to some mysterious law to form a vast universe. Everything around disappeared. Ning Xiaochuan seemed to suddenly break into a strange starry sky. From a distance, he saw a fairy-like Taoist coming from the starry sky. It seemed that the speed was slow, but every step could span the distance of a star. Not long after, he stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Are you here?" Ning Xiaochuan's face looked puzzled, but he remained calm and said, "Are you asking me?" The old Taoist nodded and said with a smile, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." "What are you waiting for?" "Who are you?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Taoist priest just smiled and said, "I'll take you to see fortune." "What is fortune?" "Why take me to see fortune?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. The Taoist priest didn't seem to hear Ning Xiaochuan's words at all, but he said to himself, "It's fate to destroy the sky and destroy the earth, and it's also fate to create a new world. Someone will take you to see it, and the Taoist priest will take you to see the new world." Groundbreaking? Ning Xiaochuan didn't fully react. With a gentle wave of the Taoist's sleeve, the vast starry sky trembled violently. All the stars burst into wisps of mist, and the whole space became chaotic. There is neither heaven nor earth. Chaos. Ning Xiaochuan stood in chaos and looked at the world in front of him. He saw the scene of lightning and thunder in the hazy. The lightning was as thick as tens of thousands of miles, passing through a space of tens of millions of miles, causing a shocking scene. Another sky fire was born from space, turned into a huge fire lotus, rotated in chaos, and finally dispersed slowly. Chaos begins to open, and heaven and earth are divided into two chi. The clear rises and turns into the dark, the turbid sinks and turns into the earth. A vast voice sounded in Ning Xiaochuan's ear, like the old Taoist reciting, or like the voice that originally existed between heaven and earth. The chaotic world in front of us is also changing. Two different air currents begin to separate, some rising and some sinking. Many years later, a huge primitive land appeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. I don't know how vast this primitive land is. It's impossible to measure its distance with eyes. According to the old explanation, this primitive land is called the initial universe. On that vast initial universe, there are still lightning and thunder, sky fire falling to the ground, magma eruption, and I don't know how many years and months have passed. On the ground, chaotic creatures began to be born, including the huge Hun Kuan, the Holy Spirit holding a giant axe, and the divine wood connecting heaven and earth. Until one day, heaven and earth shook, and the whole initial universe was broken, and pieces of earth plates went out to the outside world, of which the largest plate was 37865, and the number of other small earth plates was countless. It's like a big map roll being torn up. Even the dust that flew out turned into stars with a diameter of tens of thousands of miles, flying towards the edge of the universe. The scene at this moment is extremely shocking. It's like hundreds of millions of stars rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan, creating a terrible pressure on people. Not only hundreds of millions of stars, among them, there are many earth plates that are countless times larger than stars, which have become a vast world and are also rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! Suddenly, in Ning Xiaochuan's mind, there was a huge sound, and his whole body was shocked. Ning Xiaochuan. Someone is calling his name. Ning Xiaochuan's thoughts were forcibly pulled back from the vast universe and returned to his body. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was still sitting in the ancient cave, just below the clay statue. How could this happen? How did I see the groundbreaking scene just now? Ning Xiaochuan's body has been motionless, and he feels that a lot of information appears in his mind, and many previously unknown martial law laws are drilling into his body. He needs a lot of time to digest what he just learned. Ning Xiaochuan, what are you staring at? Don't run away? King Qingyu stood not far away from Ning Xiaochuan, with bloody scars on his shoulders, back and legs. He kicked Ning Xiaochuan on the back and woke him up alive. Boom! Holding the supreme weapon in her hands, she mobilized all the vitality in her body and constantly attacked the depths of the cave, blocking the black fog. At this moment, the black fog rushed out, which was more than 10 times stronger than the breath of the ghost of heaven, and beat the king of Qingxi to continuously vomit blood and almost fainted. Something unusual rushed out from the deeper depths of the Fengshan cave. If it hadn't been resisted by the king of Qinghe, Ning Xiaochuan must have been dead. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan has been realizing the Tao and doesn't know what happened at all? What Ning Xiaochuan didn't know was that he had been sitting there for nearly 9 days. King Qinghe had already come here, but he didn't disturb him when he saw that he was enlightenment. 9 days ago, the king of Qing had entered the depths of Fengshan's cave. I don't know what she found in it. She unexpectedly provoked many strange monsters and forced her out of it. She was seriously injured and her green clothes were dyed red into a blood robe. In the last 3 days of this month, continued to ask for monthly tickets. What happened? Ning Xiaochuan also realized that the situation was very dangerous and hurriedly suppressed his previous feelings. Now, it's not the time to realize the Tao. It's the right thing to escape first. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the clay statue again, and felt that the owner of the clay statue must be a great man who has experienced heaven and earth, and was able to take him to see the creation of the earth. There have been few such people since ancient times. He wanted to bring the clay statue out of the god's cave. However, he tried several times. No matter how hard he tried, the mud didn't move, and I don't know how heavy it was. Ow! A black tentacle, stretched out from the light of the supreme instrument, turned into a huge strange hand and pinched Ning Xiaochuan's body. Open! Ning Xiaochuan's clothes flew out a black brilliance, and the Shancher doll flew out and turned into a 12-meter-high skeleton, showing strong power and tearing up the black tentacle. The Shancher puppet roared and waved his fist to resist the monsters rushing out from the depths of the cave. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the clay statue again, then immediately turned his head and called out the magic sword and bronze ancient lamp. Go! Ning Xiaochuan and King Qingyu fought and retreated, and fighting with the monsters in the cave was like breaking into the devil's cave, and their lives were in danger at any time. Suddenly, in the depths of Fengshan cave, there came a breath of incomparable terror, making a sharp howl, which was like a huge demon waking up from a deep sleep and roaring angrily. That roar shook Qingwang and Ning Xiaochuan, dizzy, blood gas rolling, and the eardrum seemed to be punctured. Almost, he was stunned on the ground by the terrible howling. It's so terrible. Moreover, they felt that a huge breath was rushing out of the depths of the god's cave and quickly approaching them. That sense of fear almost made people stand up. If it were any other martial artist, I'm afraid he would have been scared to the ground at the moment. Run away! Ning Xiaochuan spread out the rapid movement of the rainbow, turned into a colorful streamer, and quickly fled towards the outside of the Fengshan cave. However, he just ran out not far, but he didn't see the king catch up. Turning his head, he saw that the king fell in a pool of blood. Although her cultivation is very deep, she is also badly injured. She escaped all the way from the depths of Fengshan's cave. After several narrows of death, she had already been seriously injured. Just now, I was shocked by that howling, and now I finally fell down. Although King Qingyu claimed to kill him, she didn't kill him after all. Moreover, when Ning Xiaochuan was sitting in front of the clay statue to realize the Tao, she didn't even bother Ning Xiaochuan to realize the Tao. Ning Xiaochuan finally did not run away alone, but turned back and wanted to run away with King Qingyu. As soon as he rushed back, the King of Green rose from the pool of blood by himself. Are you all right? Ning Xiaochuan asked. What will happen to me? I just fell down carelessly. The finger of the Green King bounced the blood stain on the corner of his clothes, and he looked very irritable and said, "I told you to run away, what are you doing back?" After roaring this sentence, the King of Green swayed, his eyes dizzy, and then fell to the ground again. Ning Xiaochuan rushed forward immediately, shouldered the King of Qingyu on his shoulder, and rushed out of the Fengshan cave quickly. Finally, before the breath of terror came over, the two escaped from the immortal cave, turned into a streamer, and rushed into the vast wilderness. Ning Xiaochuan, carrying the King of Qingyu, stood in the void hundreds of meters high, overlooking the direction of Fengshan cave from a distance, and still could feel the breath of shock. However, that breath did not rush out of the immortal cave, and seemed to be suppressed by some force. Bang bang! In the cave, the sound of iron hitting shook the ground constantly. Before long, the black broken skeleton, thrown out of the cave, became fragmented, and even a better bone could not be found. Although Ning Xiaochuan and King Qingyu escaped, the black skeleton was not so lucky. It was broken into a skeleton by the fierce objects in the God's Cave and thrown out of the God's Cave. There was a harsh roar in the Immortal's cave, which made the whole creatures in the wilderness tremble. It seems to be demonstrating deliberately, telling those creatures who want to break into the God's Cave again that breaking in is a dead end. Ning Xiaochuan also sighed helplessly. The fighting power of that Shancher doll is comparable to that of heaven and man, and it can definitely be regarded as the supreme war treasure. Now it is torn up, which naturally makes Ning Xiaochuan feel distressed. However, on second thought, even Jiuping Xuanqi can't break the Shancher doll. However, the fierce thing in Fengshan cave can break the Shancher doll into broken bones. If you were yourself, wouldn't you also be torn to pieces? In fact, it's worth exchanging a life with a Shancher doll. However, in the future, we can only rely on ourselves. Fengshan's cave is too dangerous. No one can guarantee that the murderer will rush out of the cave. Ning Xiaochuan decided to leave as soon as possible. 3,000 miles away, on the bank of a turbulent river. Ning Xiaochuan, you are too brave to untie the dragon rope on the king. Believe it or not, the king will eat you every minute. King Qingyu was very angry. He just woke up, but found that he was tied by a dragon rope, and his hands and feet could not move. Ning Xiaochuan was lying on the ground. Who dares to tie her up after the famine? It was too treacherous, which completely angered the King of Qingyu. He raised a rather immature face and stared at Ning Xiaochuan standing under the tree with a pair of round big eyes, revealing 2 pieces of snow white and crystal, as if he really wanted to eat Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan said calmly, "King, I'm afraid you'll tie you down if you really kill me. Besides, a dragon binding rope can't tie a strong man like King. As long as the king's injury recovers 30% to 40%, it will naturally break the dragon binding rope." Although Ning Xiaochuan saved the king of Qing dynasty, no one can say whether the king of Qing dynasty will continue to kill him after he wakes up. For the sake of safety, Ning Xiaochuan can only tie up the king of Qingyu first, so that she won't be able to walk away if she wakes up halfway. It is also 3,000 miles away from Fengshan cave. It is very safe to bring her here. Ning Xiaochuan is also very kind and righteous. Ning Xiaochuan has to go. Ning Xiaochuan, you dare to act recklessly, bully the teacher and destroy your ancestors, commit crimes below, commit treachery, and be extremely cowardly. I will never let you go. You are dead to escape to the ends of the earth. Hey! Where are you going? Hey, Ning Xiaochuan, come back to me, you bastard, I'll kill your family. King Qingyu was very angry. He kept rolling on the ground and was trapped by Ning Xiaochuan with a dragon rope. It was simply a great humiliation. She is the master of the wilderness. How can she be so humiliated by a human being? Ning Xiaochuan stopped and said, "You used the wrong word. You're too timid to use it on me. If you really want to kill me, if you have the courage, go to Tiandi Mountain. With this, Ning Xiaochuan called out the double-headed stone beast and flew to the back of the double-headed stone beast, intending to rush to Tiandi Mountain. Ning Shiner, he must find it. After all, there is only such a sister. Tiandi Mountain is by no means a holy land for cultivation. As long as there are people, there will be cruel fights. Ning Xiaochuan is ready. Moreover, UCC is also in Tiandi Mountain. With the relationship between UCC and him, he must also go to Tiandi Mountain. Is the Tianmen exam over? Ning Xiaochuan stood on the back of the double-headed stone beast, thinking so. Suddenly, a golden spear flew from below, and the spear tip with gorgeous flame bombarded the abdomen of the double-headed stone beast. Ow! The double-headed stone beast uttered a scream, and its huge body was violently shocked. There were fine cracks in its abdomen, and it was almost torn in two by the golden holy spear. Ning Xiaochuan, you think a dragon rope can stop the king from killing you? You are too naive. A thought body of the king of green flies out of his body, condenses into a slender and slim girl's body, holds a golden holy spear, spreads out a pair of huge blue wings, and kills the double-headed stone beast on the sky. She looks like a flower girl who is harmless to human beings and animals, but she is also a creature who can beat Yulan, the great emperor, to beg for mercy. Even if she just separates a thought body, she is also extremely strong, which is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Double-headed stone beast, full speed. After giving orders to the double-headed stone beast, Ning Xiaochuan immediately called out the single round star ball and held it in the palm of his hands. The star ball turns into a huge silver light ball with a diameter of 30 to 40 meters, emitting a bright light. King Qingyu, you have been seriously injured now. Just a mental body can't be my opponent. I don't want to hurt you. Please retreat quickly. Ning Xiaochuan holds a huge silver star in case the king of Qingyu attacks. You hurt my king? I'm the master of the wilderness. You can't touch my clothes with 10 moves. Qing Wang pursed his red lips, showed a neat mouth of teeth, and carried a golden holy spear. His eyes were full of cold air. His long hair swayed on the void, turning into a fast streamer, stabbing towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and hit the single round star ball. Buzz! The star ball was like a small star, which rolled over and blew the king of green's mind out and fell to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan took back the single star ball with a smile on his face and said in a loud voice, King Qingxi, if you want revenge, just come to Tiandi Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation is invincible under the realm of heaven and man. Even if he fights with ordinary heaven and man, he can fight for several rounds. If you show no sword to destroy the world, you may even stab heaven and man to death. With his seriously injured body, King Qingyu separated a thought body. How can he be Ning Xiaochuan's opponent? It is also normal to lose in the hands of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, you villain below, your character is really too bad. I will go to Tiandi Mountain after my injury recovers, so that you can't survive or die. In the wilderness, the roar of the King of Green came, which made those mysterious beasts in the wilderness panic again, and they shrank in the cave and dared not move. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth with a trace of smile, calmly sitting on the back of the double-headed stone beast, began to sort out the martial arts realized in the Fengshan cave in his mind, hoping to understand the true meaning of the Heaven and Earth Sutra. In my mind, a groundbreaking scene reappears. Chaos is beginning to open, the world is taking shape, creatures are born, the Big Bang, stars turn into the sun and moon. A shocking picture is presented in my mind. Even though these pictures have begun to blur, they still make people excited and tremble. In Ning Xiaochuan's mind, 37,865 words engraved on the clay figure reappear again. These words are like stars, shrinking towards the center and condensing into a piece, just like turning into the initial universe. 37,865 words were finally connected to form a volume of martial classics. When Ning Xiaochuan realized the Tao, night fell, and a bright moon appeared on the sky, like a jade plate hanging in the middle of the sky, scattering bright moonlight. The double-headed stone beast flew under the bright moon, emitting the breath of terrifying high-level 9-level Shan beasts. It passed through the vast wilderness, flew over the mountains, and projected a huge black shadow on the ground, startling the ferocious Shan beasts who came out to look for food in the wilderness. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation and the arrogance of double-headed stone beasts, as long as they don't break into the territory of some monsters and some forbidden areas and desperate situations, generally speaking, few Shan beasts will take the initiative to provoke. Ning Xiaochuan can safely understand the Heaven and Earth Sutra. However, when night fell, a white glow appeared behind Ning Xiaochuan and condensed into a female ghost with disheveled hair. Ning Xiaochuan naturally felt her appearance at the first time, immediately opened his eyes, and stared at her warily. She was standing 6 or 7 meters away from Ning Ogawa. Her skin was pale, her eyes were bitter, and her body emitted a strong ghost gas, giving people a chilly feeling. It seems that she is really haunted by female ghosts. Ning Xiaochuan thought she had been rid of her, but he didn't expect her to appear behind him again. He was really haunted. This female ghost is not a good kind. She may take Ning Xiaochuan's heart at any time. It's simply disturbing, and I don't know how to get rid of her. Hey! Come here. Ning Xiaochuan waved to the female ghost. The female ghost hesitated for a moment, her eyes were a little dull, and she still walked towards Ning Xiaochuan. When she reached Ning Xiaochuan's hand within 2 meters, Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out a Qianquan cloth bag, shrouded it over her, and put her into the bag. Ning Xiaochuan immediately wrapped the opening of the Qianquan cloth bag and finally loosened it. Finally, she was trapped. You lied to me again, you lied to me again. Behind Ning Xiaochuan, the voice of that gloomy female ghost sounded again. The sound seemed to ring in his ear, making his pores open, immediately summoned the magic sword, and stabbed him behind. She is worthy of being a female ghost. Even the Heaven and Earth cloth bag can't trap her. Mingming put her in the bag, but she still ran out. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan's sword was not unpleasant, but it pierced the air. The female ghost turned into a slim white shadow and moved out sideways to avoid Ning Xiaochuan's sword. She said bitterly and sadly, "You've attacked me again, and you're going to kill me again." Ning Xiaochuan once again put out his sword, displaying the sword formula of destroying the world, and his body was full of blood-red sword qi. The female ghost's body method is extremely fast, shuttling in the sword gas, with long hair swaying, white clothes floating, emitting wisps of cold gas, which can always avoid the sword gas split by Ning Xiaochuan. Even if the sword qi really cuts her in and defeats her body, she will soon be able to condense the ghost body again. Shua! Ning Xiaochuan stopped, put away the magic sword, and didn't shoot again. It's so troublesome to be entangled by a grievance. You can't kill, stop or drive away, and she's still pestering you all the time. Do you really need to find Nialanqing? Ning Xiaochuan shook his head, ignored the female ghost, called out the fish glue, and then continued to understand the Heaven and Earth Sutra. The fish gelled into a woman's form, standing behind Ning Xiaochuan, guarding Ning Xiaochuan while guarding the female ghost. 37,865 words spread out again in Ning Xiaochuan's mind, just like marks that had been branded in his body. Ning Xiaochuan had understood for 3 days in a row, but he didn't even understand the introduction of the Heaven and Earth Sutra. However, he found a very important fact: that Heaven and Earth Sutra he understood was not complete, and it seemed that there was only half a volume. Because of this problem, he specially asked Tiandaran to discuss it together. The Emperor of Heaven said, "The Heaven and Earth Sutra is originally divided into 2 volumes. The first volume is the Heaven Sutra and the second volume is the Earth Sutra." At that time, when you were awakened, when you were comprehending the Heaven and Earth Sutra, you certainly did not comprehend the Heaven and Earth Sutra completely. If I guessed correctly, you only understood the second half of the Earth Sutra. Why is it the Earth Sutra? Ning Xiaochuan knew that the Emperor Blade had followed the gods, was well informed and knowledgeable, so he asked for advice with an open mind. The Emperor of Heaven said, Heaven represents Tao, Earth represents martial arts. The Heaven and Earth Sutra is a classic that combines the strengths of martial arts and Taoism. Among them, the first half volume of the Heaven Sutra focuses on Taoism. The second half volume of the Earth Sutra focuses on martial arts. Since you are born to practice martial arts, it is easier to practice the Earth Sutra first. However, the descendants of the Emperor of Heaven are different. What she has practiced since childhood is the skill of Taoism. If she wants to enter the Tao, she must first practice the Sutra of Heaven, and then understand the Sutra of Earth through the Sutra of Heaven. Generally speaking, although you all cultivate the Heaven and Earth Sutra, the way of cultivation is the opposite. You focus on martial arts, and she focuses on Taoism. Finally, who is more powerful? In fact, only when you really cultivate the Heaven and Earth Sutra to Mahayana can you test it. Ning Xiaochuan touched his chin and said, Don't you say that I practice the book of Heaven and Earth upside down? Yes. It's just practicing backwards. Sometimes, practicing backwards may produce another turn of power. Tiandi Ren added, Besides, you were taken to see the creation of the world. The martial arts you understood must also be the most original martial arts between heaven and earth. The beginning of your martial arts is the beginning of the creation of the world. It shares the same origin with the world and coexists with heaven and earth. In a sense, your martial arts is also obedient to the will of heaven and earth, taking the road of heaven and earth. Build the earth first, and then there will be heaven. If you infer in this way, you are walking in the correct cultivation sequence, and she is the one who practices the Heaven and Earth Sutra upside down. It is summarized into a pithy formula, and her way is there is green sky before there is earth. The same volume of martial classics, different cultivation methods. Build the earth before the sky. This is the origin of Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts, but it is extremely difficult to understand martial arts from it. Ning Xiaochuan, are you really going to Tiandi Mountain? The Emperor Blade asked. Ning Xiaochuan said, Naturally, I want to go. Okay. I buried some good things there 10,000 years ago, and I just went to take them out. I don't know if I can find them. Tiandi Blade rode. What was buried? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Hey. You'll know then. Tiandi Blade suddenly got a little excited. 10,000 years have passed, and it is strange that things buried under the ground are either rotten or dug away by others and still buried there. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. In the next few months, Ning Xiaochuan has been comprehending the Earth Sutra, and finally reached the level of entry and entered the level of the first step of the ladder of heaven. Although the speed of enlightenment is very slow, Ning Xiaochuan is very happy to be able to get started. You know, Heaven and Earth Sutra is not comparable to ordinary martial arts sutras. If you want to really understand something, it will naturally be much harder. Ning Xiaochuan's way of destroying the world is hidden in the magic sword. Even those who have higher accomplishments than him will only think that he is a martial artist who takes the first step of the ladder of heaven. He simply did not expect that he also practiced other ways. It is the period of Tianmen examination. It is certain that talented people from all over the world will gather in Tiandi Mountain, and it is always good to hide their accomplishments. Two-headed stone beasts crossed millions of miles of wilderness and finally came to a very distant human civilization. This human civilization is much stronger than Yulan Empire, and the earth structure is also different. The soil is more fertile and full of aura. Even on those ordinary mountains, you can see many low-grade mysterious drugs. The human clothes here are also very different from those of the Yulan Empire. It's like coming to another world. This should be the high-level Wuping civilization, Tianshu Empire. Tiandi Mountain, known as the Lord of Five Civilizations, manages the north. The 12 Five Civilizations in Xinjiang. Among them, there is only one Wuping civilization, which has reached the level of advanced Wuping civilization, that is the Tianshu Empire. Tiandi Mountain is the holy land of the cultivation world, and all major human civilizations are the foundation for transporting cultivation talents and resources. Among them, the Tianshu Empire accounts for more than half of the foundation of Tiandi Mountain, and it is the only high-level civilization that Tiandi Mountain really cares about managing. Most of the inner disciples who cultivate in Tiandi Mountain are from aristocratic families of the Tianshu Empire. There are 11 other 5-level civilizations, thousands of 4-level civilizations, and countless low-level civilizations under the seat of Tiandi Mountain. The total number of masters from these civilizations is not as much as that of Tianshu Empire. In the future, if Tiandi Mountain wants to develop into a 6-pin civilization, other human civilizations must unconditionally become a county or a government of the Tianshu Empire. It's not far from Tiandi Mountain when you come to Tianshu Great Empire. Ask for a monthly ticket. The last month of 2014, strive to reach a high point of monthly ticket. After you watch it, you must remember to vote. Otherwise, it will be cleared next month. Kneel down and beg. For the next 3 days, Lao Jiao will try his best to keep the third watch. Since he came to the Tianshu Empire, Ning Xiaochuan naturally also wanted to see the world. After all, the advanced Wuping civilization is in the whole north. There are few lands in Xinjiang, which must be extremely prosperous. It is not the Jade Lan Empire that can be compared with Jiu Xinjiang. Although Jiu Xinjiang is known as an intermediate 5-level civilization, hundreds of years ago, the masters of Tianrenjing were killed by tusks, and it was in the period of opening up wasteland, which must be much weaker than other intermediate 5-level civilizations. There is no comparison with the advanced civilization of 5 grades. Ning Xiaochuan walked into an ancient city and planned to buy 2 kinds of mysterious drugs, Xianjing and 1,000-year heart-nourishing strange grass. These 2 precious medicinal materials are very scarce in Yulan Empire and even Jiu Xinjiang, but they may be available in Tianshu Empire. Xianjing and 1,000-year heart-nourishing strange grass are 2 rare precious medicines that must be taken to shock the great heart-nourishing master. Ning Xiaochuan is now infinitely close to the realm of the great heart cultivator, and even the rate of Dan formation in refining advanced pills has reached 7 levels. If he finds Xianjing and Millennium Heart Cultivator strange grass, he can impact the realm of the great heart cultivator at any time. Of course, whether you can succeed at one time depends on luck. With his current martial arts realm, he may be able to stand out from all the heroes in the Yulan Empire, which can be called the peak of martial arts. However, if you go to Tiandi Mountain, it is estimated that you will meet many monks of the same age who are as powerful as him, and there may be many more powerful than him. Just like those born in big families and aristocratic families, they have all kinds of precious drugs since childhood, and are taught by teachers from heaven and earth. For example, intermediate Dan is estimated to be eaten as sugar beans. For example, the bone marrow of 9-level Xian beast is estimated to be cold water. Even miraculous drugs for channeling, for those big families in the Tianshu Empire, it is estimated that they can be used for the top gifted children of the family. What advantages does Ning Xiaochuan have? Nature is the gift of a heart trainer. As long as he reaches the level of a great heart-nourishing master, he will certainly be treated like a genius at the level of heaven and man. Even if he does not pass the Tianmen exam, he can become an inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain. It is estimated that there are not many 20-year-old mental health masters in Tiandi Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan stopped on the facade of a very magnificent building and saw many spiritual teachers coming in and out of the gate. The young maids guarding both sides of the gate were saluting them respectfully. Among them, primary and intermediate mental health practitioners are still the main ones, and senior mental health practitioners also exist, but the number is very small. This should be the heart-nourishing hall opened by some big family. Ning Xiaochuan adjusted his clothes and walked towards the gate. Seeing his imposing appearance and extraordinary temperament, one of the maids immediately greeted him, bowed respectfully, and said, "The Hakka do not know whether to buy or sell xianyao. If you want to buy some high-grade xianyao, it depends on whether you have it here." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "It's really arrogant. Is there any mysterious medicine in the whole Jiu mansion that we don't have in the heart-nourishing hall of Moism?" Although the maid thought so, she still wore a sweet smile on her face and said, "I don't know how high-grade mysterious medicine Hakka wants to buy. Are there any miraculous drugs for channeling?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. The maid was stunned when she heard this. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "I'm kidding. Even if you really have miraculous drugs, I can't afford them." The maid also breathed a sigh of relief. She was really frightened just now. Let alone the Mahast heart-nourishing hall. Even if she got the magic medicine, she would not sell it. Even if she wanted to sell it, she would not sell it in the heart-nourishing hall. She would definitely take it to the auction house for auction. However, if you meet a joking guest, it means that the guest will be well received, at least not deliberately embarrass their low-ranking maid. Of course, guests like this are generally not talented heroes in the big family, and it is estimated that they don't have much money. If guests spend less in the heart-nourishing hall, they will get less remuneration. In the view of that maid, Ning Xiaochuan should be a martial arts, casual cultivation with good cultivation. Although, it is estimated that there is no money, but since he is easygoing, she is still willing to receive him. Child, the Mahast family is a big family in the Extreme Day Mansion. Although it is impossible to sell psychic and strange drugs, our Mahast heart-nourishing hall has the elders of the great heart-nourishing master, and other mysterious drugs and pills can be brought out. The maid named Bailan brought Ning Xiaochuan into the heart-nourishing hall. With a ying smile on her face, she said, "I don't know whether you want to buy xiandan or xianyao. Mysterious medicine." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "What kind of mysterious medicine?" Bailan asked. Ning Xiaochuan said, "At least 9 grades of mysterious medicine." Ah? Bailan was a little surprised, but even if she realized that she had just lost her temper, she immediately said, "The price of Jiopin xianyao is very expensive, and only senior cardiologists can refine it." "Well, I'm a senior cardiologist." Ning Xiaochuan looked very indifferent and said, "I want to buy Xianjing and Millennium heart-nourishing strange grass. Is there a Mahast heart-nourishing hall?" Bailan stares at Ning Xiaochuan in shock. Her brain is blank. Is he a senior cardiologist? Still so young. Wait, what did he say? What does he want to buy? Xianjing and Qianyan Xinqi grass are rare and mysterious drugs that will only be bought by the great heart cultivator. Is this young child in front of him going to start to attack the realm of the great heart cultivator? Because Ning Xiaochuan had joked with her before, she thought Ning Xiaochuan was still joking at the moment, but after seeing Ning Xiaochuan's very serious look, she finally realized that the other party was not joking. Maybe he was really a genius of a big family, but he was easygoing. Bailan immediately changed her attitude towards Ning Xiaochuan and became more respectful. She immediately took Ning Xiaochuan to the high-grade xianyao area, and told the deacon who guarded the high-grade xianyao that Ning Xiaochuan wanted to buy Xianjing and Millennium heart-nourishing herbs. Each of those high-grade mysterious drugs has an independent counter, sealed in the microarray. Once someone wants to rob the mysterious medicine, the microarray will destroy the mysterious medicine in the counter. In addition to a large number of armored guards, to maintain order, Ning Xiaochuan faintly felt several strong martial arts breaths sitting nearby. Turquoise led a 60-year-old deacon to Ning Xiaochuan and said in a low voice, "Deacon Liu, is this guest in front of you?" Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's young appearance, the deacon was also slightly stunned. Would such a young man be a senior cardiologist? Although Deacon Lu had doubts in his heart, he didn't have the reason to refuse business. He was very polite to Ning Xiaochuan and said with a smile, "We can take out the Xianjing and Millennium Heart-nourishing herbs that the Hakka want to buy. It's just Lu's curiosity. Is the Hakka really a high-level heart-nourishing master? Do you really want to break through the realm of a great heart-nourishing master?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "In fact, it doesn't matter whether it's a senior heart-nourishing teacher or not. I just come to buy Xianjing and Millennium Heart-nourishing herbs. As long as the price is reasonable, I will naturally buy Xianchi." "Sorry." Lu Mao has no intention of offending, but he is just curious. If the Hakka is inconvenient to disclose, Lu Mao will not ask. But if the child is really a senior heart-nourishing master and is willing to join our Mahist heart-nourishing hall, the price of buying Xian Yao will certainly be much cheaper. Moreover, we Mahist will also provide child with a lot of resources for refining medicine. Of course, Lu Mao just mentioned, there is no other meaning. Bailan, go to bring Xianjing and Qian, take a share of each of the annual heart-nourishing herbs. Ning Xiaochuan is not interested in joining the Mahist heart-nourishing hall. The main reason is that the pattern of the Mahist heart-nourishing hall is still too small and there is little room for rise. It is estimated that there are many heart-nourishing halls of this level in the Tianshu Empire. Ning Xiaochuan's ambition is in Tiandi Mountain, not just the heart-nourishing hall of a big family. However, Ning Xiaochuan was pleasantly surprised to be able to find Xianjing and Millennium Heart-nourishing strange grass here. These two kinds of mysterious medicines are very rare. If they were not in the high-level Wuping civilization, it would be difficult to find them. Bailan took 2 Shanling wooden boxes, followed by 2 martial arts strongmen, obviously escorting these 2 high-grade Xianyao. In a sense, Xianjing and Qianyanyangxin Qicao are both precious drugs that surpass Jiuping Xianyao. Of course, their value is much lower than that of psychic Qiyao. Ning Xiaochuan opened one of the Shanling wooden boxes, which immediately sent out a faint blue light with a faint chill. Through the light, I saw a blue gem the size of a pigeon egg lying at the bottom of the wooden box. Inside the blue gem, there is a drop of water flowing, and all the light is emitted from that drop of water. What a mysterious spirit! Although there is only a drop of Xianjing in sapphire, the value of this drop of Xianjing is as precious as half a ground product Xianchi. Ning Xiaochuan suppressed the joy in his heart, immediately closed this Shanling wooden box, and opened the second Shanling wooden box. In the box, there is a green grass. Because of the cultivation of Zuanlingmu, the essence in the grass leaves has not been lost, and the mesophil is still very full, crystal clear, emitting a faint fragrance of medicine. Ning Xiaochuan has tested that it is indeed a 1,000-year heart-nourishing strange grass. Other metaphysical drugs can be turned into psychic miracles after growing for thousands of years. However, the heart-nourishing grass is also different. Even if it grows for thousands of years, it will not be psychic, and will only become a heart-nourishing grass for thousands of years. The value of a 1,000-year heart-nourishing herb is naturally far less than that of a psychic medicine, which is probably equivalent to the value of a ground product basalt. Ning Xiaochuan got 2 kinds of strange drugs, and his heart was naturally very excited. After paying 1.5 million pieces of basalt, he immediately left the heart-nourishing hall of Moism. After Ning Xiaochuan took out 1.5 million Xianchi, Bailan and Deacon Lu no longer doubted Ning Xiaochuan's identity. When they were about to retain Ning Xiaochuan, they found that Ning Xiaochuan had already disappeared. They can only lament in their hearts that they missed a chance to meet a psychic wizard, and they are very sorry. After leaving the heart-nourishing hall of the Mahist school, Ning Xiaochuan planned to buy top Xuanqi war swords to refine into concrete magic swords, and strive to show the peak power of the magic power of 10,000 swords melt rain as soon as possible. If he could melt 10 swords in his body, Ning Xiaochuan would dare to fight with heaven and man. The resources of advanced 5-level civilization are rich, and even Xianjing and Millennium Heart nourishing strange grass can be easily found. If you go to the top Xuanqi market, you may really be able to make a profit. Ning Xiaochuan just walked into the Xuanqi market in the ancient city and saw a familiar figure. I wipe, how could he be in the Tianshu Empire? Ning Xiaochuan rubbed his eyes to make sure he didn't recognize the wrong person. On the stall in the distance, Yu Mingsong, wearing a ragged straw hat, covered most of his face, sat on the straw mat with bare feet, with a straw leaf in his mouth, and was fiercely bargaining with a woman in her 30s. On the straw mat in front of him, there were dozens of goods, including rusty iron bowls, sharp kitchen knives, and stone-sharpened spears. Even these scrap iron were bought, which surprised Ning Xiaochuan. Ask for a monthly ticket. Buy it now, 50 xianshi, can't be less. This is the treasure dug out of the emperor's tomb. Although it has rusted, it is contaminated with the blood of the 9 heavenly lords. Once the power breaks out, a mountain with a radius of 10 miles will collapse. Come back. Talk about 40 xianshi again. I'll tell you the details of the ancient bowl. The engraved lines on it were drawn by the sages of Daomen. Don't you believe it? Touch it yourself. Yu Mingsong held the woman's hand tightly, constantly bargaining, and finally sold the rusty iron bowl at the price of 30 pieces of basalt. He put the basalt away, pulled down the straw hat on his head, and sighed, shit, business is getting harder and harder. Yu Mingsong. Long time no see. Ning Xiaochuan rode. You recognize the wrong person. I'm not Yu Mingsong. Yu Mingsong heard someone call his name, and his legs shook. He was like a frightened rabbit. He wrapped the straw mat on the ground, carried it on his back, spread his feet, and was about to run away. However, he just ran out for a while, and suddenly, he realized that the man's voice was a little familiar, and it seemed that he was not the 2 people who wanted to chase him. I wipe. It's you, which makes me shiver. I thought it was the 2 murderers who caught up. Yu Mingsong stared at Ning Xiaochuan and spit hard on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan walked over slowly and said with a smile, business is good. Unexpectedly, he sold all the junk. Rolling calf, the key to doing business is not how good the goods are, but the perfect presentation of personality charm. When a person's charm is strong enough, what he sells is not goods, but sunshine and handsome, which makes those girls confused and obsessed with me. Do you think I've been handsome recently? Yu Mingsong took off the straw hat on his head, revealing a bearded face, a pair of rather obscene eyes with deep eyes, just like autumn waves. He was wearing a bright red t-shirt, vest, knee-length shorts, bare feet and covered with dense leg hair. This dress of Yu Mingsong reminds Ning Xiaochuan of a sunny and handsome character in an animation in a previous life. Unfortunately, Yu Mingsong doesn't have that temperament. Ning Xiaochuan had always suspected that the woman was afraid of being entangled by him, so she gave him 30 xianshi and sent him away. Ning Xiaochuan said, you are not a master of forging tools. How can you fall to the point of setting up a stall? Yu Mingsong put the broken straw hat on his head again, cut his hair, and said gloomily, don't mention it. Some time ago, he provoked 2 fierce rivals and was chased and killed thousands of miles. I don't dare to show up easily now. Once they find me, I'm sure they will cut me apart. Brother, you must save me. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, your cultivation is not very high. Can someone chase you? My cultivation is high. Misunderstanding. I'm an honest forge master, but my forge level is at its peak. After all, I'm the neighbor of the disciples of the world's first forge master, which is not boasted. Besides, which forge master have you ever seen whose combat power is against the sky? Have you ever seen it? Yu Mingsong pursed his lips, feeling that his saliva was extremely bitter. Yu Mingsong. Where are you going this time? Above the sky, there was a woman's cheering, and immediately, layers of black clouds surged over, forming swirling clouds. On the ground, the mysterious qi of heaven and earth was shaken, forming bursts of sweeping cold wind. In the black clouds, a huge eye of heaven intertwined with lightning flew out, and purple light fell, locking Yu Mingsong, who was standing on the ground. Two extremely strong forces came from the sky, and it could be clearly seen that two figures flew in the clouds, and their bodies turned into two lightning streamers, flying rapidly towards this ancient city. Yu Mingsong was so scared that he shivered all over, staring at the sky eye above his head, and then grabbed the way and ran away. However, that heavenly eye seems to have spirit, which locks him in. No matter where he hides, the light shines on his head. If you don't run away, they will come soon. Yu Mingsong shouted at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan looked up and stared at the twinkling sky eye, with a smile on his mouth. If you don't break the other party's sky eye magic, you can't escape at all. Wow! A bloody sword flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's fingertips, turned into a column of light rising into the sky, and stabbed into the eye of heaven. A loud noise. The black clouds above the sky were dispersed by the fierce sword gas, and the sky eye was also beaten to pieces. After a while, a man and a woman flew down from the sky and fell into the ancient city. They stood where Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong had previously stood, releasing their minds, and the whole city gathered the breath of Yu Mingsong. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong have disappeared without a trace. The man and woman wore blue Taoist robes, probably in their 20s. The man looks like a jade tree facing the wind, wears a bronze Taoist crown on his head, and carries an ancient sword carved with dragons on his back. His body emits a powerful aura, and the power of his mind covers the whole ancient city, which makes those monks in the ancient city tremble. That woman is quite beautiful, also wearing a Taoist robe, with long black waist-length hair, so slender that a white jade belt is wrapped around her waist, outlining a charming curve. That sword just now is so strong and powerful that it can break my heavenly eye Taoist method. It should be the helper that the thief asked. The woman in the green Taoist robe said coldly, with a murderous look in her eyes. That sword qi is really strong, but it's just that. In the sword cultivation, it can only be regarded as a medium and upper level. If I display the pure yang sword formula, once the sword qi is released, all sword cultivation in the world will have to retreat. The man in Taoist robe looked rather cold and arrogant. When talking, he seemed to look down on other kendo monks at all. The fluctuation of sword intention emanating from him is indeed strong and arrogant. When he said this, no one dared to refute. Keep chasing. The woman in Taoist robes found Yu Mingsong's breath, immediately launched the flying method, and chased out of the ancient city. Two blue streamers flashed, and a man and a woman in Taoist robes soon disappeared in the ancient city. The ancient city also gradually restored calm. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong have fled hundreds of miles away from the ancient city, sitting on the back of the double-headed stone beast and running to the south. The fighting power of the double-headed stone beast is comparable to that of the warrior in the fourth step of heaven ladder. In terms of running speed, it is faster than the warrior in the fourth step of heaven ladder. The cultivation of those two people seems to be pretty good. What's their origin? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Yu Mingsong wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, the two outer disciples of Tiandi Mountain, the male is Chong Guliang and the female is Mo Hailan, are well known among the young generation in Tiandi Mountain. Their accomplishments are terrible, and they also have a great influence background in the Tianshu Empire, belonging to the descendants of two big families. How did you provoke the disciples of Tiandi Mountain? Ning Xiaochuan always felt that there was a very complicated reason. Yu Mingsong spread his hands and said, I also want to know. When did I provoke them? I'm so wrong. Ning Xiaochuan said, you didn't provoke others. They will chase you for so long? This time, I swear by my appearance that I really didn't provoke them. Yu Mingsong sighed, I also went to Tiandi Mountain to take the Tianmen exam. On that day, I passed through the Jizhou mansion, and met Mo Hailan, a genius who challenged the whole Jizhou mansion, claiming that she was the first person of the younger generation of the Jizhou mansion. Naturally, I disdained it at that time, so I boarded the challenge arena, bowed to her, and then said, "Little girl, you, come and try your depth." I just said this. After hearing this, she flew into a rage, raised her sword, and tried to kill me. She also scolded me for being a thief and a rapist. I'm so wronged. I don't know what's going on now. Ning Xiaochuan touched his chin with a smile on his face and said, "If others say this, there should be no problem. However, your obscene face, coupled with a rogue smile, and your sentence, it is strange not to be misunderstood. Others are female disciples of Taoism, how can you say that you should try her depth? For women, don't say the word depth. Ning Xiaochuan always felt that this sentence was very wrong, but he couldn't say what was wrong for a while. Forget them. Bad luck. Yu Mingsong stopped and said, "You finally came out of Yulan Empire. You should also go to Tiandi Mountain to take the Tianmen exam?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "After all, Tiandi Mountain is north. The holy land of cultivation in Xinjiang, everyone wants to cross the Tianmen gate and become an inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain. If you go to Tiandi Mountain, you will definitely get richer cultivation resources. With Brother Ning's talent, it's not difficult to pass the Tianmen exam, but it's impossible to get the top 3. Yu Mingsong rode. Oh. So much competition? Ning Xiaochuan's face was tinged with a smile. In fact, he is not very interested in the ranking of Tianmen examination. Ning Xiaochuan's purpose of taking the Tianmen examination is to enter the Tiandi Mountain for cultivation, and he doesn't pay much attention to the rank of fame, because he doesn't have any influence background, so he can't compare with the descendants of those big families and aristocratic families, but it's better to keep a low profile. The wood is beautiful in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. People with sharp edges are also more likely to be envied. Yu Mingsong rode. There are several amazing figures among the outside disciples cultivated by Tiandi Mountain alone. For example, the 3 young kings and 2 fairies, it is said that they have entered the realm of heaven and man, and they are the hot figures in this Tianmen exam. The top 3 are likely to be born among them. Moreover, it is recently heard that there is a peerless Tianzhijio girl in Tiandi Mountain. Before taking the Tianmen exam, someone has already sent her to the world called Goddess. There is another chapter tonight, and there is another chapter in the morning. Ning Xiaochuan thought in his heart that the goddess Yu Mingsong said should be spiritual virtual venerable. It is also normal to be canonized as a goddess with the identity, talent and cultivation of a spiritual virtual venerable. Yu Mingsong rode. These are just popular figures among the disciples outside Tiandi Mountain, as well as the proud sons of heaven who rushed to Tiandi Mountain from all major civilizations. None of them is weak. It is said that there are 2 or 3 young heroes in the Tianshu Empire who have reached the realm of heaven and man, and their backgrounds are quite strong. They are also popular figures in this Tianmen examination. In addition to the civilizations under the jurisdiction of Tiandi Mountain, there will also be talented heroes from other civilizations in northern Xinjiang, and maybe some of them will also come a person against the sky. So we don't have to fight between the top 3 and the core disciples. It's quite good to be an inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan asked, "Is there any difference between the top 3 and the core disciples?" Of course there is a difference. Yu Mingsong rode. According to the previous Tianmen examination system, monks who can cross Tianmen are generally qualified to become inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain. 100 years ago, more than 1,000 people became inner disciples in the last Tianmen examination. However, only more than 40 core disciples were recruited in the last Tianmen examination. That is to say, there is not one core disciple out of 10 inner disciples. You know, anyone who can become inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain, the disciples of the sect are already outstanding figures, and each of them is not a simple person. Now you know how difficult it is to become a core disciple? Of course, the most enviable is the top 3. You can not only get rich rewards, but also get titles. As long as you don't fall, you will definitely become the top overlord in northern Xinjiang in the future. Ning Xiaochuan has heard that the top 3 in the Tianmen exam can get the title. The order of titles is God, Saint and Spirit. For example, if the disciple whose grades rank first is a man, he is called the Son of God; if a woman, she is called Goddess. If the disciple whose score ranks second is a man, he is called the Son of God; if it is a woman, it is called Saint. The disciple who ranks third in the score, if he is a man, is called Lingzi; if she is a woman, she is called Spirit Woman. Just like the number 1 scholar, model and Tanhua in the imperial examination, only the top 3 disciples are eligible for the title. The disciples who get the title will immediately become famous all over the world and become the 3 most powerful young people in Tiandi Mountain. It can be said that they have both fame and wealth. They may also become the high-level helmsman of Tiandi Mountain in the future. Therefore, all the talented heroes who came to take the Tianmen examination this time wanted to become the top 3. It can be said that dragons compete with tigers. Ning Xiaochuan said, "What are the top 3 and the core disciples? That's not what we pursue. I'm cultivating concrete magic recently, and I'm still short of 3 high-grade war swords. Why don't you help me refine 3? No problem. My brothers, who and who? But you have to help me solve the 2 hunters. You Mingsong promised to come down." Ning Xiaochuan laughed, "No problem. It's on me. In addition, you must prepare the materials for refining. To refine a high-grade sword, you must also have high-grade materials." Yu Mingsong rode. Ning Xiaochuan said, "I found a very advanced material recently, so I don't know if you can refine it." Cut. Who am I? I'm the neighbor of the disciples of the world's number 1 forge master. Can I have materials that I can't refine? Take it out and I'll have a look. If it's just junk, I'll laugh. Yu Ming's truffle looks inscrutable. Ning Xiaochuan took out a black sub-god bone from the Qiankuan cloth bag and handed it to Yu Mingsong. Although it was only a small piece as big as a thumb finger, it weighed thousands of kilograms and almost broke Yu Mingsong's hand. Yu Mingsong's cultivation was still good. He soon stabilized the secondary god bone, and his eyes immediately lit up. "My darling, this is not." He wiped the second god bone with his sleeve, put it in front of his eyes, and looked carefully. His pupils kept widening, and his mouth widened. He said, "Ning Xiaochuan, this is the second god bone. Where have you made a fortune recently? You have got this kind of baby. Why is my luck not as good as you?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Jiu Xinjiang. Not long ago, when the burial mountain was born, I slipped in and dug out some bones of the secondary god." Yu Mingsong widened his eyes and said, "Burial mountain is born again? Is this the main bone of the purple and gold emperor?" "Yes." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Elder brother, you said earlier. Why do you go to Tiandi Mountain? Let's go to Jiu Xinjiang now. It's the tomb of the secondary god, and the purple gold emperor unified the north. The existence of Xinjiang and the establishment of an immortal imperial dynasty must have a large number of treasures in it, and maybe we can find the legendary purple gold divine sword." Yu Mingsong's heart cannot be calm, and he is going to Jiu Xinjiang with Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan said, "It's late. The burial mountain has sunk to the ground." When Ning Xiaochuan returned to the Yulan Empire, he specially went to the wilderness to check. The burial mountain and Ghost River did disappear again. It should have sunk to the ground. Hey! The tomb of the second god. I don't know how many years it will take to bury the holy mountain before it is unearthed. Yu Mingsong looked at the secondary god bone in his hand and stared at Ning Xiaochuan with some pondering. "Are you really just digging out the secondary god bone in the burial mountain?" Why are you asking so many questions? Can you practice? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Who am I? Lien, of course. How many secondary god bones do you have? Yu Mingsong rode. Ning Xiaochuan took out 2 more secondary bones and said, there are only 3, no. Really only 3? Yu Mingsong rode. Only 3. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan's body naturally has more than 3 secondary god bones, but it is impossible to take them out. Yu Mingsong is really unreliable. Once more information is given to him, he may hide it privately. This unreliable forge master, it's better to give him less forge material. Yu Mingsong took 3 secondary god bones and sighed. Secondary god bones, a very rare material, can already be used to forge Jiuping Xuanqi. However, these 3 secondary god bones are too small, and I'm not sure they can forge Jiuping Xuanqi. Jiuping Xuanqi? Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved. If he could forge 3 9-grade Xuanqi level war swords, how much would the power of the concrete magic be improved? Try it anyway. Ning Xiaochuan said, if you can forge 3 Jiuping Xuanqi, I'll give you another 900 pieces of the classic of strange door instruments. Good. Yu Mingsong's spirit was shocked, and his face immediately burst into a smile, as if waiting for Ning Xiaochuan's words, laughing, although it is very difficult, my attainments in forging utensils are not comparable to ordinary people. If you add a few precious materials, it is not too difficult to forge 3 9-grade mysterious utensils. The easier Yu Mingsong said, the more bottomless Ning Xiaochuan was. Is it so easy to forge Jiuping Xuanqi? Of course, when Yulan was in the empire, Yu Mingsong did show extraordinary means of forging tools, which made Ning Xiaochuan still have some confidence in him. What materials are needed? Ning Xiaochuan took back the 3 secondary god bones, and did not intend to put them on Yu Mingsong. Yu Mingsong doesn't mind, as long as he can get 900 pieces of strange door device code, it's more lucrative than anything. Yu Mingsong wrote down a list and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan, saying, the materials on it are extremely rare. The more materials you get, the greater the power of the refined sword. Ning Xiaochuan took the list and checked it carefully. There are more than 10 kinds of materials written on it, such as silver star iron, wind and thunder gold sand, ground product basalt. Each material is valuable, and there are several materials Ning Xiaochuan has never heard of, even the name. Separate lines, such as mountains. Ning Xiaochuan followed the path of a heart cultivator. He didn't know much about the materials of the calciner, and he could only roughly judge the value of those materials. He estimated that he would spend all the basalt stored on him. However, if you can really refine 3 Jiuping Xuanqi, it is worth the cost of Xianshi. Ning Xiaochuan put this list away and looked in his Qianquan bag first. There are many treasures in his Qianquan cloth bag, most of which are collected by several masters who killed Lei clan and from Nangong Ming and Nangong Wuyue. They were rarely sorted out before, and they were only found now. He actually found 2 of them, wind thunder gold sand and earth fire iron. Obviously, these materials are far from enough to be used to forge Jiuping Xuanqi. Other materials need to use a large number of Xianshi to buy. If you want to buy materials, you should naturally go to Tiandi Mountain. The material resources of Tiandi Mountain are definitely richer than anywhere else, not to mention the materials for refining Jiuping Xuanqi, even the materials for refining supreme utensils. If you are lucky, you can find them in the monk market of Tiandi Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong hurried to Tiandi Mountain without stopping, and they had to arrive before the Tianmen examination. Once the gate of heaven is closed, it will be another 100 years. Throughout the day, the double-headed stone beast ran more than 30,000 miles, throwing Chongguliang and Mo Hailan farther and farther behind. Although their cultivation is very high, it will consume a lot of energy to continue to use the flying Taoist method. They must stop and rest, and naturally, they will not catch up with the speed of the double-headed stone beast. At night, the double-headed stone beast returned to the Xian beast Jian to rest and flew with Ning Xiaochuan and the white-headed nine-clawed eagle. The cultivation of the white-headed nine-clawed eagle now is also comparable to that of the martial artist in the fourth step of heaven ladder. Its wings are fully extended, and it is even more than 200 meters long. It is like a blue cloud rising from the ground and flying to the south. Mom. What the hell? Ning Xiaochuan, what unclean things have you been stained with recently? Yu Mingsong's scream came from the back of the white-headed nine-clawed eagle. After 3 o'clock today, there is another chapter in the morning. Ask for a monthly ticket. As night fell, the female ghost with disheveled hair appeared again. Her body was quite unreal, suspended on the back of the white-headed nine-clawed eagle, standing behind Ning Xiaochuan. Her eyes were bitter, emitting a cold air. Yu Mingsong's goosebumps all over his body rose, shrank in the dense eagle hair, and stared at the female ghost with vigilance. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, "Don't you know how to refine the mysterious tool to ward off evil? The origin of this female ghost is not simple. When she was alive, I'm afraid she was a great person. Ordinary utensils for warding off evil spirits were useless to her." Yu Mingsong looked at it for a while and said, "Something's wrong. Why do I think she looks like your mistress?" "Are you talking about Nialanqing?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Yes. That's her." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "To be exact, she is the ghost of Nialanqing's master, but Nialanqing took away her master's body. Of course, it's not wrong to say that she is the ghost of Nialanqing. What about that? Will she attack people?" Yu Mingsong felt flustered when he saw the ghost. "I'm not sure. Her state is very strange. Only when I find Nialanqing can I know the next solution." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan has been used to the female ghost standing behind him, and no longer pays attention to her. He continues to understand the Earth Sutra, and strives to cultivate the Wulin Tianzuan seal to the level of Wulin Sword Seal as soon as possible. Wusou Sword Seal has reached the fourth step of the ladder of heaven, condensing the magic sword Dharma body. The seal of Wusou Heaven is only the first step of the ladder of heaven, and has just entered the entry of Wu Dao. Yu Mingsong was afraid of the female ghost at first, but after a long time, he was not afraid of seeing that the female ghost did not attack anyone. He also began to practice the classic of strange door instruments. A month later, Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong finally reached the area where Tiandi Mountain is located. Tiandi Mountain, as the holy land of cultivation, is not located within the territory of the Tianshu Empire, which is more than 300,000 miles away from the national boundary of the Tianshu Empire. There are a total of 17 earth veins at the bottom of Tiandi Mountain, which converge to form a cultivation territory with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. As long as you enter the territory of Tiandi Mountain, you can find mineral veins in many places, and you can encounter a Lingshan and Lingu every hundreds of miles. The soil here has been different from the soil in other places, and it can grow countless Tiankai and Dibao. Even the magic medicine can be found. Only the outside disciples of Tiandi Mountain are qualified to cultivate in the territory of Tiandi Mountain. The core disciples of Tiandi Mountain can also establish a mountain gate on the territory of Tiandi Mountain, recruit outside disciples, and establish sects and families. This shows that the power of the core disciples is really enviable. If other monks sneak into this territory to tap resources, once they are found, they will die miserably. Is a region suitable for cultivation? The key depends on the earth vein under the ground. As long as the earth vein is strong enough, the earth structure will be more stable, which can make the soil more spiritual, and give birth to a large number of precious minerals, basalt, heaven and earth precious materials, mysterious drugs, and even psychic miraculous drugs. The cultivation territory of Tiandi Mountain is as vast as hundreds of thousands of miles. There are 17 main earth veins, and many places are spiritual places for cultivation. However, almost all those spiritual places have been occupied by core disciples and established their own forces. Outsiders can't get involved. In front of us, a patrol team riding the 6th grade Xian beast Red Feather Eagle flew over. There were more than 30 people, all wearing red armor and holding long guns of more than 1 foot. This is the inspection team composed of the outer disciples of Tiandi Mountain. Although they all look very young, their accomplishments are very strong. If you are in the Yulan Empire, some of them can even be crowned princes with their martial arts accomplishments. There are still 2 months to go before the Tianmen examination. Who are you two? Do you have an admission order for the Tianmen examination? The leader of the inspection team, standing on the back of the Red Feather Eagle, was cold and arrogant, and did not pay attention to Ning Xiaochuan. If you are really a genius among those big families, you must be accompanied by a large group of servants and guards. How can you be so shabby as these 2 people in front of you, and you don't even have a horse? Those members of the inspection team had some disdain on their faces. If it weren't for the Tianmen exam, they might have expelled the 2 intruders long ago. Yu Mingsong said, "We are just 2 martial arts practitioners, and there is no admission order. However, we all hope to take the Tianmen exam and become disciples of Tiandi Mountain." The captain of the patrol team showed an expression of "I've seen this way of coming" and said in a cold voice, "All monks without an admission order are concentrated in Blackfish Ancient City. Hanli, you take them there." In the patrol team, a Red Feather Eagle flew out and landed 10 feet above the ground. On the back of the Red Feather Eagle, there stood a young man in his early 20s, with a somewhat impatient look on his face, and said, "Look at your appearance, there is no mount. It is more than 40,000 miles away from the ancient city of Blackfish, so I'd better give you a ride." If it weren't for the explanation above, and they asked the inspection team to receive every monk who came to Tiandi Mountain carefully, he wouldn't bother to personally pick up Ning Xiaochuan and his 2 people to the ancient city of Blackfish. Yu Mingsong's foot suddenly stepped on the ground, and his body catapulted up, jumped 10 feet high, and fell on the back of the Red Feather Eagle. Ning Xiaochuan stepped on the void, his body was stable, and his steps kept lifting upward, like stepping on an invisible ladder, step by step to the back of the Red Feather Eagle. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan's body method, the martial artist of the inspection team named Han Li gave a simple voice and secretly said that he could actually cross in the air. It seems that he is at least the cultivation of the Land of Honor. Among the big families, it is not uncommon for young talents to reach the Land of Honor. However, it is quite surprising that young martial arts practitioners can have such accomplishments. Han Li put away his contempt and said, "Sit tight, and I'll take you to the ancient city of Blackfish now." "How can we get the admission order?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. "When you arrive at Blackfish Ancient City, naturally someone will tell you," Han Li said. The ancient city of Blackfish, built on the edge of the territory of Tiandi Mountain, is specially used to receive talents from major civilizations. Of course, there are other places for those top talents who have admission orders. The people gathered in the ancient city of Blackfish are generally the children of martial arts, casual cultivation, or small and medium-sized family forces. Because they have not received the admission order issued by the Tiandi Mountain, they can only go to the ancient city of Blackfish to test their martial arts cultivation, so as to obtain the qualification to participate in the Tianmen examination. There are also some talented heroes in big families. Because the number of places they get is limited, other top talents will take away the places, so they can only go to Blackfish Ancient City to fight for the places. Just like the 9 clans in Jiu Xinjiang, each clan has only 2 places, which is obviously far from enough. Ning Xiaochuan thought that when he reached the cultivation field of Tiandi Mountain, he would be able to see Yucici and Ning Shiner. It seemed that he had to compete for the admission order first. They were all brought to Tiandi Mountain by the master of the school palace. With their talent level, they must have been admitted to the exam, and it is impossible to be in Blackfish Ancient City. After they arrived at the ancient city of Blackfish, they saw a sea of people. Young monks came in an endless stream from all directions, all to test their accomplishments and try to get the admission order. Hanli said, although there are so many monks coming to Blackfish Ancient City now, it is estimated that only 1 of 10,000 can get the admission order. However, it doesn't matter if you can't get the admission order. As long as you perform well, if you are favored by a senior brother and sister, you may become an outside disciple of Tiandi Mountain and have the qualification to stay in the territory of Tiandi Mountain for cultivation. The meaning of his words, of course, is that he is not optimistic about Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong. After all, it is too difficult to get the admission order. Even when he went to the test himself, he failed. Take Ning Xiaochuan and him to the ancient city of Blackfish, and Hanli rode away on the red feather eagle. There are really enough monks coming to compete for the admission order. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the sea of people in front of him, thinking, and he didn't know when it was his turn to test. In the ancient city of Blackfish, there are magnificent palaces. Outside those palaces, there are signs that say, Xuanji Palace recruits disciples with outstanding talents and enjoys the treatment of disciples from the outside of Tiandi Mountain. Xuanjin Temple recruits disciples and issues tokens to disciples outside Tiandi Mountain. The Sword Burning Sect recruits disciples. Every month, they can listen to the preaching of the core disciples of Tiandi Mountain, and they will have the opportunity to become the disciples of the inner gate of Tiandi Mountain in the future. Those are the sects founded by the core disciples of Tiandi Mountain. They want to take advantage of the opportunity of Tianmen examination to recruit talented disciples. Your Excellency is the martial artist of the first step of Heaven Ladder Realm. If you join our Wanjian Palace, we can help you get an admission order. A woman in Taoist robes who looked quite beautiful walked in front of Ning Xiaochuan, with a kind smile on her face, blocking Ning Xiaochuan's way. Are you talking about me? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Taoist-robed woman nodded and said with a smile, Wanjian Palace, Wu Qingqiu. Your talent is not bad. You will enter the realm of the first step of the ladder of heaven before you are 30 years old. If you join us in Wanjian Palace, you will have a great chance to pass the Tianmen exam. Since she can see Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation, it shows that her cultivation is definitely above the first step of the ladder of heaven. Of course, what she saw was only Ning Xiaochuan's superficial cultivation. It was because she saw that Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was not low that she took the initiative to win over Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan was a little curious and said, why does joining Wanjian Palace have a great chance to pass the Tianmen exam? Wu Qingqiu chuckled and said, our Wanjian Palace is on the territory of Tiandi Mountain, and it is also one of the top 10 forces. There are 7 palace masters in Wanjian Palace, all of whom are the core disciples of Tiandi Mountain, and the number of inner disciples is not a small number. If you join Wanjian Palace, we can easily get you an admission order, and the senior brother who has participated in the previous Tianmen exam will explain the precautions of Tianmen exam to you. As long as you are prepared in advance, and your accomplishments are not low, the probability of passing Tianmen exam will naturally increase greatly. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong have never participated in the Tianmen examination, and they don't know the content of the examination at all, nor what will happen during the examination. What needs attention? If an inner disciple who has participated in the Tianmen examination explains it, he will naturally be able to make coping strategies in advance, and the probability of passing the Tianmen examination will increase. Although you can get a lot of benefits from joining Wanjian Palace, you will also be bound. What Ning Xiaochuan dislikes most is being restrained. Sorry. I don't want to join any forces for the time being. Ning Xiaochuan said. Wu Qing said sadly, don't rush to refuse first, sir. Your martial arts cultivation is indeed superior in the younger generation, and you have a great chance to become an inner disciple. However, the competition in Tiandi Mountain is extremely fierce. Even if you become an inner disciple, you are weak, and it is difficult to compete for cultivation resources. If you can join large forces, at least you won't be bullied in Tiandi Mountain, and you will have more ways to get cultivation resources. Moreover, even if you join our Wanjian Palace, you will not be bound. At most, you can only contribute to the struggle between forces. On the contrary, you will get more benefits. Every month, the strong man of heaven and earth preaches, which is very helpful for the understanding of martial arts. It can be said that Wu Qingzhou is quite sincere, but Ning Xiaochuan does not intend to join the internal forces composed of disciples of Tiandi Mountain for the time being. It may be considered in the future, but not now. Once you join Wanjian Palace, you will be involved in the internal struggle of the disciples of Tiandi Mountain. It is unwise to join a force rashly before seeing the situation clearly. If you don't pay attention to it, it will become cannon fodder. Elder Martial Sister Wu, I will definitely consider your proposal, but I really don't want to join any forces now. I want to test my talent and accomplishments with my own strength now, and get the admission order of Tianmen examination. Ning Xiaochuan declined again. Wu Qing said sadly, well, you can always leave a name? Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yu Mingsong also hurried up, took off his straw hat, put it on his chest, bowed very gentlemanly, and said, I'm Yu Mingsong. Martial Sister Wu, you can call me Mingsong. Wu Qing smiled with a stiff face. He didn't look at Yu Mingsong at all. He smiled at Ning Xiaochuan again and said, if young Master Ning wants to test his talent and accomplishments, I have a way. I can take you to the test first, so I don't have to queue here. Ning Xiaochuan was happy and said, that's really great. There are too many monks in the ancient city of Blackfish. Even if 10 test points are set in Tiandi Mountain, it is still far from meeting the demand. If you continue to queue, it is estimated that you will have to wait until a few days before you reach the test point. The energy of Wanjian Palace in Tiandi Mountain seems to be really great. Wu Qingzhou soon dredged up the relationship between one of the test points, and let Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong directly enter the test point, ranking first among all the testers. The supervisor of this test point is a Taoist who looks like he is in his 40s. Although he looks ordinary, only the martial artist who reaches the ladder of heaven can feel the powerful aura emanating from him. The Taoist rules in the space converge towards his body, forming an invisible vortex. This kind of person will become the center of the whole space as long as he stops there wherever he goes. This is the aura of monks in the realm of heaven and man. Obviously, the Taoist priest who looks in his 40s is an inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain. Although it seems that he is only in his 40s, all the inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain are those who passed the Tianmen examination 100 years ago. Therefore, his real age is at least more than 100 years old. Uncle Qian, are there any outstanding talents today? Wu Qingzhou bowed to the Taoist priest who looked in his 40s and asked in a low voice. Several talents are still good. One of them has a hetero heart palace, which is a good seedling for cultivating martial arts. The other one has reached the land of reverence at the age of 24, and has the ability to never forget, but it's a pity that their savvy is poor. Although their talents are good, they are still a little poor to get the admission order. I have already revealed to them that if they are willing to join Wanjian Palace, they will still become the inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain in the future opportunities for children. Uncle Qian said. This martial Uncle Qian has another identity, the high level of Wanjian Palace. It is precisely because martial Uncle Qian is also from Wanjian Palace, so Wu Qingzhou can easily bring Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong into the test point. Every Tianmen exam is a game between the great forces of Tiandi Mountain. The stronger the talent is, the more dominant it will be in the competition in the next 100 years, and it will be able to compete for more cultivation resources. Martial Uncle Qian stared at Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong and said, the two people you brought have good accomplishments and are likely to get the admission order. Of course, they also have to test their talent level. If their talent level is too weak, even if their current accomplishments are high, their potential in the future is not large, and they are not qualified to get the admission order. If you want to get the admission order of Tianmen examination, you should not only have strong accomplishments, but also have a talent level of at least once in a century. The talent level that is once in a century seems to be low, but in fact, few people can reach that level. If Yulan Empire had not been born in the Heavenly Palace, there would only be 2 or 3 talented heroes who could reach the talent level of once in a century, including Ning Xiaochuan and Ling Xiu Venerable. Uncle Qian asked, have they promised to join the Wanjian Palace? Not yet. Wu Qing said sadly. Martial Uncle Qian nodded and said, if they can't pass the test, I will talk to them in person. I heard that Jianzhong has recruited a large number of talented people this year, including a talent who has reached the talent level of 8,000 years. Those old guys of Jianzhong have prepared a miraculous medicine for channeling, and they plan to let that talent hit the world, and then compete for the top 3 places. Their ambition is not small. Wu Qing said sadly, our elder martial sister Luo Wu of Wanjianzong has reached the realm of heaven and man as early as 4 years ago, and is called one of the 2 fairies. Her accomplishments are not just comparable to those of a monk who has just broken through the realm of heaven and man. Besides, even if the person of burning Jianzhong takes the magic medicine, she may not be able to impact the realm of heaven and man. After all, the higher the talent level, the more resources needed to break through the realm. Martial Uncle Qian nodded and said, it's not easy to hit the world of heaven and man. Both Wanjianzong and burning Jianzhong are mostly Kendo monks, and the resource struggle is also the most intense. Whether the Tianmen exam can occupy the top this time depends on Luo Wu alone. They're going to start testing. Wu Qingqiu looked at Ning Xiaochuan and saw them enter the test site. Among them, Ning Xiaochuan started the test first. The first item of the test is to test the talent level. Talent level represents a monk's potential, cultivation speed, and combat effectiveness in the same realm. Naturally, the level is also very important. Only when you reach the talent level that is once in a century, you are qualified. This alone can block countless people out of the door. On the stone platform in front of Ning Xiaochuan, there is a white bead the size of a human head, which is ordinary, just like a stone bead carved from white stone. Test beads. There are dense arrays carved inside the stone bead. As long as the martial artist injects the vitality of martial arts into the stone bead can naturally test the talent level of the martial artist. Ning Xiaochuan, start the test. Uncle Qian walked over and stood not far from the stone platform. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, pressed his hand on the white bead, mobilized the vitality of martial arts in his body, and slowly injected the stone bead. At first, the stone beads were plain and unchanged, but a moment later, mysterious lines appeared on the surface of the stone beads, emitting white brilliance, and those lines began to rotate. Wow! After another moment, the light on the surface of the stone bead turned into a faint red, and the color deepened, and finally turned into a red like blood. Soon after, the light on the surface of the stone bead changed again, and turned into a pure yellow light. Seeing that he was almost there, Ning Xiaochuan moved his hand away from the stone bead, and the light on the stone bead gradually faded away and disappeared without a trace. In order not to cause vibration, Ning Xiaochuan deliberately used the magic sword to suppress the vitality in his body. If you really show the talent level of hard to meet in 10,000 years, I'm afraid it will immediately shake the whole Tiandi mountain. For Ning Xiaochuan, it will only be a bad thing, not a good thing. Although he has deliberately kept a low profile, it still caused a huge shock. All the monks who came to take part in the test stared at Ning Xiaochuan dumbfounded. Some people had envy in their eyes, some people were jealous, and many people had extremely complex eyes. Uncle Qian was also slightly surprised, but after all, he was heaven and man, and his concentration was not comparable to that of ordinary martial artists. He said, the test bead showed pure yellow light, a talent level that is difficult to meet in 300 years. There are very few martial artists who can reach the rare talent level in 100 years. Heroes who have reached the talent level that is difficult to meet in 300 years are naturally even more rare. They no longer need to test their martial arts accomplishments and can directly get the admission order. To be exact, as long as you have a talent level that is difficult to meet in 1,000 years, you can directly obtain the admission order without testing other aspects. Wu Qingqiu was also a little surprised. He thought that Ning Xiaochuan's talent level was at most 500 years old, but he didn't expect that he should have a talent level of 3,000 years. Previously, he was out of sight. Her own talent level is only 800 years old. Wanjian Palace, only 3 young talents who are preparing to take this Tianmen exam have reached the talent level that is difficult to meet in 300 years. These 3 people are all trained as seed players to impact the existence of core disciples. Uncle Qian and Wu Qingqiu looked at each other and nodded at the same time. They had made up their minds to draw Ning Xiaochuan into the camp of Wanjian Palace. The rare talent level in 300 years may become a core disciple in the future. Now that he has not grown up, it is the best time to attract him. Is it my turn to test my talent level now? Yu Mingsong brazenly walked out, narrowed his eyes, and smiled at Wu Qingqiu. That smile surprised Wu Qingqiu, with a look of disgust in his eyes, which was like meeting an old coyote. Wu Qingqiu stepped back slightly, not optimistic about Yu Mingsong, and said, only monks under the age of 60 are qualified to take the Tianmen exam. It seems that you are quite old. How can I? I'm just looking old. In fact, I'm only 21. Yu Mingsong touched the beard on his lips and said brazenly. There are some things to be done today, which is estimated to be only 2 chapters. If there is no change tonight, it will be made up tomorrow. The chapter in the early morning tonight will still be more. 21 years old? Who are you kidding? No one here believed that Yu Mingsong was only 21 years old. Yu Mingsong looks very old, with a beard on his lips and slightly rough skin. He looks at least 40 years old. The aging rate of cultivators is much slower than that of ordinary people. Generally, they are younger than their real age. Even if they live for more than 100 years, they look like young people in their 20s. Some of them look like teenagers, but they are actually hundreds of years old antiques. However, few people with faces in their 40s claim to be only in their 20s. Yu Mingsong said that he was old, so naturally no one believed him. Uncle Qian frowned and said, trees have rings. In fact, people also have rings in their bodies, but ordinary people can't see them. However, heaven and man have cultivated heavenly eyes, enough to see people's rings. I can naturally detect your real age. That's great. Uncle, come and test how old am I? Yu Mingsong stood in front of Uncle Qian without fear. To say that Yu Mingsong is only 21 years old, Ning Xiaochuan is the first not to believe it. However, he actually dared to let heaven and man test his body, which was too confident and confusing. Martial Uncle Qianshi showed the means of Tianyantong and investigated Yu Mingsong. When the investigation was over, his face also showed surprise. He touched the goat beard on his chin and made a tut-tut sound in his mouth. Incredibly. Really, only 21 years old. Incredible. Incredible. Uncle Qian said. How about it? I said, I'm still young, but I'm just old. Don't you believe it? Now I can start testing my talent level? Yu Mingsong rode. Ning Xiaochuan still didn't believe that Yu Mingsong was only 21 years old. He guessed in his heart that he must have used some mysterious means to deceive heaven and man, and he didn't know what purpose he sneaked into Chandy Mountain? Of course, you can test the talent level, Uncle Qian said. Yu Mingsong smiled at Wu Qingqiu, then walked to the side of the stone platform, rolled his sleeve, pressed his palm on the stone bead, and injected a wisp of vitality into the stone bead. Wow! The stone bead immediately began to shine. At first it was white, and soon it turned red. The red light continued to deepen, and when it became like the color of blood, the light jumped again and turned yellow. Color, until it becomes pure yellow. Color light just stopped. Yu Mingsong took his hand back, retreated to Ning Xiaochuan's side, stared at martial Uncle Qian and Wu Qingqiu nervously, and said, "How's it going? Have you passed?" Everyone was stunned. Compared with Ning Xiaochuan at the end of the test, people were even more surprised, because Yu Mingsong seemed too unreliable and a little too suggestive. However, this seemingly unreliable and suggestive person actually had a strong cultivation talent. Another genius hard to meet in 300 years. Previously, those talented heroes who were eliminated had an impulse to hit the wall. Even this kind of counselor had a talent level that was difficult to meet in 300 years, and they didn't even have a talent that was difficult to meet in 100 years. It seems that God treats everyone fairly. Closing a door for him will surely open a window for him. Wu Qingqiu was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Unexpectedly. It's incredible that both of them are rare geniuses in 300 years. Uncle Qian first reacted and immediately said, "Please follow me to the inner hall, and I will issue you the admission order for Tianmen examination in person." Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong followed Uncle Qian to the inner hall of the test site. Wu Qingqiu immediately followed up, and his heart was still hard to calm. Today's luck is also too good. I pulled two geniuses that are difficult to meet in 300 years. If I can let them join the Wanjian Pavilion, I will be a great achievement. She believes that with the face of martial Uncle Qian, she will be able to persuade the two top geniuses to join the Wanjian Pavilion. Uncle Qian was quite polite to Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong. Instead of intimidating them as a heavenly being, he asked Wu Qingqiu to personally bring them 2 cups of good tea made of mysterious medicine. Yu Mingsong enjoyed this feeling very much. When Wu Qingqiu brought him tea, he also threw a light look at Wu Qingqiu, which was like a hint that Wu Qingqiu came to his room at night to talk about astronomy, geography, philosophy of life, and even study advanced problems such as body structure. Wu Qingqiu showed her neat white teeth and ground them. If it weren't for Yu Mingsong, she might have turned her face and chased Yu Mingsong like a lost dog like Mo Hailan. Uncle Qian naturally saw all this in his eyes, but he was not angry. If we can win Yu Mingsong into the Wanjian Palace, it is not impossible to give Wu Qingqiu to him. With Wu Qingqiu's talent, the probability of reaching the realm of heaven and man is very low. Even if we break through the realm of heaven and man, it is estimated that we can only reach the first level of the realm of heaven and man, and there is no potential to impact a higher level. However, Yu Mingsong is different. He has a talent level of 3,000 years, and his future achievements are unlimited. He even has a chance to become a core disciple. Exchange a woman without a big background for a genius that is hard to meet in 300 years. It's absolutely worth it. Only Ning Xiaochuan understood that Yu Mingsong didn't mean Wu Qingqiu at all, but Yu Mingsong's face was too obscene. Even if it was just a kind smile, it would scare the little girl into crying. "Qingqiu has told you about Wanjian Palace?" Uncle Qian said, "To be honest, their talent levels are indeed very high, but their martial arts accomplishments are not top-notch. If you want to pass the Tianmen exam, I'm afraid you have less than 50% chance." "So low?" Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't completely believe each other's words. He had already seen that this martial Uncle Qian should also be a member of the Wanjian Palace. Obviously, he also came to win them into the Wanjian Palace. Uncle Qian said with a smile, "What I just said is not alarmist. In fact, after the test results came out just now, the news that you two have a talent level of 3,000 years must have spread to many forces. Once you come out of the test point, many people will find you and woo you. Yu Mingsong laughed and said, "Isn't this a good thing?" Good thing? If you promise them, it's naturally a good thing. If you don't promise, they are likely to get rid of you before the Tianmen exam. Besides, if you promise one of them, you will definitely offend everyone else, and there will be more people who want to get rid of you. Uncle Qian said. Yu Mingsong said, "The security of Tiandi Mountain is so bad?" Uncle Qian said with a smile, "What is public order?" The peace of order. In Tiandi Mountain, only the strong can maintain the peace of order, and only the strong can make rules. Behind you, there is neither the background of a big family nor the prince and princess of the Tianshu Empire. Even if someone secretly gets rid of you, who will help you out? Ning Xiaochuan pretended to be a little annoyed and said, "It seems reasonable. I knew I shouldn't have exposed my talent level." Yu Mingsong said, "If we join Wanjian Palace, won't others secretly get rid of us?" I dare not say no, but if someone is really so bold, our Wanjian Palace will revenge for you. Even if that person is an inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain, we will let him pay for his blood. Uncle Qian said with a smile, "So once you become a member of Wanjian Palace, if others dare to touch you, you have to think more about whether you can withstand the bloody revenge of Wanjian Palace." Ning Xiaochuan said, "What if the core disciples of Tiandi Mountain want to kill us?" Apart from the core disciples of Tiandi Mountain, it's impossible to kill you two young people. Even if there are core disciples who want to kill you, our Wanjian Palace will protect you. With the prestige of the 7 palace masters in Tiandi Mountain, the general core disciples dare not provoke our Wanjian Palace. If you can't even protect the members of Wanjian Palace, it's not our face, but the face of the 7 palace masters. Uncle Qian said with a smile. Brother Ning, I think he's quite reliable. Yu Mingsong rode. Seeing that they had the intention to join the Wanjian Palace, Marshal Uncle Qian continued, "It's more than reliable. If you two join the Wanjian Palace, I'm sure you can improve your martial arts accomplishments again, before the Tianmen exam." Ning Xiaochuan picked his eyebrows and said, "Are there any other benefits?" Marshal Uncle Qian said, "Our Wanjian Palace has its own resource treasure house, which contains a large number of cultivation resources, shanyao, and ores. As long as you are a member of Wanjian Palace, you can buy them at half price." Ning Xiaochuan said, "If so, it seems that we have no reason to refuse?" "Yes. It seems that there is really no reason to refuse." Yu Mingsong rode. Knowing that Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong had made a decision, Marshal Uncle Qian finally showed a happy smile on his face and said, "Welcome to the Wanjian Palace. This is your admission order, and you must remember to keep it. Qing Chou, you will send your 2 younger martial brothers to the Daochang of the Wanjian Palace now. I will send a message to several elders in advance, and I believe they will be very happy when they learn the news." Ning Xiaochuan didn't plan to join Wanjian Palace before, because he didn't know whether the strength of Wanjian Palace was strong or not. Seeing Uncle Qian, he dispelled his doubts. There are only 10 test points in Blackfish Ancient City. Wanjian Palace can arrange a member to supervise one of the test points, which shows that Wanjian Palace must have a great say in Tiandi Mountain and will not be a weak force. Neither he nor Yu Mingsong has strong family power behind them. Joining Wanjian Palace can really get a lot of convenience. Congratulations on joining Wanjian Palace. From now on, you can also be regarded as the outer disciples of Tiandi Mountain. Even if you can't pass the Tianmen exam, you can still practice in the territory of Tiandi Mountain in the future and won't be expelled. Wu Qingzhou should be closer to Ning Xiaochuan and distance himself from Yu Mingsong. Ning Xiaochuan said, "I dare ask Elder Marshal Sister Wu, where are those talented heroes who have admission orders gathered?" Ning Xiaochuan wants to meet Ning Shiner and Yusasai early. Situ Jing is also likely to have come to Tiandi Mountain. If he can, he wants to get together with him before Tianmen exam. I just don't know whether Zhanyan came to Tiandi Mountain or not. If I met her, Ning Xiaochuan would still feel embarrassed. Wu Qingqiu showed an interested look and said, "Younger martial brother Ning, do you have other friends who are also preparing to take the Tianmen exam?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't know what was on her mind, nodded and said, "Yes. There may be 2 or 3 friends who have arrived at Tiandi Mountain. If I can find them, I will naturally attract them to join Wanjian Palace and expand its power." Wu Qing said sadly, "Younger martial brother Ning's friends must be great talents if they can get the admission order. If they can join Wanjian Palace, we will be our comrades in arms in the future. The genius heroes who get the admission order should gather in Tianmen City now. After returning to Wanjian Palace to meet several elders, I will take 2 younger martial brothers to Tianmen City." "Thank you, elder martial sister." Ning Xiaochuan laughed. Out of the test point, sure enough, several forces of monks came to Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong, including even the inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain, which shows the importance that those forces attach to Ning Xiaochuan and them. "Younger martial brother, Ji, elder martial sister, Lan, you are a little late. Those 2 little brothers have joined our Wanjian Palace. From now on, they are the outer disciples of Tiandi Mountain. We are a family." Uncle Qian walked out of the test point and smiled triumphantly. In the void, a woman in blue armor flew down, heroic, a pair of pupils like 2 fireballs, just like a female god of war. She said, "I knew it would be like this, but it was your Wanjian Palace that took the lead." Another young man with a folding fan in his hand stood on the cornice, not far away. The surrounding space was affected by the aura he emitted, and became twisted. Ordinary martial artists could not see his real face at all. He also sighed softly and said, "Your luck in Wanjian Palace is so good. Unexpectedly, you meet 2 geniuses who are difficult to meet in 300 years at the same time, and you are not afraid of being envied to death." Hey! Yuchuanjin Temple and Wang Sun Mansion attract fewer talented heroes? Why do you each have their own opportunities? Uncle Qian said. Since the 2 geniuses, who have been rare for 3,000 years, have joined the Wanjian Palace, other forces will naturally no longer have thoughts and leave one after another. When Wu Qingqiu returned to the 10,000 Sword Palace ashram with Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong, Uncle Qian had drawn a flying amulet and used the flying amulet to send the news back to the 10,000 Sword Palace in advance. You should know that there are only 3 disciples in Wanjian Palace who have reached the talent level of difficult to meet in 300 years. Now there are suddenly 2 more, which naturally makes several elders of Wanjian Palace very happy and have a little more confidence in this year's Tianmen exam. After discussion, the elders passed the news on to the 7 palace masters of Wanjian Palace. This kind of happy event is really worth celebrating. Naturally, it is reported layer by layer. 3 days later, Wu Qingqiu and Ning Xiaochuan finally came to the Taoist Temple of Wanjian Palace. The Taoist Temple of Wanjian Palace is located in the center of the territory of Tiandi Mountain. The earth vein intersects, the mysterious atmosphere is rich, and the terrain is steep. You can see the auspicious signs of dragons and tigers at any time. It is definitely a spiritual place suitable for cultivation. Walk along the stone ladder towards the peak. Stand on the steep half-day cliff and look into the distance. Unexpectedly, I saw a purple dragon winding around a mountain peak, emitting purple light all over. Every scale was like amethyst gem, and a pair of eyes were as bright as the sun and moon hanging in the clouds, emitting a terrifying beast smell. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised. It was a Jiaolong who had gained the Tao. He was tied to the mountain with an iron chain as thick as a bucket around his neck. That mountain is towering into the clouds, which is like a trapped dragon pole. Wu Qingqiu saw the surprise of Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong, stared at the dragon in the distance, and said, "That's the dragon that Elder Hua subdued in the Shisha River. It used to be the dragon king of the Shisha River. Now it's generally used as the mount of Elder Hua, but it's usually tied to the peak, which can guard the Daocheng for the Wanjian Palace." Ning Xiaochuan said, "That martial Uncle Qian is not the elder of Wanjian Palace? There are only 15 elders in Wanjian Palace, and they are all great figures in Tiandi Mountain. Martial Uncle Qian's cultivation is very high, but he is still a little bit inferior to the status of an elder." Wu Qing thought for a while and said, "However, this time Uncle Qian recruited 2 geniuses for Wanjian Palace, which is difficult to meet in 300 years. Maybe he will be promoted to the 16th elder of Wanjian Palace." In the Taoist field of Wanjian Palace, the disciples from outside can't fly, so they can only walk towards the peak. Along the way, they met many outside disciples, who greeted Wu Qingqiu one after another, with a look of awe on their faces. Wu Qingqiu has the cultivation of the 3rd step Tiandi realm, and is still quite influential among the many external disciples of Wanjian Palace. Near the top of the mountain, a huge open-air square was opened up, paved with white slate, which was as wide as 2 football fields. On the open-air square, there were hundreds of disciples from outside. In the front, an old Taoist sat on the stone platform and concentrated on preaching. The old Taoist was immortal, and 2 faint clouds emanated from the body, showing blue and white brilliance. The 2 lights were connected with the clouds above the sky. The air connects the clouds. This is the picture that Taoist monks can show only when they reach a very high level. "Friar, don't do anything at all, just sit there, and the qi on his body will be connected with the clouds above the sky." That's Elder Ji preaching. Usually, it takes half a year to wait for an elder to preach, and ordinary external disciples may not have the opportunity to attend. However, the Tianmen exam is about to begin, and all major forces are preparing for the exam, and our Wanjian Palace is no exception. Every day, at least one internal disciple comes to shout, and occasionally the elders will come out to lecture. Everyone hopes to let the rookie of Wanjian Palace, before the Tianmen exam our cultivation is further advanced. Wu Qing said sadly. Almost all the outside disciples who listened to the lecture wore blue Taoist robes. However, there is only one woman wearing a red dress, like a flaming red lotus blooming in the void, which is naturally quite eye-catching. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stared at the woman in red, but in any case, she couldn't see her true face. She was like hiding in a layer of fire, which people couldn't see through. Ning Xiaochuan wants to mobilize his mind and continue to look at the past. Suddenly, in front of my eyes, there was a large red flame, which continued to spread. At the next moment, the whole square burned and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ow! In the fire, 3 unicorns, more than 10 meters high, burst out, roared fiercely, and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan with open teeth and claws. Ning Xiaochuan's face did not change. He stretched out his palm and pressed it towards the void. The whole space was slightly shaken. The 3 unicorns were immediately fragmented, and even the scales and bones began to decompose. Wow! 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 I thought it would be calm, but 3 scarlet swords flew out of the 3 unicorns. The sword is carved with scales of Kylin. On the hilt of the sword, the head horn of a unicorn is cast. Ning Xiaochuan also slightly frowned, and was going to fight back. Suddenly, the 3 swords broke apart in front of him, turned into wisps of red smoke, and disappeared without a trace. The flames in the whole square also disappeared. Hundreds of outside disciples were still sitting on the square listening to the class, and no one was aware of the difference just now. The attack just now was a mental attack from the woman in red, which outsiders naturally couldn't detect. Obviously, Ning Xiaochuan looked at her before, angering her, so he issued a mind attack warning Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan wondered, since they were ready to teach me a lesson, why did they take back the 3 Kylin swords condensed by the heart god at the last time? In fact, Ning Xiaochuan has begun to mobilize the power of the seven orifices demon heart and is ready to launch a counterattack. However, since the other party has received the sword, he has not exposed the power of the seven orifices demon heart. The woman in red who was listening slightly glanced in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan, showing a somewhat confused look, and secretly said in her heart, "When did a young talent with such a strong mind appear in the Wanjian Palace, and unexpectedly all of them have been able to catch my 50% mind attack?" Of course, the idea only lasted for a moment in her heart, and she closed her eyes again. It's just a genius with a slightly stronger mind. It's not worth her paying more attention. Her real opponents are those heroes who have entered the world of heaven and man. Each of them is more than 10 times stronger than the young man just now. Younger martial brother Ning, what's the matter with you? Wu Qing worried that Ning Xiaochuan didn't move, so he asked with concern. Oh. Nothing. Ning Xiaochuan still stared at the woman in red and said, "That elder martial sister's martial arts cultivation seems to be quite powerful, far beyond her peers." Ning Xiaochuan didn't use all his strength in the mind duel just now, but he speculated that it was not easy to defeat her mind even with the power of the seven orifices demon heart. Wu Qing's worried eyes had a look of worship and said, "That's nature. Have you heard of the 3 young kings and 2 fairies in Tiandi Mountain?" Before Ning Xiaochuan spoke, Yu Mingsong immediately said in high spirits, "Of course I've heard of it. I heard that they have entered the realm of heaven and man since they were young. There is a fascinating legend behind everyone. They represent the top combat power of the young generation, and even those of the older generation dare not compete with them." Wu Qingqiu stared at the woman in red in the distance and said, "Elder martial sister Luo is one of the 2 fairies, the dancing fairy." Yu Mingsong grew up and stared at the woman in red. His eyes were full of light. He said, "Luo Shui Kiran sword is like a song, and he dances in the fire with 3 uses." Luo Wu, dance fairy, martial sister Wu, you said earlier. You said that dance fairy is the eldest martial sister of Wanjian Palace, and I must join Wanjian Palace without saying a word. Can I talk to dance fairy now? I recommend 2 fantasy books, The Emperor of the Undead War and The Emperor of the Nine Heaven War. Of course not. Wu Qingqiu always felt that Yu Mingsong had an evil heart and was too brave to fight even the attention of the dancing fairy. Why? We are in the same school now. She is my eldest martial sister. I can't even talk to her? Yu Mingsong rode. Wu Qingqiu rolled his eyes and said nothing to Yu Mingsong. Elder martial sister Luo is listening to the elder, so let's not disturb her. Just now, Ning Xiaochuan and Luo Wu's mind fighting method, others didn't notice, but they couldn't hide it from Elder Ji who was preaching. The immortal Taoist priest sitting on the stone platform glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and stood up with a smile and announced, "Let's talk about it for the time being today. After you go down, you can have a careful understanding and try to have an epiphany." With these words, Elder Ji took a small step towards the void. When his steps fell to the ground, he was already standing in front of Ning Ogawa. This is a profound method of shrinking into inches. Even if it seems to be several miles away, it can be crossed in 1 step. An unfathomable Taoist suddenly appeared in front of him, which startled Yu Mingsong. Originally, he wanted to say that he must go to visit the dancing fairy and discuss the philosophy of life, but when it came to his mouth, he immediately swallowed it back. Wu Qingqiu and Ning Xiaochuan both bowed to the old Taoist and immediately said, "See Elder Ji." Yu Mingsong also hurriedly bowed his hands and said shivering, "Mingsong, I've seen Elder Ji." Elder Ji nodded, looked at Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong, finally fixed his eyes on Ning Xiaochuan, and said with a smile, "Your mind is strong enough to catch 50% of the power of Luo Wu. If you improve your martial arts cultivation, there is still a chance to compete for the core disciples." Wu Qingqiu and Yu Mingsong both heard it inexplicably. Has Ning Xiaochuan fought with the dance fairy? He dared to fight with the dancing fairy. Even if he was defeated by the dancing fairy, if it was spread, it would be enough to make him famous in Tiandi Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan said, "The younger generation is far from the dancing fairy, so I can only follow her. If the dancing fairy hadn't been merciful, I might have fallen to the ground seriously." Hey! You two don't know the height of heaven and earth. The dancing fairy is a hero in the world. You dare to fight with her, and you'll be satisfied if you pick up a life. Yu Mingsong shook his head and sighed. There was a black line on Ning Xiaochuan's forehead. Yu Mingsong was really unreliable and betrayed too quickly. He betrayed his brother and stood on her side without saying a word to the dance fairy. Elder Ji said with a smile, "Don't lose heart. With your talent, even if you can't catch up with Luo Wu, you are definitely better than many people. 3 days ago, younger martial brother Qian sent your story back to Wanjian Palace. All the elders are waiting for you. Go to the elders' pavilion with me to attend the introductory ceremony." Ning Xiaochuan's introductory ceremony was still very grand. A total of 4 elders and many external disciples were present, which fully showed their attention to them. Those outside disciples, who heard that there were 2 geniuses who had joined the Wanjian Palace for 3,000 years, rushed to watch the excitement. Talented heroes at this level are destined to become the top level of Wanjian Palace in the future. It's a great opportunity to have a good relationship while they haven't grown up yet. How high is the talent that is difficult to meet in 300 years? I'm afraid it will probably become a core disciple in the future. There are too many genius heroes in this year. There are 5 geniuses in Wanjian Palace alone who are hard to meet in more than 3,000 years. You know, in the previous Tianmen exam, it was difficult for Wanjian Palace to produce a genius hard to meet in more than 3,000 years. Yes. It's really unusual. I heard that the Burning Sword sect also produced a genius that is difficult to meet in 800 years. I don't know whether it's true or false. Brag. Elder martial sister Luo has a rare talent level in 600 years, and the younger generation in Tiandi Mountain is already at the top level. Anyway, the talent level that can reach the millennium level is the existence we need to look up to. They have a great chance to reach the realm of heaven and man in the future. Once they become heaven and man, they will not be people in the same world as us. 2 old men, a bearded man and a palace woman. The 4 elders of Wanjian Palace sat above the hall, and the elder Ji, who was quite old, also sat among them. The 4 people all have a strong momentum, like 4 gods sitting above, so that those outside disciples dare not make any more noise, and all become respectful. At ordinary times, there is only 1 Presbyterian council sitting in the Taoist field of Wanjian Palace, and other Presbyterians practice in the holy soil of Tiandi Mountain. However, now it is the time for Tianmen examination. Those elders will leave the pass and often walk around Wanjian Palace. If they encounter talented seedlings, they will even be admitted as disciples before Tianmen examination. Because it is stipulated in Tiandi Mountain that after every Tianmen exam, every inner disciple must accept at least 1 disciple. If he fails to accept disciples, he will even be punished. The high level of Tiandi Mountain also did this to stimulate the enthusiasm of inner disciples and make a contribution to the inheritance of Tiandi Mountain. Otherwise, everyone will practice in isolation. Who will teach the next generation of disciples? There are so many talented heroes who pass the Tianmen examination every time, and many people actually can't receive disciples. Therefore, those inner disciples and core disciples of Tiandi Mountain will come out to look for disciples before the Tianmen examination. If they find a few places first, they will naturally be prepared. The 3 disciples of Wanjian Palace who had reached a talent level of more than 3,000 years had long been disciples of other elders. Therefore, after hearing that they found another 2 geniuses that were difficult to meet in 300 years, the 4 elders were very happy and excited, and had been waiting for 3 days in Wanjian Palace. However, the two masters were disappointed. Because Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong cultivate martial arts, not friars of Taoism. Even if you want to accept disciples, you can't force them to give up martial arts and practice Taoist Kung Fu again. The bearded man and the palace dresswoman smiled on their faces. They all entered the Tao with martial arts and practiced martial arts magic powers. They could just take one disciple each, and no one had to compete with anyone. After giving them the token of the outer disciples, the bearded man took the lead in saying, "First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Qingkuan, the inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain, and I'm also the 9th elder of Wanjian Palace." The 3 elders sitting next to a certain family are Elder Ji, Elder Hua, and Elder Pu. He introduced the identities of 2 Taoist and palace women in turn. Meet the 4 elders. Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong respectfully said. The 4 elders above, each of whom is not an ordinary man of heaven, have unfathomable accomplishments. It is estimated that even a man of heaven at the level of Emperor Yulan can't catch them. Standing in front of big people of this level, it is natural to be respectful. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at one of the old Taoist masters above, and recalled that a purple dragon wrapped around the mountain peak. He secretly said that he was Elder Hua. As expected, it was unusual. No wonder even the Dragon King could surrender. The bearded man named Qingkuan said, "Although you two have high talents, your martial arts accomplishments are ordinary, and I can't guarantee that you will pass the Tianmen exam. However, there are still 2 months left before the Tianmen exam. If you are willing to worship under my door, I have several means to quickly improve your martial arts accomplishments by 1 or 2 levels. It's supposed to be an apprentice. With the cultivation of a bearded man, he is naturally qualified to be the master of martial arts in the 2 heaven ladder realm." However, the palace woman surnamed Pu quit and sneered, "You are too greedy. You have to accept 2 geniuses who are difficult to meet in 300 years as disciples at one time. Are you not afraid to die?" She is also the elder of Wanjian Palace and came to take disciples. How can she give them all to others to take away? The palace woman surnamed Pu looked in her 30s, well-maintained, and looked extraordinarily elegant. When she was young, she was probably also a beautiful beauty. She smiled gracefully and said, "You two still worship me, and you can't use all your cultivation resources." The palace dresswoman surnamed Pu is a member of the Pu clan of the Tianshu Empire. Supported by a large clan, the cultivation resources are naturally endless. The 2 elders stared at the 2 people below with a look of expectation. After all, genius that has been difficult to meet for 3,000 years is still available. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to worship the master. After all, what he cultivates is the Sutra of Destruction of the World and the Sutra of Heaven and Earth. Once he worships the master, his cultivation skills will be exposed. However, there were 2 elders sitting above, which he couldn't refuse. Suddenly, he took care of himself and said, "2 elders. There is a sentence. The disciple has always wanted to say it, but in fact, the disciple is a heart-nourishing teacher." Mental health teacher? Mental health teacher? After Ning Xiaochuan said this, not only the 4 elders sitting above were stunned, but also the outside disciples were stunned. While talking, Ning Xiaochuan called out the heart-nourishing real tripod, and the small and exquisite tripod stove was suspended in the palm of his hand. 1 yin and 1 yang, 2 kinds of flames, covered the tripod stove, forming 2 kinds of gorgeous fire clouds. Nourishing heart is really tripod. Unexpectedly, he is really a heart-nourishing teacher. In addition, he is also a senior psychological therapist. With a talent that is hard to meet in 300 years, it is already very enviable. It turns out that he has become a senior heart trainer at a young age. God is also too unfair. Does this let others live? No wonder the power of mind is so strong that it turns out to be a senior heart trainer. Ji Lao straightened his beard and showed a suddenly enlightened look. The palace dress woman surnamed Pu was also slightly surprised and said, "You have fused the real tripod and got a kind of mysterious fire. I'm afraid it's not far from the realm of the great spiritual master?" Ning Xiaochuan put away the heart-nourishing tripod without concealing it, and said, "Disciples are planning to attack the realm of great heart-nourishing masters recently." The four elders all smiled bitterly and said nothing. To be honest, they were not surprised by the genius that was difficult to meet in 3,000 years. However, if the genius that was difficult to meet in 3,000 years was still a genius spiritual trainer, it would be completely different. If Ning Xiaochuan really hit the realm of the great heart cultivator, even if he failed the destiny test, he can break the rules and become a core disciple. Yes, he is a core disciple. It's not easy to become a big heart trainer. It requires the accumulation of experience, expansion of knowledge, temper your mind, and so on. Therefore, a heart cultivator can become a great heart cultivator only when he is more than 100 years old. If Ning Xiaochuan becomes a great heart-nourishing teacher at his current age, he is naturally qualified to become the core disciple of Tiandi Mountain. Since Ning Xiaochuan is an extremely gifted heart trainer, naturally, he can't waste his talent. The four elders discussed, and then nodded, as if they had reached a certain consensus. Elder Ji said, "Ning Xiaochuan, because of your special talent, I'm afraid there is only one person who can be your master in Wanjian Palace. We will send the news to that person, but we can't guarantee whether he will accept you as a disciple." Ning Xiaochuan said, "I don't know who that person is." "The second master of Wanjian Palace." Elder Ji said seriously. Ning Xiaochuan heard Wu Qingqiu talk about the 7 palace masters of the Wanjian Palace. He heard that the top palace masters are all big people in Tiandi Mountain. These people have rarely asked about the Wanjian Palace, leaving all the affairs of the Wanjian Palace to 2 relatively young palace masters. Among the 7 palace masters, the oldest one is the second palace master. I've heard that all of them are over 500 years old. They are a real antique. That second palace master must be a great spiritual master, otherwise the 4 elders would not mention him in front of Ning Xiaochuan. If you can worship a strong mental health teacher as a teacher, it is definitely much better than your own fumbling practice. Ning Xiaochuan naturally readily agreed. Of course, whether he can become the disciple of the second palace master is still unknown. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Yu Mingsong, thinking that he would tell his identity as a forger. However, it was beyond Ning Xiaochuan's expectation. He actually worshipped the palace woman surnamed Pu as a teacher, and appeared very respectful. Kneeling and kowtowing, Ning Xiaochuan was stunned. On second thought, Ning Xiaochuan thought it was normal again. After all, they are all geniuses who are hard to meet in 300 years, and they are high-profile enough. If it weren't for Ning Xiaochuan, who didn't want to expose his cultivation methods, he wouldn't say that he was a heart-nourishing teacher. Once you say it, it's hard to be unobtrusive. I'm afraid that in a few days, the whole Tiandi Mountain will know that a genius spiritual trainer has emerged from the Wanjian Palace. This is also something Ning Xiaochuan can do nothing about. Ning Xiaochuan, since you want to hit the realm of the great heart-nourishing master, you must need a lot of precious metaphysical medicine. If you need it, come to the resource treasure house of Wanjian Palace to find Laojiu. Elder Ji showed a friendly smile. It's a joke. As Ning Xiaochuan's genius heart trainer, 8 out of 10 will become core disciples in the future, and his identity is more noble than them. Now, naturally, he cannot be treated as an ordinary external disciple. Although they are the elders of Wanjian Palace, there will be a time when they will turn to the great spiritual master for help in the future. Now we have a good relationship with Ning Xiaochuan, and it will be much easier to ask Ning Xiaochuan to help them refine medicine in the future. Just with their current cultivation, naturally, they will not condescend to make friends with Ning Xiaochuan. As long as they give Ning Xiaochuan a little convenience, I believe that the other party will be able to understand their intentions. Out of the elders' pavilion, Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsongtan became popular among the outside disciples, and were sought after by everyone. Some people offered to be their younger brother, while some beautiful younger martial sisters kept flirting with them. It took a lot of effort for Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong to escape from the crowd. It's so cool to be worshipped. Yu Mingsong straightened his chest and strode forward, looking refreshed. He immediately felt that he was also a big man. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Yes. It's really enviable. Someone also worshipped a beautiful master." Hey. What's the use of envy? I have to expose my identity as a spiritual trainer, otherwise we can serve the beautiful master together in the future. I can't stop serving her. Lust. Immortality. Lust. Death. Yu Mingsong's mouth gave out a strange smile. Yu Mingsong's words just finished. In the void beside him, there were circles of ripples, and the air rotated, just like a ripple on one side. Wow. Soon after, a mirror with a diameter of 5 meters was formed. From the mirror, a beautiful woman's figure appeared, with a solemn expression, and said, "Yu Mingsong, come to see me immediately." Yu Mingsong was startled and stared at the figure of the beautiful woman on the mirror and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Did she not hear what she just said? He trembled and said, "Master, what's the matter?" "Master, help you improve your accomplishments. Don't ask so many questions. Come and see me." With these words, the mirror suspended in the void immediately broke, turned into ripples, and completely disappeared in the void. Yu Mingsong stood there. After a long time, he breathed out a long breath and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, how do you think she will help me improve my cultivation?" "How do I know? Cultivation must have extraordinary means to reach her realm." Ning Xiaochuan laughed. You say, will she teach me to cultivate yin, yang, huan and other cultivation secrets, and I combine body double practice, so that my cultivation can advance by leaps and bounds? Yu Mingsong rode air. Ning Xiaochuan said, "It must be so. But I'm an iron man." Hey! The situation is stronger than people. It seems that today, I can't keep my boy body. Yu Mingsong bit his teeth and said, "Fight. Who calls her an elder? I can only give in. Tonight, I'm at her mercy." With these words, Yu Mingsong rushed towards Elder Pu's cave and ran faster than anyone else. A moment later, it had disappeared in front of Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, in the Elder's pavilion, Elder Ji, Elder Hua, and Elder Chung are sitting together and discussing about Ning Xiaochuan. As for the palace dresswoman surnamed Pu, she has left to help Yu Mingsong improve her cultivation. You can reach the level of a senior cardiologist at a young age, and your future achievements are unlimited. Elder Ji said. Elder Hua said, if he can reach the level of a great heart trainer before the Tianmen exam, he may be able to break the rules and become a core disciple. Then let's tell the second palace master the news now. If he gets the second palace master's advice, he has a greater probability of breaking through the great heart-nourishing master. The bearded Elder Ching said. Elder Ji said, what kind of person is the second palace master? Can we speak in front of him? This matter has to be discussed by the sixth palace master. The other two elders nodded and agreed with Elder Ji's proposal. In the center of Tiandi Mountain, there is a holy land of cultivation, and a towering holy mountain stands, showing the vastness of lighting the heaven and earth. In the hinterland of the holy mountain, in a mysterious mansion, a very young man was practicing the martial arts sutra, and empty shadows such as the general, the ghost, and the king of war escaped from his body, showing a strange and unpredictable effet. Suddenly, the young man took back the virtual shadows of those gods, ghosts, and war kings, opened his eyes, and stared at a flying symbol on the table. He opened the Feifu and immediately showed a smile on his face. This session of the Wanjian Palace has so many heroes against the sky, and there is such a talented mental health teacher, which is worth my trip. The old man is refining medicine every day, and it must be too boring to send a talented mental health teacher to adjust him. Teach, I'm afraid it's too late for him to be happy. After fighting with the Burning Sword sect for so many years, it's time for us to occupy the top of the Tianmen exam this time. Soon it's the Tianmen exam, and I should go out and walk around. The situation of this session seems to be a little different from that of the previous sessions. Has that era really arrived? He crushed the flying amulet and walked out of the mansion. Ning Xiaochuan played with the token of an outside disciple, and the word 2 was engraved on the lower right corner of the token. The outer disciples of Tiandi Mountain are also divided into 3, 6, 9 grades. The 9th class external disciple with the lowest status can only be regarded as the servant of the external disciple. He has no right at all and can only practice within the specified range. The 1st class external disciples with the highest level have great rights. Except that they cannot go to the Holy Land to practice, they are almost no different from the internal disciples. Ning Xiaochuan's token of the outer disciple, engraved with the word 2, represents that he is the identity of the 2nd class outer disciple of Tiandi Mountain. This identity is already quite high. Ning Xiaochuan put away the token of the disciples outside, and he planned to start to attack the realm of the great spiritual master. He has 8 Xuanqi level heart-nourishing tripod, yin and yang open fire, and a strong mind, which is comparable to the success rate of a great heart-nourishing master, and has fully met the conditions for becoming a great heart-nourishing master. Now, it's only in the heart-nourishing tripod that Xianshui is bred, and it's done. Xianshui is the symbol of the great heart-nourishing master. It is quenched from hundreds of kinds of Xianyao, just like the Daoyuan cultivated by monks in the realm of heaven and man. A drop of Xianshui can instantly heal the seriously injured warrior. A drop of dark water can detoxify hundreds of poisons and cure hundreds of diseases. Of course, the spiritual master who has just reached the level of great spiritual master has cultivated the mysterious water, which is called source water, the source of the mysterious water, that is, the first drop of mysterious water. Source water has no ability to cure all diseases and injuries. Only when the heart-nourishing master continuously refined the precious mysterious medicine into the source water, the medicine power of the source water will gradually become stronger and become a real mysterious water. Xianshui can only detoxify weak poisons at first, then moderate poisons. Finally, it can detoxify hundreds of poisons and cure hundreds of diseases. If Ning Xiaochuan wants to reach the level of a great heart trainer, he only needs to quench a drop of source water. Once the source water takes shape, it means that he has become a great heart trainer. There is another chapter tonight. To refine the source water, we need 3 kinds of precious medicinal materials: Xianjing, millennium heart-nourishing herb, and psychic medicine. Ning Xiaochuan, who has found these 3 precious medicinal materials, took them out of the Qiankuan cloth bag and put them on the table in front of him. Ning Xiaochuan was a little worried, and called out Jing Jiao and the white-headed 9-clawed eagle to protect him from being disturbed by others when he was refining the source water, resulting in failure. Strive to be quenched successfully at one time. Ning Xiaochuan began to adjust the blood gas in his body to make himself in the best condition. In fact, he doesn't hold much hope for quenching and refining the source water successfully at one time. If it is so easy to become a great heart trainer, the great heart trainer will not be so respected. However, Ning Xiaochuan had to try again. If the impact failed, it meant that he had to look for a mysterious essence, a 1,000-year heart-nourishing herb, and a miraculous drug for channeling. Although the first 2 medicinal materials are expensive, they can be bought at the cost of basalt. However, it is difficult to find miraculous drugs for channeling. Ning Xiaochuan's miraculous drug Evergreen Spirit Vine was found in Funerary Mountain. Let Ning Xiaochuan look for a miraculous psychic medicine again, it's better to kill him with a knife. Ning Xiaochuan took the lead in refining the 1,000-year heart-nourishing herb, absorbed the powder of the herb into the heart-nourishing tripod, and refined it with yin-yang open fire. Half an hour later, the powder turned into a fog, and then condensed into drops of cyan millennium heart-nourishing liquid, a total of 6 drops condensed. Each drop emits a fragrant fragrance of medicine, which is like 6 gemstones suspended in the heart-nourishing tripod, showing the shape of raindrops. This is the heart-nourishing liquid refined by Qi Cao, a 1,000-year-old heart-nourishing master. It is hundreds of times more powerful than those ordinary heart-nourishing liquids. With only 1 drop, it can make an ordinary person wash the pulse and coagulate the marrow, and the flesh will change. It has infinite power, and it can easily lift a huge stone of 10,000 kilograms. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan crushed the blue crystal stone. A drop of Xianjing flowed from the crystal stone and suspended in Ning Xiaochuan's palm. Tianwu Yuanqi wrapped the Xianjing into the pores of the palm, drilled into the blood, and carried it to the heart-nourishing tripod. The blue Xianjing, entering the heart-nourishing tripod, immediately turned into a treasure tree formed by a blue halo. Each branch is connected to 6,000-year heart-nourishing liquid, which is like 6 divine fruits on a treasure tree, forming a magnificent picture. Ning Xiaochuan carefully controlled the yin-yang open fire. At the same time, he mobilized the heart fire contained in the heart itself, and began to slowly refine Xianjing and 6 drops of millennium heart-nourishing liquid. When the state of the 2 precious drugs in the heart-nourishing tripod stabilized, he began to refine that miraculous psychic drug. This is the most critical step. The medicinal properties of the 1,000-year heart-nourishing strange herb and Xianjing are relatively mild, but the psychic strange medicine is different. It has its own spirituality and wisdom, and the medicinal properties are also extremely overbearing. Generally speaking, only a great heart-nourishing master can refine and obtain miraculous drugs for channeling. However, if a senior heart-nourishing master wants to become a great heart-nourishing master, he has to refine a miraculous psychic medicine. This is the place that tests the senior mental health teacher most. If you can't refine the miraculous medicine of channeling, all your previous efforts will be wasted. Ning Xiaochuan is very confident in himself and has the 7 orifices demon heart. If the 7 orifices demon heart can't refine miraculous drugs, others can't even refine them. However, Ning Xiaochuan forgot one thing. The psychic wonder drug Evergreen Spirit Vine he dug out from the burial mountain has been growing for more than 2,000 years, and its spirituality and medicine are several times stronger than ordinary psychic wonder drugs. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan carried the medicinal gas of ivy into the heart-nourishing tripod, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. The medicine power of ivy is so fierce that it has a tendency to break through the open fire of yin and yang. When Ning Xiaochuan woke up, it was too late. He had to harden his scalp and forcibly refine the evergreen spirit vine with his powerful heart power. What a pit! When other senior mental health practitioners impact the realm of the great mental health practitioner, they will try their best to find the miraculous medicine that has just grown for 1,000 years, and it is the easiest to harden it. I'm good. I've already begun to harden the miraculous medicine that has grown for more than 2,000 years, before I reach the realm of the great mental health practitioner. This difficulty is not a challenge. Ning Xiaochuan really regretted that if this evergreen spirit vine, which has grown for more than 2,000 years, was exchanged at the Friar Market in Tiandi Mountain, at least 3 ordinary psychic miraculous drugs could be exchanged. Miraculous drugs, for channeling, are almost invisible in other human civilizations. However, there are too many great people in the holy land of cultivation in Tiandi Mountain. How can they not plant miraculous drugs for channeling themselves? However, I was eager to impact the realm of the great mental health teacher, and didn't think so much. Now I regret, naturally it's too late. Go. We must hit the realm of great mental health, teacher, or we will die. Ning Xiaochuan's whole body turned red, and a trace of fire came out of his pores. Soon, the whole body burned. He is like a furnace in human form. Under the efforts of Ning Xiaochuan, evergreen Lingting was finally refined and slowly blended with Xianjing and 6 drops of Millennium Heart-nourishing liquid. Ning Xiaochuan also breathed a sigh of relief, with a smile on his face. Just when he thought it was done, another mutation occurred. When Ning Xiaochuan fully mobilized the yin-yang open fire and heart fire to refine the heart-nourishing real tripod, he mistakenly made the Wu Soul tripod seal and the heart-nourishing real tripod integrate. Wu Soul Ding seal is one of the 3 Wu Soul seals of Ning Xiaochuan. In the past, when Ning Xiaochuan wanted to melt the Wulin tripod seal and the heart-nourishing tripod, he couldn't succeed in any way. Now, it's good that when he is about to hit the great heart-nourishing master successfully, Wu Soul Ding Yin and Yang Xianjin Ding begin to integrate. Ning Xiaochuan just breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately choked back. At this moment, there must be no difference, otherwise the previous efforts would be in vain. Sometimes, the more you worry, the more you come. When the seal of Wu Soul tripod and the true tripod of nourishing heart were fused, they unexpectedly began to absorb the medicine of Xianjing. You know, there is only 1 drop of Xianjing in the heart-nourishing tripod. If it is absorbed by the heart-nourishing tripod, how can it be refined into source water? The change of Yang Xinjinding is no longer controlled by Ning Xiaochuan. He can only helplessly watch the Xianjing be absorbed, but he has to try to control the yin-yang flame and heart fire, and continue to refine the heart-nourishing tripod. Boom! In the heart-nourishing tripod, there was a dull sound. Wu Soul tripod seal and Yang Xianjin tripod are completely integrated. On the Yangxin real tripod, a faint mark of martial spirit is formed, and a small ruins world is unexpectedly opened up inside the Yangxin real tripod. That ruins world is only the size of a fist, but Ning Xiaochuan can clearly feel its existence. This made Ning Xiaochuan surprised and delighted. After the integration of Wu Soul tripod seal and Yang Xianjin tripod is almost like a part of Ning Xiaochuan's body. He knows everything about Yang Xinjinding like the back of his hand, and can control Yang Xinjinding very subtly. Guoshi Dao taught Ning Xiaochuan's great heart-nourishing master the experience. According to the above records, even the great heart-nourishing master can't turn the heart-nourishing real tripod into a part of his body. It can be said that Ning Xiaochuan's control ability over refining and refining Xianyao has now surpassed that of the great heart-nourishing master. Ning Xiaochuan now has a higher Dan formation rate in refining Xiandan than the great heart-nourishing master. He can even refine high-grade pills 100% without wasting any Xiandan. This alone can make other great spiritual therapists jealous to death. There is a ruins world in the heart-nourishing real tripod. Can it be said? My heart-nourishing real tripod has reached the level of congenital 9 Xuanqi? Refine the Wu Soul sword into the magic sword to turn the magic sword into a congenital 9-grade mysterious weapon. Refine the seal of the Wulin tripod into the heart-nourishing tripod. Maybe the heart-nourishing tripod will be refined into a congenital 9-grade Xuanqi. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help laughing or crying. Originally, he was going to impact the realm of the great heart-nourishing master. Unexpectedly, he muddled the Wu Soul tripod seal into the heart-nourishing real tripod, and refined the heart-nourishing real tripod into a congenital 9-grade mysterious weapon. It can be said that there are gains and losses. But is it true that I have reached the level of a great mental health teacher? The state inside Ning Xiaochuan's heart-nourishing real tripod is very strange. Xianjing is absorbed by the heart-nourishing real tripod, and the Millennium Heart-nourishing strange liquid and psychic medicine are also integrated, but it does not condense into source water, but turns into a colorful fog, showing blue, red, blue, black and white colors. Ning Xiaochuan has never heard of this phenomenon. Guoshu Dao gave him a great heart-nourishing master experience, which is also not recorded. If you fail to quench the source water, don't all the medicinal materials turn into drug residues? How did they turn into a colorful fog? Ning Xiaochuan frowned, puzzled. Since it turns into fog and doesn't disperse, there may be a chance to remedy it. If you buy another piece of xianjing and refine it into the heart-nourishing tripod, you may be able to refine the source water. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly showed a happy face. Buy xianjing again. Ning Xiaochuan only has this idea in mind, and strives to become a great heart-nourishing teacher as soon as possible. Outside, footsteps sounded, and someone came to Ning Xiaochuan's residence. Younger martial brother Ning, can I come in? Wu Qingzhou's voice sounded outside. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to expose the Xuanzhou Jian in front of outsiders, so he immediately took Jin Jiao and the white-headed nine-clawed eagle into the Xuanzhou Jian and said, "It's martial sister Wu, come in." Wu Qingzhou pushed the door and came in, looking at Ning Xiaochuan with a little more respect. After all, the other party is a genius heart trainer, and her status is much higher than her. Ning Xiaochuan laughed. Elder martial sister Wu, what's the matter? Younger martial brother Ning forgot? Didn't you want me to take you to Tianmen City to find some of your friends? Wu Qing said sadly. Yes, it happens that I also want to buy something in Tianmen City, and then elder martial sister Lao Wu will lead the way. Ning Xiaochuan plans to go to the resource treasure house of Wanjian Palace to find xianjing first. If there is no xianjing, he will go to Tianmen City with Wu Qingzhou to buy it. If you can find xianjing in the resource treasure house of Wanjian Palace, it is naturally the best. After all, you can buy it at half price, which is much cheaper than going outside. There are only the last 24 hours of this month. Now it is double monthly tickets. One ticket counts as two. This month, from the beginning of the month to the end of the month, Ning Xiaochuan updated almost 400,000 words. The whole person was haggard, and now there was only the last spell. God, demon, and God must rise up. Led by Wu Qingzhou, Ning Xiaochuan went to the resource treasure house of Wanjian Palace first, and sure enough, he didn't find xianjing. Xianjing, although not a top-notch medicinal material, is rarely used. It is only used by senior mental health practitioners and great mental health practitioners. Wanjian Palace is not an organization that specializes in recruiting mental health practitioners. There is no xianjing stored in the resource treasure house, which was originally expected by Ning Xiaochuan. Since they didn't find xianjing, Ning Xiaochuan and Wu Qingzhou naturally rushed to Tianmen City immediately. Elder martial brother Ning, elder martial sister Wu, where are you going? Yu Mingsong, dressed in dark black armor, came slowly from a distance and walked very hard. His face was a little white, his voice was quite trembling, even his legs were swinging, and bean-sized eyes appeared on his forehead. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Yu Mingsong, and his heart moved. Is it possible that the Pu elder really used the yin-yang double cultivation method to help Yu Mingsong forcibly improve his cultivation? Otherwise, why does a 7-foot man become so empty? Yu Mingsong seemed to see Ning Xiaochuan's thoughts, and he was almost ready to cry without tears. If he was really in bed with that Pu elder. Phew, what a wonderful thing that should be. Seeing that Yu Mingsong seemed to be really in pain, Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment and said with some concern, younger martial brother Yu, why don't I refine a pot of tiger whip aphrodisiac for you? No. As long as you help me take off this pair of black ironback mountain beetle, I'll be grateful. Yu Mingsong collapsed and sat on the ground. Boom. The armor on his body was not so heavy. At the moment he sat down, the ground shook slightly, making a click sound, smashing the stone slab under his buttocks. Ning Xiaochuan found that he thought crooked. It turned out that Yu Mingsong was put on a black ironback mountain armor by Elder Pu. The so-called black iron-backed mountain beetle is divided into 5 levels. Carrying a mountain with a load of 5 million kilograms is like a hill pressing on your body. Carrying 2 mountains, with a weight of 30 million kilograms, is like 2 mountains on your shoulders. Only when you reach the realm of heaven and man can you carry them. The latter 3 levels of black iron-backed mountain beetle have only appeared in legends. Among them, the most terrifying black iron-backed mountain beetle on the 5th level, if it is worn on the body, it will be like 5-finger mountain pressing the top, and the peerless strong will be suppressed to lie down. Legend has it that once there was a supreme god in the eternal realm, who was imprisoned in the Western Buddhist Holy Land by the black iron-backed mountain beetle, and became the King Kong bitter monk of Buddhism. Obviously, the black iron-backed mountain armor worn by Yu Mingsong is only the 1st level of heavy armor. It's equivalent to bearing 5 million kilograms, like carrying a small hill on your back at any time. Ning Xiaochuan said, "It seems that Elder Pu is very kind to you. He even took out the black iron-backed mountain armor to help you cultivate. It's really enviable. Brother you practice hard slowly, and I'll go to Tianmen City first." "Don't go. I'm going too." Yu Mingsong suddenly stood up, stretched out a hand, and ran after Ning Xiaochuan. However, he forgot that he was still carrying a mountain on his back and leaned forward slightly, so he immediately lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. Boom! Like a mountain collapsing, the sound is deafening. Yu Mingsong fell heavily on the ground, crushing the stone slab and rolling smoke. He stretched out 2 arms hard to support the ground. When he got up with a bruised nose and face, Ning Xiaochuan and Wu Qingzhou had already left the 10,000 Sword Palace Daochong. Tianmen City and Wanjian Palace are not far away. Wu Qingzhou's mount, the 8-grade Xian beast 3-winged sable, has reached the outside of Tianmen City after only flying for half a day. All the talented heroes who got the admission order gathered in Tianmen City, making Tianmen City more lively than ever before. It can be said that in the past 100 years, almost all the young heroes of human civilization under the management of Tiandi Mountain have gathered here, and each is the supreme pride of the dominant party. Young people are naturally competitive, and no one will convince anyone, so conflict is inevitable. Fortunately, the Taoist masters of Tiandi Mountain have already arranged a large array in Tianmen City. No matter how fierce the fighting in the city is, it will not cause too much damage to Tianmen City. As for the fighting in Tianmen City, as long as there is no human life, the big people in Tiandi Mountain will hardly take care of it. Ning Xiaochuan plans to buy Xianjing first, and then ask about the residents of the genius Junjia from Yulan Empire. They were all brought to Tiandi Mountain by the master of the school palace. They should all gather together. In Tianmen City, a special metropolitan area has been set up as a trading market. Those outside disciples who find Tian Kai and Dibao will generally sell them in the trading market. Over time, the trading market in Tianmen City will become prosperous. Even the inner disciples will take things here to trade in exchange for the resources they need, or shanshur. Because of the Tianmen examination, the trading market has become more prosperous. Talented heroes from all human civilizations will also come here to look for treasures and strive to improve their strength again before the Tianmen exam. Ning Xiaochuan has been looking for Xianjing, and finally he found the label of Xianjing in a rather gorgeous shop. To open a shop in the center of Tianmen City obviously has the background of inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain, unlike those outer disciples who can only set up stalls beside the road. "Old man, are there Xianjing in the store?" Ning Xiaochuan walked into the store and gently knocked on the counter. The old man who guarded the shop, 70 or 80 years old, dressed in a clean Taoist robe, looked up at Ning Xiaochuan and said with a smile, "Naturally, there are Xianjing in our shop. I don't know how many drops my junior brother wants to buy." That old man is just a servant guarding the shop. He has the 8th highest cultivation in the territory of Dizun. He is also an outside disciple of Tiandi Mountain. It is also appropriate to call Ning Xiaochuan junior brother. Although the old man's accomplishments are not top-notch, he is a business material. He always wears a smile on his face, giving people a very close feeling, which is like a real senior brother who cultivated with Ning Xiaochuan since childhood. Ning Xiaochuan was slightly happy and said, naturally, the more, the better. That's really a coincidence. Our boss went out for training some time ago and just found a large piece of Shanjing. Junior brother. It's a coincidence that you came. I'll get it for you now. The old man soon came back with a Shanling wooden box and put it in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan opened the box and took out a blue spar the size of a fist. There are transparent droplets flowing in the blue spar, which are constantly changing in shape, sometimes like a treasure tree, sometimes like a palace, sometimes like a human. It seems that they are already psychic. This blue spar is several times larger than the one you bought last time, and the grade of Shanjing is also much higher. There are 9 drops of Shanjing in it. Ning Xiaochuan was a little excited. If he refined 9 drops of Shanjing into the heart-nourishing tripod, he might immediately hit the realm of the great heart-nourishing master. Younger martial brother, good eyesight. It's really 9 drops. Since everyone is a fellow martial brother, elder martial brother will give you a cheaper price, 6 million shanshur. Younger martial brother, what do you think? The old man said it. The last drop of Shanjing that Ning Xiaochuan bought cost 500,000 shanshur. The price of these 9 drops of Shanjing sold 6 million shanshur is indeed on the high side, but this kind of Shanjing is too rare. Even if it costs 6 million shanshur, it is worth it. Ning Xiaochuan is not short of money now. Okay. That Shanjing stone, I want it. Behind Ning Xiaochuan, a man's voice sounded. A man in a heart-nourishing robe walked into the shop, looking like he was in his 20s, white-faced, wearing a silver crown on his head and golden boots on his feet. When he walked, the golden boots collided with the stone slab and made a sonorous and powerful footsteps. He was accompanied by 7 or 8 young monks, male and female, each dressed luxuriously, wearing a noble aura, exuding the breath of superiors. 6 million shanshur. The man in the heart-nourishing robe calmly put a cloth bag containing shanshur on the counter, opened the Shanling wooden box, and said, it's really a rare high-grade Shanjing. He didn't look at Ning Xiaochuan from beginning to end, completely ignoring Ning Xiaochuan. Congratulations, Brother Liu, on getting 9 drops of high-grade Shanjing. This time, he must be able to hit the realm of a great spiritual master at one stroke. A young monk laughed. With Child Liu's talent, once he hits the realm of great spiritual master, he will be exceptionally admitted as the core disciple of Tiandi Mountain and become a dragon and phoenix among people. A beautiful girl with bright eyes and teeth said. The mental therapist surnamed Liu also showed a somewhat proud smile on his face and said, I have found the reason for the failure of the previous 2 shocks, and this time I will be able to succeed. Everyone can see that this group of people are not simple and dare not easily provoke them. The old man in the shop was also quite embarrassed. He had already negotiated the price with Ning Xiaochuan. Who wants to suddenly appear and buy Shanjing without saying a word? He didn't even say an apology, which is too unreasonable. Naturally, there are other monks in the shop. After seeing this scene, they also feel that they are too bullying and are simply bullying. However, when they recognized the origin of these people, all of them looked at each other, and their eyes looked at Ning Xiaochuan with a little more pity. It seemed that he was doomed. Fortunately, he was just robbed of the Shanjing he wanted to buy. He didn't suffer any heavy losses, and he passed with a sigh of patience. The mental therapist surnamed Liu and the accompanying young talents were about to walk out of the shop. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind him, stay. The mental therapist surnamed Liu turned around and glanced at Ning Xiaochuan. He naturally noticed Ning Xiaochuan just now and knew that Ning Xiaochuan came to buy Shanjing, but he didn't take Ning Xiaochuan seriously at all. It's like a beggar who buys pancakes on the street. After negotiating the price, a prince also wants to eat pancakes when he passes by. He spends money to buy pancakes. Naturally, he won't look at that beggar. The prince thought, anyway, there is more than one bakery. Can't you just go to another house to buy it as a beggar? Besides, as a beggar, you may not be able to afford it. Do you dare not compete with the prince? In the eyes of a mental health teacher surnamed Lu, he really didn't pay attention to Ning Xiaochuan. Just like the prince looking at beggars, he didn't treat you as an equal person at all. There is another chapter tonight, the second chapter in the morning. For those who feel that the old 9 has not been updated enough, there is an update time on each chapter. Count it yourself. The chapter owed the day before yesterday has been paid back yesterday. If you didn't update the 4th chapter yesterday, count it yourself. I really don't want to explain, but I will still be angry after seeing it. Be it so. Continue to code. Those gorgeous young monks who came to the store with Lu's mental health master also turned around, with a funny look on their faces, and looked at Ning Xiaochuan together, wanting to see what he was going to do. What advice do you have, sir? The mental health teacher surnamed Lu asked in some displeasure. Ning Xiaochuan said, I have negotiated the price of 9 drops of Xianjing with the shopkeeper. In principle, this is the trading item between me and the shopkeeper. Even if you need to buy the 9 drops of Xianjing urgently, should you also discuss it with me? That's right. Younger martial brother, we have indeed negotiated the price. You have broken the rules of business. The old man said. The mental health teacher surnamed Lu showed a sneering smile on the corner of his mouth and looked at the old man disdainfully, but he was just a servant and deserved to be called junior brother of this child, which really put gold on his face. Naturally, he didn't say this. After all, he is really only an external disciple of Tiandi Mountain now. Any external disciple can call him elder martial brother or younger martial brother. Negotiate the price? It's not that there is no formal transaction yet. Okay. I see. The heart-nourishing master surnamed Lu seemed to understand, with a hint of ironic smile on his face. He took a piece of ground basalt from the Qiankuan cloth bag and put it heavily on the counter. A piece of ground-grade basalt is equivalent to 1 million pieces of inferior-grade basalt. In the view of the heart-nourishing master surnamed Lu, Ning Xiaochuan would be stunned to see this ground product basalt, and then he would be grateful to him. It's also a matter of face for him to take out a ground-grade basalt. What do you mean? Is this an apology? Ning Xiaochuan didn't look at the ground product basalt at all, and said coldly. Make an apology? Haha. I will make an apology? I just don't want to argue with you. I'll take care of the ground product basalt myself. It should be a great fortune for you. The heart-nourishing master surnamed Lu said. Although Ning Xiaochuan is buying Xianjing, he will never think that Ning Xiaochuan is a senior cardiologist. In his opinion, Ning Xiaochuan should be a servant of a senior cardiologist, helping his master buy Xianjing. Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to cause trouble. If the other party was willing to apologize, he couldn't give the 9 drops of Xianjing to the other party. However, the other party didn't seem to take him seriously at all. Instead, he took out a ground-grade basalt to send him away. It's like slapping you and then giving you a candy. Now you can be obedient. A ground-grade basalt just wants to send me away? Do you think it's a beggar? Ning Xiaochuan pinched the piece of Daipingxuan stone, with a sneering smile on his mouth, and threw it out to the feet of Lu's heart-nourishing master. I'll go, good boy, it's shameless. Beside the heart-nourishing master surnamed Lu, a young man with a épée on his back took a step forward, his eyes showed murderous spirit, and circles of golden brilliance escaped from under his feet, forming a golden fog. It can be expected that only if he takes another step forward, His strength will burst out in an instant and kill Ning Xiaochuan with the momentum of thunder. In the shop, other monks noticed something bad and withdrew one after another, afraid to stay here for a long time. That young man really doesn't know the height of heaven and earth. How can someone else, Master Lu, give him a ground product Xianxue, which has given him a lot of face? Take the ground product Xianxue and get it soon. Take it? What's the difference between taking that ground basalt and a dog? I admire him. If I were you, I would never give in. A young man who came to take the Tianmen exam said coldly. Cut, ignorant. Do you know who Prince Lu is? And who are those friends around him? Behind any of them, there is a powerful background of heaven. Even if you kill an outside disciple, you won't be punished. The outer gate was bustling, and more monks were watching. Two women wearing veils, graceful, walked to the outer door of the store and looked into the store. Sister, I feel the smell of the little Marquis. How did he come to Tiandi Mountain? The woman with a slightly thin figure said in a low voice, with a little excitement and joy in her eyes. If it weren't for her sister standing beside her, she would have walked in to catch up with Ning Xiaochuan. Beside, the tall woman naturally felt the breath of Ning Xiaochuan. Her eyes are very beautiful and her eyelashes are long, but there is a cold color in those eyes. She slowly stretched out a snow-white hand, spread it out straightly, and ripples appeared in the palm. Soon she and the thin woman beside her became blurred, like a layer of fog wrapping them. She knows that Ning Xiaochuan's mind is very strong. Since he can feel his breath, he must be able to feel his breath. Therefore, she showed her magic power to cover up her breath and that of her sister. Ning Xiaochuan, he dares to come to Tiandi Mountain. It's really a narrow road for his enemies. Her voice is beautiful, but it has a strong chill. Several young monks standing not far from her felt cold all over, and immediately counted over and looked at her. However, just touching her eyes gave birth to a wave of heartfelt fear. Go. Go. Although the woman's eyes in front of her are beautiful, it makes people feel strongly uneasy, as if her eyes can kill people. So the young monks immediately ran away. Sister, you promised me not to deal with the little Marquis again. You promised me, you shouldn't break your promise. The slightly emaciated woman said in a pleading tone. Yes. I promised you I wouldn't deal with him. But I can deal with him with the help of other people's hands. The tall woman laughed. Are they the people you invited? The tall woman said, of course not. It's Ning Xiaochuan's own trouble. He actually had a conflict with the people in the Wang Sun mansion. I'm afraid he'll be dead before I do it. That slightly emaciated woman, worried about the safety of Ning Xiaochuan, was about to rush into the store. Although she looks thin and weak, her cultivation is not weak. However, her heart just made a living out of the idea of helping Ning Xiaochuan, was pressed on her shoulder by that tall woman. That tall woman just put her hand gently on her shoulder, which made her unable to move, imprisoned her, whispered in her ear, Longji, Ning Xiaochuan doesn't like you at all, why do you have to be so infatuated with him? Only your sister loves you. That tall woman is Niao Lanqing, who came to Tiandi Mountain to practice 3 years ago. She has broken through the realm of heaven and man, becoming one of the top figures of the young generation of Tiandi Mountain, and has been dubbed Orchid Fairy. In the shop, there was tension, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. Lu's heart-nourishing master stopped the young talent who was ready to fight, and no one let him fight, saying, Brother Jean, what's your identity? The warrior who just took the first step of the ladder of heaven is not worthy of your fight. The man with the épée on his back snorted coldly and withdrew his steps. The golden vitality mist also flowed back into his body. Brother Lu, what are you going to do with this bold guy? The heart-nourishing master surnamed Lu looked at Ning Xiaochuan and said, I have bought the 9 drops of Shanjing. If you are not convinced, come to Wang Sun's house to find me. My name is Lu Ren. Lu Ren believes that the deterrence of the words Wang Sun Fu and the dignity of Lu Ren are enough to make the other party retreat. What is a soldier who subdues others without fighting? The key is to frighten the other party and make the other party feel afraid. Lu Ren felt that after reporting the words Wang Sun Fu, the other party should have begun to fear. He likes to see others afraid. However, when Lu Ren looked at Ning Xiaochuan, he did not see any expression of fear on Ning Xiaochuan's face, but saw Ning Xiaochuan coming towards him. Give me Xianjing and get out by yourself, or I'll send you out. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were full of vigor, and he said coldly. What did you say? Lu Ren felt that he had auditory hallucinations. Pa. Ning Xiaochuan slapped Lu Ren, rotated 360 degrees, smashed the wall of the store and fell to the middle of the street. Lu Ren's talent is very high, his fame is also very big, and his background is also very hard. However, it can't change the fact that he is a heart-nourishing teacher. In fact, the cultivation of martial arts is only the 9th level of land respect. The combat effectiveness of the heart-nourishing division is inherently weaker than that of the martial artists in the same realm. He is not like Ning Xiaochuan, who has the 7 orifices magic heart palace. Although he is a heart-nourishing teacher, his combat effectiveness is far beyond that of a martial artist in the same realm. With Ning Xiaochuan's current state, Lu Ren naturally has no ability to dodge and place solidly. Lu Ren lost 3 teeth in his mouth, and a red palm print appeared on his face. He fell to the ground and stared at Ning Xiaochuan dumbfounded, stunned by Ning Xiaochuan's slap. Not to mention Lu Ren, the young masters who came with Lu Ren were stunned. The whole audience was silent, and only the voices of people's breathing and heartbeat, as well as the footsteps of Ning Xiaochuan, could be heard. Ning Xiaochuan went to Lu Ren's side and grabbed the wooden box with Xianjing in his hand. You dare to hit me, you dare to rob my Xianjing, You're dead. Lu Ren pounced on Ning Xiaochuan, trying to recapture Xianjing. Pa. Ning Xiaochuan slapped Lu Ren out anyway, and he flew more than 10 feet away. He fell 7 meat and 8 vegetables, and his eyes were full of stars. Ning Xiaochuan did not kill. Although Lu Ren was arrogant, he was not guilty to death. Otherwise, Ning Xiaochuan's palm just now can pierce Lu Ren's body. There is another chapter. The young monks who came with Lu Ren finally reacted and rushed in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Wu Dao's vitality burst out, ready to tear Ning Xiaochuan to pieces. It's really worthy of death to dare to fight even the talented heart-nourishing master of Wang Sun's residence. Wu Qingqiu saw that the situation was bad. After all, Ning Xiaochuan was just a heart trainer, and it was nothing to deal with Lu Ren. However, if he fought with those top talents of Wang Sun's mansion, he would certainly suffer a heavy loss. She immediately rushed to Ning Xiaochuan and stopped those angry genius heroes in Wang Sun's mansion, saying, We are from Wanjian Palace. What do you want to do? Wu Qingqiu had the cultivation of the 3rd step of Heaven Ladder realm. He was originally a top master in the younger generation. He gave a loud drink in his mouth, forcing the monks of the Wang Sun mansion to stop. What about the people in Wanjian Palace? Even if I kill him, will Wanjian Palace dare to revenge me? The young man with the épée on his back came out, and immediately burst out a breath of pressure, pressing towards Wu Qingqiu. Wu Qingqiu only felt a golden sea pressing against her. Her body was like a heavy blow, forcing her to step back for 3 steps before she stabilized. She looked at the young man named Jin Wuhui in shock. What a powerful cultivation! At least it is the 4th step of Heaven Ladder, and it may even have entered the 5th step of Heaven Ladder. Of course, what shocked her most was not Jin Wuhui's accomplishments, but his name. Are you the heir of the Jin family, the 3 most powerful ancient families in the Tianshu Empire? It's good to know. Get out of here. If I don't kill that boy today, I won't be called Jin. Jin Wuhui's deep voice. The three most powerful aristocratic families of the Tianshu Empire are ancient families that have been inherited for nearly 10,000 years, and are inextricably linked with the Tiandi Mountain. The ancestors of the three aristocratic families are all high-level in Tiandi Mountain, and no one dares to provoke the descendants of the Jin family at all. How strong are the three aristocratic families? Even if any aristocratic family breaks away from the Tianshu Empire, it can quickly open up a high-level Wuping civilization and become the master of that high-level Wuping civilization. Therefore, Wu Qingzhou's face changed greatly when he heard that Jin Wuhui was the heir of the Jin family. She was not scared away, and still said very strongly, although the Jin clan is strong, our Wanjian palace is not so bullied. To tell you the truth, younger martial brother Ning has 3,000 rare talents, and he is also a talented mental health teacher. He is about to hit the realm of a great mental health teacher. He is already a disciple of our second palace master. Ning Xiaochuan is naturally not a disciple of the second palace leader now, but in order to frighten Zhu Jin Wuhui, Wu Qingzhou can only say so. Although Jin Wuhui was very strong, he didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan was a genius that was hard to meet in 300 years. If he is an ordinary, external disciple of Wanjian Palace, he will probably compensate some xianxue after he is killed. I believe that Wanjian Palace will not be too difficult for him. However, Ning Xiaochuan was a talented disciple, cultivated by Wanjian Palace. If he really killed him, it would never be so easy. For the sake of their own face, the elders and palace masters of Wanjian Palace will certainly pursue the matter to the end. Jin Wuhuan just said that if he didn't kill Ning Xiaochuan, he would not be surnamed Jin in the future. If you really let Ning Xiaochuan go, it doesn't matter to lose face on yourself. If you lose face on the Jin family and Wang Xuanfu, you will definitely be punished miserably after you go back. If I had known so much trouble, I shouldn't have mixed in. At this moment, he is riding a tiger. Someone laughed and said, it turns out that he is the genius heart trainer of Wanjian Palace. Ning Xiaochuan, no wonder he dares to beat Lu Ren. They are all the genius heart trainers of the younger generation. Others are not only talented heart trainers, but also have a talent level that is difficult to meet in 300 years. Sooner or later, such people will become core disciples and will not be afraid of those aristocratic family disciples of the Tianshu Empire. Yes. Don't you see that even the Tianjiao of the Jin family dare not fight? Just now he didn't say that if he didn't kill Ning Xiaochuan, he wouldn't have his surname, Jin. Was he ready to leave the Jin clan? There are also many people with extraordinary backgrounds who are adding fuel to the flames and stimulating Jin Wuhui. Lu Ren's face was a little twisted and said, Brother Jin, if you help me kill that boy, our Prime Minister's house and your Jin family will put pressure on Wanjian Palace. I don't believe Wanjian Palace will offend our two forces for this boy. Lu Ren's Prime Minister's house is naturally the Prime Minister's house of the Tianshu Empire. Lu Ren is the grandson of the Prime Minister. Because he has excellent talent in the cultivation of heart cultivators, he is deeply loved by the Prime Minister. With Lu Ren's promise, Jin Wuhui no longer had any scruples, his eyes became extremely cold, his fingers pinched into a sword formula, and pointed to Ning Xiaochuan. Wow! The black épée on his back flew out of the sheath and turned into a black light, stabbing Ning Xiaochuan's heart. He is confident that with his own cultivation, he can kill a heart cultivator who took the first step of the ladder of heaven with only one sword. Just a sword. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes also become murderous and awe-inspiring. He no longer conceals his accomplishments, and is ready to kill Lu Renhe and Jin Wuhui. It's a big deal to escape from Tiandi Mountain. At that time, even if the Jin family and the Prime Minister's office are so powerful, how can they find themselves? Better be broken than destroyed. Ning Xiaochuan's palm condensed a wisp of magic gas, and was preparing to call out the magic sword. Shua! Suddenly, a red slim figure flashed past Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. Bang! No one could see what had happened. Jin Wuhuan mobilized the épée, flew back upside down, inserted it at Jin Wuhuan's feet, and cut off a piece of Jin Wuhuan's robe. It was only a little short of cutting off Jin Wuhuan's legs. Jin Wuhuan was surprised that someone dared to meddle in his business. He was about to attack, but when he saw the woman in red standing in front of Ning Xiaochuan, he immediately withered and said with a smile, "It's Fairy Luo." "Fairy, won't you protect his life?" The person who just hit Jin Wuhuan's sword back is Luo Shenzi, the first master of the young generation of Wanjian Palace. Luo dance. In the face of other monks, Jin Wuhuan can use the background of the Jin family to oppress each other, but he can't oppress Luo Wu. Because behind the Luo dance is also one of the three aristocratic families of the Tianshu Empire, the Luo nationality. Luo nationality and Jin nationality belong to the same level of existence, but Jin Wuhui and Luo dance are not at the same level of existence. In the Jin nationality, there are many geniuses at the same level as Jin Wuhui, and even several more excellent heirs than Jin Wuhui. However, in Luo nationality, Luo dance is the first person of the young generation and the best successor. Luo dance is much higher than Jin Wuhui in both martial arts cultivation and status. In front of her, Jin Wuhuan naturally dared not take the initiative, and could only greet her with a smile. Although Lu Ren's grandfather was the prime minister of the Tianshu Empire, the power of the prime minister's office was still far from being compared with the ancient people who had inherited for thousands of years. Even Jin Wuhui didn't dare to offend Luo Wu, and naturally he didn't dare. Luo Wu said, "Ning Xiaochuan is the supreme genius of our Wanjian palace. Do you think I can protect his life?" "Understand. Understand." Jin Wuhuan took back his épée and immediately turned around and left. Lu Ren was badly beaten by Ning Xiaochuan. He would not have let Ning Xiaochuan go so easily, but he was dragged away by Jin Wuhui and several other young talents. Now Luo Wu is supporting Ning Xiaochuan. If you go to fight Fu Ning Xiaochuan again, you are not beating Luo Wu's face. Who is willing to offend a Tianren-level Tianzhijio girl? After the talented heroes in Wang Sun's mansion left, Wu Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief, immediately bowed to Luo Wu and said, "Thank you for saving your life, elder martial sister Luo. If it weren't for her action to scare them away today, we would be in danger." At the moment Luo Wu appeared, Ning Xiaochuan immediately put away the magic qi in his palm, bowed his hand, and said, "Thank you, elder martial sister Luo, for saving your life." Luo Wu nodded gently and said, "I also happened to pass by. Since you are a member of Wanjian Palace, I naturally won't stand by." With Luo Wu's martial arts cultivation and noble identity, if she was just an ordinary member of the Wanjian Palace, she would not fight at all, just like seeing a mole ant trampled to death, and there would be no psychological fluctuation. However, Ning Xiaochuan's talent is high enough. As long as he becomes a great heart-nourishing teacher, he will immediately become the core disciple of Tiandi Mountain. This kind of top talent has been enough to enter her vision, and helping him once is also regarded as a good fate. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Luo Wu. Although he was close at hand, he couldn't see her face clearly anyway. It was like seeing flowers in the fog. The cultivation of the other party has entered the realm of heaven and man. Once the secret skill is displayed, outsiders can't see her clearly. Luo Wu stared at Ning Xiaochuan and found that Ning Xiaochuan was actually looking at her, secretly praising him. He was a man in heaven, and how powerful the aura was invisible. A spiritual trainer under heaven and man dared to look directly at her. It seemed that he was also a person with a high spirit. That's right. If your heart is not high enough, how dare you beat Lu Ren? Luo Wu said, "Ning Xiaochuan, Lu Renai is the grandson of the prime minister of the current dynasty. You beat him so badly in front of everyone. He will never bear this tone and will certainly deal with you. You'd better go back to the Wanjian Palace to practice in seclusion until the Tianmen exam comes out. You should not be afraid, but also know to hide your strength and bide your time. Relaxation is the way to practice. Ning Xiaochuan said, "No, there are senior sisters who protect us. I believe they dare not come to our trouble. When I was there, they naturally didn't dare to fight, but now I'm going to participate in a sermon. If you two meet them again, they will definitely kill you." Luo Wu said. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Elder Martial Sister, can we also go to the sermon?" "I'm afraid not." Luo Wu frowned slightly and said, "The initiator of this discourse is the Crown Prince of the Emperor. All the top figures invited are the young generation who have entered the realm of heaven and man. Your cultivation is too low. You'd better go back to the Wanjian Palace quickly. First of all, I wish you a happy new year. Secondly, from this month, resume 2 chapters a day. This is the first chapter of today, the next chapter, 5 p.m. The Tianshu Empire is the only high-level 5-grade civilization under the Tiandi Mountain. It occupies more masters and resources than other civilizations combined. If Tiandi Mountain is compared to a big tree, then the Tianshu Empire is the trunk of the tree, and other civilizations are just the branches and leaves of the tree. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. The descendants of aristocratic families, imperial nobles, and officialdom of the Tianshu Empire think they are real people with high status. Other genius heroes of human civilization are just hillbilly from a small place. Therefore, the descendants of those aristocratic families of the Tianshu Empire formed a Wang Sun mansion, which only recruited the descendants of big families and senior officials of the Tianshu Empire, and became the richest organization in the Tiandi Mountain. Fairy Luo went to attend the preaching conference initiated by the Crown Prince of the Emperor. Only young monks who reached the realm of heaven and man were invited. After she left, Wu Qingzhou told Ning Xiaochuan the background of Wang Sun Mansion. Both Lu Ren and Jin Wuhuan are members of Wang Sun's mansion. Although they are only external disciples now, with their talents, they have a great chance to pass the Tianmen exam. Once they become internal disciples of Tiandi Mountain, their status in Wang Sun's mansion and in the family will be significantly improved. Wu Qingzhou said. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Elder Martial Sister Luo is not also an outstanding figure in the 3 aristocratic families of the Tianshu Empire. Why didn't she join the Wang Sun Mansion?" Wu Qing said with a sad smile, "Although the Wang Sun Mansion attracts all the children of aristocratic families, there are also many people who are unwilling to enter the Wang Sun Mansion and have their own circles. For example, Elder Martial Sister Luo, the reason why she became a member of the Wanjian Palace is that she is the descendant of the 3rd Palace Master of the Wanjian Palace." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed and said, "The 3 Palace Masters of Wanjian Palace are also Luo people?" Wu Qingzhou nodded and said, "The Master of the 3 Palaces is an old ancestor of the Luo nationality, and he is a high-ranking existence in the Luo nationality. However, he has not appeared for more than 100 years, and has been practicing in seclusion in the Holy Land, which seems to be impacting a very important realm." Ning Xiaochuan thought to himself that the existence of Wanjian Palace might also help those big families attract talents. Luo Wu saved him just now, and probably wanted to attract him to Luo nationality. Tiandi Mountain is not only a treasure land for cultivation, but also a huge talent market. Any genius who may become an inner disciple is the object of those big families. Wu Qing said sadly, "Before you appeared, Lu Ren was already very famous. He was known as the most gifted mental health teacher of the young generation. He has hit the state of great mental health teacher twice, but he failed. Once he reached the state of great mental health teacher before the Tianmen exam, he is likely to be promoted to a core disciple. However, you appear now. You not only match him in the cultivation of the heart cultivator, but also have a talent that is difficult to meet in 30-100 years. He will definitely regard you as a sworn enemy. You have made such a big contradiction today, he may even ask someone to kill you secretly. Elder Martial Sister Luo is right, we'd better go back to the 10,000 Sword Palace, quickly. As long as you can't shut down, no one can kill you at all. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, I can hide for a while, but I can't hide for a lifetime. Whatever means he has, I'll take it all. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, the younger generation is not afraid of anyone at all, even in the face of figures at the level of Luowu. Even if Lu Ren wants to trouble him, Ning Xiaochuan is really not afraid at all. Ning Xiaochuan spent 6 million xianshi to buy the 9 drops of Xianjing, and did not leave Tianmen City. He asked the old man in the shop to know the gathering place of those talented heroes in Yulan Empire. Yulan Empire? That's the hometown of the Emperor of Heaven. I heard that not long ago, the Emperor of Heaven appeared and lowered the blessing of the gods, which made many talented heroes in Yulan Empire have excellent talent levels, including several talents that are more than 5,000 years old, which shocked Tiandi Mountain at that time. Ning Xiaochuan said, oh. What happened later? The old man said, Tiandi Mountain specially sent several inner disciples to Yulan Empire to bring back those talented heroes. Ning Xiaochuan said, do you know where they are now? The old man laughed and said, this is not very clear. However, I heard that those heroes in the world of Yulan Empire, although their talent level is very high, but after all, they are only a low 5-level civilization and lack of cultivation resources, so their martial arts accomplishments are not high. In order not to waste their talent and obtain equal competitiveness in the Tianmen exam, Tiandi Mountain decided to send them to the Holy Land for cultivation. It's really enviable. Once you enter the Holy Land to practice, your accomplishments will be thousands of miles a day, and only their talents who are difficult to meet for thousands of years will have such opportunities. Have you been sent to the Holy Land for cultivation? Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect to throw himself into the air. However, he was also happy for Ning Shiner and Yusasai. After all, being able to enter the Holy Land for cultivation must be of great benefit to them. With their talents and endless cultivation resources, their cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. The old man said with a smile, you must also want to visit the goddess when you inquire about the news of those geniuses in the Yulan Empire? Unfortunately, it is said that the goddess is also practicing in the Holy Land. Countless people want to see her, but no one really sees her. Ning Xiaochuan naturally knows that His Royal Highness, the goddess, is the descendant of the Emperor of Heaven, the spiritual virtual venerable. Ning Xiaochuan said with a smile, it's too early to make her a goddess before the Tianmen exam begins. I'm afraid you don't know yet. Her Highness, the goddess, is the descendant of the Emperor of Heaven. She has the blood of gods. You don't have to guess. She is the goddess. The old man looked very respectful. If His Highness, the goddess, appeared in Tianmen City, he was afraid that he would go to kneel down immediately. Before the Tianmen exam, it seems that you can't see Ucc and Ning Shiner. Ning Xiaochuan asked again, young strong men of all civilizations have come to Tiandi Mountain. Do you know where the young monks who came to take the Tianmen examination in Jiuyue Xinjiang gathered? After all, the old man opened the door to do business and was very familiar with everything in Tianmen City. He said, it is said that those young monks in Jiujiang gathered together and temporarily lived in the north of Tianmen City. As for the specific location, it is not clear. Thank you. Ning Xiaochuan and Wu Qingqiu walked out of the shop and headed north of the city. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan seemed to notice that someone was staring at him behind his back. He immediately turned around and looked back, but he didn't find anything. Younger martial brother Ning, what's the matter with you? Wu Qingqiu asked, curiously. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, then shook his head and said, it's strange, obviously I feel someone. Ning Xiaochuan confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his reaction just now, and thought to himself, maybe the master of Wang Suanfu was following him, just follow him, and see what tricks they can make. After Ning Xiaochuan and Wu Qingqiu left, circles of waves appeared in the air, and Niao Lanqin and Niao Lanji came out of the void barrier. Ning Xiaochuan actually joined Wanjian Palace, which is interesting. Niao Lanqin stared at the direction Ning Xiaochuan left, and did not continue to catch up. Strange. With his talent, it is impossible to take the first step of the cultivation of the ladder of heaven. It seems that he has found someone to try what state he has reached. Sister, is there really no possibility of reconciliation between you and the young Marquis? Niao Lanji said. You're stupid. Anything in the world can happen. Niao Lan thought. Really? Niao Lanji showed her joy. Of course. If Ning Xiaochuan is willing to obey me and follow my orders, I can also let him go. This is the best result. Niao Lanqin's eyes were as bright as 2 stars, and his body exuded an arrogant king's spirit, just like a young fairy queen standing on the street, so that many outside disciples who passed by her stared at her one after another, and then bowed their heads and left quickly. She gave up the Queen of all voices, and also inherited the temperament of the Queen of all voices. She was arrogant, noble, and domineering. Although she was a daughter, she also had the heart of martial arts to compete with the world's heroes. Niao Lanji shook her head gently and sighed constantly. It's impossible, impossible. The little Marquis can't yield to his sister. They seem destined to be enemies of life and death, and no one can reconcile. Half an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan and Wu Qingqiu came to a rather gorgeous manor in the north of the city. According to the news, those talented heroes in Jiu Xinjiang lived here. Although Jiu Xinjiang belongs to the intermediate 5-level civilization, it can only be regarded as the bottom of the intermediate 5-level civilization. So after arriving at Tiandi Mountain, the 9 families of Jiu Xinjiang and the genius heroes of Sidaiguan gathered together. After all, there are many people and great power, and there is a care for each other, so as not to be excluded by those genius heroes of the Tianshu Empire. Jia. The door of the manor was opened, and a group of talented young people rushed out of it, as if something big had happened. Everyone's face was angry and bad. Ning Xiaochuan saw Situ Jing and Zi Hanyan among them, and several other talented people were familiar. He had met several times when he was in Jiu Xinjiang, but he couldn't name them. Brother Situ, long time no see. Ning Xiaochuan and Kinka walked up. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan, Situ Jing was stunned. Then, with a look of ecstasy on his face, he rushed up and hugged Ning Xiaochuan, laughing, Brother Ning, I guessed you would come to Tiandi Mountain. It's great. What happened? Where are you going? 2 big men hugged on the street, which really made Ning Xiaochuan a little uncomfortable. Situ Jing's face immediately became gloomy and said, It's not those aristocratic family children in Wang Sun's mansion. They think they have a huge force behind them and don't pay attention to the monks of other civilizations at all. This time, we did too much. Our young monks in Jiu Xinjiang decided to go out in full, and we must go to ask them for an explanation. Otherwise, we can't swallow this tone. What the hell is going on? Ning Xiaochuan knew that Situ Jing was always calm and not impulsive. Those aristocratic family children in the Wang Sun mansion are really too much. They are the only people, and we are all slaves. If we still have to fight, I don't believe they are really that strong. If we are tolerant this time, it will only make them look down upon more. Those young talents in Jiujiang came out of the manor. They are all the top heroes of the younger generation of the 9 clan and the 4 Avenue Temple. Among them, there are Tianjiao wearing a red armor on fire, and there are female disciples of the Taoist sect with bright eyes and teeth. Everyone's face has a look of resentment. Some young monks know Ning Xiaochuan and know that his cultivation is strong. Even the Nangongming of Tianrenjing dares to fight, and has a great reputation in Jiu Xinjiang. Therefore, they deliberately want to invite Ning Xiaochuan to fight together. An 18-year-old or 9-year-old Qianli woman in Taoist robes bowed slightly to Ning Xiaochuan, and her voice was very soft, as beautiful as the song of Oriole in the bamboo forest. She said, "Young Master Ning, you are the first master of the younger generation in Jiu Xinjiang. Only you can help us get justice for what happened today." Ning Xiaochuan has a certain image of the beautiful woman of this Taoist school. He is a disciple of Xianqing Temple, one of the 4 Taoist temples. His cultivation is profound and his Taoism is mysterious. I just didn't expect that the other party actually knew him. I don't dare to be the first master of the younger generation of Jiu Xinjiang. Besides, after you talked for a long time, I don't know what happened. Ning Xiaochuan is not a person who likes to provoke trouble. As long as he has nothing to do with himself, he will not take the initiative to stop things on his own. Situ Jing then told Ning Xiaochuan what happened. It turned out that the matter was not complicated. Today, a female disciple from Jiujiang who came to take the Tianmen exam was favored by a second-class external disciple of Wang Sun's mansion. The second-class external disciple saw that the female disciple's face was very beautiful, so he wanted to accept her as a female slave. This is not a strange thing for the gifted children of those big families. It is normal to adopt a few slaves and dozens of slaves, which can foil their lofty status and show off their capital. However, this is Tiandi Mountain. If any female disciple who can get the admission order is not the top Tianzhigio girl, it is naturally impossible to be a woman for others. Slaves. The second-class outer disciple of Wang Sun's residence was immediately angry, and even killed that female disciple alive when he couldn't force it. This incident aroused the anger of many monks in Jiu Xinjiang. It's really hateful. They are also young geniuses. Why should they be slaves to you? Moreover, people were killed. So they gathered everyone and prepared to settle accounts with the second-class disciple of Wang Sun's residence. As soon as they went out, they met Ning Xiaochuan and Wu Qingzhou. The other party can become a second-class external disciple, and his cultivation is absolutely quite strong. Besides, he is also a member of the Wang Sun mansion. Even if you all fight, you may not be able to get justice. Ning Xiaochuan said rationally. Only young monks who have reached the realm of heaven and man are qualified to get the token of first-class external disciples. If you want to become a second-class external disciple, you either have super talent like Ning Xiaochuan, or your cultivation has reached the peak under the realm of heaven and man. Among the many talented heroes in Jiu Xinjiang, there are also top masters. However, the highest cultivation is only the 3rd step of heaven ladder realm, which is at the same level as Wu Qingzhou. How can we find each other for justice? Wu Qingzhou knows the power of Wang Sunfu best. Don't be impulsive. You can't imagine the power of Wang Sun's mansion. The forces behind them are quite huge. According to what you said, the person who killed that nun was a second-class external disciple. As far as I know, there were only 8 second-class external disciples in Wang Sun's mansion, and each of them came from quite a large source. If they took action, the forces behind any of them could destroy the whole Jiuyue territory. Wu Qingzhou is not alarmist, just like the Prime Minister's mansion behind Lu Ren and the Jin clan behind Jin Wuhuan. If they want to destroy Jiu Xinjiang, they don't need to do it themselves at all. They just need to send a family minister to destroy the whole civilization of Jiu Xinjiang in a very short time. Of course, it is easy to destroy a Wuping civilization, but it is difficult to establish a Wuping civilization. Generally, Tiandi Mountain will not allow such things to happen. No matter how strong they are, don't they dare to kill us all? Situ Jing said, it's absolutely impossible to bear this tone. Can't we kill a second-class external disciple with so many of us? After killing, you can't walk out of Tiandi Mountain alive. Wu Qingzhou sighed, paused, and said, "You are not the inner disciples of Tiandi Mountain now, not even the outer disciples. Even if the other party kills you all, it will only be punished at most." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head with a smile, and Wu Qingzhou, this is the rhythm of helping Wanjian Palace recruit members again. However, what she said is true. Those talented heroes in Jiuyue Xinjiang are not external disciples of Tiandi Mountain, but candidates who came to take the Tianmen exam. Even if all of them were killed by the second-class external disciples of Tiandi Mountain, the other party was only punished to a certain extent at most. But in another case, if all the talented heroes in Jiujiang join Wanjian Palace and become external disciples of Tiandi Mountain, then go to the people in Wang Sun's house to seek justice. Even if justice cannot be recovered, at least the people in Wang Sun mansion dare not kill them easily. Not out of Ning Xiaochuan's expectation, Wu Qingzhou really began to pull people. Wu Qingzhou told them the benefits of joining Wanjian Palace and becoming an outside disciple of Tiandi Mountain. Even, she carried Ning Xiaochuan out and told them that even Ning Xiaochuan had become a member of the Wanjian Palace. Wu Qingzhou was able to pull Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Mingsong into the Wanjian Palace. Naturally, his eloquence was still very strong. Those gifted monks in Jiujiang also began to be fascinated, and even Situ Jing's eyes gave birth to a bright light, saying, "Brother Ning, what she said is true. As long as we become the outer disciples of Tiandi Mountain, the people of Wang Sun's mansion will not dare to kill us easily?" Ning Xiaochuan thought of what had happened before and shook his head. "That's not necessarily true. No matter where you are, if you don't have a strong background and strong force, what can you do if someone else kills you? Of course, if you join Wanjian Palace, the other party will have to think more about it when they want to attack you again. Can you afford the revenge of Wanjian Palace? This is also a layer of protection for yourself." Finally, those talented heroes in Jiuyue Xinjiang decided to join Wanjian Palace. After all, for them, there is not much loss, but a lot of benefits. After discussion, they decided to go back to Wanjian Palace to participate in the introductory ceremony, become the outer disciples of Tiandi Mountain, and then return to Tianmen City to seek justice from the second-class outer disciples of Wang Sun's mansion. The happiest person, of course, is Wu Qingzhou, who helped Wanjian Palace to attract dozens of talented heroes. It is estimated that this time, thanks to her credit, she can become a third-class external disciple. The accomplishments of those young monks in Jiujiang are extraordinary. However, Ning Xiaochuan knows that several of them have quite high talents, such as Situ Jing with Human Heart Palace and Zihanyan with Ice Heart Palace, whose talent levels are above the level of 3,000. As long as they are instructed to practice by experts and take high-grade Xian Yao, their accomplishments will soon be improved and become the leader of the younger generation. When their talent level is tested, Wu Qingzhou is afraid to be more happy. The elders of Tianjian Palace are afraid to start robbing people again. Elder Martial Sister Wu, take them back to Wanjian Palace. I plan to buy some precious cultivation materials. Ning Xiaochuan rode. All right. Be careful, you have offended the people in the Wang Sun mansion, and they will certainly not give up. Wu Qing said sadly. Not far away, Zihanyan saw Wu Qingzhou speak words of concern to Ning Xiaochuan, and his heart was a little sad. She didn't say a word since she saw Ning Xiaochuan. I thought Ning Xiaochuan would take the initiative to say hello to her. As a result, she was going to Wanjian Palace, and Ning Xiaochuan didn't look at her. Situ Jing coughed for 2 times and whispered, I told you that Ning Xiaochuan has no wife at all. It's all the nonsense of King Qinghe. If you don't take the initiative, I think that Elder Martial Sister Wu is a little more hopeful than you. A blush appeared on Purple Hanyan's cheek, pursed his lips, and finally walked over. With a little tenderness in his eyes, he whispered, Ning Xiaochuan. Seeing purple smoke coming, Ning Xiaochuan also flashed a little different color in his eyes and said with a smile, purple girl, what's the matter with you? Zihanyan was silent for a long time and said, long time no see. Yes. It's been a year. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Zihanyan's expression and saw Situjing winking at him. In his heart, he knew that Situjing must have told her. Zihanyan has feelings for him, and Ning Xiaochuan naturally knows. He also had a good impression on Zihanyan. He thought that after Jiu Jiang said goodbye, the two would not meet again. Now that they met, Ning Xiaochuan would not escape. After Yu Ningxing left, Ning Xiaochuan's mentality changed a lot. He cherished his eyes more and didn't want to regret it after losing it. Zihan flew, I don't want to go to Wanjian Palace for the time being. Can I stay with you? I can't wait for a beautiful woman to go with me. Ning Xiaochuan smiled happily. Wu Qingqiu returned to the Wanjian Palace with those talented heroes from Jiu Xinjiang, while Zihanyan stayed and went to buy materials for refining Jiuping Xuanqi with Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan is preparing to refine 3-9 grade Xuanqi level war swords. Yu Mingsong made a list for him. He plans to collect all the materials on the list as soon as possible and forge 3-9 grade Xuanqi war swords before the Tianmen exam. As long as I can melt 3-9 grade Xuanqi level war swords into my body, plus the power carried by the last divine skeleton, I should be able to impact the realm of the fifth step of the ladder of heaven at one stroke, and even condense Dao Yuan to break through the realm of heaven and man. Although it is said that he practiced the Earth Sutra to the first step of heaven ladder. However, in the Book of Extermination, he is cultivated to the realm of the fourth step of the ladder of heaven. With the power of the soul of the soldiers carried by the 3-9 grade Xian weapons, and the power of the Tao contained in the bones of the secondary gods, it may not be impossible to impact the realm of heaven and man. Wang Suanfu. After Lu Ren took the ice muscle soul marrow, the red and swollen marks on his face dissipated, and the 3 teeth that had been knocked out also grew again. He is recovered from his injury, but today he lost too much face and was beaten like a dog in the street. How can I bear this tone? Bang! Lu Ren slapped his palm on the table, patted the jade table into a deep palm-shaped pit, and his eyes were like eating people. It's disgusting. A cheap bastard dared to attack me. If he didn't destroy his whole family, he couldn't swallow this tone. Jin Wuhui also has a gloomy face. Today, he also lost a lot of face. He had already spoken to kill Ning Xiaochuan, but because of the arrival of Luo Wu, he had to retreat. Naturally, he didn't dare to revenge Luo Wu, but he counted this account on Ning Xiaochuan. If Luo Wu hadn't sheltered him, I would have broken him into pieces. Sister, why don't you go to the crown prince of the emperor and get rid of Luo Wu's bitch first? Jin Wuhuan's face was a little ferocious. Shall Luo dance? Thanks to you. Luo Wu is the first pride of the Luo nationality. It has long been in the eyes of the Luo nationality and the high level of Tiandi Mountain. It is one of the young monks designated to focus on training. Don't say whether you can kill her first. Even if you kill her, you don't think you can find out who did it with the powerful forces of the Luo nationality? How old are you? Can you use your brain to do things? A very beautiful woman, dressed in a Taoist robe, stood by the window, wrapped with a purple belt, outlined a slender waist, bulging her chest to a full arc. Obviously, she is a Taoist nun, but she gives people a kind of seductive and gorgeous feeling. This daughter, named Jin Ling, is Jin Wuhui's half-sister. Her cultivation is one notch higher than that of Jin Wuhui, and she has reached the fifth step of heaven ladder. There are 8 second-class external disciples in Wang Sun's residence, and she is one of them. Other monks, even if they step into the fifth step ladder, are not qualified to become second-class external disciples. Only the outstanding ones in the fifth step heaven ladder realm are qualified to become second-class external disciples. Jin Ling breathed out a long breath. Her red lips were petite and charming, and her teeth were white and flawless. She said proudly, however, that Ning Xiaochuan is really too arrogant. We have to teach him a lesson, or anyone will dare to fight against our Wang Sun mansion in the future. Lu Ren clenched his teeth and said, yes, if this person doesn't die, our Wang Sun mansion will sweep the floor. Jin Ling looked at Lu Ren, with a little smile in his cold eyes, and said, Ning Xiaochuan is a genius heart trainer, and a genius rarely encountered in 30 years. I'm afraid the person who wants to get rid of him most is young Master Lu. His threat to you is not ordinary. Lu Renshan smiled and said, with my cultivation, I can't kill him at all. I have to ask Elder Martial Sister Jean to do it. Jin Ling looked back and said, Ning Xiaochuan is an outstanding disciple of Wanjian Palace now, after all. We'd better not attack him personally. Please outsiders. Please who? Who dares to kill the genius of Wanjian Palace? Lu Rendao. Jin Ling's eyes showed a little smile and said, naturally, it's the enemy of Wanjian Palace, the Burning Sword sect. If Prince Lu is willing to give a big gift, I believe someone of the Burning Sword sect will be willing to do it. How big a gift is that? Lu Rendao. Jin Ling said, have you heard of Fang Jia of the Sword Burning sect? Fang Jia, a strong man in the 5th step heaven ladder realm of the Burning Sword sect, I once taught him, and his cultivation is quite strong. Jin Wuhuan paused and said with a smile, of course, he is far worse than his sister. Even the 3 Fang Jia are not his sister's opponents. Jin Wuhui didn't exaggerate this. With Jin Ling's Taoist cultivation, it's really not difficult to kill 3 strong people in the 5th step heaven ladder. Jin Ling said, Fang Jia's cultivation of sword evil has reached the bottleneck, and he has always wanted to refine a sword pill to help his cultivation further improve, so as to impact the ranking of core disciples in the Tianmen exam. I have a sword pill. Lu Ren laughed. Jin Ling said with a smile, if you give him this gift, I believe he is willing to kill a heart healer who has no strength to bind chickens. The first step is just the ladder of heaven. He doesn't even need his real body to act. An idea may make Ning Xiaochuan head elsewhere. In Jin Ling's view, the combat power of the heart-nourishing division is indeed too weak, which is no different from the strength of the hands without Fu Chicken. Haha. Let a strong man in the 5th step ladder realm kill Ning Xiaochuan, and he will surely die. It's just a little cheap for him. If I do it myself, I will let him survive and die. If I do it against me, there will be no good end. Lu Ren laughed wildly. Ning Xiaochuan's talent is higher than him, so he naturally wants to use all means to kill Ning Xiaochuan. The cultivation resources of Tiandi Mountain are very rich, but the rare drugs and precious materials that are difficult to find in other human civilizations are not precious in Tiandi Mountain. It is also for this reason that the permanent external disciples of Tiandi Mountain, even if their talents are not as high as the young monks of other civilizations, their accomplishments are much stronger than those young monks. If a genius at the level of Situ Jing and Zihan Yin has been cultivating in Tiandi Mountain or Tianshu Empire since childhood, he should reach the level of Jin Ling and become the top person under the heaven and man realm even if he has not broken through the heaven and man realm now. In other human civilizations, it is extremely difficult to find materials for forging Jiuping Xuanqi. However, in Tianmen City, it took only 1 day for Ning Xiaochuan to find 2 materials that can be used for forging Jiuping Xuanqi. Snow Spirit Boring. Ruined Stone. These 2 materials are extremely precious, especially the ruined stone. This is an important material for the construction of the ruins world in Jiuping Xuanqi. It is extremely precious and necessary for forging Jiuping Xuanqi. Even a small piece of ruined stone as big as a fist is more expensive than a local basalt. Ning Xiaochuan spent almost all the xianxue on his body before buying an 800 Jin Zuling boring and 9 ruined stones. The materials used to forge Jiupingxuan ware are more expensive than Ning Xiaochuan imagined. Moreover, what Ning Xiaochuan bought was not the material for forging 1 Jiuping Xuanqi, but the material for 3 Jiuping Xuanqi, which would cost more. There are 14 kinds of materials in the list listed by Yu Mingsong. I have only collected 4 kinds now. If I continue to search in Tianmen City tomorrow, I will definitely find some. Although Ning Xiaochuan spent all the xianxue on his body, he still had a lot of xianyao and materials. If he sold all those things, he should be able to get a large amount of xianxue. The jade essence ice soul obtained from the coffin of Xianbing crystal is a treasure medicine that will make heaven and man enchanted. If it is auctioned, it will be enough to sell at a sky-high price. And sub-god bone. Not really, single round star ball can also be sold. If Ning Xiaochuan wants xianxue, it's not too difficult. In order to forge 3 9-grade Xuanqi level swords, it's worth spending any money. It was getting late, and Ning Xiaochuan and Zihanyan returned to the manor. They are staying here for the time being tonight. Those young talents in Jiuyue Xinjiang all went to Wanjian Palace. The manor looked very lonely, and only a bright light was on in the purple smoke room. Zihanyan's cultivation is not low. He has entered the 2nd step of heaven ladder at a young age, and has a heterogeneous heart palace called Heart Palace. His combat power is also outstanding among the martial artists in the same realm. Ning Xiaochuan gently picked the lantern wick with a copper needle, making the brilliance of the copper lamp brighter. He looked at the purple smoke, stared at the elegant and beautiful face, and said with a smile, "I have always wanted to ask the purple girl, but I don't know what to say." Zihanyan was born in a big family with noble and elegant temperament. She is definitely a top beauty in Jiuyue Xinjiang. Only Yan Mingzhu can compare with her. Sometimes Ning Xiaochuan is thinking, how can he make so many excellent women admire him? Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, Zihanyan's eyes widened slightly, and immediately seemed to understand something. He gently lowered his head, showing a somewhat shy expression, and said, "Ask." She was a little nervous. Now, there were only 2 people in the manor, she and Ning Xiaochuan, sitting in the same room, with dim lights and ambiguous relations. Under such circumstances, what exactly did he want to ask? Ning Xiaochuan should not be so direct, right? But if he asked directly, how should I answer? Loved? Okay, if he asks directly, I will also answer directly. Ning Xiaochuan stared at her with very serious eyes. With the talent of the purple girl and the cultivation resources of the purple family, you shouldn't be the 2nd step in the cultivation of the heaven ladder realm. In my opinion, you and Brother Sidhu should be at the same level. The reason why Brother Sidhu's realm didn't improve was that he was secretly plotted and wasted 3 years of cultivation time. And what about you? Although I can't see how high your talent is, the talent level is at least more than 3,000 years? Ning Xiaochuan has always felt that Zihanyan's talent is quite high, and he has the same temperament as the spiritual virtual venerable. Moreover, she didn't go to Wanjian Palace and asked to stay. It seems that she also wants to hide something deliberately. However, this is someone else's private affair after all, so Ning Xiaochuan thought for a long time before asking. If she doesn't say, Ning Xiaochuan won't ask again. Zihanyan knew that she would be wrong. It turned out that Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to fall in love with her, which made her a little disappointed. She didn't show that disappointment, immediately adjusted her state of mind, slightly straightened her body, and said, "In fact, the martial arts sutra cultivated by our purple family is not a complete martial arts sutra. Not all complete martial classics can be cultivated to the realm of heaven and man. If the complete martial classics can be returned, I'm afraid the origin of your purple family's martial classics is quite complicated." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Zihanyan was silent for a long time and said, "I don't know whether I should tell you or not. That's the biggest secret of our purple family." "Who is it?" A cool wind blows. In the eyes of purple cold smoke, there was a look of horror. Looking behind Ning Xiaochuan, I unexpectedly saw a disheveled female ghost standing behind Ning Xiaochuan, pale all over, with dull eyes, like a ghost coming to claim her life. The female ghost appeared silently and stood in the corner, which made people feel creepy. Ning Xiaochuan also sighed, and in the evening, she appeared again. Haunted, people are afraid at any time. Ning Xiaochuan was calm and said, since it's your secret of the purple family, you don't have to tell it. Zihanyan still stared at the female ghost, and soon calmed down and said, what ghost is she? She seems to have a strong resentment. It won't have anything to do with you? You won't doubt that I killed her, so her ghost haunted me? Ning Xiaochuan saw some abnormality in Zihanyan's eyes, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Suddenly, his eyes shrunk slightly, and his mouth gave a light sigh. I found it. I found my body. I found her. The female ghost seemed to be a little abnormal. Her mouth kept talking, and the ghost body became more and more solid, turning into a layer of jade-white skin, forming a halo behind her head, constantly flashing jade light. She stopped pestering Ning Xiaochuan and flew out of the manor. Her ghost eyes became brighter and brighter. What's going on? Why did she suddenly fly away? Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stood up and looked out of the manor. The female ghost flew away, which was originally a happy thing. Finally, she could not entangle her. However, Ning Xiaochuan noticed that it was abnormal. There must be something wrong with following him from Zhangtianbaran Ridge to Tianmen City. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan thought of something, and his face sank slightly. Is it possible that Niao Lanqin is also in Tianmen City? The female ghost has a very delicate relationship with Niao Lanqin. Maybe she really sensed the breath of Niao Lanqin, so she flew out. Purple girl, I'll go out first. Ning Xiaochuan looked serious, and immediately flew out of the manor and chased the female ghost. Zihanyan sat in the room and watched Ning Xiaochuan chase out. Outside, Ning Xiaochuan's body flashed several times, and then completely disappeared into the night, fast to the extreme. Her heart sighed slightly. Originally, she wanted to tell Ning Xiaochuan the secret. Since Ning Xiaochuan has left, then the secret will continue to be hidden. After the female ghost flew out of the manor, the ghost gas on her body became stronger and stronger, and the aura behind her became brighter and brighter. With her body as the center, dozens of feet around are filled with ghost gas. If ordinary people are closer to her, they will be corroded by that ghost gas. Many young talents in Tianmen City sent a cold ghost gas flying over their heads, but they didn't deliberately explore it, because the ghost gas was very fast. When they wanted to explore, the ghost gas had disappeared. Ning Xiaochuan followed the female ghost not far or near. Strange. The ghost gas on her body has become stronger and stronger. Soon, that female ghost had abolished Tianmen City and flew to the south. In a valley less than 5,000 miles from Tianmen City, there is a Taoist temple. The master of the Taoist temple was originally a female inner disciple of Tiandi Mountain, but Niao Lanqin killed that inner disciple, deprived the other party's soul, and became the new master of the Taoist temple. After taking away the soul of the other party, she can have the knowledge and wisdom to deal with, and even get some accomplishments of the other party. As long as she wants, she can change into that inner disciple at any time and enter the Holy Land to practice, and no one can see through her. It can be said that although she is only an external disciple now, she can become an internal disciple at any time, and can enter and leave any area of Tiandi Mountain at will. The female ghost had already flown into the Taoist temple and turned into a wisp of ghost gas, which was like a black cloud covering the sky of the Taoist temple. Ning Xiaochuan also chased outside the Taoist temple, stood under the high stairs, and looked up. Emoli Temple. Is Niao Lanqin hiding here? Without any hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan walked towards the middle of the Taoist temple. Boom! As soon as I stepped on the first step of the ladder, a white glow appeared at my feet. On the surface of the stone steps, there were array lines, which changed the orientation of the spiritual acupoints in the whole space. The spirit acupoint was activated, and the array worked, producing a strong gravity, pressing down on Ning Xiaochuan's body. Boom! The whole valley shook violently. Then, columns of light burst out of Moli Temple, and all the arrays worked. Ning Xiaochuan thought he had touched the array, so he immediately stopped, called out the single round star ball, held it in his hand, and was ready to shoot at any time. Inside the Taoist temple, a woman's cold drink came out. The voice, extremely cold and arrogant, was like spring thunder, ringing through the mountains, making Ning Xiaochuan's clothes fly. What ghost? In Moli's view, there was a loud noise. A 9-foot-high Taoist tower was smashed by a big white hand, leaving a huge palm print on the ground. In the Taoist temple, a cloudy wind blows. Ghosts are everywhere. Give it back to me. It's time to give my body back. Give it back. The female ghost's voice is extremely ethereal, virtual and illusory, not like a person's voice, like thousands of voices sounded, which is extremely gloomy. Niao Lanqin is really hiding here. Ning Xiaochuan has sensed the breath sent out by Niao Lanqin, and the sudden shout just now was made by her. He ran the Tianwu vitality in his body and climbed the ladder step by step. With each step up, the array pressure on his body would increase by 1 point. However, those arrays couldn't stop him at all. Soon he broke through the array, and the palm of his hand burst into a gorgeous flash of light. With one palm, the gate of the Taoist temple was broken, and 2 bronze gates flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Boom! At the same time, in the Taoist temple, the door of a green-gray bamboo hall opened. A beautiful figure rushed out of the gate, stood on the white stone steps, raised his proud chin, looked at Ning Xiaochuan at the gate of the gate, and sneered, "Ning Xiaochuan, I haven't found your trouble yet, but you actually sent it to the door first. Do you think you can beat me by bringing a ghost?" Niao Lanqin wore a bright red embroidered phoenix robe and dragged it on the ground for more than 7 meters. His long black hair was coiled up high, but it did not lose beauty at all. It was beautiful and cold, just like the rebirth of the Queen of 10,000 Sounds. Ben's tall figure and long curled hair make her look imposing. Ning Xiaochuan held his hands and said, "Reunion of old friends, this is your way of hospitality? When cutting the barren mountains, I spared your life. I was seriously injured that time. Do you think you still have a chance now?" Niao Lanqin's skin is like a beautiful jade, crystal clear, and it is precisely because the skin is white that the color of his eyes and skin form a sharp contrast, and his eyes look particularly sharp. A momentum of heaven and man emanated from his eyes, and the black pupil turned into 2 bright stars. He wanted to crush Ning Xiaochuan with a strong momentum. Ning Xiaochuan expected that Niao Lanqin had reached the realm of heaven and man, and injected Tianwu vitality into the single round star ball to mobilize the power of the 9-grade Xuanqi to resist the pupil light displayed by Niao Lanqin. Her pupil light is comparable to a powerful magical power. She has the noble body of the jade crystal beauty and the divine wisdom. Once she breaks through the realm of heaven and man, her combat effectiveness is definitely far beyond that of ordinary heaven and man. However, Ning Xiaochuan was not afraid and looked at the ghost gas in the sky. Those ghosts began to gather and condensed into a Jiulia woman who looked exactly like Niao Lanqin. Although she was still ghostly, her body was not illusory, but very real. She was like a living queen of 10,000 sounds standing in front of Niao Lanqin, and the breath emanating from her body was as strong as Niao Lanqin. The closer the female ghost is to Niao Lanqin, the more real the ghost body is and the stronger the cultivation is. At this moment, the distance between the 2 people is only tens of meters, and the breath on their bodies is as strong, which is really strange. Ning Xiaochuan is thinking about the reasons. Female ghost and Niao Lanqin have a very wonderful relationship, just like homology. After seeing the female ghost, Niao Lanqin's face changed slightly and said, "Master." Ning Xiaochuan said, Niao Lanqin, you unfilial disciple who killed the teacher also has time to be afraid? Ning Xiaochuan naturally knew that it was not the ghost of Queen Wanyin, but at most the ghost of Queen Wanyin's last life. A red light spot appeared in the middle of Niao Lanqin's eyebrows, and his momentum climbed a long way again, saying, "It's not a ghost. When she was alive, I was not afraid of her, and when she died, I was even less afraid of her." After Niao Lanqin's momentum climbed, the momentum of the female ghost also climbed. Niao Lan's heart became stronger, so did she. The female ghost's eyes became blurred and said faintly, "Return my body. Return my body." Wow. The female ghost fell to the ground and turned into a white streamer, hitting Niao Lanqin. The female ghost's body emits a white jade-like light, which is exactly the same as Niao Lanqin, but it gives people a kind of sinister feeling. She really wants to integrate with Niao Lanqin. Niao Lanqin instinctively felt that she couldn't let the female ghost touch her, so she quickly retreated, a pair of slender arms stretched out, and her palms pushed out, forming a vitality barrier with a diameter of 10 meters. Boo! The female ghost unexpectedly ignored the vitality barrier, stepped over and broke the vitality barrier. A delicate and well-defined face pressed towards Niao Lanqin. The tips of the two women's noses almost touched each other, and the two beautiful eyes almost stuck together. The closer the female ghost is to Niao Lanqin, the more Niao Lanqin feels that his control over the body becomes weak, and his soul wants to be squeezed out of the body. Boom! Just when the female ghost was about to press on her body, a 9-grade Xuanqi level Guqin flew out and beat the female ghost out. The female ghost turned into wisps of ghost fog and disappeared into the night sky. Niao Lanqin held the Guqin in one hand, and her eyebrows were deeply locked. The red dots in the middle of her eyebrows kept flashing, on guard against those flying ghosts and fog, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, what creatures did you attract?" Ning Xiaochuan held the star ball in one hand and said with a smile, "You also have times of fear? Will I be afraid?" A jade-white flame appeared on the surface of Niao Lanqin's body, wrapping his body to resist the ghost fog that would rush over at any time. It is the jade holy fire that can be cultivated only after the jade Bible is cultivated to a certain extent. Jade sacred fire is also a kind of Xian fire. In terms of destructive power, it is more terrifying than yin-yang open fire. I told you that it was the ghost of your master. She came to you and killed you. Ning Xiaochuan is not as relaxed as it seems, and the pressure on his heart is actually great. The strength Niao Lanqin just showed is too strong, far beyond the ordinary friar of heaven and earth. If you want to deal with her, you can only rely on the power of the female ghost and the dark ice crystal coffin. Can you fool me? Her breath is completely different from that of the Queen of 10,000 Tones. It can't be the ghost of the Queen of 10,000 Tones. Niao Lanqin seemed very calm, but her heart was not relaxed. The female ghost caused her a lot of pressure. Ning Xiaochuan said, "In fact, our gratitude and resentment have long been written off. Today, I'm not here to fight with you, but at most I just want to see Lanji." Write it off? Are men so irresponsible? What happened between us can really be regarded as never happened. If you hadn't defiled me, I would abandon that body and take away the Queen of all voices? Niao Lan thought. Niao Lanji just came out of the Taoist temple. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan, she was very happy and wanted to stop her sister and the little Marquis from fighting. However, after hearing what Niao Lanqin just said, she immediately stopped in shock, and a roar came out of her mind, which made the whole person seem petrified. Niao Lanji stood under a green ancient bamboo, staring at the two people who were facing each other in the distance. His heart was extremely complex, the waves were turbulent, and he couldn't calm down at all. Sister and little Marquis unexpectedly. How could they? She couldn't believe her ears and thought it was her own auditory hallucination. My sister is always clean and disgusted with men. Even if a man touches her finger, she will feel sick. How can she do so? So intimate things with the little Marquis? The woman that little Marquis likes shouldn't be the type of sister? My sister doesn't allow me to get too close to the little Marquis. Is it because the little Marquis really hurt her? How can they have that relationship? Clearly, two undead enemies. If Ning Xiaochuan is really a man with bad character, Niao Lanji is the first one who doesn't believe it. If my sister is a casual woman, she will never believe it. Is it true that my sister hates the little Marquis from love? Yes. It must be so. If it is not for love to hate, why should my sister be hard on Mishu? If it is not for love to hate, why can't my sister allow me to like the little Marquis? If it is not for love to hate, why should my sister rob little Linger? My sister's possessiveness is so strong, and the little Marquis is so popular with girls, so she must hate the little Marquis, and use all kinds of means to deal with it. Some women who are close to the little Marquis. Her heart. Really tangled. After knowing the reason, Niao Lanji became sad again. Although the elder sister and the little Marquis are born of love and hate, after all, the closest relationship has happened. In a sense, the little Marquis is her brother-in-law. How can I like my brother-in-law? Maybe this is the reason why my sister prevented me from getting too close to the little Marquis. Since this is between them, it should naturally be solved by themselves, and I can't interfere anymore. Niao Lanji's eyes were somewhat gloomy, his eyes were a little red, and his eyes kept blinking. If one of the little Marquis and his sister must die, it's better to persuade them to make up. Thinking of this, Niao Lanji's eyes lit up again. Although the little Marquis became his brother-in-law, he would be very sad. But it's much better than seeing them fight to the death. What method should be used to make them reconcile? The ghost gas gathered towards Ning Xiaochuan and condensed above Ning Xiaochuan's head into a female ghost wearing white gauze, with a tall body and long hair like a black waterfall, slender waist. Although she is a female ghost, she is extremely beautiful and amazing. Niao Lanqin. I know that a woman's chastity is very important, but I also saved your life, and let your life go. I have already paid off what should be paid back. Can't the gratitude and resentment between us be written off? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Niao Lanqin held the guqin in his hand, and the center of his eyebrows burst into bright brilliance. His red robe fluttered in the wind, with a strong momentum, and said, "Since the gratitude and resentment have been written off, why do you bring her here?" She actually brought me here? Ning Xiaochuan looked at the female ghost standing beside him and said, "If you want to hear her story, I can tell you." Niao Lanqin was really curious about the origin of the female ghost, which made her feel a great threat, so she said, "What's the origin?" You should know the ancient cave where the Queen of 10,000 Sounds was born. Not long ago, I also went to that ancient cave, and she followed me out of the ancient cave. Ning Xiaochuan didn't tell Niao Lanqin that the ancient cave was the Fengshan cave, nor did he tell Niao Lanqin about the Xianbing crystal coffin. No wonder. Niao Lanqin's eyes were thinking, and his momentum gradually converged, and the mysterious air between heaven and earth returned to calm. Niao Lanqin's temperament also changed, giving people a sense of calm and ethereal, without a trace of pride, not touched by a bit of dust, just like a fairy left in the world of mortals. In a soft voice, the Queen of 10,000 Sound Fairy actually died many years ago. The Queen of 10,000 Sound Fairy, who appeared in Yulan Empire, is actually her second. I guess that female ghost is the ghost of the first Queen of 10,000 Sound Fairy. Ning Xiaochuan, don't you want to get rid of that female ghost? I have a proposal. You help me subdue that female ghost, and the gratitude and resentment between us will be written off from now on. How? At this moment, Niao Lanqin feels very soft and beautiful, just like a fairy princess who is detached from the world of mortals, a bright and flawless moon, independent of the world, and everything does not disturb his heart. However, Ning Xiaochuan knew her too well and would not be fooled by her. She can poison her fiancé, kill her master, behind her back, and take away her master. By what? It depends on her disguised purity and holiness. When you least expect it, a sword will kill you. If Ning Xiaochuan really joins hands with her to subdue the female ghost, after she refines the female ghost, it must be the time for her to fight against Ning Xiaochuan. Not only is the cultivation improved, but the wisdom of that female ghost also seems to have improved a lot. After listening to Niao Lanqing's words, a pair of slightly dull eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and said bitterly, "You won't kill me, will you? Will you help me regain my body, will you? I love you so much, help me, and you will certainly help me?" The female ghost's body is not an entity, and is immune to many attacks. However, Jiuping Xuanqi can cause a certain degree of damage to her. Previously, Niao Lanqing used Jiuping Xuanqi to distribute her ghost body. "I never hate you. Even if you killed me once, I still love you. Help me get back my body, don't hurt me again?" The female ghost couldn't shed tears, but her voice was very bitter and sad, staring at Ning Xiaochuan with expectant eyes. "Sister Ghost, you recognize the wrong person. I'm not your lover at all." Ning Xiaochuan's heart was speechless. People who don't know the situation really think that he killed a woman, and then the ghost of the woman came for revenge. If you help the female ghost kill Niao Lanqing, let the female ghost take back her body. Will the female ghost turn her face and disown others, regard Ning Xiaochuan as her enemy, and kill Ning Xiaochuan? Female ghost must have no intention? The words of a female ghost must be believable? Ning Xiaochuan decided not to help them and let them continue to fight. "It's best to lose both. This has nothing to do with me. You can do it yourself." Ning Xiaochuan stepped back and flew out of the Taoist temple. His body flashed in the night sky and fell on a cliff in the distance, overlooking the Taoist temple in the valley from a distance. The female ghost and Niao Lanqing began to fight again. The female ghost turns into hundreds of ghost shadows, and the ghost spirit surges, playing a variety of ancient magical powers, each of which is particularly exquisite. Niao Lanqing sat in the void, put the guqin between his knees, and 10 jade fingers played on the string quickly, turning into countless sound waves. Every sound wave condenses into a fairy holding an ancient sword and turns into hundreds of fairy shadows to fight with those ghosts. This is the sound wave magic of fairy swordsmen. Niao Lanqing has cultivated this magic power to a state of perfection. She is worthy of being a man of heaven. With an ancient zither in hand, few young people can beat her. Ning Xiaochuan is silently observing their magical means, and is thinking of ways to solve them. Tianmen City. A group of monks in black robes came quietly outside the manor. They are agile and vigorous. Everyone has an ancient sword on his back and a black cover on his head, which surrounds the whole manor. Here it is. Fang Jia also wore a black robe with a mask on his face, covering his face. Tonight, the person they want to kill is the supreme genius of Wanjian Palace, so people must not know their identity. There is absolutely nothing wrong. Ning Xiaochuan and the Tian's Hegio girl of the Nine Yujiangzi clan entered the manor before nightfall and never came out of it. A man in black made a hoarse voice in his mouth. "Elder martial brother Fang, don't you just want to kill a heart-nourishing master? Why you so many people? As long as Elder martial brother Fang says a word, I can solve him alone," said a slender man in black. Just looking at her figure, you can see that she must be a nun. Fang Jia has accepted Lu Ren's sword pill and promised Lu Ren to get rid of Ning Xiaochuan. Therefore, he took 12 young monks of the Burning Sword sect to kill Ning Xiaochuan in person. He must die Ning Xiaochuan tonight, without any mistakes. Since that boy dares to stay in Tianmen City, he must have a means to protect his life. No matter how weak the opponent is, he must not underestimate the enemy. Leave 4 people outside to guard the 4 directions, and kill others with me, and no one can stay alive. Fang Jia jumped all his life and flew into the manor. Those monks of the Burning Sword sect also rushed into the manor and surrounded the room with lights on. Zihanyan sat alone in the room, took out a roll of ancient martial classics, put it on the table, and began to understand the contents of the martial classics. This volume of martial scripture is not carved on paper or animal skin, but on a purple stone as big as a palm and 1 centimeter thick. The text is very small, and the font is particularly ancient. Searching the whole burial mountain, I only found such a remnant of the Zixia Sutra, but the words on it are too old to understand at all. It seems that I can only look for ancient books in the holy soil of Tiandi Mountain, and maybe I can translate this piece of the Zixia Sutra. Purple cold flew. If Ning Xiaochuan heard what she said, he would be very shocked. Because, according to legend, the Zixia Sutra is the martial sutra cultivated by the Zijin Emperor and the secondary god. How could such a remnant of sutra fall into the hands of Zihanyan? In fact, the Purple clan is actually the descendant of the Purple King. At that time, the Zijin Emperor unified the whole north. Xinjiang, the establishment of an immortal kingdom of gods, has great power, so that the lords of all 5 civilizations should come to worship, and the creatures of all ethnic groups should belong to it. When the Emperor Zijin was alive, he was invincible in the world, and few people were able to catch his move. However, after the death of the Zijin Emperor, the kingdom of God also collapsed, north. Xinjiang split again. Everyone thought that the descendants of the Zijin Emperor had died in the turmoil, but no one knew that one of their descendants had been multiplying until now. However, compared with the former glory, it is indeed declining now, and even dare not publicize that they are the descendants of the Zijin Emperor. Zihanyan was about to put away the remnant book of the Zixia Sutra. Suddenly, he saw the flame on the copper lamp flickering slightly, and his heart was alert and looked out of the window. Zihanyan noticed that someone had broken into the manor and immediately put away the fragments of Zixia Sutra. Wow! A sword light flew in from outside the house, cut off a wisp of long hair from the side of the purple smoke's cheek, and almost cut her face. The sword flew over, and the whole house collapsed, and the columns and beams collapsed into ruins. Who? Zihanyan ran his vitality to wrap his delicate body, forming a round protective vitality cover. He walked out of the ruins without half a look of fear on his face, staring at the 9 monks in black robes in front of him. I saw that everyone was carrying a sword on their back, with cold eyes and strong hostility. When the bodies of 8 monks in black moved, they automatically formed a circle and surrounded the purple smoke in the center. Fang Jia stood outside and saw that only a beautiful woman came out of the room, but there was no trace of Ning Xiaochuan. He frowned slightly and said, "Where is Ning Xiaochuan? Are you looking for him? Are you from Wangsun Mansion?" Zihanyan could clearly feel the strong breath on each other's body. It was like a towering mountain standing there, imposing, which greatly increased her pressure. The other side is definitely the top strength of the young. In addition to Wang Suanfu, who else will treat Fu Ning Xiaochuan? Fang Jia was naturally willing to be mistaken for the person of Wang's Sun Mansion, and sneered, "If you know it's the person of Wang's Sun Mansion, tell us where Ning Xiaochuan is hiding quickly, otherwise. Our martial brother really doesn't want to waste such a beautiful woman like you." Haha. Those monks in black robes are lewd. Laughing, a beautiful woman like Zihanyan is really rare. As long as it's a man, he wants to sleep with her. A trace of disgust flashed in Purple Hanyan's eyes, and 2 slender fingers grew. A purple nail grew from the fingertip, which turned into 3 feet long, and it was like turning into a glittering and translucent fish intestine's thin sword. With a wave of his fingernail, 9 sword lights more than 10 meters long were formed, forcing one of the black-robed friars to retreat, leaving 9 deep bloodstains on his body. That black-robed friar is also the 9th Tianjiao in the territory of the earth. Who would have thought that a weak woman was so powerful that she injured him with just 1 move? Death. Regardless of the blood marks on his body, he showed his sword formula, and stabbed the purple smoke with a sword, as fast as lightning. A flash of sword light pierced the protective vitality of purple smoke. The sharp edge of the sword reached the eyes of Zihanyan in an instant. Shua. However, the tip of the sword did not pierce the center of Purple Hanyan's eyebrows, leaving her only half an inch away. Sword suddenly stopped. To be exact, it was not the sword that suddenly stopped, but the man with the sword who stopped. Because the man is dead. The purple smoke fingernails pierced the young monk's heart, and blood gushed out of his body like a spring, gushing on the purple smoke sleeves. Poof. Zihanyan took back his 3-foot-long nails and showed his body method of skimming the shadow, and his feet rushed out of the manor like stepping on a piece of purple cloud and smoke. She knew that with her cultivation, it was impossible to compete with these black-robed people, and she had to leave immediately. Want to go? A slender black-robed friar, with his arms shaking, flew out a silver filament, which became more than 100 meters long, like a luminous silk thread, wrapped around the thin waist of purple smoke. Silver silkworm Xian silk whip. It seems to be just a thin thread, but it is sharper than the blade, and its power is comparable to that of an 8th-grade mysterious weapon. Zihanyan forcibly twisted her body and avoided the entanglement of the silver wire. However, the silver wire seemed to have life and even continued to wind towards her left arm. Her face changed slightly, her figure changed again, and she immediately pulled out her arms. Prick! Silver silkworm Xian silk whip didn't cut off her arm, but it tore off all the sleeves of her left hand, revealing a slender jade arm, with crystal skin and no fat, just like an arm carved with a carving knife. Autumn water is God, jade is bone, and charming like a relegated fairy. Girl, if you are willing to be my girl, I can spare your life. Fang Jia has seen not a few beautiful women, but there are few beautiful and elegant women like Zihanyan. Even the firm heart of martial arts is slightly rippling, trying to own her. The people in Wang Sun's mansion really think they are right. The situation was very unfavorable to her, but Zihanyan didn't mess up. She secretly said that at this moment, if she ran away outside the villa, she would be attacked by Inchan Xuanzi again. If you want to escape, you can only get rid of the woman in black who holds the hidden silkworm Xian silk whip first. The purple cold smoke didn't retreat but entered, like a purple crane swooping down, his arms stretched out, and his eyes stared straight at the woman in black. Her 10 nails became 3 feet long, sharp as a sword, just like holding 10 purple war swords. This is one of her martial arts magical powers. She uses a rare metal called purple marrow iron to refine her nails, which is integrated with her own magical powers, so that when fighting, she can turn her nails into sharp swords. As the saying goes, fingers are connected. Therefore, if you control the sword with your fingers, you can achieve the realm of sword walking at will to a certain extent. Even if you control 10 swords, you can still be comfortable. Shua shua. The nail is like a sword, and the sword chi constantly strikes the past, forming a sword net. The woman in black was forced to keep retreating, and her black robe was almost broken into pieces, full of holes, revealing large areas of white fragrant skin. The woman in black was also the second step of the cultivation of the ladder of heaven, but she was forced by the purple cold smoke to have no power to fight back, and her heart was extremely oppressed. Just when she was about to be killed by Zihanyan, 3 monks in black impulsively rushed behind Zihanyan, and at the same time played a martial magic, forming a raging hurricane, rushing towards Zihanyan from all directions. Those 3 monks in black are all the accomplishments of the 9th heaven ladder realm. The hurricane magical power played together blew the purple smoke upside down, just like a leaf blown to the sky. Purple air comes from the east. Purple smoke stood still in the wind, and a purple cloud rose from behind her and turned into purple clouds all over the sky. She was wrapped in purple gas, which turned into a purple column of light and hit the ground. Shua shua. When the nails were waved, they were like dozens of swords. 3 monks in black were split, and 3 bloody heads flew in the direction of Fang Jia. In an instant, even 3 young masters were killed, which startled the remaining few people. What a powerful magical power! Taking this opportunity, she immediately passed through the purple clouds and flew to the wall of the manor. Just wanted to escape, behind him came the harsh wind. Before she could turn around, Fang Jia slapped his hand on her vest, almost smashing her viscera, and the sound of fragmentation came from her spine. Although it was not broken, it suffered a heavy blow. Under the impact of the palm wind, purple smoke flew out, spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face became extremely pale. Fang Jia is also really angry. To deal with a woman, I actually lost 4 young masters who are the 9th heaviest in the territory of Dizun. After returning, how can I explain to the senior management of the Burning Sword sect? These 4 people are all talented people who have the qualification to take the Tianmen examination. They are outstanding among the young generation. They need the accumulation of countless cultivation resources and excellent talents to cultivate to the 9th level of the earth dignity at such a young age. Putting them in the primary 5-level civilization is enough to grow into masters of the whole civilization, establish sects, and dominate the party. Death is a huge loss. Not dead? Fang Jia looked at the purple smoke. I thought my palm was enough to kill her, but she didn't die and ran away towards the direction outside Tianmen City. Chase. Fang Jia took the lead in chasing out. The remaining 8 monks in black immediately followed, and 3 of them stepped into the ladder of heaven, much faster than the other 5. Being hit by the strong man in the 5th step of heaven ladder, even Zihanyan thought he would die. However, Fang Jia's palm didn't break her spine, but seemed to activate some hidden power in her bone marrow. A huge vitality, emanating from the bone marrow, poured into the blood, making her blood run faster and faster, just like a river flowing in the body, making a crash sound. Deep in the blood, an ancient force woke up, and every drop of blood turned into a text, converging into a profound text, recording a huge amount of knowledge. These words were born from the blood, rebranded in the blood, and gathered in the Heart Palace of Martial Arts. Her martial arts Heart Palace is the heterogeneous Heart Palace, Cold Ice Heart Palace. If you look inside the Heart Palace, you will find that her Heart Palace is like a world of ice and snow. Those words poured into the Heart Palace of Martial Arts and turned into fonts composed of ice, which overlapped and combined with each other, and finally cast into a huge ice statue. It was a statue of a god, towering, as if overlooking the whole heaven and earth. The statue of the deity stands in the Heart Palace, making her Heart Palace change, contaminated with divinity, the whole body is changing, and a lot of strange knowledge flows into her mind. Is this inheritance? No, this is the ancestral blood. Wake up. God's blood. As long as they are the descendants of gods, they will carry the blood of gods. However, the blood of gods are hidden in the depths of blood and bone marrow. The farther the generations between future generations and gods are, the thinner the blood of gods will be, and the lower the chance of awakening the blood of gods will be. Just like the descendants of the Emperor of Heaven, until 10,000 years later, those who were spiritually illusory awakened the blood of the gods. Zijin Emperor existed much older than the Emperor of Heaven. It is theoretically impossible for future generations to awaken the blood of gods, but miracles happened. According to the genealogy of the Purple family, only 2 ancestors awakened the blood of the gods, and later became indomitable figures, who once led the Purple family to glory for 2 times again. However, the nearest ancestor who awakened the blood of gods has passed away for more than 100,000 years, becoming ancient history. I actually became the 3rd descendant to awaken the blood of the gods. Can I lead the Purple family to a prosperous era in the future? I really want to go back and tell my ancestors this exciting news immediately. Purple cold smoke suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked back. Behind him, the group of monks in black had caught up. Today, if you can't escape, even if you wake up the blood of the gods, you won't have a chance to grow up. Run. You must escape. In the valley, Emoli Temple. The battle between the female ghost and Niao Lanqing became more and more intense. If Emoli's view was not full of arrays and withstood the impact of powerful magical powers, otherwise, the whole valley would have collapsed. With a wave of the ghost's arm, a bamboo Taoist temple flew up, wrapped in a layer of white brilliance, flowing with metallic luster, and smashed at Niao Lanqing. Wow! Niao Lanqing sat in the void, his palms stretched out and turned into a huge handprint, smashing the Taoist temple into pieces of flying bamboo. Niao Lanqing immediately retreated and looked in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan. He was a little uneasy and always felt that Ning Xiaochuan was more threatening than the female ghost. He must be waiting for me and the female ghost to lose, and then reap the benefits. Last time, Niao Lanqing and Bai Li's ancestors were defeated, so they suffered a heavy loss in Ning Xiaochuan's hands. At moment, she fought with the female ghost, but Ning Xiaochuan didn't leave, like a bystander. However, no one knows when he will do it. Niao Lanqing intended to involve Ning Xiaochuan in the battle circle, so she turned into a slim figure and rushed up from the Taoist temple, just like a slender beauty snake flying towards Ning Xiaochuan. The sound of the cold wind roared, and the female ghost turned into a cloud and chased it. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't guess Niao Lanqing's idea. With a slight hook in the corner of his mouth, he unfolded the magic power of rainbow shifting, stepped forward and left a huge rainbow bridge in the void. When his feet fell, he had crossed thousands of meters to the other end of the rainbow bridge and fell back into the Taoist temple. Niao Lanqing naturally threw himself into the air, and was entangled by the female ghost again, and continued to fight at the top of the mountain. Niao Lanqing stood under the bamboo forest in the Taoist temple. He was watching the war carefully and wanted to help his sister. However, suddenly, both her sister and the female ghost flew out of the valley. Just when she wanted to catch up, a colorful streamer fell behind her. Lanqing! Ning Xiaochuan shouted. Although Ning Xiaochuan dislikes Niao Lanqing very much, he is very fond of Niao Lanqing. Naturally, Niao Lanqing is not the yellow-haired girl she used to be. She has grown slim and beautiful. She is a little more feminine than her sister Niao Lanqing. She is like a white orchid blooming in the bamboo forest at night. Ah! Little Marquis. Niao Lanqing was a little nervous and almost fell to the ground. A big hand stopped her waist and held her firmly. How sensitive is a woman's waist? Niao Lanqing almost screamed out, but after seeing the owner of that hand, there was a tingling feeling on his waist, which was like an electric current flowing into his body. He couldn't lift a trace of strength all over and was almost soft in Ning Xiaochuan's arms. She seemed to be drunk, a blush appeared on her petite white face, and she bowed her head shyly. How can I do this? The little Marquis is my brother-in-law. How can I have that idea about him? No, absolutely not. Niao Lanqing, cheer up. Niao Lanqing's heart was trying to shout, but she couldn't help leaning against Ning Xiaochuan's chest and wanted to be held tightly by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan loosened his hand, touched his chin, and joked, Hey, Lanqing, with your cultivation in the fourth step of the ladder of heaven, you can't even walk steadily. Are you so nervous after seeing me? Niao Lanqing's martial arts cultivation has indeed entered the fourth step of the ladder of heaven. Ning Xiaochuan was greatly surprised by the speed of cultivation. She must also have an adventure. Niao Lanqing must help her a lot in cultivation, otherwise the realm could not break through so quickly. Ning Xiaochuan thought so secretly. Niao Lanqing gently bit Bei's teeth and said, Brother-in-law. No, little Marquis, who told you to suddenly appear behind someone else just now? You were naturally startled. Little Marquis, stop your sister from fighting with the female ghost. It can't be stopped at all. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said. Nia Longji wanted to reconcile her sister and the little Marquis, so she thought for a long time and said in a low voice, "In fact, my sister has always had the little Marquis in her heart, but she loves deeply and hates deeply, so she would envy those women who are close to the little Marquis. In fact, you shouldn't blame her, little Marquis, she just loves you too much." "Ah? What did you say? Your sister loves me?" Ning Xiaochuan naturally didn't believe it and almost laughed. If Nia Longqing really falls in love with a man, then it must be the sun coming out in the west. Ning Xiaochuan has never seen a man before. Nia Longqing looked at a man in the eye, as if he was born to hate men. Nia Longji nodded vigorously, very serious, and said, "Really? My sister really loves you." In many deserted nights, I saw her sitting alone under the moon, depicting your name on the stone table, with silent tears in her eyes. Are you sure that person is Nia Longqing? Your sister? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Nia Longji said, "Of course. Don't look at her as cold as ice at ordinary times, but I've seen her alone and sad several times, reading in her mouth, since ancient times, passionate, empty hatred, several spring and autumn and sunset. Have you ever hurt her? Did I hurt her? Was it because last time? Bah, bah. Your sister and I didn't have such deep feelings at all. We had experienced life and death at most several times, and either she killed me or I killed her." Ning Xiaochuan immediately shook his head and said. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is also a little sad. Does Nia Longqing really shed tears for me? As soon as the idea came out of my mind, it was immediately dispersed by Ning Xiaochuan. How is that possible? It is absolutely impossible for Nia Longqing to shed tears. Nia Longji said, "I don't know what happened between you and my sister. However, I'm sure that my sister still loves you very much. Otherwise, she won't be cruel to miss you, and she won't stop me from getting too close to you. In fact, she can't see any girls dating with you at all, otherwise, she will feel terrible heartache. Young Marquis, please make peace with my sister. You are all natural wizards and extremely talented, if is able to use martial arts. Cultivating and living in harmony will surely become a good story in the cultivation world." Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Longji, unless your sister puts down the killing idea first, otherwise, I can only continue to fight with her." Nia Longji sighed in her heart and said secretly, "It seems that she still has to talk to her sister. She must make peace with the little Marquis. She can't fight like this anymore." Wow. Above the valley, the shadow of a slim red woman flew down and fell into the Taoist temple. The moment before she fell, Ning Xiaochuan immediately ran away, not wanting to be involved in the fight between her and the female ghost. Nia Longqing fell beside Nia Longji, glanced at Ning Xiaochuan who had escaped, and his eyes shrunk slightly. Ning Xiaochuan was really waiting for me and the female ghost to lose, so we couldn't fall into his trap. If you continue to fight, even if you suppress the female ghost, you will certainly lose your strength. Longji, let's go. Nia Longqing grabbed Nia Longji's shoulder, turned into a red streamer, rushed out of the valley, and flew away towards the dark night. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the cliff at the mouth of the valley, staring at the direction of Nia Longqing's escape, and did not catch up. After all, Nia Longqing was a cultivation of heaven and man. If he really fought, he would certainly not take advantage of it. Wow. Ghost gas condenses behind Ning Xiaochuan and turns into a female ghost in white, with disheveled hair. She didn't catch up. In the previous battle, she also suffered some trauma, and her ghost chi became much weaker. I said, "Ghost sister, what are you doing with me? Go after her. I don't know you very well." Ning Xiaochuan was speechless and hurried back to the direction of Tianmen City. The female ghost still followed him and didn't mean to leave. Her body was full of ghost gas and extremely cold, which made Ning Xiaochuan always feel the chill behind her, and she had to be on guard at any time. It seemed that she was really entangled by the complaining soul. Niao Lanqing left with Niao Longji. After flying 300 miles away, seeing that Ning Xiaochuan and the female ghost did not catch up, he fell from the high altitude and fell to the side of a slowly flowing river. The river is surging, hitting the shore stone. Just now, what were you talking about with Ning Xiaochuan? Did he want to pester you again? Niao Lanqing's eyes condensed, staring closely at Niao Longji, who was slightly petite, forcing Niao Longji to retreat slightly for 2 steps. My sister was really angry. Her possessiveness is so strong that not only does she not allow other women to like her man, but even her own sister cannot compete with her. Niao Longji said cautiously, "Sister, you and the little Marquis really had." "What?" "Your sweetheart was put to sleep by your sister first. Are you heartbroken? Do you hate me?" "That's right. I did have a relationship with Ning Xiaochuan, and you should know our relationship. Now you should give up your heart?" Niao Lanqing seemed very calm, but his eyes showed a faint air of coldness and arrogance. The thought that she had been pressed by Ning Xiaochuan and felt every piece of skin on her body made her feel very sick. However, he was poisoned by animal poison at that time, so why didn't he cater to him? Why didn't you touch every part of his body? Thinking of her ugly appearance at that time, she felt even more disgusted. Even if you have changed a body, that memory and perception will never be forgotten. Niao Longji lowered his face and said, "In fact, the little Marquis just told me that he still loves his sister and hopes that her sister can give him another chance. He will use everything he has to make up for the damage he once did to his sister." "What? He loves me deeply?" Niao Lanqing was also slightly stunned, and immediately showed a disdainful smile. "Ning Xiaochuan can't love me unless his head is kicked by a donkey. But this is the truth. He said, his sister is his first woman, and also the woman he loves most. If he can save his sister, he is willing to do anything for her." Niao Longji said. "Did he really say that?" Niao Lanqing's beautiful eyes coagulated slightly, revealing some strange brilliance. Niao Longji nodded vigorously and said, "With the beauty of her sister, reversing the charm of all sentient beings, any man will be fascinated by you." The little Marquis said that if you can stay with your sister forever, it is definitely the happiest thing in the world. Since he is really so intentional, why should he kill me when cutting the barren mountains? Niao Lanqing shook his sleeves and looked at the bright moon in the river. Under his feet, a cold air sent out, making the ground covered with frost. Niao Longji cautiously replied, "It was because of that he regretted it very much. I hope my sister can forgive him and give him another chance." "Give him another chance?" Niao Lanqing's eyes became deep and looked at Niao Longji deeply. She thought to herself, Longji likes Ning Xiaochuan so much that it is absolutely impossible to make up a paragraph to deceive me. Is what Longji said true? Does Niao Lanqing really hate Ning Xiaochuan? There must be. But does she really want to kill Ning Xiaochuan? In fact, not necessarily. One of the reasons why she wants to pay Ning Xiaochuan is that the night of due love between Ning Xiaochuan and her really makes her unable to let go, and she doesn't know how to face this man next. Another reason is that she really doesn't want Ning Xiaochuan to have an emotional relationship with her sister. Sister only belongs to her. She is a proud woman. She is talented and intelligent from childhood, and is praised and admired by everyone. However, Ning Xiaochuan was able to overwhelm her, which not only took away her glory, her body, but also her sister's heart. How can I bear this breath? Ning Xiaochuan is indeed a rare genius. If he is killed, it will be too cheap for him. If he is really passionate about me, he can have more use value. In the future, I can also have a capable helper in Tiandi Mountain. However, Longji can't believe what he said. I have to try Ning Xiaochuan to see if he really loves me. Niao Lanqing stood upright with his hands on his back. The red embroidered phoenix robe was flying in the wind. Her chest presents a round and full radian, her skin is incomparably crystal clear, her eyebrows are slender, and her apricot eyes contain smoke, revealing a faint smile. She looked at Niao Longji, staring at Niao Longji's graceful posture under the moonlight, and her eyes slightly formed a beautiful arc. Longji, although my sister once had a relationship with Ning Xiaochuan, the person my sister really loves is you. No one can replace your position in my sister's heart. Niao Longqing gently stroked Niao Longji's cheek. A pair of slender jade hands slid down from his face and fell on Niao Longji's skirt. He gently dipped in and stroked the soft jade peak. Delicate and soft. Then she took off Niao Longji's clothes and fell to the ground. Niao Longji showed some shyness, and a pair trembled slightly. This is not the first time for my sister to untie her clothes. She is actually used to it. This is the secret between them, no one knows. This is her sister's love for her. In fact, she also likes to stick to her sister. Niao Longji's body only has a lavender thin shirt, which hides her graceful charm. Body. Through that thin shirt, you can see the fragrance inside. Gorgeous flesh color, slender neck, jade bowl-shaped milk. Fang, slender waist, snow-white legs. Wow. The last layer of thin shirt on Niao Longji fell to the ground, revealing an ivory body. Every inch of skin is flawless, and every curve makes people's heart beat. Niao Longqing's red robe also fell to the ground, just like a scarlet carpet spread on the river. She is red. Naked, revealing a more plump, tall, and sexy jade than Niao Longji. Body, cool and elegant. Knowing what her sister wanted to do, Niao Longji couldn't refuse at all. She could only gently fall into her arms, hug her slender waist, kiss her red lips, and immediately felt a smooth sweet tongue touch her shell teeth. Two beautiful women hugged each other, gently fell on the red carpet, kissed each other, groped for each other, with more and more eager breaths. The night is cold and the river wind blows. However, the spring beside the river is infinitely beautiful, just like two mermaids flying out of the water, fragrant. Gorgeous, people are full of endless reverie. After cutting the barren mountains and sparing Niao Longqing, Ning Xiaochuan felt that the gratitude and resentment between them had been cleared, and he didn't want to fight with Niao Longqing again. This time, he followed the female ghost to Imoli Temple, just to satisfy his curiosity. Unexpectedly, Nia Shuangshu actually came to Tiandi Mountain. If Niao Longji likes him, he can naturally see it. However, to say that Niao Longqing loves him to death, he really doesn't believe it. In his heart, he always feels that Niao Longqing has a prejudice against men, and even hates men. If she likes women, I'll believe it. Like me? Come on. I'm not so charming. Ning Xiaochuan knows Niao Longqing enough and knows his charm clearly. However, as long as everyone has narcissism, although he speaks modestly, he will still have some secret joy when he hears that other women love him deeply. This is human nature. Although Ning Xiaochuan knew it was impossible, he couldn't help thinking, if Niao Longqing really falls in love with me secretly, it seems to be a very good thing. If she can get rid of those problems for me, in fact, she still has many desirable places. People are beautiful, graceful, decisive, intelligent, gifted, and good gas. When you think about it carefully, Niao Longqing still seems to have many advantages. Hey. What do you think? If Niao Longqing really can be a gentle and elegant holy fairy, then she is not Niao Longqing. Ning Xiaochuan resolutely stopped dreaming, adjusted his mood, and tried to make himself calm. Occasionally narcissistic, nothing is impossible. If you are narcissistic, you will certainly be arrogant. Once you are arrogant, you will die quickly. On the way back to Tianmen City, Ning Xiaochuan suddenly had a subtle feeling in his heart. This is the magic heart of the 7 orifices warning him that something has happened. Ning Xiaochuan immediately launched his mind and distributed the power of his mind. No. Something happened to Miss Purple. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were cold, and he immediately spread a pair of huge wings on his back, which turned into a streamer and rushed to the position he had just sensed. The female ghost also turned into a vast white wind, following the airflow of Ning Xiaochuan's flight, and almost stuck with Ning Xiaochuan. If someone sees this scene, they will see that Ning Xiaochuan's back looks like a faint woman's virtual shadow, which is very miraculous. Outside Tianmen City, on a field, a burning battle is taking place. A thin purple figure ran in front, and the speed became slower and slower. Blood kept dripping on the grass leaves. Behind him, he chased 7 black shadows, showing a fan, and quickly approached the purple figure. The hair ornaments on Zihan's cigarette butts have long fallen off, and the long hair falls down on both sides of the cheek. In his hand, he is carrying an ancient sword of the 8th grade Xuanqi level, with blood dripping on the blade. She escaped from Tianmen City to the outside of the city. On the way, she fought with that group of black-robed people once again, killing one of the 8th heaviest black-robed friars in the territory of Dizun. At the same time, she was slapped by Fang Jia again, the injury in her body aggravated, and her mouth kept spitting blood. When the spirit's blood woke up, her realm was upgraded to the 3rd step of heaven ladder. At the same time, the constitution has also undergone earth-shaking changes. The magic power displayed is more than 3 times stronger than before, and the flesh and blood body is also more powerful than before. Every piece of skin seems to be carved with divine jade. With her cultivation in the 3rd step of Tianti realm, she is confident enough to fight beyond the level and defeat the monks in the 4th step of Tianti realm. It is also because of the improvement of cultivation and physical strength that she can support until now. Otherwise, she would have been caught by the other party long ago. Suddenly, Zihanyan suddenly stopped and looked ahead, with a little despair in his eyes. I saw a man wearing a half-mask, standing 10 feet away, cutting off her way. It was the monk with the strongest cultivation in the 5th step of heaven ladder that rushed ahead of her, far faster than her. Behind him, the 7 monks in black also caught up and surrounded the purple smoke again. This time, they became cautious and knew the power of Zihanyan, so they all sacrificed the Xuanqi and sealed all the retreats of Zihanyan. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. After you were injured, you actually broke through the realm, and your physique was stronger than I expected. After catching you, I must carefully check your physique and show the power to surpass a realm. Fang Jia stared at Zihanyan, looking at such a beauty trapped in the center, and a sneer appeared at the corners of his mouth. Fang Jia is also a leader among his peers, but he can only dominate in the same realm, and he can't fight across the realm at all. Purple cold smoke lost too much blood, his face was a little pale, his long hair swayed in the cold wind, and his eyes gave birth to a decisive look, purple east. A purple cloud condensed above her head, forming a purple cloud with a radius of hundreds of meters. In the cloud, lightning and thunder, purple lightning was as thick as a bowl, and it was like an electric dragon swimming in the cloud. Holding the handle of the sword with both hands, she drew the power of lightning from the sky, fused with the sword in her hand and her body, and killed the 7 monks in black behind her. In her view, the black-robed man who stopped in front of the 5th step ladder was more terrible than the 7 black-robed monks behind him. If you want to break through, you can only kill those 7 people first. I originally planned to save the New Year's manuscript for 2 chapters every day from this month. Otherwise, you will be forced to code at home on New Year's Eve. 2 chapters a day, naturally, will not ask for tickets. However, who would have thought that there would be a golden keyboard activity, and the 9th can only ask for tickets with a thick basin. Promise to add a chapter for every 1,000 votes. Of course, only 1 chapter can be added every day, which is the limit of Lao Jiao. 1,000 votes seems a lot. In fact, as long as one of the 10 readers insists on voting every day, it is estimated that there are more than 1,000 votes every day. Why? First, gold keyboard voting is free. When you log into Genesis, you have tickets. My account number had 3 on the first day. After I cast it, I found that there were 15 today, and I cast it again to a good friend. Second, therefore, I guess that readers who insist on voting every day will get more votes every day. It is estimated that there are dozens of tickets a day. In this case, even if only 100 readers vote for free a day, there will be nearly 1,000 votes. 1,000 tickets a day, plus 1 chapter a day. There is only 1 chapter at most. Of course, this is what Laojiu takes for granted. In fact, even if it is free voting, QQ login, it is estimated that only 1 in 100 readers will vote. This is normal. Hey. Anyway, I'll just say that. I don't want too many votes, and I'm going to save the manuscript for the new year. If every reader votes, it is estimated that there will be tens of thousands of votes in a day based on the current number of readers of God Demon Tianzuan. However, it's still the same sentence. It's impossible. It's the result of old 9YY. To be honest, the Golden Keyboard Award is something that the great gods get. Only the first place has a prize. First place. It's impossible for me to be in the top 10. So, old 9 is completely holding the psychology of playing tickets, just want to see how many tickets there can be. By the way, if I update 2 chapters every day, I will become lazy. I also want readers to exert a little pressure, by the way. Free tickets every day, 1,000 tickets plus a chapter, so as not to. Fang Jia led a total of 12 young masters to kill Ning Xiaochuan, but was killed by Zihanyan successively. The 7 people who were still alive were not weak, of which 3 were strong in Tianti realm, not much weaker than her. At the same time, the 7 monks in black mobilized the Xuanqi and sword to form a sword array, and trapped the purple smoke to death, without giving her any chance. After displaying the magic power of purple air comes from the east, Zihanyan sure was able to draw with the 7 masters, and did not fall below in a short time. Tonight, 5 young masters have been lost. Fang Jia didn't want to have another accident and took the initiative to attack Zihanyan. Shua. Zihanyan felt the strong wind coming from behind and threw the sword in his hand behind him. At the same time, 10 nails grew immediately and became 3 feet long, just like 10 sharp sword forged by purple crystal. Her whole body was wrapped in purple gas and turned into a purple column of light. She waved her fingers and hit it. Fang Jia disdained a smile, and hit the sword she had just thrown away with 1 punch, which was faster. With 1 punch, she hit a huge flame tiger's head, sent out an earth-shaking tiger roar, and instantly broke 10 nails of purple smoke. Bang bang. 10 nails were broken, and all flew back, half of them stabbed into Zihanyan's body, flying her more than 10 meters away. Zihanyan's mouth made a muffled sound, 10 of them burst, and his hands became bloody. He fell to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. The 5th step is the martial artist in the heaven ladder realm, who is called the closest existence to heaven and man. Her combat power is really too strong. She can't resist with her injured body. She was seriously injured with only 1 punch, and it's difficult to get up from the ground. She can only watch Fang Jia come. Fang Jia folded his fists and sneered, "Just a martial artist in the 3rd step of the ladder of heaven dares to take my Manhu fist, detain her and take her back to the Burning Sword sect." Yes, brother Fang. The 7 monks in black had just walked towards Zihanyan and had not had time to start. Outside the sky, 7 war swords flew, puncturing their bodies and crushing their hearts. 7 monks in black stood there straightly, their bodies stiff, and there was a fist-sized sword hole in the position of their hearts. The 7 swords revolved around the 7 of them, then flew back and disappeared into the night sky. Bang bang. All the 7 monks in black fell to the ground and never returned. Fang Jia's face sank slightly, looked into the night sky, and said in a deep voice, "Who is the master?" The other party was able to mobilize 7 swords at the same time. Just one move, he killed all the 7 masters. His cultivation was very terrible, and Fang Jia was also on full alert. Wow! In the sky, a white streamer came and soon fell to the ground, turning into a young man in his 20s. The young man put away the light wings on his back, glanced at the purple smoke on the ground, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's not too late. This young man is naturally Ning Xiaochuan. Lu Ren once branded Ning Xiaochuan's appearance with a secret technique and let Fang Jia see it. Therefore, he recognized Ning Xiaochuan the moment he fell to the ground. Killing 7 masters in one hit is really just a mental trainer in the first step of Heaven Ladder realm? Fang Jia stared at Ning Xiaochuan, looking at the 7 ancient swords suspended around Ning Xiaochuan's body, each with a strong sword force. Among them, an ancient sword is particularly terrible, which is almost like having life. Once it breaks out, I'm afraid even a huge mountain will be split in 2. Jioping Shuanqi. Fang Jia's heart scolded Lu Ren's ancestors for 18 generations. Is this the first step of the spiritual trainer of the ladder of heaven? Can a heart-nourishing master have 9 mysterious weapons? Of course, Fang Jia is the strong man in the 5th step of the ladder of heaven. He can be called the top under heaven and man. Naturally, he won't be afraid of each other because of this. He sneered, Ning Xiaochuan, I thought you would always be a shrinking turtle, but I didn't expect you to finally come out. After Ning Xiaochuan fell to the ground, the female ghost also fell to the ground and stood beside Ning Xiaochuan, staring at Fang Jia with a pair of ghost eyes. Being stared at by the ghost eye, Fang Jia immediately felt restless, and his body was cold, as if something had entered his body, making the blood gas in his body run smoothly. He immediately mobilized his surging vitality and expelled the cold breath out of his body. He stared at the female ghost with some surprise and some vigilance in his heart. Is Ning Xiaochuan not only a psychic, but also proficient in the art of raising ghosts? Sword-burning sect. Why do you want to deal with Purple Girl? Ning Xiaochuan heard Fang Jia's previous words, so he asked. My goal is you. Ning Xiaochuan, I don't think you seem to be a heart trainer. Why on earth do you hide your identity? Fang Jia said. You're wrong. I'm really a heart nurse. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out his palm, and there was a mass of yin-yang open fire in the palm, half of which was blue yin fire and half was red yang fire. Yin and yang intersected to form a white open fire. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't want to talk so much nonsense with Fang Jia, and plans to catch him and slowly investigate. With a wave of the palm, the open fire immediately turned into a sky full of flames, forming a white sea of fire, and rushed towards Fang Jia. Fang Jia naturally knew the power of the Shenhua accepted by the heart-nourishing master, and immediately put up a 10-foot diameter Yuanqi cover to resist the Shenhua. Wow! Suddenly, 7 ancient swords rushed out of the dark fire, arranged into a sword array, stabbed the vitality cover he held up, and attacked his heart. Fang Jia's face changed greatly, and he put a golden glove on his hand and punched him. Pretty tiger fist. His arms became stronger and stronger, breaking his clothes and growing golden tiger hair. Palm burst into flames, turned into a huge flame tiger head, and attacked 7 ancient swords. Bang! Fang Jia's golden fist was smashed by the sword gas, and his magic power was broken. His body flew backward, and he fell more than 10 feet away before he stood firm, and his clothes became tattered. He looked at his arm. The whole arm was cut by sword gas, bleeding, and 5 fingers became bloody. Is this the power of the strong in the 5th step of Heaven Ladder? Ning Xiaochuan came out of the fire, holding 7 rotating ancient swords in his palm, staring at Fang Jia in the distance. This was the first time that Ning Xiaochuan really fought with the friar in the 5th step of Heaven Ladder realm. He didn't despise the other side in his heart, but treated the war very carefully. If you can cultivate to the 5th step of heaven ladder, you are definitely not a simple person, and you must have powerful means. In the past, his cultivation was not high enough. When he met the strong at the level of the 5th step Tianti realm, he used the basalt doll to repel the other party. However, the Shancher doll has been destroyed, and now he can only rely on his own strength. With his cultivation in the 4th step of heaven ladder, he is not sure to win the monk in the 5th step of heaven ladder. The world is so big that strong people emerge in large numbers. No one dares to say that he is the first person in the same realm. Fighting across boundaries requires courage and courage. Of course, if you use the annihilation sword formula to sneak attack secretly, even heaven and man may be stabbed to death by him, not to mention the friar in the 5th step of the ladder of heaven. However, if heaven and man are on guard, his chance of sneak attack will become quite slim. Do you really think the friars in the 5th step Tianti realm are so easy to deal with? What I'm really strong is the sword, not the fist. I'll see if it's your Jiu Dang Jia powerful, or my evil sword family powerful. Evil sword skill. Fang Jia raised his hands and propped up a piece of Dharma. The whole sky became dark, and a blue evil sword condensed above his head. The sword body was covered with evil lines, which was like a living tentacle. The 5th step is that the most powerful part of the monks in the ladder of heaven is that they have Dharma, which can form their own field to suppress each other. Wow! The evil sword turned into a blue evil dragon, and stabbed at Ning Xiaochuan. The xuanqi between the whole heaven and earth was squeezed out by the sword qi, forming a sword road, directly pointing to Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Ning Xiaochuan stood still and struck with one palm. 7 war swords flew out, forming a sword array. They collided with evil swords, making an earth-shattering sound, stirring countless sword qi, covering a space of hundreds of meters. Ning Xiaochuan walked in the sword qi, which could not hurt him at all. The pace seems slow, but each step can span several feet and directly walk in front of Fang Jia. Fang Jia's pupils kept dilating and he hit both palms at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan slapped the past, pressing Fang Jia's arms back, and the bones of his arms made a crackling sound, which could not resist Ning Xiaochuan's slap at all. In Fang Jia's view, the other party is not a spiritual master, it is simply like an invincible martial god. Pa. A palm, as heavy as a mountain, crushed Fang Jia's arms. How did he know that Ning Xiaochuan's physical strength was stronger than some weaker people in heaven? The power to hit a palm was like overwhelming mountains and seas, which would shake his body to pieces. Ning Xiaochuan oppressed the past with irresistible strength, stared into Fang Jia's eyes and said, "Who sent you to kill me?" Fang Jia clenched his teeth, bearing the huge force, and was about to speak. Wow! Suddenly, in the night sky, a half-foot-long golden needle with dragon pattern flew out, stabbed into the back of Fang Jia's head, flew out of his eyebrow and flew quickly towards Ning Xiaochuan. Fang Jia was pierced by a dragon-tattooed golden needle. The surface of the golden needle flashed. His head exploded like a watermelon, and his plasma shot everywhere, killing him on the spot. It seems to be just a gold needle, but in fact, it is a terrifying Jiu Dang Jia. Dragon pattern gold needle is silent and unbreakable. In the case of sneak attack, there is a chance to kill heaven and man. This is a deadly weapon. Ning Xiaochuan was only half a meter away from Fang Jia. Seeing the dragon-tattooed golden needle pierce Fang Jia's head and fly towards him, a deadly chill spread all over his body.